recognized him as Xia Yuan. The 7 snowmen stared wide-eyed, their round bean-like eyes filled with disbelief at the scene before them. Jiang Li was also shocked, but he remained calm and analyzed the situation. That guy just teleported, didn't he? And he was hiding such a powerful defensive skill we lost. He took a deep breath and uttered words that made General Dawn, the contract spirits present, and the audience all gasp in shock. If I'm not mistaken, that guy is an SSR. And he has been holding back, not using his full strength against us. Chapter 61, Ultimate Technique, a single bite of 1,000 blades. Jiang Li remained calm and made a swift decision. Honey, we surrender. Let us not fight anymore. Let us conserve our spiritual energy for the next battle. But General Dawn firmly refused, his face covered in countless wounds from the cherry blossom blades, yet he wore an excited expression. No way. I finally got to fight an SSR, I have to keep going. Jiang Li looked at her battered form, a flash of pity in his eyes, and pleaded earnestly. But we have almost no chance of winning. Why bother? Why put yourself through this? General Dawn turned and glared at him. In an instant, Jiang Li dared not say another word. Since that was the case, he could only accompany his spirit companion wife on this wild adventure. The audience on the island ship looked at Xia Yuan in disbelief. The streamer said he's an SSR? Don't say it, but this strength, it might actually be true. Just look at how he caught the Dawn's ultimate move with his bare hands that proves his strength. An SSR is definitely possible. In such a high-level match, it's easy for top-tier academy contract spirit masters and the hidden treasures of major families to slip in. If an SSR appears, it wouldn't be surprising. Goodness gracious, he is already this powerful without using his full strength. If he goes all out, it'll blow everything to smithereens. SSR, terrifying indeed. Mo Shiyu whispered, Xia Yuan, his identity. Xia Yuan replied casually, don't worry, it's just a quick move. They won't notice anything. At dawn, the general stood ready for battle, his face betraying a hint of madness. Come on, let me see what you've got, SSR. In an instant. The cherry blossom sea that had been floating throughout the entire arena space suddenly returned to Xia Yuan's side. Then, pink cherry blossoms spread out from both sides, encircling half of the arena and trapping the Dawn General, Jiang Li, and his contracted spirits within. All his strength? Xia Yuan remained expressionless, speaking slowly. With just you? You're not qualified. He raised his hand, his eyes flashing with cold light. It's time to end this battle. Bang Kai. Jianjing? Senbun Zakura Kian. As the words fell, all the cherry blossom blades in the arena coalesced into pink swords, neatly arranged and covering half the field. They swirled and spun around the crowd. This majestic and awe-inspiring cherry blossom sword formation stunned the entire arena, its splendor boundless. Jiang Li's forehead was covered in sweat as he looked up at the sky filled with cherry blossom blades. Hey, is this really a move that a level 54 spirit summoner can pull off? SSRs are truly unimaginable. No wonder they're hailed as national-level strategic weapons. Mo Shiyu and Xiao He also looked up at the scene, finding it utterly beautiful. They weren't afraid, they dared to admire it freely. After all, these cherry blossom sword formations wouldn't attack them. However, Jiang Yuan's contract spirits were under immense pressure. They once again prepared their defenses. The Dawn General charged towards Xia Yuan first, shouting, "You've completely abandoned defense in your fighting style." Xia Yuan couldn't help but admire the opponent's insight. He pointed at the red-skirted snowman charging toward him and coldly said, "You reacted quickly, but it's already too late. Ultimate technique, 1,000 blades flower bite." The tip of Xia Yuan's finger pointed, and the blades of the cherry blossom sword array followed. Almost simultaneously. All the cherry blossom swords, their blades aimed at the moving Dawn General, charged forward. A storm of cherry blossom swords filled the sky, forming a momentum akin to 10,000 swords converging on a single point, creating a deafening roar that shook the heavens. For a moment, the Dawn General's hair stood on end. Her sword sliced across her shield, sparks flying everywhere, instantly igniting the entire shield. Invulnerable to all attacks. The shield in her hands suddenly grew several times larger, enveloping her entirely. Immediately afterward, a torrential downpour of cherry blossom swords fell from the sky, crashing down with a deafening roar. Jiang Li saw this and swiftly waved his hand, ordering all the auxiliary spirit beasts to activate their ultimate abilities, channeling all the enhancements onto her. Even so, General Dawn struggled to maintain her balance amidst the sword storm, unable to stand straight. Her shield was already pierced with countless pink cherry blossom swords. But she continued to fight back, using her sword to brace herself against the ground, attempting to stand up. The fans watching the livestream snapped out of their daze and began cheering her on in unison. Come on, Dawn. Don't lose. You're the strongest. Hold on. If you can withstand this wave, you'll have a chance to counterattack. If you beat SSR, you'll forge a legend. Hearing these cheers, General Dawn roared loudly, as if he had truly gained strength, and stood up once more. Just as the audience thought she was about to hold on, Xia Yuan's gaze grew icy. He pressed his fingers downward, his voice cold and indifferent. Without my permission, who gave you the right to stand up? Kneel. The pink cherry blossom sword's attack frequency and speed continued to rise. They pierced relentlessly, leaving no angle untouched. Even though the Dawn General's shield could withstand the blows, the defensive barrier around her shield was on the verge of shattering. The Dawn General, who had just stood up, was instantly forced back to the ground, kneeling on one knee. She struggled to hold on for a long time but eventually couldn't endure any longer. The defensive barrier around her shield is breached, and the pink cherry blossom swords pierce her body, delivering a stunning finale. Jiang Li was heartbroken, but he knew this was his wife's choice. This scene must have forced the opponent to unleash their SSR's full power, right? After all, in Jiang Li's understanding, a skill like Oogie, Thousand Blades Flower Bite would definitely require an SSR to use their full strength. The opponent saying she wasn't qualified was probably just tough talk. In that case, she had at least shown her true colors, and even in defeat, it was a victory. Thinking this way, Jiang Li instantly felt proud of his wife's spirit companion. After the Dawn's body vanished and returned to the Spirit Master's space, he stood up and shouted loudly with full vigor. I concede. After the Spirit Contract Arena's judgment was completed, a mechanical female voice announced. Congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella for the victory. Announcement to all servers in the Great Xia region ranking space, congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella for achieving 7 consecutive victories. Xia Yuan released his and sheathed his sword once more. The opponent knew when to concede. Although Jiang Yuan lost, the entire audience on the island ship still cheered for him. That's already amazing, fighting an SSR for so long. Yeah, he's so strong, he even forced the opponent to use their ultimate move. Dawn is forever the god. I'm crying. Long live the Snowman family. This livestream was mind-blowing. The opponent was way too strong, and their skills were so flashy it's off the charts. I'm definitely going to follow his battles now. No wonder it's a high-level match. They're strategizing against each other. I learned a lot from watching. Jiang Li felt even more confident after hearing this. His spirit companion wife was a female general capable of taking on an SSR-tier opponent. Jiang Li immediately shouted at Mo Shiyu. Young lady, that was an amazing battle. Your SSR must have given it their all. Remember my name, I'm Mr. Zhang. Mo Shiyu, She really had no idea how to respond. Full power? Xia Yuan's full strength? He had only used a new skill he had just learned, and it was one he was still very unfamiliar with. Never mind, he is indeed a worthy opponent. I should give him some face and tell him the truth. Mo Shiyu tidied the strands of hair on her forehead. It should barely count as using 30% of my strength. Uncle, even so, your spirit beast is indeed quite resilient. Jiang Li burst into laughter. At a time like this, there is no need to be so stubborn. Such a powerful technique, how could it only be 30% of your strength? Mo Shiyu sighed and didn't bother to explain further. Xia Yuan's combat power was something even ordinary contract spirit masters couldn't comprehend, so it wasn't surprising that the other party couldn't understand. Time would reveal everything. Mo Shiyu remembered that she also had a live stream scheduled for her next match. Just as the battle arena was about to shatter, she turned toward the spectator seats, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted loudly. I have an announcement. We'll also be streaming later. Please search for the ID Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella. Thank you all for your support. It was her first time doing a live stream, and her delivery was still a bit awkward. Jiang and Wan were completely baffled. No, dude. Come on, trick me. Come on, ambush? You waited until the last second to announce this and drag me into your live stream? Do you even know the rules? Jiang Wang let out his final roar. Little girl, you dare call me underhanded? You're the one who doesn't follow the rules. Unfortunately, the battlefield had already dissipated, and his words couldn't reach anyone. Chapter 62, Evacuation? This is the safest place. 7 consecutive wins in the ranking matches. Mo Shiyu hummed happily, in a great mood. I wonder what rank I'll get after 10 straight wins. There's nothing she can do about it. Her SSR was like a treasure trove. The more she dug, the more surprises she found. Xiao Hei followed suit, smugly saying, those guys dared to underestimate us. Now they know how powerful I am, the great Xia Yuan. Mo Shiyu had planned to continue the ranked matches, but suddenly her stomach growled. She suggested going out for lunch first and then coming back to continue the ranked matches. Xia Yuan agreed. Though he didn't feel hungry, the habit of eating 3 meals a day from his previous life still made him want to eat something. Xiao Hei put on a pitiful expression. Can you please not lock me in the Spirit Tamers? Before she could finish, Mo Shiyu casually tossed her into the Spirit Tamer's space, then suddenly realized what the little creature had been saying. She turned to Xia Yuan and asked, what did Xiao Hei just say? Xia Yuan shrugged, indicating he didn't know. The two of them exited the Spirit Tamer's ranking space. Xia Yuan stretched lazily, rubbing his stiff cheeks, and smiled. Playing other roles is really tough. You can't show your teeth when you smile, and you have to control your expressions. It's much more comfortable to be natural. Mo Shiyu complained from the side, I actually think the aloof SSR is pretty good. At least they don't talk much. The two headed to the hotel restaurant. The best hotel in Chongyang City, so lunch was naturally a feast of delicacies. When Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan entered, the other young contract spirit masters participating in the peak competition had also arrived. Upon seeing Xia Yuan, everyone acted as if they had seen a ghost and hurriedly made way. Just kidding. The Demon King has arrived, of course, we must show him respect. Otherwise, if we don't like you, what are we supposed to do? Though they were also the Euro Royals and heavenly geniuses of Yunchuan province, they truly felt they weren't even on the same level as Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. That 15-second 4-star dungeon clear time was a mountain they could never climb. Xia Yuan, upon seeing familiar faces, greeted them enthusiastically. You're here for lunch too? Come on in, no need to be so polite. Though he said this, he still walked in first, strutting confidently. As soon as he entered, he spotted someone even more familiar. No doubt about it, it was Joko, the second-place finisher of this year's provincial tournament, along with his SSR Platinum Dragon King. What Xia Yuan didn't expect was that the Platinum Dragon King, which wasn't small to begin with, had shrunk into a miniature state, roughly the same size as a human. It sat obediently beside Joko, wearing a white scarf around its neck, and elegantly used a knife and fork to eat. The table was piled high with stacks of plates. The scene was oddly amusing. Xia Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Stupid dragon, I never thought you could get this small. The white gold dragon king heard the sound, his ears perked up and his eyes widened. It trembled as it moved closer to Joko, whispering softly, Master, we're doomed. The god of death is coming. What should we do? Joko ignored it, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and corrected. Its name isn't Dumb Dragon. Its full name is White Gold Dragon King. Xia Yuan picked out some dishes at random, picked up his plate, and sat down with them as if they were old friends. Alright, no problem. Mo Shiyu had no choice but to follow suit. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly grew tense. Everyone secretly observed Xia Yuan's situation, fearing that these two SSR-ranked individuals might start a fight at any moment. If that happened, they wouldn't even be able to run away in time. While eating, Xia Yuan asked, So, can data long freely change its size? Joko remained aloof and didn't want to answer. The other party really had no sense of boundaries at all. Who would want to sit at the same table with them? However, the White Gold Dragon King, seeing this, immediately nodded obediently and secretly slipped a piece of steak into his mouth. Xia Yuan glanced at the unusually reserved White Gold Dragon King and couldn't help but ask. By the way, have you always been this shy? The White Gold Dragon King blushed and scratched his head, speaking sincerely, not really. I'm just a bit shy around strangers, but with people I know, I'm a real chatterbox. Xia Yuan laughed heartily, patting its shoulder. Well, you're pretty unique. You're a dragon with decent power, yet you're so polite to others. Mo Shiyu. Joku. You have the nerve to call others weird? Xia Yuan asked again, do you play games usually? The Platinum Dragon King's eyes lit up instantly. What games? Spirit Alliance? Spirit Walker, or Fearless Spirit? I've played them all. Xia Yuan knew right away that this clueless dragon was one of his own kind. He immediately pulled out his phone, add me. I'll invite you to our gaming group. Let's play together when you have time. White Gold Dragon King, sure. As it reached for its small phone, it suddenly realized something and quickly glanced at Joko's expression, then asked timidly, Master, can I add Xia Yuan? Joko sighed, it's your choice, you don't need to ask me. The Platinum Dragon King finally added Xia Yuan's WeChat with a smile, feeling a bit braver and less reserved than before. It thought that people who could play games weren't usually bad people. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. Xia Yuan's gaming team was getting bigger and bigger. She wondered if he was planning to form a professional gaming team. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly calm down, the others finally relaxed and happily enjoyed the hotel's delicious food. But their joy was short-lived. The windows by the outer wall of the restaurant exploded, sending shards flying everywhere. Xia Yuan and the White Gold Dragon King stood up almost simultaneously, blocking the shards. One used his limitless power. One used his wings. The alarm inside the hotel blared piercingly. Watch out. Watch out. This is not a drill. A sudden 4-star disaster has been detected in the vicinity. Everyone must evacuate immediately and head to the nearest underground shelter. The hotel manager and staff rushed over, intending to evacuate the restaurant guests. However, they noticed that the people in the restaurant were completely unfazed, continuing to eat as if they hadn't heard the alarm at all. Everyone, evacuate immediately. 4-star dungeon disaster. The staff member couldn't help but shout loudly. Seeing their panic, one of the younger contract spirit masters smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, there's no need to evacuate. There's no safer place than here. Another spirit summoner spoke up. 4-star dungeon, right? Even if the dungeon's strength is higher in reality, you could just take a quick pee and come back. Those two would handle it. Xia Yuan looked at the glass shards in his plate, furrowing his brows. What a waste. Romantic food is shameful. The Platinum Dragon King said, if you're worried about wasting it, just give it to me. I don't mind glass shards. Xia Yuan, then you eat it. The White Dragon King didn't hesitate, snatching the plates from the three of them. Under their stunned gazes, he dumped the food directly into his mouth, puffed out his cheeks, chewed a few times, and swallowed it all down with a series of slurping sounds. Xia Yuan raised his thumb in admiration, amazed, bro, you've got an iron stomach. A 4-star dungeon disaster struck. Outside, chaos reigned, with a cacophony of noises filling the air. Xia Yuan looked toward the dungeon portal appearing in the distance, burped, and said, time to digest after dinner. Want to come, dumb dragon? The White Gold Dragon King nodded seriously, let's go. If we don't handle this quickly, many will be heartbroken. Chapter 63, Don't panic when trouble strikes. Post on social media first. Die long, follow me. Xia Yuan wrapped one arm around Mo Shiyu's waist and, before she could react, leaped out of the shattered window. Keep in mind, the hotel restaurant was on the 30th floor. They had just finished eating. They had just boarded a suicide slide. Mo Shiyu clung tightly to the waist of the person next to her, too scared to open her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Oh, here we go. The White Dragon King quickly picked up Joku, spread his wings, and followed Xia Yuan's footsteps with an excited expression. It was the first time it had made an outside contract spirit friend, and it felt it had to make a good impression. After all, in their Spirit Beast Academy, it was an SSR rank spirit beast. No one dared to play with it. One person and one dragon, each accompanied by their own contract spirit master, leaped gracefully into the air, performing a free fall along the hotel skyscraper. In the distance, the dungeon teleportation gate had already materialized. Head in that direction. Xia Yuan adjusted his direction, hovered in mid-air for a moment, then kicked off the building with a loud oh yeah. He used the momentum to charge forward, a thrilling and dangerous maneuver. The Platinum Dragon King watched excitedly from behind, wanting to imitate his stylish and cool technique, but it quickly stopped itself. If it kicked the building and damaged it. Unlike the monster ahead, it couldn't precisely control its strength. As a well-mannered dragon, the White Gold Dragon King obediently spread its wings and glided down behind Xia Yuan. Inside the city, the streets were already in chaos, with people fleeing for their lives, crowding together in a chaotic mess. City defense officers, official emergency response teams, and police officers arrived one after another, doing their best to evacuate the crowd. Near the dungeon portal, a security cordon was set up. However, in the bustling city, it was difficult to evacuate everyone in a short amount of time. Moreover, a large number of monsters over level 60 were already beginning to emerge from the 4-star dungeon. Damn it! A 4-star dungeon, and it had to land in the most dangerous part of the city. If we don't handle this properly, many more people will die. We'll go ahead and clear out the minor monsters. You continue evacuating. Alliance reinforcements should be arriving shortly. Everyone, stay calm and follow our instructions. City defense officers and spirit contractors were all in a frenzy, with various voices intertwining. Dungeon portals descended from the sky, taking root upon impact, and over 60-level minor enemies began to rampage. Around them, many trapped civilians remained. Especially inside a King de Chi store, many civilians had not been rescued yet, and the portal had blocked the store's entrance. One after another, massive wolves with muscular builds spotted them and surrounded the store. Among them, the elite 70-level Wolf King let out a howl, ordering its subordinates to prepare for a surprise attack. Inside the store, everyone looked despairing, breaking down and crying hysterically. Some had even started making calls to leave their last words. Mom, I might not be able to come back. I'll take care of you in the next life. I don't want to die so young. Someone, please save us. Where are the spirit contractors and their spirits? Hurry up. I don't want to be eaten by wolves. Stay calm in an emergency. First, take a video and post it as your last WeChat moment. Brothers, I'm out of here. The dungeon portal just smashed my face. The Wolf King let out a deafening roar, shattering all the windows of the store. Most of the customers inside were parents with young children, who had never seen such a scene before and were immediately terrified into tears. The Wolf King led the pack, baring its fangs, ready to enter the store and feast. A figure dropped from the sky, landing with a single kick on its head, like a meteor hitting the ground, instantly pinning its head to the floor. Sorry. Wolf Cub, I did it on purpose. Xia Yuan caught Mo Shiyu as they landed, while San fiercely bit into the Wolf King's skull and crushed it with his foot. The king descended from the sky, looking incredibly cool, with a sinister smile. The people inside the store were startled at first, then erupted into wild joy, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed at Xia Yuan. The spirit contract master has arrived. Wait. I've seen him on the news. He's an SSR. We're saved. Big brother is so handsome. Ah, guys, I'm back to life. I'll take a few photos of the SSR for you too. The giant wolves behind them, seeing their leader trampled to death, were enraged and immediately launched a surprise attack on Xia Yuan's back. Xia Yuan remained unfazed, a smile on his lips. The next moment, an even larger white creature descended from the sky, diving downward with wings spread wide like sharp blades, slicing the remaining giant wolf monsters into 2 pieces. The white gold dragon king's gaze was sharp and domineering, his white gold scales shimmering in the sunlight, causing the crowd inside the store to cheer once more. However, this majestic demeanor did not last long. It quickly approached Xia Yuan with hurried steps, bowing respectfully and asking, "Big Pot, what should we do? Should we rescue the people first? I can grow larger and carry them all out." A question mark popped up over Xia Yuan's head. Big Pot? When did he become their Big Pot? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Xia Yuan pulled down his sunglasses, his icy blue eyes sweeping the area, taking in the situation. No need. There are too many injured and trapped people. Saving them one by one is too inefficient. He turned to look at the dungeon portal right in front of him and smiled. Isn't the purpose of this assessment to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible? Just focus on clearing it as fast as we can. Time is of the essence. That's final. Follow me. Xia Yuan charged directly into the dungeon portal. Seeing their savior suddenly abandon them, the mood of the people in the store plummeted. The children even started crying again. The Platinum Dragon King, while rushing into the dungeon, turned his head and spoke softly to comfort them. "Everyone, don't cry. We'll be back soon. It'll be over soon." The giant dragon spoke in human language, its gentle words catching them off guard. The dragon is speaking? How amazing. It's so kind. Xia Yuan and the White Gold Dragon King had just entered the dungeon. A city defense contract spirit commander, accompanied by numerous contract spirits, rushed over and began rescuing the people inside the store. "What? You said someone entered the dungeon teleportation gate? But the Alliance's raid team is still on the way." The city defense commander was completely baffled. The difficulty of a 4-star dungeon is no joke. Even contract spirit masters from top-tier universities wouldn't dare to enter lightly. They must be out of their minds. Daring to venture into a chaotic 4-star dungeon? That's way harder to tackle than those fixed dungeons at school. Chapter 64, Combination Technique, Purple Candle Dragon. The city defense commander was pacing back and forth in a panic. Although his strongest contract spirit was only an 80th level B rank, as the city defense commander, he had no choice but to act to save lives. Gritting his teeth, he decided to enter the teleportation gate to take a look. However, just as the city defense commander had finally gathered his courage and was about to step into the dungeon teleportation gate, the ground and space around him suddenly shook violently. Immediately afterward, the teleportation gate began to collapse. The monsters that had been rampaging around were one by one reduced to fragments. This was a sign that the dungeon had been successfully cleared. At the location of the teleportation gate, a group of figures appeared. Xia Yuan, with his hands in his pockets and a lazy posture, walked at the front, yawning. "I ate a bit too much, I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Mo Shiyu complained bitterly beside him. "You jerk. Could you at least give me a heads up next time before doing something like this so I can prepare?" She let out a "you" sound, feeling queasy. "I think I'm going to throw up." Xia Yuan smirked. "It's probably not from me." Mo Shiyu? Behind them, the White Gold Dragon King followed closely, his large dragon face brimming with joy. "Big Pot, our combo move was so powerful. Should we give it a name?" Xia Yuan strode forward with a confident stride. That makes sense. I have a great idea. Let's call it Purple Candle Dragon. It fits perfectly." The White Gold Dragon King looked up in admiration. "Purple Candle Dragon, that's so cool. No wonder you're Big Pot. Not only are you powerful, but you're also so knowledgeable." He scratched his head. "Not like me, I'm a bit slow." Joker looked at his own white dragon's pathetic expression and couldn't help but get angry. Just calling him Big Pot like that? He didn't even ask for his opinion earlier and just followed others blindly. But Joko felt the stunned and shocked gazes of those around him, and his lips curled into a smile. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose. This feeling of showing off together in public wasn't so bad. It felt like having companions. He, who had always walked alone, never imagined he'd have this day. Xia Yuan and his group strolled leisurely, as if taking a casual walk, passing by the city defense commander, the spirit contract, and the people inside the store, preparing to return to the hotel. The city defense commander snapped out of his trance and hurriedly shouted. "Wait! You've already cleared the 4-star dungeon so quickly?" Xia Yuan and his group ignored him completely. Only the White Gold Dragon King turned back, politely nodding his large head in acknowledgement. The city defenders looked at the levels above their heads, one at level 55, the other at level 58, and fell into deep thought once more. Unbelievable. At this level, they must have an SSR. But it's been less than half a minute, and they've already completed the 4-star dungeon? Even a 50+ level SSR would be tough, so there's no way both of them are SSRs. Speaking of which, does the Alliance's raid group have this kind of efficiency? Look at their spirit masters, they're all pretty young, and they seem to be just college-level spirit masters. Xia Yuan and the White Dragon King had both hidden their ranks. Generally, SSRs don't reveal their identities lightly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Shortly after they left, The Alliance strategy team finally arrived late. The team leader shouted urgently. "We're here. Where's the dungeon portal?" The city defense commander spoke honestly. "It was just cleared by 2 passing contract spirits." Team leader, "What? The raid group, huh? Mustard, hurry up." They rushed over as fast as they could. They received the notice and arrived in less than 5 minutes. Team leader, less than 5 minutes to take them down? The city defense commander took a deep drag on his cigarette. "You might not believe me, but it was less than half a minute, maybe even shorter." Strategy team? On the way back to the hotel, Xia Yuan glanced at Joku, whose face was much paler than before, and couldn't help but ask. "Are you sick? Joku, are you being polite?" At the mention of this, Bai Jin Longwang, who had been in high spirits, suddenly deflated, looking a bit sad. "My master has leukemia and has always been in poor health. Mo Shiyu, take care." Joku was speechless. "He's not going to die anytime soon. You two are really the same." Xia Yuan pondered for a moment. "With the medical technology of this world, can't it be treated? If all else fails, aren't there some spirit contracts that can heal the body?" Joku sighed wryly. "Mine is very special. It's caused by a genetic mutation. Can a spirit beast rearrange my genes?" Xia Yuan immediately thought of the reversal technique that could treat it. Unfortunately, the reversal technique under the Gojo Satoru template can only heal oneself, not others. Even in the curse technique world, the only ones who can openly use reversal techniques to heal others are Shikaku, Yuki, and the strongest practitioner of reversal techniques, Xiao Zi. Moreover, whether a genetic mutation can be cured by the reversal technique is still unknown. Xia Yuan thought he could give it a try. Just because the original Gotogo couldn't do it doesn't mean he can't. Learning the reverse technique to heal others could also serve as a precaution. "I'll give it a try." Xia Yuan suddenly placed his hand on Joku's shoulder. This statement startled the other 3 immediately. "You still have the ability of a healer? Big pot, keep going." Xia Yuan took a deep breath and gave it a try. The reversal technique required mastering the body formula, which was quite complex. Mo Shiyu was also quite surprised. What else couldn't this guy do? Under the expectant gazes of the 3, Xia Yuan suddenly spread his palms. "Oysters, it's too hard. Give me some time. Maybe after I reach level 100, I'll be able to do it." He patted Joku on the shoulder. "So, try to hold on until then." Joku coughed. "Let's hope so." The White Gold Dragon King shrank his form and gently patted his back with his claws to help him calm down. The group arrived at the hotel. Xia Yuan and the White Gold Dragon King agreed to play games together that night before parting ways. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan naturally returned to the Spirit Tamer ranking space, preparing to start their live streaming career to climb the ranks before the peak matches. Xia Yuan glanced at the system, which showed a reward progress bar at 58%. Keep going. He could already see the next SSR ceiling character template beckoning him. With 2 SSR templates, Xia Yuan had no idea how he could possibly lose. Mo Shiyu furrowed her brows slightly, pondering what title to use for the livestream. She settled on 10 consecutive wins in placement matches, only playing high-tier matches. Xia Yuan sighed and shook his head. "Fat Rain, you're still too young. How could that title possibly attract viewers? Let me do it." Xia Yuan proceeded to edit the title. Mo Shiyu looked again, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. It boldly reads, "The strongest cherry blossom blade master, live streaming challenge for the highest win streak in ranked matches. If I lose one, I'll eat." Mo Shiyu, you eat. Xia Yuan smiled affectionately. "You eat." Mo Shiyu grew impatient. "You eat it. You eat it." Xia Yuan laughed even louder, patting her head comfortingly. "Don't worry, how could I bear to let such a cute little rain eat rice? You can't eat it all, I won't let you." Chapter 65, The Sound of Cherry Blossoms? 1,000 cherry blossoms in full bloom. Mo Shiyu launched a live stream titled The Strongest Cherry Blossom Blade Master, live challenge for the highest win streak in ranked matches. If I lose once, I'll eat. As soon as the stream started, many of her previous followers, who were her spirit masters, entered the viewing room. Seeing people arrive, Xia Yuan coughed a few times and quickly entered the character state of Rukia Kuchiki, his expression growing cold. The spectator room was bustling with activity, filled with various voices. First, finally caught the live stream of the master who carries a sword but no umbrella in the rain. The character customization is so beautiful. This is such a treat for the eyes. After watching so many abstract streamers, I finally got to see something good. The skills of the spirit contract brother are so cool and beautiful. The cherry blossom sword chi alone was enough to defeat others. It's like watching a movie so breathtaking. No need to say more, I'll just go ahead and activate my ultimate move as a sign of respect. However, most of the casual viewers were skeptical. Holy crap! Rainy Knight with a sword has already won 7 straight matches? Is this even a ranked match? This title is so exaggerated. Challenging the highest win streak? Are they really relying on a level 55 Qilin? Casual viewer, I just want to ask, do you really have to eat if you lose? Sitting here waiting for the streamer to lose. In the spectator seats, various small gifts were thrown at Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, with special effects flying everywhere. Mo Shiyu, making her live stream debut, was at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke in a cold, arrogant tone. "Thank you all for your gifts. If you're broke, there is no need to keep sending them. As for those questioning our skills, just watch and see. We won T lose a bit, and we certainly won T eat a bit. We're about to start the ranked matches." Xia Yuan closed his eyes to relax. This streamer was way too arrogant. But he liked it. Speaking of which, Mo Shiyu has always been like this, a spoiled little girl at home, but arrogant and cold-hearted in public. And since spending more time with him, she also developed a knack for speaking eloquently. She seems to be gradually taking on his shape. Is the streamer really that arrogant? He's even mocking us. She thinks we don't tip enough. Wah, I'm being looked down on, but it feels kind of satisfying. Every time you win a game, the opponents get stronger and the difficulty increases, so the streamer is bound to lose. Fortunately, the spectators in the viewing area had already lost their rationality and were following the streamer's looks. Even when cursing, Mo Shiyu in her saber form exudes an unparalleled charm that is impossible to dislike. On the contrary, some people are even getting excited. Mo Shiyu summoned Xiao He and started the ranked match. Xiao Paimeng looked dejected, with a displeased expression. She felt completely ignored. There's no place for her in this family. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan's placement match continues. Match successful. The opponent this time is still a diamond tier powerhouse. In the diamond tier, in spirit contract teams, regardless of strength, there is almost always an SR ranked spirit contract. At this level, spirit contractors outside the ranked space are almost always high-ranking figures with significant status and influence. Both sides are ready, and this time there's no small talk, they dive straight into battle. 3, 2, 1. Battle commence. The mechanical female voice echoed. Xia Yuan had already lowered the blade of his sword, let go, and landed on the ground, initiating his opening move. Since it was just the start of the live stream, he needed to make a big impression first to shut down the doubters. And give them a little taste of shock. Bang Kai. Sanban Sakura Kian. The massive blade soared into the sky. Majestic and awe-inspiring. The blade swiftly dissipates, forming a sea of pink cherry blossoms that envelopes the entire arena. As everyone was still in a daze, Xia Yuan's thin lips moved slightly, and he murmured again. Kongjing? Thousand cherry blossoms, scenic strictness. Kongjing is another form of Qianben Sakura Jingyan. Unlike the pink cherry blossom sword array of Jianjing, it transforms the billions of cherry blossom blades of Qianben Sakura Jingyan into a spherical formation, completely enveloping the enemy. Then, it slices the opponent into pieces from every angle with no blind spots. Boom! 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 Just as everyone was stunned for a few seconds, marveling at how beautiful and magnificent this move was. The arena was completely covered by a massive sphere of cherry blossom blades. Cherry blossoms swirl endlessly. Xia Yuan and all of the opponent's contract spirits, along with the contract spirit masters, were all engulfed within it. Mo Shiyu and Xiao He, however, were separated from the rest. The two of them stared at the enormous cherry blossom sphere before them, momentarily speechless. Another new form of skill. Does Xia Yuan have more hidden skills? Meanwhile, the opposing spirit summoner and their spirits finally reacted. This is bad, we're trapped. Quick, take him down. We have to break out. A group of spirit beasts charged at Xia Yuan, but the opponent's SR was a control-type spirit beast, who immediately used a powerful move to immobilize Xia Yuan. However, Xia Yuan stared at them with a cold expression and spoke slowly. Good work. The battle. It's already over. As his words fell, the sphere formed by the cherry blossom blades began to violently swirl, constantly shrinking in size. A flash of pink light erupted. A fierce wind swept across the stage, cherry blossoms swirled wildly, sending shrieks of astonishment from the audience. Bang! The cherry blossom blade sphere was compressed to its limit and then exploded violently. Under the overwhelming force of the 10,000 blades, the opposing contract spirit master's defensive barrier couldn't hold out and collapsed instantly. The remaining lower-tier spirit beasts were instantly slaughtered. Only the SR-ranked spirit remained standing for a moment, but as the spirit master died, he departed peacefully. Congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella for the victory. Announcement across the entire server in the Great Xia region's ranking space. Congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella for achieving 8 consecutive victories. Xia Yuan's figure materialized, his robes fluttering in the wind. The cherry blossom blades converged into a mighty river, reforming back into his hand and transforming into the Zanpakuto. He nodded slightly, quite satisfied. You're getting more and more skilled. Bang Kai. Mo Shiyu had grown somewhat numb to the new techniques Xia Yuan kept pulling out of nowhere. However, she suddenly realized that Xia Yuan seemed to be able to overwhelm some ordinary SRs using the power of Banka Senbon Sakura, which was almost on par with SSR level strength. The entire arena fell into complete silence. Everyone watching the match had their eyes wide open, their mouths slightly agape, too stunned to speak. It wasn't until the battle arena dispersed and they returned to Mo Shiyu's ranking space that they snapped back to reality, and various voices began to echo. Wang Defu, he won already? Holy crap, the opponent isn't just some no-name, they're a diamond tier powerhouse. Oh my god, the style move was so cool it made me wet. That's too strong. I take back my previous doubts. The streamer is a skilled streamer, not a comedy streamer. Oomph, you newcomers probably don't know what's going on. The streamer's contract spirit is an SSR. SSR? Cherry Blossom Slayer, a completely unseen ability. I've heard rumors that some top-tier spirit contract families secretly cultivate ultra-powerful SSRs, raising them to high levels before revealing them. The streamer is probably one of them. Chapter 66, 1v1 True Spirit Battle, Familiar Faces. Once again, a wave of gifts flooded the spectator room, raining down on Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. Amidst the gift effects, Xia Yuan looked at Mo Shiyu. How much spirit power is left? Mo Shiyu, 20%. After a day of ranked matches and clearing a 4-star dungeon raid, she could already feel the exhaustion in her spiritual energy. Xiao Hei took the opportunity to boast, without me, Master would probably be out of spiritual energy by now. So, I'm still pretty useful. Xia Yuan nodded slightly, keep going. It's enough. Even if we drain you dry, we can still activate the engraved set's abilities. Times End replenished the Spirit Beast's spiritual energy reserves by 50% after the Spirit Summoner had exhausted their own. This effect, he had never triggered before. Might as well try it today. However, such a powerful ability from the engraved set should have a long cooldown after a single use. Match successful. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan continued their 9th ranked match. As time went on, the number of viewers watching their livestream kept rising. The fiery 9-game winning streak is on. More and more people are tuning in to see who dares to make such bold claims and challenge that woman's winning streak. In this 9th match, their opponent is still a diamond-ranked player, but clearly much stronger than the previous one. Even though Xia Yuan started with his ultimate move, he couldn't take them down instantly. The opponent, seeing that it was rainy night with a sword but no umbrella, along with a large number of spectators, was highly vigilant. Xia Yuan used the 8 gates escape technique, activating the 4th gate, and combined it with the cherry blossom sword array from the 1000 cherry blossoms technique, finally securing the victory. After achieving 9 consecutive wins in the ranking matches, the number of spectators in the livestream had reached tens of thousands, with various spirit stone spent gift effects flying everywhere. Mo Shiyu, seeing the overwhelming number of effects, which were too dazzling to look at, silently turned off the gift effects. Then, the final ranking match began. The viewers in the livestream were all eager to witness the historic achievement of a perfect 10-win streak in the ranking matches. As a level 55 contract spirit, this was a historic feat. Match successful. The arena scene appeared, set against the backdrop of mountain peaks, perfectly fitting the atmosphere of the final ranking match. The opponent's information also appeared. Master rank, 11 points. ID, Black Flame Spirit. In the Spirit Binder ranked matches, after reaching the Master rank, each victory earns 1 point. Upon reaching 100 points in the Master tier, one can ascend to the pinnacle of Spirit Binder ranks, the King tier. Besides having an extremely high rank, the opponent's character customization was also quite impressive. 2 beautiful women dressed in elegant long dresses, one black and one white, with tall, slender figures and legs that seem to go on forever. The one in black is the Black Yanling Spirit Tamer. The one in white is a level 96 SR Spirit Master. The woman in black glanced at the ID name above Mo Shiyu's head, crossed her arms, and smiled. Oh, we found a tough opponent. Isn't this the one who's been on a 9-win streak, rainy night with a sword but no umbrella? The white-dressed spirit contract master snorted coldly. What I enjoy most is breaking others' winning streaks. Black Yanling's mind raced instinctively. She bit her snow-white finger lightly. We can't be careless. He's definitely strong. To match us as opponents after 9 consecutive wins, he must be an SSR for sure. The white-clad spirit's eyes flickered, her expression growing more excited. She swung her long sword, sending a chill through the air. SSR, great. I was just looking for an SSR to vent my frustration on. Black Yanling suggested, should I release all the other contract spirits? The white-clad spirit companion shook her head firmly. No need. I want a 1v1. The opponent is very strong, I can tell at a glance. Precisely because of that, he's the perfect test subject for my second awakening. Black Flame Spirit sighed and gave up. After all, she had to pamper her SR rank spirit. After all, she didn't care much about ranking points. What mattered more was the combat power growth of her SR contract spirit. To enhance a spirit's combat power, besides grinding through dungeons to level up and equipping runes, there is a higher tier method. That is to constantly push themselves to the brink of death, engaging in battles that repeatedly teeter on the edge of life and death, to awaken the soul's primordial power. Just like how bosses have 3 stages, contract spirits can also undergo 3 awakenings. Generally speaking, only contract spirits that have reached level 90 or higher can achieve soul awakening. Each awakening significantly boosts combat power and stats. On the other side of the arena, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan watched the black-clad spirit contract master biting her finger, looking analytical, and felt a sense of familiarity. The two exchanged glances. No way. Mustard Xiao? Xia Yuan lifted his zanpakuto, wanting to laugh but holding it back. I don't know yet. We'll find out once we fight. This ranking match was going to be more straightforward. With Xiao Hei, the sidekick, out of the picture, it was now a 1v1 battle between true spirit warriors. The viewers in Mo Shiyu's livestream couldn't help but perk up. This ranked match was going to be exciting. One was a 55 level SSR. The other is a 96 level SR at the master rank. Both spirit companions are absolute powerhouses. No matter who wins, it wouldn't be surprising. On the spirit battle arena, Xia Yuan and the white-clad spirit stand facing each other from a distance. Both sides are ready. The thrilling countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. Whoosh. The moment the sound ended, both of them moved simultaneously. Xia Yuan didn't hesitate, releasing his zanpakuto and activating his bankai. The white-clad spirit companion also acted without hesitation, flashing her sword and closing in on Xia Yuan in an instant. Clang! Her sword, covered in frost, collided with Xia Yuan's pre-activated injury-proof circle, producing a clanging sound. The white-clad spirit reacted swiftly, twisting the tip of her sword and attempting to enter from another angle, but the blade remained stuck. Why? She paused for a moment. This strange defensive ability, how is it so similar to that guy's? Meanwhile, Xia Yuan had already completed his banka, with towering blades rising behind him, scattering into a shower of cherry blossoms and charging toward the opponent. The white-clad spirit quickly backed away, expelling cold air from her mouth, and swung her sword at the cherry blossom blades in front of her. Ice cold 10,000 miles. Icy sword chi swept through the cherry blossoms in front of her, carving a path through the encircling cherry blossom blades. Xia Yuan recognized the familiar skill name and the icy sword chi, confirming the opponent's identity. Alliance Strategy Team Spirit Ice Cream Miss. And that black-dressed contract spirit master with the ID Black Flame Spirit, who likes to bite her fingers, must be Hanyu, right? This is really Kunken meeting singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. What a coincidence. Xia Yuan couldn't help but let out his signature wide grin. The Ice Queen spotted that utterly annoying smile from a distance, her golden eyes filled with astonishment. That smile left a deep impression on her. This guy. How can he smile so much like Xia Yuan's dead expression? The Ice Soul Queen watched the cherry blossoms swirling through the air, briefly lost in thought. But that's impossible. Xia Yuan's skills aren't that flashy. Mo Shiyu had also recognized the other party's identity and couldn't help but suppress a smile. However, the other party was unlikely to know their identities. After all, the abilities Xia Yuan used were completely different. Chapter 67, Spell Reversal combined with the 8 Gates Escape Technique, Xia Yuan's Hulk form. But? Who told you to laugh like that? It's making me really angry. The Ice Soul Queen held her swords in both hands, her aura surging, with ice and frost spreading beneath her feet. Ice cold 10,000 miles, maximum output. She took a step forward, her white dress fluttering, revealing a sliver of her snow-white thigh, and swung her sword. Crackle! The icy sword chi froze everything in its path, forming icicles that nearly covered the entire stage. The cherry blossom blades were scattered and frozen, and even Xia Yuan was frozen within them. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Indeed, an SR-rank spirit beast at the master tier was a completely different level of power compared to an SR-rank spirit beast at the diamond tier. He's frozen. We've hit a tough opponent. Will our winning streak be ended? The big brother with the sword, keep going. Hanyu released his clenched fingers and laughed loudly at Mo Shiyu. SRs are different from each other. A top-tier SR can even rival an SSR. Rainy night with a sword but no umbrella. I'll take your winning streak. Mo Shiyu remained calm. Sure enough, the opponent clearly hadn't noticed their identities. The Ice Soul Queen didn't think a single sword strike could end the match. Her golden eyes remained fixed on Xia Yuan's direction, sensing the killing intent. Here they come. Humming sounds filled the air. The ice shards covering the stage were almost simultaneously eroded by cherry blossoms, coated in a layer of pink light. Crack! All the ice shards shattered simultaneously, shattered from within by the cherry blossom blades. The spirit binding arena was once again engulfed by a sea of cherry blossoms. At the center of the flower sea, the coldly handsome man reappeared with graceful poise. He tilted his head back at a 40 or 50-degree angle, gazing up at the sky as if admiring the scenery. Suddenly, he recalled a poetic line and murmured softly. When autumn comes in the 9th month, my flowers will bloom, and all other flowers will wither. The fragrance pierces the sky, filling Chang'an, and the city is adorned with golden armor. Mo Shiyu blushed with embarrassment, thinking to himself, this guy is definitely the type who can't live without showing off. Are you fighting? What are you doing, writing poetry? But why am I inexplicably drawn to him? The modeling is so good, anything you say looks cool, right? The Ice Soul Queen clenched her teeth in anger. This guy is just like that guy Xia Yuan, completely off the wall. After Xia Yuan finished his poetic musings, he seamlessly transitioned into Jian Jing? Qianben Sakura Jingyan. The cherry blossom blades obeyed the command, forming a neat array of cherry blossom swords that floated in the air, enveloping the Ice Soul Queen and creating a world just for the two of them. The Ice Soul Queen glanced at the majestic scenery around her and snorted coldly, all flash and no substance. She raised her swords once more, her body shrouded in icy coldness, leaving behind footprints of frost and snowflakes. Then, she unleashed a barrage of Ice Soul Sword Chi towards Xia Yuan. 18 Sword Chi strikes. The Sword Chi transformed into sharp ice blades, swiftly darting towards Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan elegantly raised one hand, and the cherry blossom sword blades surrounding him formed a long line, automatically locking onto and chasing after the ice blades slashed by the Ice Soul Queen. The two clashed repeatedly in mid-air. While the cherry blossom sword blades blocked the enemy's attacks, Xia Yuan didn't idle. He raised his other hand and under his mental control, began to construct a gigantic sword blade made of cherry blossom sword blades in front of him. This technique was something even Rukia Kuchiki couldn't perform. It was something he had created on his own after mastering the ability of the Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura, and he never expected it to succeed on his first try. This is the advantage of not relying on Gojo Satoru's template and constantly familiarizing oneself with new skills. He could seamlessly integrate the abilities of the Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura, even developing new skills to enhance the diversity and power of his techniques. Xia Yuan's fingertips twitched slightly, and the cherry blossom giant blade charged toward the Ice Queen according to his will. Even the ice blades she slashed out were shattered one after another by the cherry blossom blade, which swiftly closed in on her face. The Ice Soul Queen blocked with her sword, but the immense force pushed her backward relentlessly. In that brief moment, Xia Yuan raised his finger once more, aiming at her, ultimate technique, Thousand Blades Flower. All the pink cherry blossom blades simultaneously shifted their tips, pointing toward the Ice Soul Queen. A dense shower of sword blades charged forward relentlessly. Almost a desperate situation. The spectators on the viewing platform erupted in shouts once more. She's going to win again. I'm speechless. No wonder it's an SSR. The skills are already so flashy and cool, and now it's this strong too. Damn, I'm so jealous. If I had a spirit companion like that, I'd eat rice with feces just to have one. The live stream has already reached 50,000 viewers and is still rising. Newcomers just arrived and are already mesmerized by the cherry blossoms. Just as everyone thought the battle was about to be decided, the Ice Queen's aura erupted once more, her expression growing. Without a moment's hesitation, she chose to awaken. All attributes enhanced. Ice Crystal Valkyrie form. Boom! A bone-chilling cold air surged skyward. The temperature in the entire space plummeted. Even the spectators in the stands felt the chill, hugging their shoulders and shivering uncontrollably. Thousands of cherry blossom blades were frozen solid before they could even reach the Ice Queen. Even the massive cherry blossom sword blades that had been suppressing her were corroded by the ice, cracking and shattering into icicles before crashing to the ground. The Ice Soul Queen was now clad in a blue ice crystal battle armor, her figure graceful and stunningly beautiful. Her attributes skyrocketed, and her long sword left afterimages as she parried all the cherry blossom blades attacking her. Xia Yuan couldn't help but curve his lips upward. Ice Cream Lady transformed into her ice cream form, looking incredibly cool. It looked so tempting, as if one wanted to take a bite and feel the coolness of summer. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Queen had already escaped the danger and appeared behind him. The speed of the cherry blossom blades could no longer keep up with her. The cherry blossom domain around you is pretty special, isn't it? My sword is being blocked. Then, what about long-range attacks? The Ice Soul Queen's lips exhaled a chill, channeling her power into her long sword, unleashing an astonishing aura, cold silence, sword frost hooking the moon. She charged her power and swung her sword. The icy sword energy sliced through the air, leaving a crescent-shaped iceberg in its wake, rushing towards Xia Yuan's back. Xia Yuan spun around abruptly, facing the vast, highly destructive crescent-shaped ice field. He knew that the cherry blossom sword array wouldn't be enough to block it. Then I'll take this a bit more seriously. 8 gates escape. 6th gate, Jing Gate, open. Green energy flames erupted from Xia Yuan's body as he burned his life energy to its limit. At the same time, he used the reverse technique to heal the injuries on his body. As a result, the two entered an infinite loop. Xia Yuan felt an endless supply of power surging through his body, as if it were being replenished endlessly, his blood boiling to the extreme, utterly exhilarated. The power of youth made his eyebrows grow thicker without him even realizing it. This scenery gate is no longer the scenery gate from the Naruto world. It is now a more powerful and deadly reverse technique version of the scenery gate. The green energy burning on Xia Yuan's body grows increasingly dense, and his physical limits continue to be pushed to the extreme. His current state can be described as the Hulk form. This terrifying surge of life energy swept across the area, shocking everyone present. Xiao Hei was speechless with shock. Xia Yuan has turned into the Hulk. That's amazing. Mo Shiyu was also too excited to speak. She never imagined that the power of the 8 gates escape technique could match the War Soul Blade's 1000 cherry blossoms. Chapter 68, upgrading to the Peacock version, aiming for the Phoenix. Xia Yuan was so full of youthful energy that he completely ignored the role-playing, letting out a passionate roar. Open the Jing Gate. Upgrade to the peacock. Toward the phoenix. He leaped into the air and hovered in mid-air, unleashing a flurry of punches at the icy sword chi rushing toward him. His fists moved so fast they left after images, breaking the sound barrier and generating high-temperature flames as they frictioned with the air. Flaming meteors spread out in a radial pattern, covering an approximately 120-degree fan-shaped area in front of Xia Yuan, with a thunderous roar. The peacock formation is a technique that can be unleashed after activating the sixth gate of the 8 gates of escape, the scene gate. This technique involves generating flames through ultra-high-speed punches that friction with the air, forming a cluster of flame attacks that cover the battlefield. Since the attack resembles a peacock spreading its tail feathers, it is named Toward the Peacock. However, under the enhanced version of Xia Yuan's reverse technique, the power and quantity of the aura punches he unleashed far surpass those of the peacock strike. The flames erupting from his twin fists are so dense they block out the sky, with a wider range and greater power, resembling a fiery phoenix diving down. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Ice Queen's crescent-shaped ice blade was easily shattered and melted by the fire phoenix, releasing a large amount of white steam. After destroying the ice glacier, the phoenix continued its dive toward the Ice Soul Queen with undiminished power. The Ice Soul Queen was momentarily stunned. "Aren't you a swordsman? Why suddenly switch to hand-to-hand combat and start throwing punches?" She had fought countless contract spirits, numbering in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. This was the first time she had ever seen a contracted spirit with such a vast skill range. It made no sense at all. The Ice Soul Queen could only swing her sword again, unleashing the Ice Soul Sword Chi once more, desperately defending against the phoenix. Ice and fire collided, steam rose, obscuring the view. Xia Yuan, in his Hulk form, suddenly burst out of the white steam, his flaming fists charging straight for her abdomen. The Ice Soul Queen's passive skill, Super Perception, activated, warning her in advance. She narrowly managed to raise her sword in time to block his fist. Bang! However, the punch was incredibly powerful. Even though she blocked it with her sword, it felt like being hit head-on by a high-speed train, sending her flying backward. The Ice Soul Queen was momentarily dazed by the blow. Who's the swordsman with such a hard fist and such immense strength? The Ice Soul Queen plunged her sword into the stage, just managing to steady herself, when Green Giant Xia Yuan's other fist was already inches away. She let out a loud shout, swinging her sword from below to above, using the icy sword energy to deflect the force of Xia Yuan's punch. Then, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Sword and fist collide. The battle intensified. Whether it was the speed of the sword strikes or the speed of the punches, both were at their absolute limit. To the onlookers, all they could see were green and white figures intertwining like a web, exploding from one end of the stage to the other. While fighting with his fists, Xia Yuan also controlled the cherry blossom blades around him. The two attacks were perfectly coordinated, allowing him to almost completely overwhelm the Ice Soul Queen. As time passed, the Ice Soul Queen's wounds grew more numerous, with her cheeks scraped by cherry blossom blades and her body grazed by fist winds. When the two finally separated, the Ice Soul Queen was already battered and bruised, her white dress torn open in many places, revealing the snow-white skin beneath. Her curvaceous body rose and fell violently as she gasped for breath. Despite being at a disadvantage and beaten severely, her charming face was adorned with a satisfied smile. She hadn't faced an opponent strong enough to overpower her in a long time. On the other side, Xia Yuan remained unscathed. The passion of youth gradually faded from his face, returning to its usual cold expression. His mind was far from calm, churning with turbulent emotions. Because the reverse technique combined with the 8 gates escape technique had actually succeeded. The 8 gates escape technique was indeed powerful, but once activated, it placed an enormous strain on the body's physical abilities. The greater the power it unleashed, the greater the damage it inflicted on the body. Even for a spirit contract, once the body is damaged, it cannot recover immediately but requires the spirit contract master to expend spiritual energy for a slow recovery. However, Xia Yuan can utilize the reverse technique to instantly, precisely, and swiftly repair the physical damage. The two skills cycle endlessly, forming a perfect closed loop. Endlessly stacking the physical combat buff provided by the 8 gates escape technique. This effectively replaces the side effects and costs of the 8 gates of escape with the immediate consumption of the spirit master's spiritual energy. This grants him the terrifying state of perpetual 8 gates, driven by an infinite power engine. The power boost provided by the 8 gates of escape is immense. 10 times. Tens of times. Even higher. Xia Yuan now possesses a human nuclear fusion reactor that can operate continuously. This reactor no longer generates energy by burning life force, but through the reversed spell formula sustained by Pang Yuling's spiritual energy. In the Naruto world, after Kaido opens the Death Gate, there is a time limit. Because his life energy can only sustain it for so long. However, if Xia Yuan activates the Death Gate with the reversal technique's enhancement, as long as the Fat Rain's spiritual energy hasn't been completely depleted, he can remain in the Death Gate state indefinitely. While the reverse technique consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy, with Fat Rain's current reserves, sustaining it for 5 or 6 hours is no problem. 5 or 6 hours in the Death Gate state? Xia Yuan dared not even think about it. It was almost like cheating. Who the hell could withstand that? Even Ban Yi would have to kneel. Xia Yuan took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions. This was one of his trump cards. However, so far, no one had been worth his full effort. Meanwhile, the number of viewers watching Mo Shiyu's livestream had already reached 70,000. Keep in mind, these were 70,000 spirit masters, not ordinary civilians. The heat was already quite intense. The entire audience of spirit contractors erupted in cheers, marveling in awe. Wow, the gifts are so amazing, I can't believe my eyes. Goosebumps are giving me chills. Both of them are so strong, but the SSR with the knife and no umbrella is still stronger. How did a swordsman manage to fight so fiercely with his fists, even suppressing a swordsman with his bare hands? It's utterly unbelievable, I can't believe it. This is so intense. Every man should watch this close-quarters combat. Is this the true value of a master's match? It's like a being from another dimension. Xia Yuan looked at the white-clad female swordswoman with her torn garments, exuding a unique charm, and extended his hand to beckon her. What's wrong? Are you giving up? Keep going. The Ice Soul Queen raised her long sword once more, flashing a cold smile that bordered on madness. A woman can't say she can't. All you can say is don't stop. As she spoke, the blade of her sword swelled to several times its original size, glowing with a brilliant icy blue light, emanating a biting cold. The entire arena was shrouded in ice and frost, freezing the ground and sky. The temperature dropped even lower than before, plummeting to the lowest temperature the world could reach. Absolute zero. 273.15 degrees Celsius. Xia Yuan could tell from her stance that she was about to unleash her ultimate move. He had seen it before. This move was indeed powerful, having once drained the abyss boss dry. Since that's the case, he would show her the respect she deserved. It was time to use the strongest technique of the Zanpakuto Senbenzakura to end the battle. Xia Yuan's Zanpakuto reappeared in his hands, held firmly with both hands, as his spiritual pressure surged to its peak. In an instant, Mo Shiyu felt her remaining spiritual energy being drained completely. She skillfully knelt on the ground, having already mastered the technique of how to lie down properly after her spiritual energy was depleted. Xia Yuan. Mo Shiyu spoke weakly, unable to hide her bitter smile. How many more moves do you have left? Chapter 69, Final Scene? White Emperor Sword. Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was depleted. The Time's End inscription effect activated. Xia Yuan felt his spiritual energy replenished, brimming with power. Centered around him, an overwhelming sense of pressure crushed the entire battlefield. His aura was so powerful, unmatched by any other. The cherry blossom blades floating in the air above the stage vanished completely, transforming into pink streaks of light that all converged on the Zanpakuto in his hands. Instantly, an explosive burst erupts. A blinding white light rose into the sky, forming massive white wings that surrounded the blade on both sides. The final scene. White Emperor Sword. The White Emperor Sword is the final form of Senbon Sakura Kei's technique. Upon activation, all scattered cherry blossom blades into white wings that envelop the sword body, forming a luminous sword form that combines beauty and destructive power. This form achieves maximum attack power by compressing all the power of the Bankai into a single point. This overwhelming scene left the audience trembling in their seats, their breath catching in their throats. Even from a great distance, they could feel the terrifying power contained within Xia Yuan's glowing sword body. Xia Yuan and the Ice Queen's auras collided fiercely in the air, neither yielding an inch, splitting the stage into two halves. Both were ready to strike, their combat power reaching its peak as they prepared to decide the outcome. The audience fell silent, everyone staring wide-eyed, not wanting to miss a single moment. Mo Shiyu and Han Yu also grew tense, their hearts pounding in their throats. They both trusted their contract spirits to defeat their opponents. The atmosphere froze like ice, with a storm brewing. The arrow was on the string, ready to be released. The Ice Soul Queen's hair stood on end with rage, her skirt fluttering in the wind. She raised the Ice Soul Greatsword high above her head, and icy frost marks glowed beneath her feet. She chanted her ultimate technique with a loud voice. Ice silence. Absolute zero judgment. Sword energy surges like a rainbow, cold blades flashing. Centered around her, ice instantly covers the entire stage, and the deep blue sword chi of the Ice Soul, filled with the aura of destruction, charges towards Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he countered with a white sword body, shining like stars. Final scene? White Emperor Sword. He wielded the White Emperor Sword, facing the vast ice blue sword energy head-on. The two forces collided head-on, sending shockwaves sweeping across the entire arena. In the golden eyes of the Ice Queen, the figure of Xia Yuan wielding the White Emperor's sword grew closer and closer. Her pride and joy, the strongest sword chi, was sliced cleanly in half by the White Emperor's sword, spreading out and pouring to both sides. The two pass each other by. The aftereffects of the clashing sword chi shook the entire space. Once the aftereffects of the battle on the field had dissipated, everyone looked up again to see the two standing back to back, maintaining their sword drawing stances. Xia Yuan raised his hand, which had turned purple from the cold, and sheathed his sword first. His thin lips moved slightly, a hint of teasing in his voice as he whispered. Ice Cream Lady, you're quite good. Unfortunately, You're still a billion times worse than me. The next moment, the white-clad female swordswoman's lips began to bleed, and she staggered a few steps before kneeling on one knee. Leaning on her long sword, she burst into a carefree laugh. Ha ha ha. That's refreshing. I lost. However, upon hearing the name Ice Cream Lady, she froze in shock, her pale face filled with disbelief. You are. Unfortunately, her body couldn't hold on any longer, shattering into a cloud of spiritual energy fragments and returning to the spirit contract space. The battle ended. On the ice-covered stage, a mechanical female voice announced the victory. Congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella on your victory. Xia Region Ranking Space Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella for achieving 10 consecutive victories. The arena space slowly dissipated. Hanyu stood frozen in place, unable to believe that the Ice Soul Queen had lost to a level 55 contract spirit. She eventually managed to smile, feeling somewhat relieved. Humans are in for a treat. This generation of new contract spirits is truly a breeding ground for monsters. I never expected that besides Xia Yuan, there would be such a powerful SSR appear. Hanyu looked at Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, as well as the flying white creature, and suddenly felt that this lineup was strangely familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan returned to their respective ranked spaces. The mechanical female voice sounded again. Congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella for achieving 10 consecutive wins in the ranking matches. Your current rank is Master 001 points. The viewers in the livestream finally snapped out of the intense battle and erupted in excitement. Roar! 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 The White Emperor's sword is so cool. I'll call you the strongest swordsman. Wait, his martial arts skills seem pretty impressive too. 10 consecutive wins in the ranking tournament? This is a scene I couldn't even dream of. You've been ranked directly to the master tier? The streamer is unbeatable. They have such a powerful SSR. I'm completely blown away. No wonder they call you the Rainy Knight Blade Master. These battles were absolutely thrilling. After an afternoon of streaming, the gift value in Mo Shiyu's livestream had already reached 5,000 spirit stones. The number of spectators was still skyrocketing, and it was about to break the 100,000 mark. Click. The live stream suddenly cut off. Mo Shiyu didn't say a word. She simply closed the live stream. Because she was simply too exhausted. Ending the stream. Although Mo Shiyu was so tired that her whole body felt weak and her head was buzzing, she couldn't help but smile widely at the master level badge. Master level. Hee, that's great. I won 10 consecutive matches and directly reached master level. How many spirit masters in the history of Great Xia have achieved this? I, Mo Shiyu, did it. She laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. Mom and Dad, did you see that? Look at what I've achieved. Don't worry. I will avenge you. Mo Shiyu's body swayed unsteadily before she fainted gracefully, nearly hitting the ground. Xia Yuan knelt down and hurriedly caught her, looking helpless. He had long noticed that there was an unusual determination in her that didn't belong to someone her age, as if something was constantly driving her forward, refusing to let her rest. No matter how many times her spiritual energy was drained, or how exhausted and painful her body felt, she never uttered a single complaint. On the surface, she appeared harmless and normal, but deep inside, she was burning with a fiery determination. As for what fire was, Xia Yuan had some idea. However, he believed that Mo Shiyu would one day tell him voluntarily. Xiao He returned to the spirit contract space on its own. Xia Yuan held Mo Shiyu in his arms and stepped out of the spirit contract master ranking space, returning to the hotel. He had originally planned to throw her onto the bed, but upon seeing the tear stains on her face, he decided to be gentler and instead placed her down. After spending the whole day in real-life rankings, it was time to play some game rankings. Xia Yuan gathered his friends in the group chat, intending to play a few rounds of Fearless Spirit Contract. But to his surprise, these guys had already started playing and hadn't waited for him at all. As soon as he joined the game squad's microphone, he heard the scolding voice of the Code Knight. Hey, buddy! Dumb dragon, what's going on? I told you to hold the spot, how could it be so hard? You died so fast. We weren't even there yet, and you're already dead? The Platinum Dragon King's apologetic voice echoed. I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's my fault. Sorry, my claws are just too big, it's hard to grip the mouse. If I press a little harder, the mouse will break. I've already replaced it several times. Chapter 70, A Night of Back Pain. What did you do to me? The lazy, teasing voice of the censor knight echoed, more excuses. If you're bad at it, practice more. The White Dragon King replied nervously, Senior, you're right. A skilled female netizen scoffed, you coding guy, you're bullying the new little dragon, aren't you? You were always at the bottom when we were coding the Fearless Spirit, and now you've climbed to second to last, so you can start pressuring others? The coding knight retorted indignantly, Meanie, you're being too harsh. I'm a holy light knight, a true knight of the light. How could I have such dirty thoughts? I was just trying to teach the younger generation how to play the game. Mimi, the name of the skilled female gamer, was an internet-addicted teenager who was almost always online. No matter when Xia Yuan sent her a message, she was always playing games. Her WeChat signature read, "The real world is a game, the game world is the real reality." This signature alone revealed how severe her gaming addiction was. Xia Yuan put on his headphones and adjusted the game settings. "Hey, stop talking. Hurry up and finish. I'm online." The Platinum Dragon King's tone was both excited and a bit aggrieved. "Big Pot, you finally showed up." As a dragon entering an unfamiliar group, it had to endure pressure from strangers and be taught how to play the game. The only familiar person in the group was Xia Yuan. The Code Knight shouted, "Hey, little dragon, don't get distracted. They're about to attack the Platinum Dragon King, oh. A moment later, the Platinum Dragon King's admiring and awestruck exclamation could be heard. "Mimi sister, you're so amazing, 5 kills. Coding Knight, that's so cool, no wonder you're an internet addict. Mimi, basic skills, don't mess up." After the three finished the game, Xia Yuan officially joined the gaming squad. Mimi said boredly, "Did you see the news from the Spirit Summoner Circle? Someone achieved 10 consecutive wins in the ranking matches and broke the record by reaching the master rank." Xia Yuan, with his legs propped up on the desk, replied lazily, "Oh? That's spreading fast. We just left the Spirit Summoner ranking space. Platinum Dragon King, you guys went into the Spirit Tamer ranking space? My master said that if your SSR isn't at least level 80-90, it's not worth it to go into the rankings. Mei, UNZ, have you been drinking again? How much did you drink?" Xia Yuan, "Mimi, I'm not the type to brag. I always tell the truth." Censored Knight, "Let me check my phone." "Oh no. It's true. There must be something wrong with this space. Someone else marked their location and surpassed my rank? Mimi, Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella? What a weird ID. The person who named themselves that must be a bit off their rocker." Xia Yuan's forehead formed a well shape, and he smiled mischievously. "Mimi, don't make me follow the internet cable to find you in chat." Mimi stuck out her tongue. Hee, wow, I'm so scared. Just keep acting. When we meet in person, all the cool stuff you're doing now will be your downfall. White Dragon King, Mimi, Big Pot is really powerful. He's way stronger than me. Mimi was speechless. Being many times stronger than you is something to brag about? The White Gold Dragon King scratched his head. "You're right. Censor Knight, stop it. The game's started. I'll ask one last thing, UNZ, are you guys about to go to God's capital?" Xia Yuan placed his hands on his temples, rocking his gaming chair. "Yeah, that's right, 7 days. Censor Knight, Old Deng and I are also heading to the Imperial capital. Besides protecting you, we'll handle some other matters." Xia Yuan laughed. "Protect us? You should protect yourselves first. Me and Fat Rain don't need it." Just then, the game started. A loud thud echoed through the room. Someone had fallen out of bed. Xia Yuan turned around to look. It was Mo Shiyu, who had fallen off the bed while sleeping. She had placed it too close to the edge. He shook his head helplessly. "Ah lele. You're such an adult, yet you still like to toss and turn while sleeping. You're impossible. I'll pick you up and put you back in bed after I finish this game." The censoring knight had a keen sense of smell and immediately asked, "Did the doll fall?" Xia Yuan. "Platinum Dragon King, what's a doll? There shouldn't be any children in the Big Pot, right? Married men in cartoons are usually more composed, but the Big Pot clearly isn't composed. Mei, adult matters, little dragon brother should mind his own business." White Gold Dragon King, oh. Xia Yuan felt like this group wasn't for him. Everyone was so eccentric and he was the only normal one. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan's livestream in the Spirit Tamer ranking space went viral. They achieved 10 consecutive victories in the 55th level placement matches and directly advanced to the master rank. This is terrifying. Throughout the history of the great Xia Spirit Binding Masters, this was extremely rare. Now, within the Xia Spirit Binder community, videos of this legendary figure, known as Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella, are spreading like wildfire. Douyin has even started editing clips of Xia Yuan unleashing his 1,000 cherry blossoms technique, pairing them with catchy background music, and raking in views. The videos went viral overnight, reaching millions of views. Such dazzling and beautiful spirit summoning skills are the most deadly for the average person. Combined with the cool and handsome image of Rukia Kuchiki, it's absolutely perfect. In a previous life, this would have been the perfect promotional video for a game character in the gacha pool. The charm of an SSR is fully showcased here. Everyone wants to pull it after watching. Unfortunately, in this world, even if you spend all your money and risk your life, you might not even get it. The next day, Mo Shiyu awoke from a deep sleep, feeling a bit sore and achy. It felt like she had been roughly handled. She sat up, her gaze blankly fixed on the computer desk. Xia Yuan was still engrossed in the game, shouting, "Hey, you two! What are you doing? Playing games requires brainpower, you know." Mo Shiyu suddenly snapped back to reality, wrapping her arms around herself, her face brimming with tears. Sure enough. He really did it. Her face flushed bright red, her lips trembling as she bit her lip and said, Xia Yuan, what did you do to me? Xia Yuan noticed her resentful gaze, took off his headphones, and smiled, saying, "Oh, you fell under the bed last night. I was going to pick you up and put you back in bed after finishing this game, but I forgot. I only noticed in the middle of the night. Mo Shiyu, So that's why my whole body feels so sore." Her eyes went blank for a moment, and after a while, she silently got up and went to wash up. After breakfast, the two entered the Spirit Tamer ranking space again and started the live stream. The number of spectators had skyrocketed to an astonishing 100,000 plus. The spirit companions in the live stream were as enthusiastic as ever. First. Finally, the big shot is going live. After watching those ranked matches yesterday, I couldn't sleep all night. I even dreamed about getting the Rain Night God spirit pet. I need to see cherry blossoms. Passers-by were drawn in by the video and want to witness the cherry blossom swordsman's prowess. Drawn by the cherry blossom swordsman's martial arts skills, I want to learn your body techniques. Chapter 71, Luo Ziyan and the Demon Blade Maiden. Over the course of this week, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan were almost always streaming and grinding for ranks. With the power of the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura and the first few gates of the 8 gates escape technique, Xia Yuan maintained an unbeatable streak, charging straight toward the terrifying 27-win streak. The popularity of the livestream continued to skyrocket. They not only received nearly 10,000 spirit stones in livestream donations. Xia Yuan also gained valuable practice in mastering his skills, and as he defeated more and more spirit beasts, the system's reward progress bar reached 70%. The increase is staggering. This was likely because the contracted spirits he had defeated were all extremely powerful SR-ranked beings, resulting in high reward points. Xia Yuan had planned to keep going until 75% to draw a universal skill. Unfortunately, the time had come for them to head to the imperial capital to participate in the National Spirit Contract Masters Summit Tournament. As top-tier spirit contractors who emerged from the numerous spirit contractors academies in Junchuan province, their treatment has been upgraded once again. A luxury private jet was chartered exclusively for the 5 spirit masters Mo Shiyu and his companions to fly to the imperial capital. The imperial capital, the capital of the Great Xia Empire. A gathering place for countless elite spirit summoners and powerful spirit beasts. Numerous top-tier spirit summoner clans stand side by side. Various factions within the Great Xia Empire are deeply intertwined here. It is also the stage where spirit masters dream of showcasing their abilities. 2 of the nation's 3 top spirit contract master academies are located in the imperial capital. On the plane, Mo Shiyu held her phone, sending messages. Xia Yuan saw her chatting so happily with someone else for the first time and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you chatting with?" Mo Shiyu replied with a delighted expression. "A sister who took care of me when I was little, Luo Ziyan. She attended the Zizihua Qiling High School in Daijing and is also a Qiling master who drew an SSR card, just like me. We both made it to the national finals." Xia Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh? That's pretty interesting. SSR should still be pretty strong, it's worth paying attention to. Especially after defeating them on the spirit contract arena, we should gain a lot of reward points. Like the Dao Long." It may look dumb, but Xia Yuan felt he'd need some tricks to take it down. Mainly because it's been chasing him around, bellowing non-stop, making it impossible to bring himself to act. These days, while playing the game, he's been trying to lure the opponent to the spirit summoning arena under the pretense of friendly sparring, aiming to defeat it and earn points. After all, it's not like it's really going to die. Unfortunately, the Dao Dragon just wouldn't fall for it, refusing no matter what. Where's the dumb part? It's just a clever little thing. Can't fool it at all. That's exactly what great wisdom appears as foolishness means. Mo Shiyu held her phone, her lips curling into a smile as she sighed. Luo Ziyuan's sister got the SSR Demon Sword Maiden so early on. Back then, I was so jealous of her. She turned her head, her eyes sparkling, and looked at Xia Yuan, but who would have thought that I have an SSR now too? Upon hearing the name, Xia Yuan was taken aback for a moment. Wait, Fat Rain, you said the SSR she got is called Demon Sword Maiden? Mo Shiyu nodded. What's wrong? You don't happen to know her, do you? Xia Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Of course he did. In many games from his previous life, this character had appeared. But he wasn't sure if it was the same Yao Daoji he had imagined. After all, since he first arrived in this world, he hadn't encountered any characters from the various dimensions of his previous life. Only faintly similar ones. If the two-faced demon could also be extracted to become a contract spirit character and then have him decapitated to become a 2.5-headed demon. Xia Yuan shook his head with a smile. He was overthinking it. Now, he wasn't Gojo. He was Xia Yuan, possessing all of Gojo Satoru's abilities, and even numerous god-defying skills. Even if he did come, Susanoo could only say to him, "Sorry, I couldn't let Xia Yuan-sama use his full strength." So far, Xia Yuan clearly senses that, apart from himself, none of the characters from the dimensional worlds of his previous life have appeared in this world. SSR is extremely rare and difficult to obtain, so it's not worth considering. However, among the low-tier contract spirits that have been drawn the most, there are no minor characters from the dimensional worlds of his previous life. Therefore, Xia Yuan became even more interested in this demon sword maiden. Is it because their names are similar? Or their settings are similar? Or is she a demon sword maiden from another parallel world? He would find out once he met her. Mo Shiyu stretched her limbs, showcasing her alluring figure. After we land, Xia Yuan will come to pick us up. She'll take us around the imperial capital for some fun. We won't attend the banquet. It's just more boring socializing and being scrutinized. Her large, black and white eyes glanced at Xia Yuan, and she muttered, "And you're the one who always causes trouble. We should just rest well tonight and prepare for tomorrow's national competition." Xia Yuan reached out from behind her and pressed his fist against her face. "Fat Rain, what do you mean I start trouble? If others don't provoke me, how can there be trouble? I'm a reasonable person." Mo Shiyu, ugh. Xia Yuan, what are you mumbling about? Mo Shiyu forcefully pushed his hand away, turned her face away, and returned to her aloof demeanor, no longer paying him any attention. The plane soon arrived at imperial capital. Mo Shiyu declined the official arrangements, took Xia Yuan away from the airport terminal, and began searching for Luo Xian according to the information on her phone. She seemed to have arrived earlier and was already waiting for them at the arrival gate. Sure enough. As soon as they stepped out of the terminal, they spotted a large red banner. Spanning the crowd, a red bridge had been erected. It read in large characters, "Welcome to the imperial capital, my most adorable, most beautiful, and most endearing younger sister, Mo Shiyu." In the center of the banner hung a photo of a little girl with a smile on her face and a grain of rice on her lips. She bore a striking resemblance to Mo Shiyu. She looked exactly like her when she was a child. The scene was so grand that it drew everyone's attention. The crowd at the airport couldn't help but cast various curious glances. Xia Yuan was taken aback and laughed, teasingly saying, "Ha, little Fat Rain is pretty cute. How did she change so much after growing up?" The little girl in the photo had a gentle smile, like the warm sun of early winter. From her smile alone, one could tell she was very happy. Even those who saw her couldn't help but be infected by her joy and feel happy along with her. Where is the slightest trace of the icy beauty and aloof demeanor of Mo Shiyu now? Mo Shiyu, upon seeing this scene, instantly turned into a red steam engine. Suddenly, a lively and playful female voice rang out from the crowd. "Oi! Xiao Shiyu! I'm here, come quickly, come quickly!" Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu followed the sound and spotted a small, bouncing figure in the crowd. Luo Xian was petite, with her hair tied in two ponytails, bouncing up and down with each jump. She was absolutely adorable. Her little mouth revealed a hint of her tiger teeth as she smiled brightly and waved at them. Beside her stood the stunningly beautiful and tall demon sword maiden, dressed in a red floral patterned dress, standing quietly. A standout in the crowd. One is drowning in the crowd, unsure of what to do. Chapter 72, The Equal Spirit Contract Law, the imperial capital where all races coexist. Xia Yuan looked at the lively girl with the twin ponytails and asked in astonishment, "Fat Rain, are you sure she's your sister? She looks so small and short." Mo Shiyu hurriedly shushed him, warning, "Xia Yuan, don't say she's short in front of her." Xia Yuan nodded in understanding. The two groups gathered in the hall. Mo Shiyu and Luo Xian, old friends reunited, were overjoyed, their emotions running deep, tears welling up in their eyes. Just as they finished catching up, the warm atmosphere lasted only a few seconds. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but point at the exaggerated banner, her face flushed with anger as she accused. "Xia Yuan, explain this to me. What on earth is that exaggerated banner? You posted my childhood photo there, that's way too much. I don't have as thick a skin as you do." Luo Xian smiled sweetly, rubbing her head, her two little fangs standing out prominently. "It's cute. I just wanted to share such a cute little Mo Shiyu with everyone. What did I do wrong? Besides, this way you can feel my enthusiasm the moment you step out." Mo Shiyu waved her hands wildly, leaving trails of shadows, "Just put it away quickly." Luo Xian smiled sweetly, soothing her mood, then tilted her head slightly and finally took a good look at Xia Yuan standing behind her. At that glance, her eyes lit up, and she pushed Mo Shiyu aside, saying quickly, "Get out of the way." Then, like a lovesick girl, she rubbed her hands together and licked her lips, saying, "Xiao Shiyu, this must be your SSR, right? So tall." She looked up at Xia Yuan, her voice trembling with excitement. He's really tall and handsome, so stylish. His name is Xia Yuan, right? Come, let me check your body." Mo Shiyu watched her sister, who had forgotten her principles at the sight of a handsome man, with a helpless expression. This girl is still the same as before, she can't resist a handsome guy. She hasn't changed a bit. Xia Yuan looked down at the little girl with her twin ponytails, smiled widely, and couldn't resist reaching out to touch her head. "Sister? Little sister, you shouldn't make such adult jokes. I never would have guessed you're the older sister of the chubby one. You're really short. Maybe you're too picky about food. You should eat well and grow tall." Mo Shiyu's eyes widened in shock. "Hey! Xia Yuan, you nodded earlier. We agreed not to say anything." Luo Xian. Her eyes gradually lost their luster and she became furious, rushing forward to bite Xia Yuan. Fortunately, the demon blade maiden acted quickly, pulling her into her arms and subduing her. Luo Xian was as unruly as a piglet, kicking her short legs wildly in the demon sword maiden's arms, struggling relentlessly, and screaming at Xia Yuan in frustration. "You bastard! You said I'm short! I didn't know I was short. I eat properly, but I just don't grow tall. Can you blame me? You're just here to pick a fight with me, aren't you? Don't think I won't bite you just because you're handsome." Xia Yuan looked at the cat, who had suddenly transformed from a smiling kitten into a vicious dog ready to bite, and burst into laughter. He was also a troublemaker and continued to pat his butt while mocking it. "Oh my! I'm so scared, come bite me. Little yodel girl, being short isn't a problem. The problem is you can't handle the truth. That's not good." Xia Yuan laughed wickedly, "This world is cruel. If you're short, accept it. Just stand there." Mo Shiyu stepped in between them and gave him a sharp elbow. "Xia Yuan, shut up." Luo Xian bared her little fangs, tears streaming down her face, and spat out a threat. "How dare you? Let's duel. I'll show you what a human spirit summoner is capable of." Xia Yuan, "Oh? Interesting. Are you going to jump up and hit my knees?" Luo Xian angrily exclaimed, "Xiao Shiyu, this guy isn't an SSR. An SSR wouldn't be so immature. He doesn't have the bearing of a strong person at all. He just bullies girls." She had truly lost her composure. As a pampered princess, who dared to mock her height growing up? Even at the academy, she was the queen bee, and no one dared to look down on her because of her height. Mo Shiyu watched the two of them arguing, feeling a headache coming on. Yao Daoji held onto the struggling Luo Xian with practiced ease and calmness, clearly not the first time she had restrained her master. The heartwarming reunion of childhood sweethearts had turned into a ridiculous, childish fight between two elementary school students. The two continued to argue all the way to the airport, finally calming down once they got into the car. Both of them were a bit thirsty, plus Luo Xian needed to drive. Xia Yuan took a sip of water and suddenly realized he should have been paying attention to Yao Daoji. It was all Luo Xian's fault. He finally took a good look at the demon sword maiden sitting in the front seat. At first glance, her appearance was indeed very similar to the demon sword maiden from a certain Shikigami game he had played in his previous life. For instance, her black and red patterned dress, and her stunningly white, long legs. Even her aura was strikingly similar. Xia Yuan didn't observe for long before feeling the resentful gaze from beside him. Mo Shiyu glanced at the demon sword maiden's legs. She wasn't wearing black stockings either, so why was he staring so intently? She compared them secretly. In terms of beauty, her legs were just as stunning as the others. At that moment, the vehicle entered the bustling city center. The scenery outside the car windows became a dazzling display of neon lights and vibrant colors. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu were both first-timers here and couldn't help but take in the sights. The skyscrapers of Daijing clearly had a stronger tech-driven aesthetic. A blend of cyberpunk and modernity, the style was unique. Especially the pedestrians on the streets. Various alien creatures with significant physical differences from humans, dressed in fashionable clothing and keeping up with the latest trends, moved about casually among the crowd. In this modern, cyberpunk city, there was a thriving scene of diverse races coexisting peacefully. It no longer resembles Blue Star. It resembles the alien worlds from science fiction novels. Xia Yuan remembered that the cities in Yunchuan province were not as tolerant of contract spirits. It can only be said that the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom truly leads the way in the times. Luo Ziyan smiled proudly. The imperial capital is pretty impressive, isn't it? It's completely different from other cities. First-time visitors all feel like they've arrived in an alien city. Mo Shiyu pressed her face against the car window, observing the outside world with eyes full of wonder. It's amazing. The spirit beasts seem to have seamlessly integrated into human society. Luo Ziyuan drove while explaining. To prevent some Qilin with unusual or terrifying appearances, whose forms differ greatly from humans, from frightening ordinary citizens and disrupting their daily lives, most other cities in the country have restricted the Qilin's freedom of movement. Except for necessary combat, non-human spirit beasts are almost never allowed to move freely within the city on their own and have little interaction with ordinary people. Most of them stay in their spirit beast spaces and rarely come out. However, the imperial capital is different. A few years ago, the spirit contract law was proposed and has entered the implementation phase, allowing spirit contracts of all races to walk the streets. As long as they obey the laws of human society and do not damage public facilities, that's fine. Even those massive contract spirits have their own dedicated giant commercial district in the imperial capital, where they can roam freely. Mo Shiyu nodded slightly and spoke slowly. The Contract Spirit Equality Act is a law evolved from a slogan based on modern human history. Contract spirits are partners who share in humanity's honor and disgrace, not slaves or subordinates of humans. Hundreds of years ago, the relationship between humans and contract spirits was far from as harmonious as it is now. At that time, most human contract spirit masters exploited contract spirits by threatening them with spiritual energy to force them to assist humans in battling dungeon monsters and secret realm beasts. Chapter 73, You Are, the Eternal City of Contract Spirits in the Imperial Capital. Xia Yuan was surprised. Oh? There's such a history? Mo Shiyu raised her snow-white neck and glared at Xia Yuan with a strange expression, snorting, That's right. Back then, you were my slave and had to obey my every command. If you didn't, I'd cut off your spiritual energy supply and make you disappear. Xia Yuan smiled and reached out to touch her slender waist, which had not a single ounce of fat. Bat Rain has been getting pretty arrogant lately, even trying to enslave me and saying. Mo Shiyu struggled as if she had been electrocuted, laughing happily with tears in her eyes. Ha ha ha. Xia Yuan, I'm sorry. I was just joking. I never meant it. Luo Xian looked at the rearview mirror, her face filled with disappointment. Little Mo Shiyu, you're so useless. You can't even stand up to your own spirit companion. She said triumphantly, My demon sword maiden listens to me perfectly. The demon sword maiden sat upright, her hands resting on her snow-white knees, turning her head to give her a cold glance. Luo Ziyuan broke out in a cold sweat, shifting her gaze to the side to end the topic. At least demon sword maiden has a good temperament, gentle and reliable. Unlike someone else, acting like a child, so annoying. Xia Yuan placed his hand by his ear. Huh? Yodel sister, don't speak. You're too short for me to hear. Luo Xian. Yao Daoji, drive carefully. Luo Xian? Omega? Luo Xian, even in the bustling capital city of Imperial Capital, had an extremely luxurious villa. The Luo family is a first-rate spirit summoner clan in the Imperial Capital. Though they have never produced an SSR-ranked spirit summoner, they have cultivated numerous powerful SR-ranked spirit summoners. Additionally, they have connections at higher levels, so their status is far higher than that of the Mo family. Due to the long-standing friendship between the Luo and Mo families, Luo Ziyuan had the opportunity to meet Mo Shiyu. After returning to the villa, enjoying lunch, and taking a short rest, Luo Xian then took Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan to explore the magical city of the Imperial Capital. This city is exceptionally well equipped with facilities for spirit masters and their spirits. The largest offline trading market for spirit contract masters in the country is located here. Initial spirit beasts of all ranks, breakthrough materials, various engraved sets, spirit beast weapons, and more could all be purchased using spirit stones. Additionally, the top-ranked spirit contract master academy in the country is largely situated in Imperial Capital. Near the Imperial Capital, there are a vast number of fixed dungeons and secret realms, allowing spirit contract masters to freely grind levels and acquire resources. After spending the day exploring, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan's first impression of the Imperial Capital was a paradise for spirit summoners and their summoned spirits. Before they knew it, they had visited until sunset. Luo Xian then took them to the Gardenia Spirit Binding Academy to admire the flowers. As the fifth-ranked Spirit Binding Academy in the Great Xia Empire, it surpassed the Xuanbai Spirit Binding Academy in every aspect, from facilities to environment, by an immeasurable margin. The four of them walking on the streets were the center of attention within the academy. Especially Luo Xian, who, as the spirit master with the legendary SSR-ranked Demon Sword Maiden, was the undisputed queen of the academy. As they walked along the path, countless people approached them to greet them and offer tea and water. Xia Yuan couldn't help but suspect that she had brought them to the Zizhu Flower Academy just to show off her status and prestige within the academy. The students of Zizihua Academy were also curious about the identities of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. However, due to Xia Yuan's active performance, they had already gained fame across the nation's top spirit summoner academies, so they were quickly recognized. Soon, the entire school was abuzz. They were completely treated like rare animals, surrounded by onlookers. Holy crap! He's the Caliba god of the north. The real person is way too handsome. Yuanshan, I'm your fan. Look, his domain is unfolding. We're doomed. Is he here to challenge our academy? They seem to have a good relationship with Purple Yen, the big sister. Oh my god. Who gets this? The pressure from Xia Yuan and Yao Daoji walking together, two SSRs. We're doomed. This lineup is targeting me. You're just bragging. You're a nobody. This lineup is clearly targeting the raid boss. Luo Ziyan had originally planned to show off. But she never expected that Xia Yuan would receive even more attention than her. Especially since Xia Yuan was constantly flirting with the female students at school, taking off his glasses for photos and such. She was immediately annoyed, bit her lower lip, cleared her throat, and said calmly, "Even if you're an SSR, you can't be too arrogant and reckless. You should know to stay humble. After all, there are always better mountains beyond the mountains, and better people beyond the people." Xiao Shiyu, do you know how many other SSRs there are in this year's National Spirit Summoner High School competition besides our two spirits? Mo Shiyu nodded. As a spirit master, she naturally kept a close eye on all the news and movements of SSRs. Especially these SSRs, who are her competitors in the peak tournament. 7. Luo Ziyin chimed in, that's right, 7. She smiled sweetly and leaned close to Xia Yuan, saying, beating these 7 won't be easy. SSRs are monsters among monsters, so we should stay humble. This is advice from someone who's been there. Xia Yuan looked down at her, surprised. You're still holding a grudge? That's so childish. Luo Ziyuan froze in shock, fuming. Huh? What do you mean I'm childish? You're the one who's childish. Xia Yuan chuckled, striding away with a confident air, his nose held high, and said solemnly. Don't compare me to other SSRs. To be precise, I'm an UR character even rarer than SSR. Luo Ziyuan blinked her eyes, her little face filled with disbelief. Xiaoxiu, how long has your SSR been acting like this? And Mo Shiyu sighed helplessly, I've gotten used to it already. She suddenly curled her lips into a confident smile, but you know, I also think Xia Yuan is one of a kind and the strongest. Luo Ziyuan was completely stunned, shaking her head in disbelief. We're doomed, both of them are beyond saving. Yao Daoji sensed the disrespect, halting her stride with her long legs, glaring sharply at Xia Yuan and speaking coldly. Want to fight? Now. Xia Yuan hadn't expected the other party to be so direct and decisive. He stopped in his tracks as well, turned to face her, and grinned. All right. In an instant. Both of them erupted with an overwhelming aura, invisible gusts of wind sweeping in all directions, pressing down on everyone around them until they could barely breathe. The students who had been watching and their spirit beasts scrambled to their feet and retreated hundreds of meters away. Mo Shiyu and Luo Ziyan immediately stepped forward to block the two, pushing them apart and trying to calm them down. No. Absolutely not. Tomorrow is the big competition. We must rest well today, refrain from using spiritual energy, and maintain peak condition for the final showdown. Xia Yuan and Yao Daoji were brimming with fighting spirit, but the two spirit beast masters kept blocking them, even threatening to die to stop them. No matter how stubborn they were, they couldn't fight now. The outcome would have to be decided in tomorrow's competition. If they're both aiming for the championship, they'll inevitably face off. The tension eased once more. After admiring the Jasmine Flower Spirit Academy surrounded by flowers, the sky had already grown dark. In the final moments, Luo Ziyan drove Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan to the imperial capital underground city. This place was also known as the Spirit Contracts City of Eternal Night. One of the liveliest areas in Imperial Capital, the underground spirit-packed arena, with bars and taverns lining the streets. I usually go to the tavern in Neverland City for a drink before bed. Trust me, once you try it, you'll fall in love with this tavern too. Luo Ziyan drove her luxury car through the bustling main street of Neverland City and entered a secluded alley. Soon, a simple wooden tavern came into view. Hanging above the tavern's entrance were 4 neon signs flashing the words. World Peace. Chapter 74, The Four Maids of Joy, Anger, Sorrow, and Happiness, and the Skeleton Who Drinks. Xia Yuan looked up at the tavern's name and thought to himself, the owner sure has big ambitions. Achieving world peace was no easy feat. As soon as they pushed open the tavern door, 4 beautiful young women dressed as maids stood on either side, bowing respectfully and speaking in unison. Welcome. World Peace Tavern. One of the maids, with a bright smile, led them inside, saying, please follow me. Having maids as servers in a tavern was extremely rare. Xia Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, instinctively sizing up the 4 beautiful maid-attired young women. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. Each of the 4 waitresses had a completely different expression on their faces, their demeanors vastly different. The one leading them maintained a bright smile, clearly overjoyed. The other 3. One was filled with anger, looking fierce and menacing, as if someone owed her $8 million. Another looked sorrowful, with tears always welling up in her eyes, as if she were deeply in love with something. The last one was overjoyed, covering her mouth and giggling as she looked at everyone, as if recalling something delightful. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? Xia Yuan noticed this and found it amusing. The female waitresses at your tavern have character roles to play? The lead waitress, with a delighted expression, turned back and smiled. Yes, that's right. Every waitress in our tavern has their own character role. By the way, my name is Joy. She smiled sweetly. This guest really has keen observation skills. Luo Ziyan rolled her eyes. Such a big deal. Xia Yuan, you really need to see more of the world. Xia Yuan stroked his chin, raised the corners of his mouth, and casually praised. Your acting is really good. It doesn't even look like you're acting. The tavern was crowded, yet the voices didn't sound chaotic. At each table, guests sipped their drinks while chatting quietly with their companions, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Besides humans, there were also many other races of contract spirits. Elves, orcs, undead. The soft, melodious music was soothing to the ears. The interior of the tavern was beautifully designed, blending ancient simplicity with an air of mystery. Everyone made their way to an empty table in the corner of the tavern and sat down. Luo Ziyan skillfully began ordering drinks, specifying that she wanted the innkeeper to personally mix them. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu, who were visiting for the first time and had no experience, also asked her for help. This place isn't very popular in Qiling City, but it's a hidden gem. Not many people have discovered it yet. I only found it by chance. Luo Ziyan said with a smile. Xia Yuan sat sprawled out in a relaxed posture at the tavern table, grinning as he surveyed his surroundings, pushing Mo Shiyu aside until she was squeezed to the edge. She looked like she wanted to say something but dared not. The atmosphere here is indeed nice. It has a magical charm that makes you want to calm down. Xia Yuan praised it for the first time. Luo Ziyuan was overjoyed, even happier than a bride, and laughed, "Ha, Xia Yuan, I didn't expect you to have such good taste." "Xia Yuan, I'm talking about real magic. I'm usually so restless it's hard for me to stay calm." Mo Shiyu forced herself to make some space and couldn't resist adding, "Yes, he has ADHD." Xia Yuan was about to tease the plump girl again, but his attention was drawn to the guests at the next table. Across from him sat a skeleton spirit in a pink suit. The emblem on its head read B rank, level 30. At that moment, he elegantly lifted his wine glass, placed it under his nose to inhale the aroma, then took a sip. The liquid flowed out of his hollow mouth, dripping down his chest bones, and finally dripping onto the ground. Despite his body being unable to hold any liquid, the skeleton wore an expression of pure enjoyment, muttering to himself, the bartender's mixing skills have improved lately. It's rich and aromatic, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Xia Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing this, slapping the table with his hands. "Ha ha ha. Look over there. There's a skeleton spirit drinking too. How amusing. This is truly hilarious." Luo Ziyan and Mo Shiyu followed his gaze and nearly burst out laughing as well. The scene was simply too hilarious. Every time the skeleton took a sip of wine, some spilled out, and it couldn't catch any of it. The alcohol flowed down its skeletal frame and dripped onto the ground. Yao Daoji also turned her head to take a look. Among those present, only she could remain expressionless. It wasn't just Xia Yuan and the others who noticed this odd scene. Guests at other tables were also struggling to suppress their laughter. It was truly drinking alone, drinking in solitude. They had never seen a skeleton spirit drinking before, and to be honest, it was surprisingly elegant. Seeing the pink skull head looking over, Xia Yuan took a deep breath, stopped laughing, and sternly scolded Luo Ziyuan and Mo Shiyu, who were still trying to suppress their laughter. "What's wrong with the two of you? Where's your manners? He's clearly so elegant. What gives you the right to laugh at him? Are you discriminating?" Luo Ziyan and Mo Shiyu were filled with confusion. "You were the one laughing the loudest." At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair, dressed in a tailcoat and with a kind and benevolent expression, walked over carrying various bottles of wine. As he placed the drinks on the table, he greeted Luo Ziyuan with a warm smile. "Little Miss Ziyan, you're here again? You look even more beautiful than yesterday. Are these two your friends?" Luo Ziyuan, upon seeing the owner, was also very happy. "That's right, Mr. Owner, your business is getting better and better. Oh, it seems like I'll have to make a reservation next time I come." The tavern owner smiled. "It's all thanks to you regular customers. No need to make a reservation even if we're full, I'll always save a table for Miss Ziyan." After the boss's special drinks were served, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu, at Luo Ziyuan's enthusiastic recommendation, began to taste them. It must be said, the taste was excellent. Xia Yuan couldn't help but drink a few extra cups. He glanced at the 100-level tavern owner and whistled. The imperial capital really is a place of hidden talents. This owner not only makes great drinks but also seems pretty powerful. Yao Daoji looked at him. "Do you feel the same way?" Xia Yuan smacked his lips. "Yeah, even though he looks old, his vitality is still strong, and his life force is as vibrant as a young man." Luo Ziyan laughed. "The owner is a retired veteran from the front lines. He's hiding his rank. He might even be an SR." The four of them drank and chatted. Xia Yuan noticed the skeleton contract spirit at the table across from them, sitting alone. He felt something off about him, so he picked up his drink, stood up, and walked over. "Drinking alone? Mind if I join you for a few?" The skeleton in the pink suit looked slightly surprised, gesturing for him to sit down. "Leaving those three beautiful ladies behind to drink with a skeleton like me? Don't you think that's a waste of time?" Xia Yuan didn't hesitate, sat down, and clinked his glass with the others. "Because I think you, Mr. Skeleton, have a lot of style, and I'm also curious, can you really taste the flavor of the wine?" The skeleton spirit burst into laughter. "To be honest, I can't taste it." Xia Yuan, "So you're just acting?" The skeleton replied philosophically. "Actually, when you drink, you're drinking the emotions. Even though I'm a member of the undead race, I still have emotions. You have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness." Xia Yuan laughed after hearing this. "The contract spirits of the imperial capital are truly interesting. It feels like everyone here has a rich life." The two continued chatting. A maid with a sorrowful expression approached them. "Sir, our boss is now available. He would like to continue discussing business with you." The skeleton contract spirit stood up. "Excuse me for a moment." "Xia Yuan, go ahead." Xia Yuan watched it follow the tavern owner into the inner room, finally realizing where the sense of incongruity had been coming from. At his stage, he could easily sense the strength of other contracted spirits. No matter how well it hid, as long as it was strong enough, it would uncontrollably emit some intangible aura. Of course, it was not easy to see through it. Unless, of course, one was equally powerful or stronger. This skeleton spirit beast was ranked B tier, level 30 on the surface, but its aura clearly didn't match its rank. That's why Xia Yuan felt something was off. The tavern owner is different. His level is much higher, and he has almost no aura, like a master who has returned to his natural state. He doesn't even look like a 100th level contract spirit. The contract spirits of the imperial capital are truly one more sophisticated than the next. Xia Yuan couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he was tempted to drag these two to the contract spirit arena and fight them to the death, wondering how many reward points he could earn. Chapter 75, The Food Chain. The world will tremble before me. Inside the World Peace Hotel. The skeleton surveyed the surroundings and asked in confusion, "Can we talk here? Aren't you worried about eavesdroppers?" The white-haired innkeeper gestured for him to sit down, clasped his hands together, and spoke gently. "Rest assured, the entire tavern is within my copy realm. No one can eavesdrop." The skeleton nodded slightly, sat down elegantly, and got straight to the point. "You called me here because you want me to take action, right? I've been hiding for so long it's really getting boring." The tavern owner chuckled, his dim old eyes flickering with a hint of obsession. "That's right. Lately, too many powerful human contract spirits have appeared, greatly increasing their combat strength. If we don't reduce their numbers soon, the balance of power between us could be disrupted. Humans are greedy, they're even more so than we are. Once they feel their strength is sufficient to crush us, they won't hesitate to launch a purge war, aiming to eliminate us. These time bombs embedded among humans." The skeleton chuckled at this. "Really? With them? If it weren't for our desire for sustainable development, giving them time to recover and reproduce, they would have been extinct hundreds of years ago. After all, creatures like us, the final bosses of a raid dungeon, can only survive by harvesting human lives to gain greater power and extend our existence." It took a sip of wine, spilling some on the ground. "Our relationship is like a single food chain. Do you think the creatures at the bottom of the food chain can eliminate those at the top?" The tavern owner calmly explained his viewpoint. "I never underestimate the power of human contract spirits. Though they are weak individually, their numbers are vast, and when united, they form a formidable force. For the sake of my peaceful and secure life, the world must remain peaceful." The skeleton waved his hand, unwilling to delve further into the strange thoughts of this monster boss. Enough. Let's not get sidetracked. I've already killed 650,000 people. If I kill another 350,000, I'll reach the million mark and become a world-class bounty boss, right? The tavern owner nodded. "That's right, undead lord. Though you've only been around for a short time, you're a boss with some real ideas. I'd love for you to join us." "Skeleton, time and place?" The tavern owner pulled out the promotional poster for the National Spirit Summoner High School Championships Imperial Capital Final and handed it to him. The venue for the event will have 100,000 spectators. Plus all the residents from the surrounding areas, over 350,000 people. By the way, help me eliminate the rising stars of this year's college spirit summoners. The skeleton's hollow eyes flickered with excited red light. "Finally, the day has come. I've been longing for this day for so long." It rose gracefully, smoothed its pink suit, and spoke slowly. "Wait for my good news. Tomorrow, the world will tremble before me." The tavern owner suddenly shouted. "Wait a moment. If you can, spare the short girl with the twin ponytails sitting across from you." The skeleton was utterly astonished. "You old monsters actually feel pity for humans?" The tavern owner smiled and said, "She has been a regular customer at my tavern. If you kill her, I'll lose a wealthy patron. To be honest, I've always wanted a daughter. But you know, as bosses like us, we've long been stripped of our reproductive rights by the gods." The skeleton's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Alright, I'll try." Xia Yuan and his group finished drinking at the World Peace Tavern and returned to the villa. As for how they got back? Luo Ziyan was a seasoned drunk driver. Seeing the Luo family's license plate, no police officer would dare to check. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Ziyan mentioned that there was a large artificial hot spring built inside the villa, where they could soak and relax to ease their fatigue. But here's the problem. With just one hot spring, and all three of them being girls, what about Xia Yuan? Xia Yuan immediately said, "Then I'll just take the loss and soak with you guys." Luo Ziyuan and Mo Shiyu blushed one after another. "I could join." No, you're thinking too much." "No way. We'll go first, then you can come later." Yao Daoji remained silent, finding such trivial matters unimportant. She didn't even understand why the other two were blushing and resisting. Xia Yuan, with his thick skin, sighed helplessly and said, "Can't you two wear something? Like swimwear or something? I can't wait any longer, we're running out of time, and I have to play games tonight." After saying that, he stripped down to just his swim trunks, ignoring the other three, and happily ran into the artificial hot spring room. With a splash, he landed elegantly in the water. Luo Ziyan truly lived up to her reputation as a wealthier and more generous woman than Mo Shiyu. Soaking in the artificial hot spring was indeed a pleasure. Xia Yuan never turned down such a pleasure. He had finally lived a new life, he wasn't going to deprive himself. Not long after, the other three, still wearing colorful swimsuits, sneaked in. Mo Shiyu and Luo Zian were both nervous and shy, looking like brides-to-be. Only Yao Daoji remained expressionless, entering the hot spring with confidence. Xia Yuan, being a gentleman, couldn't help but silently admire their figures. It must be said, they were fair-skinned and delicate, a pleasure to the eyes. Pang Yu's gold content was still increasing. She was actually the fattest one. Until Xia Yuan's gaze fell upon Luo Zian, he couldn't help but exclaim, so small. Luo Zian blushed instantly, her shyness gone, transforming into a swimming rocket frog, furiously splashing toward him. Xia Yuan. Let's settle this once and for all. Today, it's either you die or I perish. Mo Shiyu and Yao Daoji tried to hold her back, but they couldn't stop her. Xia Yuan, unfazed, laughed mockingly while splashing water at her. A fierce water battle erupted in the hot spring, with water splashing everywhere. After a good day's rest, the much-anticipated National Spirit Summoner High School Championship finally began. Mo Shiyu got up early, finished her morning routine, put on her most vibrant Spirit Master robe, and added a pair of black stockings for the final touch, then stepped out of her room. Xia Yuan, dressed in an ultra-trendy jacket and sunglasses, looked like he was glowing sea cover, had been waiting for her in the living room for ages. Fat Rain, good morning. Let's cleanly secure first place in today's tournament and show them what the strongest is all about. Xia Yuan was as arrogant and conceited as ever. Mo Shiyu felt a moment of daze and disorientation. Even now, she still felt a bit unreal. The incredibly handsome SSR before her eyes was actually her own contract spirit. Having someone she could trust unconditionally, someone who would always be by her side and protect her, it was truly wonderful. She felt like she had returned to her childhood. Back then, her parents were still alive, and she felt just as at ease. Mo Shiyu suddenly felt a long-lost sense of happiness, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. Chapter 76, Golden City, the peak tournament begins. Imperial Capital, Golden City. The final round of the Great Xia National College Spirit Summoner Competition is almost always held in Golden City. Golden City is located at the heart of Imperial Capital, the most luxurious, oldest, grandest, and largest venue in the city, capable of accommodating the largest number of spectators. Although the entire venue is not actually made of gold, the wealth spent on its construction would be enough to build a city worthy of the name Golden City. Hence, it is also known as the Golden City. Today marks the first day of the final round. Inside the Golden City, over 10,000 spectators have already taken their seats. The roar of the crowd forms a wave of heat, nearly lifting the majestic dome. The ticket prices for the peak tournament have already skyrocketed. On the online ticket resale market, a single ticket has been scalped for a staggering 100,000 Xia coins. Even spirit stones are required, 1,000 of them. And there's no price that can be put on it. After all, the number of SSR-ranked participants on the stage of this peak tournament has reached an astonishing 9. This marks the year with the highest number of SSR Spirit Masters in the history of the Great Xia Spirit Master Academy tournament. In previous years, the highest number was only 6. Without a doubt, this will be a visual and power-packed spectacle that will drive all of Great Xia's viewers wild. The stands in Golden City can only accommodate around 10,000 people. Meanwhile, the live streams of major news media outlets across the Great Xia have already attracted nearly 100 million viewers since the broadcast began. Most humans in this world lack spiritual energy and cannot become spirit masters. However, spirit contractors are the primary combat force for humans in their battles against dungeon monsters and secret realm beasts. Even ordinary citizens closely follow the major events in the spirit contract master world, which are closely tied to their survival. Those powerful spirit contractors who once turned the tide and protected the masses have long since become heroes and national idols in the hearts of the people. Their influence and appeal in the secular world are also immense. In the waiting area for participants of the Golden City competition, inside the room where the Yunchuan province team was staying, Mo Shiyu listened to the chaotic atmosphere inside the venue, calming her racing heart with deep breaths. The audience for this competition was almost the entire population of the Great Xia Empire. Who wouldn't be nervous on their first time competing? Except for Xia Yuan. He remained as laid back as ever, exuding an air of ultimate relaxation, reclining in his seat with nothing to do, and muttering impatiently. How much longer is this opening going to take? It's a bit slow. Besides Xia Yuan, the white gold Dragon King, shrunk to human size, trembled all over, his dragon face filled with anxiety and tension. When it spoke, its teeth were trembling. Big boss, aren't you afraid? The audience we'll be facing soon is over 100 million people. Everyone in the Great Xia Empire will be watching us. Xia Yuan chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? More viewers isn't a bad thing, is it? More people will get to see my handsome figure. I'm truly happy for them. The Platinum Dragon King's fangs clanged together in his mouth, making a clang 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 sound. And we have to compete with so many SSRs on the same stage. We're definitely going to get beaten to a pulp. It suddenly stiffened, looked at Xia Yuan, and pleaded, Big Pot, if you happen to encounter me, please go easy on me. I've been afraid of pain since I was a child. Xia Yuan was speechless, patted its shoulder, and said earnestly, Dumb dragon, remember you're a dragon. You must have the arrogance of a dragon. The Platinum Dragon King shuddered at the memory of yesterday's scene. Big pot, you didn't go to the banquet. Those SSRs were all fierce and terrifying, with levels as high as 60 or 70. We're only in our 50s. How are we supposed to fight them? Joku, looking disappointed, interjected, this kind of competition is usually for third-year students. They've had more time to develop, so there's naturally a level gap. Xia Yuan confidently crossed his legs, is that so? Level differences don't matter to me. Joku coughed twice, shook his head helplessly, and muttered, ignorance is bliss. Xia Yuan smiled and didn't bother to explain. Anyway, we'll find out soon enough how strong those SSRs are. He actually hoped his opponents would be stronger, so he could get more system reward points after defeating them. At that moment, inside the Golden City Arena, the official commentator of the Qiling Alliance was shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing all the way to their waiting room. Good morning to all the audience members here and the viewers watching the live stream. The annual National College Spirit Summoner Championship has begun. I know what everyone is most concerned about. The Imperial Capital P tournament has welcomed an unprecedented 9 SSR-ranked participants this year. Who will claim the top spot in this year's competition? Let's wait and see. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in a deafening roar of applause and cheers, causing the entire Golden City to tremble slightly. The intense atmosphere made everyone waiting backstage feel tense. The official commentator shouted so forcefully that he began coughing violently. After gulping down a mouthful of water, he continued in a thunderous voice. The number of provincial capital cities participating in this competition is exactly 20. Each province's representative is the top 5 spirit masters selected through rigorous competitions from countless spirit master academies across the province. In other words, there are a total of 100 university spirit masters participating in this peak competition. They are the cream of the crop among the younger generation, the backbone of the future of the Great Xia Empire. These 100 young spirit masters will hone their skills and shine brightly on the prestigious stage of the Golden City. The Great Xia Empire spans a vast territory, originally comprising 37 provinces. However, the arrival of dungeon monsters and secret realm beasts has devoured over 10 provinces of the Great Xia Empire. Currently, only 20 provinces remain as safe havens for humanity. The loudspeakers within the Golden City Arena echoed with the official commentator's excited shouts. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the selected provincial representatives from each province to the arena. First to enter are, of course, the Imperial Capital Team, the strongest representatives from all generations. Instantly, the entire arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, deafening the ears. The 5 spirit masters of the Imperial Capital Team, accompanied by their spirit beasts, entered the Golden City Arena. Among the spirit beast teams, the 3 golden SSR emblems shone brilliantly, instantly igniting the fiery atmosphere of the entire arena. Oh yeah! 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 Alka's is so cool, and the Demon Sword Maiden is so beautiful. I'm dying. 9 SSRs, and the Imperial Capital holds 3 of them. And each one is more formidable than the last. Let's not even mention Demon Blade Maiden and Nightmare Clown J yet last year's champion SSR, Eternal Night Judgment Alkas, who the hell can beat him? The SSRs from the Imperial Capital are always several tiers above those from other provinces every year. It's a natural advantage. There's nothing we can do. The resources that other provinces' spirit companions can obtain, whether it's monster dungeons or demonic realms, can't even compare to those in the Imperial Capital. In 10 years of competitions, the Imperial Capital has won 7 times. This year, it's highly likely that the Imperial Capital's contract spirit masters will claim the championship again. I have a feeling that Alkas will achieve an unprecedented 2-time championship. The vampire race is just too powerful. Chapter 77, The Divine Contract Spirit Master, the one-time champion Alkas. Yunchuan Province Waiting Room. Xia Yuan rested his hands behind his head, looking up leisurely at the live broadcast of the Imperial Capital Team on the TV screen. Pointing at the cold-eyed, silver-haired man leading the group, he said, "Is that guy the champion from last year? What was his name again? I think you mentioned it last night, something like a vampire." Mo Shiyu rolled her eyes at him and sighed. "Eternal Night Judgment Alkas. Xia Yuan, he is the biggest favorite to win this year's championship. He is our biggest enemy. At least remember his name." Xia Yuan spread his hands in exasperation and couldn't help but complain. His name is so long, who could remember it? But his name even has such a cool prefix, Eternal Night Judgment or something. He couldn't help but stroke his chin and thought, should I add a prefix to make my name sound more imposing? Like Cosmic Ruler Xia Yuan or King of the Gods Xia Yuan? Mo Shiyu felt a bit embarrassed, that's a bit much. The White Gold Dragon King, who had been nervously tapping his leg, perked up at the mention of the topic. Adding titles? I'm an expert on that. There are tons of them in cartoons. The ruler of the Green Grass Plains White Gold Dragon King. Bear Mountain King White Gold Dragon King. He scratched his head with his claws, They all sound okay, but they don't rhyme. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Joku hesitated, then decided against it. His own contract spirit wasn't very promising. He had known that all along. The opening of the competition was taking way too long. 20 provinces, with each province's delegation taking the stage one after another. Xia Yuan was too lazy to watch, so he pulled out his phone and started listening to music, humming along to the tunes. In the waiting room, everyone else was nervous beyond belief. Only he was enjoying himself alone. Mo Shiyu had already grown accustomed to Xia Yuan's laid-back nature and went about her own business, taking out her notebook to record information about the other SSRs. At the Golden City Arena, representatives from the top universities of the 20 provinces began to take the stage, their powerful contract spirits of various forms drawing loud cheers from the crowd. Yunchuan Province was scheduled to perform last, effectively serving as the finale. This year, Yunchuan Province had, for the first time ever, 2 SSR-ranked spirit masters. They were only one short of the imperial capital, which housed countless European-level spirit masters from across the nation. Xia Yuan was still rhythmically tapping Mo Shiyu's little head, but she suddenly stood up, removed his headphones, and said nervously, "Xia Yuan, it's our turn." She then waved her hand to remove the rank concealment on Xia Yuan and revealed her golden SSR once again. In such a situation, there was no need to hide one's rank. It was necessary to show off the SSR to boost morale. The official commentator's passionate voice echoed from outside. Next, please welcome our final group of contestants to the stage. They are the newly revitalized Yunchuan Province team, featuring 2 SSR cards. The applause and cheers from the crowd were deafening. Xia Yuan stood up, stretched lazily, and smiled, "Hey, making the grand finale appearance? Looks like the organizers know what they're doing. Yeah, that suits my status as the strongest." With that, he grabbed the nervous Mo Shiyu and strode confidently to the front. Joku and Bai Jinlong followed closely behind. The remaining 3 spirit contractors and their spirit beasts from Yunchuan Province finally caught up, maintaining a clear hierarchy. They were well aware of their own limitations. From the nearly minute long time gap they had been held back during the provincial competition, they knew that the 2 SSR-ranked individuals ahead were on an entirely different level. Now, being able to tag along and become the only region outside of the imperial capital to have 2 SSRs was already a tremendous stroke of luck. Over the past decade, the Yunchuan Province team had never stood out in the National College Spirit Beast Masters competition. Their presence was virtually non-existent. Out of 20 provinces, they ranked near the bottom. But this time, Yunchuan Province has finally made a name for itself and is no longer the underdog it once was. Everyone followed behind with heads held high, sharing in the glory. As Xia Yuan and his group entered the venue, a deafening roar of cheers and shouts greeted them, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. All eyes were fixed on them. Over 10,000 spectators, along with representatives from other provinces and those SSR-ranked powerhouses, all stared at them. For a moment, everyone felt the pressure mounting. Fortunately, there was Xia Yuan, the laid-back street fighter, leading the way. He kept his hands in his pockets, striding confidently, as if he were a leader on an inspection tour, or a lion patrolling its territory, cheerfully waving at the audience. Mo Shiyu followed closely behind him, her tense emotions gradually calming down. With him by her side, she felt fearless. The white gold dragon king cowered behind Xia Yuan, following his every step, moving cautiously forward. With Xia Yuan, the bright sun, the spotlight was no longer on him, and the pressure eased considerably. Yunchuan Province has 2 SSR-ranked individuals. I'm sure everyone has heard of their exploits. The Cloud North Slaughterer, Xia Yuan, and the Platinum Dragon King. Their spirit masters are Mo Shiyu from the Northern Sichuan Spirit Master Academy and Zhou Ke from the Tsangyun Spirit Master Academy. The official commentary enthusiastically introduced. It is said that Xia Yuan originated from an arcade character. At just level 30, he dared to venture into the Abyss dungeon, making outstanding contributions to defeating the Abyss's max-level boss. He then dominated the regional selection tournament and provincial-level competitions, securing first place and advancing to the next round. In just a few months since his debut, he reached level 55 solely through solo dungeon runs. Mo Shiyu, a first-year spirit summoner from a university, participated in this tournament, making her a true legend. So, what kind of results will they achieve in the peak tournament where the strongest players gather? Let's wait and see. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xia Yuan led the crowd from Yunchuan Province past the representatives of other provinces, guided by official staff into their waiting area. But just as they passed by the imperial capital team, a deep, solemn female voice suddenly rang out. Mo Shiyu. I do not recognize your identity as an Euro-style contract spirit master. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu stopped in their tracks and looked toward the speaker. There stood a short-haired girl with heterochromatic eyes, staring at them solemnly and continuing. Because you didn't obtain your SSR through your own luck by drawing cards, you simply stumbled upon an SSR by chance. She snorted coldly, her face brimming with arrogance. Therefore, I absolutely refuse to acknowledge you as an equal-ranked European Emperor Spirit Master. Mu Xiaoxiao, a student at the Imperial Capital's top Spirit Contract Master Academy, and the Spirit Contract Master who drew the SSR Nightmare Joker J. the young princess of the top spirit summoner family in the Great Xia Empire. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan looked at the young girl with the unusual eyes who had suddenly spoken up, both looking completely bewildered. Mo Shiyu asked in confusion, what did she say? What about recognition? What about being an European tier spirit summoner? Xia Yuan shrugged and pointed at his head, I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong here. Let's just leave before she bites us. A burst of suppressed laughter erupted from the crowd. Luo Ziyan laughed outright without any restraint. Mu Xiaoxiao, they think you're crazy. Mu Xiaoxiao looked left and right, hearing the suppressed laughter around her, and stomped her feet in anger, pointing at Mo Shiyu and said angrily. You all. I won't agree with you either, you opportunist. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu didn't even bother to acknowledge her, treating her like a stray dog barking on the street. Mu Xiaoxiao, furious, turned to the SSR beside her and said, Mr. J, if we encounter those two later, make sure to give them a good lesson. The nightmare clown J silently replaced the smiling mask on his face with a crying one, and a deep, gravelly voice echoed. Master, am I the clown, or are you the clown? Mu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes, of course you are. How could I be? She suddenly realized what she had said and felt wronged, even you're bullying me. I'm not the clown, you're the clown. Mr. J burst into a hearty laugh, alright, I'll handle them for you. Among the crowd, the vampire nobleman Alcus silently watched Xia Yuan as he walked by, only taking his eyes off him once he had entered the waiting area. His contract spirit master, Ma Yunfei, couldn't help but ask. What do you think of this Xia Yuan? Alcus snorted coldly, speaking casually. He's not as handsome as me. Ma Yunfei. Is that what I asked you? I was asking you about his damn strength. He took a deep breath. His innate upbringing as a top-tier aristocratic family heir prevented him from uttering any profanity. Chapter 78, The Strongest Contract Spirit, Climb 100 Floors. On the high platform, the official commentator glanced at the script, cleared his throat, and continued. Originally, the competition rules were to be judged by the main examiner of the Spirit Contractors Alliance, but due to a sudden 5-star dungeon disaster outside the imperial capital, the main examiner and the Alliance Spirit Contractors stationed in Golden City had to leave. Please forgive their efforts. Therefore, I will now announce the rules for this year's Imperial Capital Peak Tournament. The once bustling Golden City gradually fell silent. Everyone was eager to know the rules of this year's Summit Tournament, whether they would be exciting enough to witness the ultimate showdown between SSR-ranked players. This tournament will adopt a tower-climbing random matchmaking system. The strongest champion will climb 100 floors. 100 participants will enter the Spirit Contract Arena Tower, where they will face randomly matched opponents on each floor. Winners advance 1 floor. Losers descend 1 floor. Additionally, upon reaching each new floor, you will be matched with opponents of corresponding skill levels. There is no time limit for the competition. It will continue until all Spirit Masters and Spirit Beasts exhaust their spiritual energy. The final rankings will be determined by the number of floors climbed. Spirit Masters may bring their own spiritual energy potions, but only in quantities they can safely consume. Be mindful of your limits, as overconsumption of potions leading to death will not be the responsibility of this event. While spirit energy potions are useful, don't overindulge. This Spirit Summoner Arena Tower is constructed from an alternate dimension, similar to the Spirit Summoner ranking space, capable of withstanding any attacks without affecting the outside area. Additionally, whether a Spirit Contract Master or a Spirit Contract dies within the tower, they will be revived at the cost of consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, Spirit Masters of exceptional combat prowess, unleash your skills and showcase your strongest abilities before the world. The official commentator delivered the passionate explanation, and the Golden City erupted once again with deafening cheers. Viewers in the live streams of major news media outlets also engaged in lively discussions. This tournament format is great. Tower climbing battles mean every Spirit Contract Master has a chance to face a 1v1 showdown, and even consecutive battles. The battles are intense. The fastest to reach the top floor must be an SSR with extraordinary combat power. The consecutive battles between SSRs, chasing each other, are incredibly thrilling. I'm already fired up and can't wait. Let's get started. The snacks and beer are ready. Fight until you're exhausted, and you can even use potions? The official rules are way too lenient this time. There are just too many options. I don't know which SSRS live battle stream to watch right now. The top choice is definitely last year's champion, Eternal Judgment. Xia Yuan couldn't help but smile. This is great. He could kill a lot of powerful SSRs, and the system's reward bar would see a massive spike. Currently at 70%, he didn't even need to reach 75% to try his luck at the rewards pool. If he could push it all the way to 100%, that would be pure bliss. Just thinking about it made Xia Yuan excited. His eyes gleamed as he scanned the participating contract spirits, grinning widely and letting out a low laugh, hee. The more of these tournaments, the better. It should be held every day. The white gold dragon king beside him sensed the killing intent emanating from Xia Yuan and began to sweat profusely. It swallowed hard, approached Xia Yuan, and rubbed its hands together like a fly, looking ingratiatingly at him. Big pot, remember our agreement. Go easy on me, at least give me a chance to surrender. Jokuo was furious. Big White, can't you try harder? Are you sure you'll lose? The White Gold Dragon King sneered coldly, his aura trembling, his expression suddenly turning serious. Its vertical pupils flashed with red light as it spoke with unwavering confidence and determination. Master, you must believe me on this. I will lose. He's fighting someone of the dragon god level from his previous life? Are you kidding me? If it really had to face Xia Yuan in a serious battle, even watching countless anime would give it nightmares. Jokuo coughed violently, so angry he didn't know what to say. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan were both speechless. Are you sure you're confident in the right area? Xia Yuan took a deep breath. Dumb dragon, I'll try my best. The White Gold Dragon King looked at him gratefully. Big pot, I will never forget this favor. If you ever need help in the future, I will definitely come to your rescue, even if it means going through fire and water for you. At that moment, in the center of the Golden City Arena, a majestic tower rose from the ground, suspended mid-air. The tower's base, shrouded in dazzling light, enveloped all the participants. The official announcer's voice rang out again. All contestants, please get ready. In 10 minutes, you will enter the teleportation gate at the base of the tower, and the competition will officially begin. Those who need to use the restroom, hurry up. Oh, really? Pretty considerate of them. Xia Yuan glanced at Mo Shiyu, signaling with his eyes whether they should go together. Mo Shiyu shook her head, indicating she didn't need to. 10 minutes passed quickly. Contestants from various provinces, each accompanied by their contract spirits, leaped into the teleportation gates above their heads in various flashy ways. Xia Yuan wrapped one arm around Mo Shiyu, opting for a more considerate gesture, and in a flash, he too entered the teleportation gate. The scene before their eyes began to change wildly. Upon regaining clarity, they found themselves inside the tower, standing in a metal elevator that was ascending. The elevator was ascending from the 0th floor to the 1st floor. Meanwhile, the audience in the Golden City Arena had already put on the smart AR glasses prepared by the Spirit Master Alliance organizers. Once worn, they could immerse themselves in the scene, watching the real-time HD 3D footage of the 100 contestants inside the tower. They could also adjust the settings to choose which Spirit Summoner contestant they wanted to watch. Live streams from major news media outlets also displayed the tower footage of the 100 contestants. Netizens from the Great Xia Empire can freely choose which live stream to enter. Additionally, every battle is accompanied by professional Spirit Contract battle commentators to enhance the viewing experience for spectators. After all, battles between spirit beasts of this caliber are too complex for ordinary people to understand or even perceive with the naked eye. This is where the spirit battle commentators come in to provide detailed explanations. The scene cuts back to the metal elevator where Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu are located. Mo Shiyu summons the black cat spirit Shohei. The cat-like spirit, full of energy, clenches her tiny fists and declares with confidence. Oomph, finally the final showdown has arrived. Xia Yuan, are you ready? Let's go. Xia Yuan stretched his body briefly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Come on, let's see who the first lucky one will be. The elevator slowly came to a stop. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Both contract spirit masters and their contract spirits stepped onto a massive contract spirit arena, and the battle was about to begin. Xia Yuan finally got a clear look at the opposing spirit masters lineup. 1 level 80 SR spirit beast. For a rank spirit beasts. Xia Yuan's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. Just an appetizer, I suppose. It'll serve as a good warm-up. The opposing spirit summoner and spirit beast were instantly drenched in sweat. They never expected their luck to be so bad, facing the killer of the north right off the bat. Chapter 79, The True Slayer, winning the jackpot with a universal drawl. Welcome everyone to the live stream of Mo Shiyu, the spirit tamer, and her SSR spirit, the Chuan Bei Slayer Xia Yuan. I'm his exclusive spirit battle commentator, Ziyu. From here on out, I will be providing live commentary on every move of Yuanshan's battle. A clear and pleasant female announcer's voice echoed through the arena room where Xia Yuan was located, her tone brimming with excitement and anticipation. As an SSR with extremely high attention, he naturally has an exclusive battle commentator to provide analysis. After all, the number of viewers watching Xia Yuan's real-time battle had already reached several million and was rapidly approaching 10 million. Oh no, his opponent is a high school contract spirit master from imperial capital Zizihua High School. What bad luck! He just left the newbie village and already encountered the big boss. However, his spirit summoner lineup is quite impressive. He might just be able to hold his own against an SSR. Will we get to see the debut of the calm North Slaughter God? On the high tower spirit summoning arena. Xia Yuan looked at the opponent's terrified and hesitant expression and sensed something was off. Just as he was about to act, the opposing spirit summoner suddenly shouted. I forfeit this match. Xia Yuan froze, the magic power that had just begun to boil down cooled again. Can you really forfeit? Commentator Ziyu immediately interjected. Oh no! She's forfeited. The Caliba killer of Xuanbai has advanced to the second floor. However, this is indeed a wise choice. If she had faced an opponent she couldn't defeat in the early stages, her team would have been wiped out, wasting a significant amount of spiritual energy. Even if she encountered an opponent of equal strength later on, she wouldn't have a chance of winning. Xia Yuan sighed helplessly. Hey, are you just going to be a cowardly lizard? Mo Shiyu looked puzzled. Isn't it better to advance to the next floor without consuming spiritual energy? Let's go, let's go. Time is tight. Xia Yuan knew it was better not to consume spiritual energy. But besides climbing the tower, he also wanted to collect system reward points. If all his opponents surrendered voluntarily, what's the point of playing? He turned around boredly, following Mo Shiyu's pace, while scheming up a plan. Suddenly, Xia Yuan had a flash of inspiration, grinned, and said, I've got it. If they have a countermeasure, he has a clever trick. He was determined to earn that system reward. The elevator ascended. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan ascended to the second floor. The excited voice of the commentator Ziyu rang out again. Come on. Who will be the second lucky one? As Yuanshan said, we hope they don't chicken out like a cowardly lizard. We want to see a thrilling battle. Before the elevator doors opened, Xia Yuan raised his hand and asked. Fat Rain, once the door opens, the battle starts automatically, right? Mo Shiyu nodded, that's right. What are you going to do? Xia Yuan didn't respond, just smiled and waited quietly. Ding! The moment the elevator doors opened, his figure had already vanished from the spot. Before his opponent could even get a clear look at him, Xia Yuan's palm had already sent a certain spirit beast flying like a shrimp, while his magnetic voice echoed. Spell reversal, Azure. Boom! A cobalt blue gravitational vortex erupted suddenly, sweeping across the remaining contract spirits as Xia Yuan moved his palm. 7 of the opponent's contract spirits. Only 1 control type SR remained. At that moment, the opposing contract spirit master finally reacted, spotting Xia Yuan's figure and being blinded by the golden SSR above his head. Without hesitation, he immediately decided to surrender. But before he could finish the word Xia Yuan had already formed his fingers into a gun, fired a shot, and sent the enemy's last SR back to the spirit beast's face. The aftereffects of the attack also sent the enemy spirit summoner back to the fountain. Even a mosquito is still meat. Xia Yuan didn't even remove his ink realm in the blink of an eye, he had cleared the field. His teasing voice rang out. Sorry. You surrendered too slowly, it doesn't count. This was Xia Yuan's countermeasure. As long as he killed them all before they shouted surrender, wouldn't that suffice? As for the enemy wanting to conserve their spiritual energy, that's none of his business. He wanted to accumulate system reward points. Since he's already been dubbed the Killer of the North, might as well make that name stick. The commentator Ziyu was stunned. The audience was even more stunned, having no idea what was happening. Even Mo Shiyu was confused. She had no idea that Xia Yuan would end the fight with such a rushed, decisive kill. He didn't even give the opponent time to surrender. Oh my god. Commentator Ziyu was so shocked that her dialect slipped out. Yuanshan struck with lightning speed, instantly eliminating all of the opponent's contract spirits, including the contract spirit master. The speed was so fast that the opponent didn't even have time to surrender, let alone see who he was. Her voice trembled as she continued. The title of Killer of the North is no exaggeration at all. The deep god seems to have an intense obsession with killing everyone on the opposing side, willing to expend more spiritual energy to achieve it. But he is so crazy and so cool, I love it. Let us congratulate Mo Shiyu, the Spirit Master, on successfully advancing to the 3rd floor. The live stream audience erupted in chaos. Awesome. This is how a battle should be. Is this the true value of the Chuanbei slaughter god? I'm in love. Why doesn't the opponent surrender? Surrender? My Yuanshan would give you a chance to speak? The elevator doors had barely opened, and he was already on the opponent's face. They couldn't even react in time. Roar, roar, roar. So cool. I'm a fan now. This is how you do it, decisive and ruthless. Otherwise, if they just keep surrendering, what is there for us viewers to watch? SSR is way too overpowered. It's only been a few minutes, and they've already climbed to the 3rd floor. Xia Yuan finished his battle and walked toward the elevator with his hands in his pockets. He looked at the system reward bar, which had increased by 1%, and felt in a great mood. Fat Rain, Little Black, stop standing there. We said time is tight, so let's hurry up and climb the tower. Mo Shiyu and Xiao Hei snapped out of their daze and followed his pace. Although Mo Shiyu didn't know why Xia Yuan was doing this, she trusted him. He might have a terrible personality, but he wasn't the kind of person who would brutally kill others. There must be a reason for this. Besides, on the spirit contract arena, it wasn't considered a true kill. The elevator ascended to the 3rd floor. The next few moments were Xia Yuan's hunting time. Xia Yuan's terrifying burst of power left ordinary opponents completely unable to react. He could even directly target the rear ranks and instantly eliminate the contract spirits of his opponents, securing victory with ease. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he used extreme violence to kill all of his opponent's contract spirits before finishing off the contract spirit masters. SR-ranked spirit beasts that weren't strong enough couldn't stand a chance against him. Xia Yuan embarked on a winning streak, continuously climbing the ranks at an astonishing speed. Commentator Ziyu's passionate shouts never ceased, and the live stream viewers were thrilled beyond belief. More and more viewers flocked to the stream upon hearing the news. Xia Yuan's live stream audience count has surpassed the 50 million mark, propelling him to third place in the popularity rankings. Only 2 players are ahead of him, both of whom are top contenders for the championship and SSR-ranked characters. Yao Daoji and the defending champion, Eternal Night Judgment Alkas. Wherever they go, most players choose to surrender, making their progress much smoother and more efficient than Xia Yuan's. However, as these powerful spirit summoners climb higher, the probability of them encountering each other increases exponentially. When Xia Yuan reached the 9th layer, he used some tactics to kill a powerful SR, and the system reward bar finally reached 75%. He once again activated the Universal Skill Lottery. Xia Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately spun the wheel. He believed in his luck. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Universal Skill, the full abilities of Admiral Yellow Monkey from the original One Piece world and the Devil Fruit's natural type Shining Fruit. Nice! He had drawn a pretty good prize. Chapter 80, SSR Encounter Battle, Lava Forger. Natural type Shiny Fruit. This is great. Flashman. Can transform any part of the body into light. Possesses the speed of light, capable of light speed attacks and light speed movement. Xia Yuan was in a great mood, never expecting that he too could one day become light. Inside the elevator, Mo Shiyu looked at Xia Yuan, who was suddenly smiling happily, with a puzzled expression, and muttered softly. What kind of mischief are you up to now? Xia Yuan smiled and said, nothing, I just want to turn into light and kick someone to see what happens. Mo Shiyu was even more confused. Turn into light? That's impossible. Ding! The elevator ascended to the 10th floor. Xia Yuan launched another surprise attack, his figure vanishing from the spot. However, this attack failed. His palm collided with the fiery red hammer, producing a loud bang. Before him, a bearded dwarf spirit stood with a serious expression, staring at him and speaking. I didn't expect the renowned Xuanbei slaughter god to charge in without so much as a greeting, launching a sneak attack. Isn't that a bit impolite? The rank above his head was clearly SSR. Level 74. Commentator Ziyu jumped to his feet, his voice echoing through the livestream. He was blot. My goodness, the opponent is also an SSR. As the floors rise, the epic showdown between SSR-ranked powerhouses has finally begun. The SSR that Yuanshan is facing is none other than the legendary SSR from Zhehe Province, the former national champion and 4th place finisher in the last national tournament, the Lava Forger. The livestream was completely chaotic. Oh my goodness, the big 1's here. An SSR clash. Whoever loses will be embarrassed. This is the moment to prove their strength. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Lava Forger. He's always been so powerful. He was 4th last year and 2nd the year before that. His hammer has taken down countless powerful contract spirits, and even a few SSRs have fallen to him. Holy crap, a level 74 SSR, while the Yuanshan is only level 55. There's a significant level gap. This is bad. I'm a visual type, so I have to support Yuanshan, but the level difference is so big, it's a bit risky. Overall, it seems like the Lava Forger is still the stronger one. The older SSRs have the advantage in level, while Yuanshan is at a disadvantage due to his youth. Mo Shiyu's expression grew serious, realizing a formidable opponent had arrived, and she immediately grew tense. This was the first time Xia Yuan had ever engaged in a 1v1 battle with another SSR. Due to the resource-intensive nature of SSRs, most lucky contract masters who obtain an SSR typically focus solely on cultivating that single SSR during their high school phase. They simply didn't have the resources to cultivate others. However, upon seeing the golden emblem on his opponent, Xia Yuan's face lit up with excitement. Finally, a big reward points opportunity. He had been eager to test the strength of other SSRs. Mainly because the dumb dragon wouldn't play with him, and he couldn't even trick it into doing so. You came here, so you should at least take this. The Lava Forger swung his fiery red hammer and charged towards Xia Yuan's face. The blow was powerful and fierce, creating a whirlwind of energy. The air itself produced a sonic boom. It was clear how powerful the force was. However, Xia Yuan stood there, neither dodging nor retreating. The fiery hammer suddenly came to a halt before him, unable to penetrate even an inch further. The Lava Forger's eyes narrowed, and he stepped back, dragging his spirit summoner away from Xia Yuan. Commentator Ziyu screamed excitedly. Ah! He blocked it. This is the divine-like infinite defense of the Yuan god. It's too unbelievable, too astonishing. The Lava Forger weighed the hammer in his hand, and a rough voice echoed. This is the so-called infinite ability you have, right? I've seen the video of you fighting those assassin spirit masters at the station. The feel is too strange. It's not a barrier or a block. When I swung my hammer, it felt like I hit another dimension. It's indeed quite tricky. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Old man, I didn't expect someone your age to still have such sharp combat instincts. The lava forger burst into laughter. Compared to you young ones, I'm still no match. Xia Yuan didn't beat around the bush. He snapped his fingers and grinned. Since you know my abilities, I won't hold back either. I wonder if your hammer can block my attacks. Old man, be ready. Zzzzz. Terrifying cursed energy gathered at his fingertips, forming a massive purple energy sphere. As he snapped his fingers, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. Void Form Z. At this point, Xia Yuan could effortlessly unleash a powerful Void Form Z, nearly achieving instant cast. Boom! The entire room was engulfed in purple light. The earth-shattering energy waves surged forward at an incredible speed, crashing into the lava forger. The range was vast, leaving no room to escape. The lava forger knew he couldn't escape, so he didn't even bother to dodge. He struck the ground with his hammer, creating a space filled with molten lava. A shield engraved with mysterious runes floated out from within. The divine artifact, Noah's shield. He struck the shield again, causing it to ring out. Dong! A deafening bell toll echoed through the air. The Noah's shield seemed to be forged by the blow, unleashing even greater power as it arrived before him. The Void Form Z collided violently with the divine artifact, Noah's shield. Violent energy rampaged throughout the entire space. The collision of their skills unleashed a storm, sweeping across the entire stage, shaking the heavens and the earth. This scene was so terrifying that even the commentator, who had unlocked the purple moon, forgot to commentate. The viewers in the livestream were left speechless. Is this how SSR tier fighters clash? If it weren't for the dimensional barrier of the Contract Spirit Arena Tower, the Golden House Arena would have been blown to pieces. Xia Yuan stood there with his hands in his pockets, his stylish leather jacket flapping in the wind, a carefree smile on his face. After a while. Finally, the aftereffects subsided. The divine artifact Noah's shield blocked the Void Form Z. The lava forger sighed in relief, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he laughed. The Void Form is one of your most powerful techniques, isn't it? It's not that impressive after all. The live stream erupted in astonishment. Commentator Ziyu was even more astonished. It was blocked. The forger's divine artifact blocked the Void Form Z, which possesses immense destructive power. No wonder he's an old-school top-tier SSR. She had barely finished speaking. With a loud crack, the lava forger's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the suddenly cracking divine weapon, Noah's shield, utterly shocked. My divine weapon, shattered? The divine weapon Noah's shield cracked, the fissures spreading rapidly, then shattering completely. Xia Yuan raised his hand to remove his sunglasses, his sapphire blue eyes glinting with a faint light, and smiled arrogantly. Old man, don't get too excited just yet. Blocking my casual Z technique merely earned you the right to fight me. Chapter 81 Fireworks Show, the 8-foot-long jade amulet that blinds the eyes. What? The situation has changed. The divine artifact Noah's shield, which has accompanied the lava forger in battle for years, has cracked. Commentator Ziyu leaped to his feet once more, his voice brimming with passion. That's the divine shield that withstood the ultimate attacks of numerous SSR-ranked warriors. We've all witnessed its resilience in past tournaments. The lava forger looked heartbroken. He had crafted 5 divine artifacts in total, each one a culmination of his lifetime's efforts. Yet the shield that could defend against anything had shattered completely. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? Veins bulged on his forehead as he glared at Xia Yuan. You're telling me my divine artifact is just a ticket to fight you? Youngsters shouldn't talk big. I've crushed arrogant brats like you, at least 500 of them. Xia Yuan tilted his neck, stretched his limbs, and upon hearing the term divine artifact, couldn't help but laugh. Divine artifact? That crude shield is called a divine artifact? That's a bit too arrogant, old man. The lava forger's face was filled with anger. You little brat, what do you know? That's the weapon I spent my entire life crafting with extremely rare materials. If that's not a divine artifact, then what is? Xia Yuan crossed his arms and sighed. You're a weapon forger, so it's no wonder you're so confident in your own creations. I just think that a true divine artifact should at least be able to block one of my casual virtual attacks. The lava forger was momentarily at a loss for words. He truly hadn't expected Xia Yuan's void technique to be so powerful. Seeing him silent, Xia Yuan grew concerned and said, Your spirit guardian must not act like a cowardly lizard, you must fight me to the end. The lava forger snorted coldly, there are still 4 divine weapons left. If you're so confident, go ahead and unleash 4 more void techniques. Xia Yuan waved his hand at him and smiled. I've never been one to repeat skills, it's just boring, so. 8 gates escape. Technique reversal mode. 7th gate, shock gate. He raised one hand, clenched his fist tightly, and shouted, open. Boom! Xia Yuan's entire body seemed to ignite, emitting blue steam from the evaporating sweat on his skin, his aura surging like a torrent. The momentum of the gate of shock, amplified by the reverse technique, made the blue steam that erupted from him appear utterly terrifying. It formed a whirlwind that shot into the sky, spreading out in waves of intense fluctuations in all directions. Like a super saiyan. Behind him, Mo Shiyu and Xiaohei, who were far away, were blown backward, struggling to keep their eyes open. The sixth gate, the Peacock Gate, had already been used in the ranking matches. Today, he decided to use his SSR to test the power of the seventh gate, the final gate before the Gate of Death. Commentator Xia screamed again. What an astonishing display of power. 8 gates escape. Unbelievable. The deep god actually had such a powerful skill hidden away. The lava forger, seeing this, dared not take it lightly. He swung his hammer down, and the other 4 divine weapons emerged from the lava domain, swirling and spinning around him. Divine weapon, Sword of the End. Divine weapon, the Biting Axe. Divine weapon, Bow of Overpower. Divine weapon, Rakshasa Spear. Xia Yuan stood his ground, beckoning him with a finger, signaling him to come first. The lava forger snorted coldly, placed his hammer on the ground, and selected the divine weapon, Bow of Overpowering Strength. Due to his shorter stature, he simply placed his foot on the bow and fired the arrow. Xia Yuan couldn't help but tease, "Hey, that's the same pose as Neza." Boom! A colossal force gathered on the bow of strength, and blazing flames rose up. As he drew the bow, fiery arrows took shape. The temperature in the entire space surged suddenly. The fiery arrow erupted with an overwhelming sense of heart-pounding intensity. The lava forger drew his bow, aimed at Xia Yuan, and prepared to fire. Xia Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. He believed that with the opponent's seasoned combat experience, they should know that even the most powerful techniques would be ineffective against his limitless spell formula. Unless... Whoosh! Fiery arrows shot towards Xia Yuan with the force of thunder, carrying terrifying heat and energy, seemingly about to strike him. The lava forger's old eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. The next second. Before the fiery arrows could strike Xia Yuan, they suddenly shattered into countless flaming arrows, filling the sky. They swept past Xia Yuan and attacked Mo Shiyu from all directions. The lava forger naturally knew that such an attack could not breach Xia Yuan's infinite defenses. However, even the most invincible spirit contract had a fatal weakness. That was his contract spirit master. Commentator Ziyu exclaimed in shock. The lava forger's arrows were actually aimed at Mo Shiyu's contract spirit master. He didn't intend to use this move to break through the Yuanshan's defenses. That's too cunning. A fate. Will the abyss god react in time? Mo Shiyu had already prepared the spirit master's barrier. However, the moment the flaming arrows split apart, Xia Yuan moved. He had anticipated this and, with a swift dodge, appeared in front of her. Facing the torrent of flaming arrows raining down from the sky, he had countless ways to handle them. But now, he wanted to try out his new skill. At the critical moment, Xia Yuan clasped his hands together, and a brilliant golden light flickered from his palms. 8-foot jade hook. Centered around him, countless golden particle beams swept across the sky, striking the flaming arrows with overwhelming force. The golden light rain struck with even greater intensity, intercepting all the flaming arrows from every angle. Both sides collided mid-air, exploding violently. A breathtakingly spectacular fireworks display unfolded before their eyes. Commentator Ziyu was speechless, his eyes nearly blinded by the brilliance, but he forced them open wide to witness every detail of the scene. Viewers in the livestream went wild, typing exclamation marks in disbelief. Ah, my eyes. Golden flashes of light, so much light. The divine being seems to have transformed into light, blinding my titanium alloy eyes. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? That's so damn cool. Guys, I copied Yuanshan and put on sunglasses. I can see everything clearly. He even gave the opponent a dazzling shower of light. Yuanshan has even more hidden moves. How many skills does he have, and they're even cross-type? Even an SSR character couldn't have such a cheesy design. Mo Shiyu looked up at Xia Yuan, who had turned into a golden light, utterly stunned. Her rosy little mouth couldn't close. What kind of skill is that? Not only did the others not know, but even she, as a spirit contract master, had no idea. Her eyes were almost blinded by the brilliance. The lava forger watched his sneak attack fail so spectacularly and clenched his teeth in frustration. This young man isn't as young as he looks. He hadn't expected Xia Yuan to have already sensed it and prepared a countermeasure. Commentator Ziyu covered her eyes, which were stinging from the glare, and shouted excitedly. It's simply too dazzling. Yuanshan actually turned into light, firing countless beams of light to intercept all attacks and put on a spectacular fireworks display for us. She listed all the skill names Xia Yuan had ever mentioned. Unlimited defense. Domain expansion. Spell reversal Azure. Spell reversal He. Void form Z. 8 gates escape. And now the Flash series skills, the 8-foot jade amulet. How many skills does he have, exactly? The golden light fades, and the fireworks fade away. The feeling of becoming light was quite pleasant. Xia Yuan's deep blue eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked back at the lava forger, smiling warmly. Alright, old man, it's my turn now. Chapter 82, a flash of golden lightning, a single punch shatters the divine weapon. As Xia Yuan finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished from his original spot. The lava forger was startled and immediately protected his contract spirit master, instinctively thinking that Xia Yuan intended to use his own methods against him. However, Xia Yuan's figure, shrouded in blue steam, appeared before him, smiling at him. Relax, I won't attack your spirit master before I kill you. Otherwise, how would he obtain the system reward points? Xia Yuan clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and with 6 eyes glowing, performed a series of extremely precise force manipulations in a short amount of time. His fist glowed with golden light, using no flashy skills, but instead delivering a simple, direct punch straight at the lava forger's face. This seemingly ordinary punch was layered with countless buffs. Curse power surge. The gravitational pull of the cursed arts of the void, enhancing strength. The physical techniques of the 7th gate, the gate of shock, from the reversed spell formula. Plus the ability of the shining fruit, propelling the fist out in a photon-like form. With a stroke of luck, the black flash is unleashed. Such a vast amount of power is extremely difficult for an ordinary person to fully integrate without error. However, Xia Yuan possesses 6 eyes. His precision in manipulating power allows him to achieve this. Boom! The power of this punch seemed capable of piercing through the void. As various forces converge, they transform into golden lightning. Extremely fast. The power is immense. Even the slightest recoil caused the titanium alloy floor beneath Xia Yuan's feet to sink in, forming a large hole. The lava forger's hair stood on end. His combat instincts told him that if this punch landed directly on him, he would be in grave danger. He instinctively grabbed the divine weapon floating beside him, the biting axe, to block the attack. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the arena, shaking the very ground. The terrifying fist wind swept up a whirlwind, sending the lava forger flying backward uncontrollably, crashing into the wall of the Spirit Contract Arena's tower. The divine axe in his hands shattered completely, split into 2 pieces by Xia Yuan's single punch. Xia Yuan bathed in golden lightning, his silver hair flying wildly, feeling the power of his punch, and nodded satisfactorily. Indeed, when all abilities are combined, strange chemical reactions occur. He was practically a super-powered hybrid. Even with just the abilities he had fused together so far, he possessed such power. As more abilities were added, along with various combat power templates that pushed the limits, what would happen then? Xia Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. He even felt a bit twisted himself. Cheating is fun for a while, but cheating all the time is even better. The commentator Ziyu sucked in a sharp breath, her excitement causing her to scream. Oh my god! A golden lightning punch! What kind of power is this? It's too powerful. A seemingly simple punch shattered the lava forger's divine weapon. Unbelievable. Terrifying. Whereas the lava forger? Can he still stand? Has he been knocked out? The live stream viewers were also thrilled beyond belief. Yuan Shen's punch was so cool. He unleashed golden lightning. What skill is that? I thought the higher-ranked lava forger would dominate Yuan Shen, but the tables have turned now. Yuan Shen is overwhelming the lava forger. Breaking a divine artifact with bare hands? That's so overpowered. Yuan Shen is the toughest guy I've ever seen in a fight. Dominant, arrogant, invincible, and cool. This SSR contract spirit is too perfect. No more words needed. I'm already hooked. I'm going to sell Yuan Shen's merchandise like crazy. The organizers better turn this battle into posters and wallpapers. Mo Shiyu and Xiao He were also deeply shocked. They knew Xia Yuan was invincible, but they never expected him to keep growing. Xiao He trembled as he said, "Master, Xia Yuan is truly a war god. I feel like he hasn't even used his full strength yet. He has just been playing around." Mo Shiyu looked at Xia Yuan's towering figure, filled with surprise yet also feeling immense pressure. I know. It was her spiritual energy that was limiting Xia Yuan. Although her spiritual energy was growing rapidly, it was still no match for Xia Yuan, whose spiritual energy consumption was like a bottomless pit. For the first time, Mo Shiyu felt completely unworthy of Xia Yuan, not even worthy to stand by his side. A wave of overwhelming self-doubt washed over her. By this point in the match, she had already depleted 25% of her spiritual energy. Mo Shiyu slapped her cheeks hard, leaving her snow-white skin red. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she clenched the spiritual energy potion in her hand. She must continue to strengthen her cultivation of spiritual energy. Now, simply pushing herself to the limit every day was no longer enough. She needed special training. The aftereffects dissipated. The figure of the lava forger had sunk deeply into the tower, carving out a human-shaped indentation. Lava forger! How are you holding up? The opposing spirit binder shouted anxiously. He couldn't believe that his SSR-ranked character, who had been nearly invincible all along, could be beaten so badly by a single punch from someone else. Despite being of the same SSR rank, he felt as though he was being beaten by someone of a lower class. Moreover, the opponent clearly seemed to be handling it with ease, not even taking it seriously. Cough, cough. The lava forger suddenly snapped back to consciousness, coughing violently several times as he pulled himself out of the tower's wall, his body covered in blood. He looked at his divine axe, shattered into 2 pieces, his face filled with sorrow. Xia Yuan's power had surpassed his expectations. Blacksmith, should you surrender? No way. The lava forger stood up with a fierce glint in his eyes, picking up his last 2 divine weapons. The left-hand divine weapon, the sword of eternal ending. The right-hand divine weapon, the Rakshasa spear. As an SSR-ranked warrior, he had his pride. Having already lost 2 divine weapons, if he didn't retaliate with a powerful move, surrendering would be too humiliating. Xia Yuan saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Old man, aren't you afraid your last 2 weapons will break too? The lava forger suppressed his inner anger and impatience and replied. Of course I'm afraid, but since they're bound to break eventually, I might as well let them show their true power. At least they'll break in a worthy manner. He stomped his foot, causing the hammer on the ground to rise, simultaneously throwing the 2 divine weapons in his hands into the air to forge them. Bang! Boom! In an instant, the 2 divine weapons were covered in lava like cracks, releasing terrifying waves of power. The lava forger lowered the hammer once more and caught the 2 divine weapons. The essence of forging. The ultimate use of an object. He shouted at Xia Yuan. The next strike will unleash all the power and potential of these 2 divine weapons. After that, they will disintegrate on their own. Xia Yuan, dare you not use your limitless defense and clash with my ultimate move? The lava forger dared not gamble on his ultimate technique, breaking through Xia Yuan's unparalleled limitless defense mechanism. His only way to defeat Xia Yuan was to kill Mo Shiyu. However, Xia Yuan would certainly risk everything to protect his weakness. As long as he stands in front of his contract spirit master, the lava forger has no chance of winning. Rather than that, it's better to clash with ultimate moves. Even if we lose, we'll lose in style. Xia Yuan looked at the hammer at the lava forger's feet, smiled, and pointed at it. Old man, you don't think much of me, do you? The most powerful weapon is actually that hammer of yours. Why not use it to its full potential? The lava forger looked stunned. This guy actually figured it out? He quickly retracted the hammer into his alchemy space. That hammer was his livelihood. Unless it was a matter of life or death, he would never release its full power all at once. And even if he lost this match, the next ones would still have to be fought. He couldn't possibly gamble away everything he had and end the competition like this. You bastard! Are you trying to take away my livelihood? The lava forger was furious. Just say whether you dare or not. Xia Yuan lazily twisted his waist and grinned. All right. Actually, I've got a new move I've been working on that I haven't tried yet. But old man, I won't use my ultimate move on you. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It wouldn't be worth it for me. The lava forger's forehead veins bulged. As an SSR-ranked spirit, this was the first time he had ever been looked down upon by another spirit. Oomph. I hope you don't regret it. Chapter 83, Day Tiger Advanced Edition, Blue Whale. Oh whoa. Viewers in the live stream and at the scene. High energy content ahead. Don't blink. Please wear sunglasses or a welding helmet to watch this match. The excited voice of commentator Ziyu rang out. Yuan Shin has actually agreed to forego unlimited defense and engage in a head-to-head clash of techniques to determine the final victor. What incredible confidence! Next, the 2 SSRs will collide with all their might to determine the winner of this stage battle. Let us witness this epic moment. The lava forger, ready to strike, unleashed the overwhelming power of the divine weapons, the end of the world sword and the Rakshasa spear. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuan took a deep breath, interlaced his palms, and formed the killing gesture of the 7th gate of the 8 gates of escape, the Day Tiger. Day Tiger is the ultra-advanced physical technique used after activating the 7th gate of the 8 gates of escape, the Shock Gate. It involves delivering a concentrated, ultra-high-speed straight punch attack on the enemy. First compressing the air and then releasing it in one breath, the air cannon takes the shape of a tiger, with immense power. The dispersing shockwaves are powerful enough to make people several kilometers away struggle to stay on their feet. Equivalent to the prelude to Night Kai. Xia Yuan was eager to know how powerful the Day Tiger technique of the 8 gates of escape would be when enhanced by the reverse technique. And the lava forger before him was the perfect test subject. At the thought of it, Xia Yuan felt his youth igniting once more. He boosted the efficiency of the reverse technique. Boom! 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 It was like continuously throwing coal into a blazing furnace, increasing the intensity of the flames. The blue steam surging from his body grew even more intense, shooting skyward, almost filling half the space. Xia Yuan felt the power within him surge forward in an explosive surge, his entire body boiling with excitement, unable to resist uttering the classic line. Burn, youth! At the same time, the lava forger's build-up reached an extremely terrifying stage as the 2 divine weapons channeled their astonishing power, manifesting into 2 colossal figures resembling demon gods. The 2 towering figures, one wielding a sword and the other a halberd, stood face to face, clashing with Xia Yuan's surging momentum. The air crackled with an ear-piercing electrical hum. Both spirit masters activated their barriers to stay on their feet. Oh my god! Both sides have unleashed astonishing momentum. It's terrifying. No wonder their SSR ranked. It's like gods battling each other. I feel like if I step in, I'll be crushed by the sheer force of their aura. Commentator Xiyu took a big gulp of water before roaring out the commentary. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, completely engrossed. Meanwhile, the audience at Golden City wearing AR glasses to experience the match firsthand could truly feel what it meant to be overwhelmed by an SSR's presence. They could see this terrifying scene in even greater detail. Even though they knew the scene was virtual, they couldn't help but tremble all over. Amidst the countless gazes, Xia Yuan's lips curled into a grin, his silver hair standing on end as he roared. 8 gates of escape, 7th gate, shock gate. Day Tiger Advanced Version. Blue Whale. Xia Yuan had never understood why the characters in action anime always shouted the names of their moves when unleashing their ultimate attacks. Now he understood. Because only by shouting the name can you build up the momentum and get the blood pumping. Who the hell could resist? As Xia Yuan finished speaking, he threw a punch at a speed too fast for the naked eye to see. A startling, ear-splitting hum echoed through the air. It sounded just like the ethereal call of a whale in the depths of the ocean. Centered around Xia Yuan, the air cannon he unleashed with a single punch formed a massive whale, enveloping the entire space around him. It was larger in scope and more powerful than Emperor Kai's Day Tiger. The giant whale flipped its body, blotting out the sky and blocking out the sun. Earth shaking. The overwhelming momentum pressed down on the entire arena, causing the space itself to tremble. The two demonic giants wielding swords and spears beside the lava forger pale in comparison to the colossal whale before them. They could only look up in awe as the whale's air cannons charged toward them, their eyes hollow and filled with despair. The lava forger's eyes widened in shock. Before the whale even reached him, his clothes were torn to shreds. His face and mouth were blown into grotesque shapes. You call this a new technique? Isn't that the ultimate move? The lava forger was on the verge of breaking down. He couldn't believe such a terrifying skill wasn't Xia Yuan's ultimate move. However, he had no time to think further. The stage space on his side had been completely submerged by the giant whale. Boom! The extreme violent impact crushed everything. The shadows of the two divine weapons, like bubbles, were extinguished by the giant whale and dissolved in the air cannon that resembled an ocean. The lava forger and his spirit master were both blown away simultaneously, crashing into the tower walls, unable to be dislodged. Both died and vanished, heading toward the resurrection space. The blue whale's aftereffects lingered for a long time. Even the barrier of Mo Shiyu's spirit summoner was shattered by the rebounding shockwaves, on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Xia Yuan arrived in time to block them, stabilizing them and preventing them from being blown away and crashing into the walls. After a while, commentator Xiyu finally came to her senses, her excitement causing her nose to bleed profusely as she shouted repeatedly. "And it's over. Mo Shiyu, the spirit summoner, and Yuan Shen have won this battle. It can only be said that even among SSRs, there is a huge gap. Did everyone see that huge whale? It almost took up my entire viewing screen. What a powerful move. Isn't this Yuan Shen's signature move? Then how powerful is his true trump card? I can't even imagine." She sniffed her nose, her voice unchanged, and continued to shout. "This is the first time I've ever commentated on such an amazing battle. I'm so lucky." The Caliba God of the North is still on a winning streak, defeating veteran SSRs and advancing directly to the 11th floor. The audience watching the battle through AR glasses in Golden City were all left speechless. The humming sound of the blue whale still echoed in their minds, refusing to fade away. Many who admitted their lack of skill were already fainting from the blue whale's overwhelming presence. Some of them took off their glasses, preferring to watch on their phones rather than experience Xia Yuan's ring battle firsthand again. Those with heart conditions couldn't handle it at all. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were slowly coming to their senses and flooding the chat with messages. The live stream where Xia Yuan was broadcasting began to lag. Official technical staff rushed to fix the issue, finally stabilizing the stream and preventing it from crashing. The screen was filled with exclamation marks and question marks. Oh ha ha ho ho. That whale-like sound scared me so much I threw my phone across the room. The lava forger just died like that? His ultimate move, compared to the blue whale technique from the Abyss God, is like a minor trick, there's no comparison. Such a powerful move, and it's not even his ultimate? Can you believe it? This power is unmatched, how can they not nerf it? Chapter 84, My life has been like walking on thin ice. This clash between two SSR-ranked fighters ended with Xia Yuan's overwhelming victory. Viewers from major news media livestreams, plus the on-site audience at Golden City, totaling nearly 60 to 70 million people, witnessed this epic battle. Everyone was stunned by the strength of Xia Yuan, this new generation SSR. Various hot topics about Xia Yuan's battle with the lava forger dominated the trending charts, with their popularity continuing to soar. This caused the number of viewers in Xia Yuan's livestream to surge again, nearing 100 million. His popularity now rivals that of the previous champion, Alka's. After defeating an established SSR, Xia Yuan immediately checked the progress of his system reward bar. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but smile broadly. It's no wonder he's an SSR veteran. The system reward bar had jumped directly from 75% to 80%. A full 5% increase. Xia Yuan couldn't wait to continue climbing the tower. He wanted to hunt down more powerful SSRs to boost the progress bar. The second combat power ceiling template was already beckoning to him. Fat Rain, get up already. Time is running out, keep climbing the tower. Xia Yuan smiled broadly as he knelt down and reached out his hand toward Mo Shiyu, who was still in a daze. Mo Shiyu hesitantly reached out her hand and used his strength to stand up. But the next second, Xia Yuan, being his usual mischievous self, let go of her hand. Oops, my hand slipped. Thud. Mo Shiyu lost her balance and plopped back down onto the ground, wincing in pain. Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, who told you to keep spacing out? Now you've fallen. Mo Shiyu stood up, holding her sore but, her eyes brimming with tears. She almost gave this guy a fancy filter. Fortunately, the filter was broken again. No matter how strong he is, he's still that mean, troublemaking guy. Xiao Hei started flattering him as usual, rubbing his hands together and dancing around Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan, you're so amazing. My admiration for you is like the flowing river, endless and unceasing. She perched on Xia Yuan's shoulder, using all her strength to massage his shoulders, speaking with a devout tone. I, Xiao Hei, will always be your most loyal support accessory. Please don't ever abandon me in the future. Xia Yuan laughed heartily. No problem, no problem. Mo Shiyu saw her fawning expression and rolled her eyes. She was the one who was the spirit tamer, wasn't she? The three entered the elevator and headed toward the 11th floor. During the ascent, Mo Shiyu checked Xia Yuan's interface and, as expected, there were new skills in the skill bar. Shimmering fruit? Mo Shiyu recalled the golden light that had just flickered on Xia Yuan's body and fell into deep thought. Could the hidden attribute of the 100-form SSR be the ability to continuously obtain new skills through combat? That's way too overpowered, it's like infinite growth. At the thought of this, Mo Shiyu's eyes lit up as she looked at Xia Yuan. Not only could she follow him to greatness, all of humanity could be saved. Because as long as he keeps developing, Xia Yuan will eventually be able to rival the gods. Golden City ticket checkpoint. A skeleton in a pink suit adjusted his collar and elegantly prepared to enter, but was stopped by the ticket inspector. Sir, do you have an admission ticket? The spirit lord's empty eyes stared at her. Entry ticket? I'm sorry, ma'am, I've never needed an entry ticket to go anywhere. The ticket inspector was puzzled. Who let this foolish spirit out? She had no choice but to repeat herself. I'm sorry, but without an admission ticket, you cannot enter the Golden City to watch the match. Two security guards stepped forward, one on each side, towering over the pink little skeleton, their eyes filled with warning. The spirit lord listened intently to the lively commotion inside, glancing at the obstructing figures. A fleeting expression of irritation flashed across his skull face. He raised his slender skeletal arm and glanced at the time on his watch. There was still some time left before the boss's deadline. Just as the undead lord was considering whether to start immediately, a brilliant white meteor streaked across the sky above Golden City. A knight shrouded in snow-white holy light descended from the sky and landed outside the ticket booth. The holy light knight dismounted, waved his hand, and retracted his white wings into his pocket, causing Mo Chang, who was in the process of dismounting, to nearly fall. She stretched lazily, exhaled deeply, and said, Phew, finally done with work. I wonder how Xia Yuan's competition is going. I hope he finishes soon so we can play games. Mo Chang shook his head helplessly. The contract spirits of the Mo clan were indeed one more laid back than the next. Why did they all love playing games so much? The real world was already a chaotic card drawing game. He walked up and handed 2 tickets to the ticket inspector. The ticket inspector greeted them enthusiastically. You two are really late. The match has already started. The Holy Light Knight and Mo Chang passed by the Undead Lord and entered the ticket gate without any trouble. The Undead Lord naturally followed behind them, intending to enter as well, but was quickly stopped. The female ticket inspector impatiently said, Sir, I've already told you, without an admission ticket, you cannot enter. The Undead Lord's gaze grew deep. He loosened the tie of his pink suit and spoke in a chilling tone. Let's make a deal. Let me in before I lose my temper. The Holy Light Knight and the Black City Knight, who were about to enter the Golden City, both halted in their tracks. The female ticket inspector stared at the spirit summoner before her as if she were mentally impaired, her patience gone. Sir, which mental institution did you escape from? Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, a loud explosion echoed through the air. The world spun wildly before their eyes. When the female ticket inspector regained her vision, she and 2 security guards had been shielded by a knight bathed in holy light and forced to retreat over 100 meters away. Mo Chang stepped forward from the side, his expression serious. Holy Knight, what's going on? Is there something wrong with that skeleton? The Holy Knight dared not take his eyes off the pink skeleton spirit for a moment. Sweat poured down his helmet and the holy armor on his right arm shattered, revealing a sliver of snow-white arm. His voice trembled slightly. Old man, you said. I've lived my life on the edge. Can I still complete the game with 1,000 lovers and 10,000 spirits? Mo Chang's heart sank. After so many years of tacit understanding, he had come to realize that the skeleton wasn't just having issues. But they might all end up here. The undead lord lowered his raised arm and said in surprise. "Ha! You're pretty quick. Strength around SR? My estimate was correct, right?" Its hollow eyes flashed with a red glow. "After all, I've killed quite a few SR-ranked contract spirits." In the blink of an eye, the Holy Knight had already exchanged blows with the undead lord. With just a casual swing of his arm, he shattered her pride and joy, the Holy Light armor. Chapter 85. Give me a strike that can cleave the world. At the same time, inside the contract spirit arena tower, the tournament was reaching its climax. The audience in the Golden City was completely engrossed in the intense battles between the contract spirits, unable to tear themselves away. Commentators in all the live streams were full of passion, their voices booming like thunder. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu had been on a winning streak, climbing all the way to the 15th floor. The opponents they faced were powerful, all high-level SR spirit beasts. However, they were no match for Xia Yuan, who defeated them all before their spirit masters could even utter a word of surrender. Their journey had been smooth sailing so far. However, due to Xia Yuan being the only one who encountered an SSR lava forger earlier, the battle with him took quite some time. Currently, his ranking in the tower climb is not the highest. Yao Daoji, Eternal Knight Judge Alkas, and many other SSR-ranked beings were all ahead of him. Additionally, many unexpected spirit masters emerged midway, climbing the tower at an extremely fast pace. However, Xia Yuan's pursuit was swift, and even when encountering SSR-tier opponents, he managed to catch up to the first tier of tower climbers. 15th floor. The elevator doors opened, and Xia Yuan repeated his previous tactic. He closed in on the opponent's contract spirit with lightning speed. Spell reversal, Azure. Spell reversal, Kerr. Two forces raged across the entire area. Out of the opponent's 7 contract spirits, 6 were instantly annihilated. Xia Yuan was slightly surprised. After such a flawless combo, there was still one spirit contract survivor left. Moreover, the opponent, relying on their agile movements and keen senses, dodged the attack and even managed to save their own contract spirit master. The nasal voice of the commentator Ziyu, who was plugging her nose, rang out. Finally! A spirit beast that withstood the first wave of flash attacks from the Yuan god. Let's see who this mysterious figure is. Ha! She slammed her hands on the table in disbelief. Wait, the contract spirit that withstood the attack is actually a B-rank contract spirit. Goodness! A B-rank spirit contract can survive the Abyss Goddess attack? Even the SR rank ones couldn't do that. How incredible! The entire crowd was taken aback. Even Xia Yuan was taken aback upon seeing the B-rank above the opponent's head. Though he never discriminated against lower-tier contract spirits, treating all contract spirits equally. However, based on the contract spirits he had encountered so far, it was indeed true that the higher the rank, the stronger the power. A B-rank contract spirit appearing on the peak-level competition stage was already quite rare. And yet it had managed to survive his lightning-fast attacks. At that moment, the other contract spirit master and the B-rank contract spirit finally saw who had instantly killed their 6 companions. SSR. And it was none other than the legendary kill god of Chuanbei, Xia Yuan. The spirit contract master immediately wanted to surrender, but was stopped by the B-rank spirit contract holding dual blades. Ha ha ha. Finally, I've met you. SSR. The B-rank spirit contract user who dodged Xia Yuan's attack was a female humanoid spirit contract user with a muscular build, dark skin, and 2 curved swords in her hands. Her wild beauty was on full display. Upon seeing Xia Yuan, she showed no fear in her eyes, only excitement. Master, let me be reckless once. I want to fight the pinnacle of the contract spirit ranks and see where they truly surpass us lower-tier contract spirits. The excited voice of the commentator, Ziyu, suddenly rang out. Audience members. I've checked the opponent's information. She is actually the biggest dark horse of this year's peak tournament, a B-rank 100 level spirit contract user who has killed numerous SR rank spirit contract users and dragged her team all the way to the 15th floor. What an astonishing achievement! Even breaking the ironclad rule that anything below SR is nothing but ants. Her name is Black Lotus. Xia Yuan heard this and grew interested, refraining from acting immediately. Black Lotus held a knife in each hand, her cat-like vertical pupils fixed on Xia Yuan with unwavering vigilance. Upon hearing the commentary, she sneered. SR and below are all mere ants? Who gave you the right to define spirit beasts by rank? In my world, I am the strongest warrior in the nation. If you're not strong enough, just keep training and honing your skills, one day you'll become stronger. I climbed my way up step by step, until I cut down all those arrogant SRs with my blade. She glared at Xia Yuan with eyes as sharp as knives, her expression excited and, now, I want to try and cut down the SSRs too. Lian assumed a diving stance, like a hunting cheetah. Xia Yuan curled the corners of his mouth upward, slipping his hands back into his pockets. Oh, you're pretty brave. To be honest, I actually admire your attitude. So, I'll give you a chance. He pointed at his own neck, his tone brimming with arrogance. Cut me. He Lian let out an excited chuckle, then I should thank you. As the words fell, she sprang forward, lunging towards Xia Yuan. A flash of blade light. He Lian's figure swept past Xia Yuan, and in an instant, countless flashes of blade light exploded around Xia Yuan, resembling a blooming lotus flower. Double blade style, first form. Lotus slash. Black Lotus landed with unmatched confidence, but she already sensed something was off. She spun around abruptly and realized that Xia Yuan was still standing in the same spot, having made no defensive moves, yet unharmed. Black Lotus looked utterly disbelieving. What's going on? Xia Yuan looked surprised and said, Hey, don't tell me your village just got internet access? You haven't watched my battle videos? This attack can't break through my limitless technique. Come on, show me a strike that can slice through the world, even dimensional space. He Lian froze in place upon hearing this, a slash that cuts through space? How is that even possible? Xia Yuan sighed, spread his hands, and looked disappointed. You can't even perform a spatial slash. What are you even talking about cutting me? After obtaining the shining fruit, he knew that the weakness of his Gojo Satoru template being sliced in half by a dimensional slash had been eliminated. Because even if he were hit by a dimensional slash, he could instantly transform into an element, turning his body into light to avoid damage. Perhaps because he couldn't accept it, Xia Yuan was obsessed with the spatial slash. He Lian refused to believe it, wielding his twin blades in a dazzling array of techniques, leaving the audience spellbound by his mastery. Double blade style, part 2. Spider web slash. Double blade style, third form. Chaotic blade. Double blade style. Xia Yuan was completely enveloped by the blinding flashes of blades and surging energy, with waves of air swirling around him. However, no matter how hard Black Lotus tried, her blades could not strike Xia Yuan. Every strike fell into the physical laws of coming dangerously close yet never intersecting. The ultimate technique of the dual blade style. Reincarnation slash. Xia Yuan seized the moment, suddenly grabbing her blade with his hand, his eyes filled with disappointment as he looked at her. Enough. Your dual sword style is disappointing. It doesn't hold a candle to the three sword style I know. He Lian tried to pull out her twin blades, but found them firmly embedded in Xia Yuan's hands, unable to move. Her expression froze in disbelief. How is this possible? The gap between us is so vast. He Lian sensed she might not be able to defeat Xia Yuan and only wanted to demonstrate her own strength, even if it meant leaving a wound on him that would still count as a victory. But she never expected to lose so badly. This wasn't even a proper battle. The gap between her and Xia Yuan was like a father casually beating his son. Her prideful dual sword technique couldn't even touch his body. Xia Yuan understood. So he has the eagle eye of the pirate world now, huh? Chapter 86, Third Awakening, I'll remember you. Oh. Black Lotus demonstrated cross-tier superhuman combat power. Her slashes were so fast and furious, it was dizzying. Unfortunately, it's impossible to break through the limitless defense of the Abyss God. Commentator Ziyu continued to enthusiastically describe the battle. Xia Yuan gripped the blade, his azure blue eyes fixed on the black-skinned beauty before him. You must have more than this. What other moves do you have? Bring them out quickly. I'm losing patience. Black Lotus smiled, though her laughter carried a hint of self-mockery and despair. Your defense is too unreasonable. Does that mean it's impossible to break through from a physical standpoint? Xia Yuan flicked his blade aside, towering over her with an air of superiority. Do you think my invincibility is all thanks to this buggy defense, so you feel it's unfair? He Lian remained silent. Unlike these low-tier contract spirits, SSR-tier skills always have extremely game-breaking mechanics. Even if she trained and cultivated diligently, she had no way to counter such mechanism-based abilities. Xia Yuan darted behind her, and his deep, magnetic voice echoed from behind her like a ghost. Alright, I won't defend myself anymore. If you manage to hit me even once, I'll concede defeat. He Lian didn't notice when Xia Yuan had appeared behind her. She suddenly swung her curved sword behind her. But Xia Yuan's figure flickered and appeared 10 meters in front of her in the blink of an eye. He stood there leisurely, looking at her and spoke slowly. 8 gates escape technique. 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. If you can withstand a single punch from me, you win. Blue steam shot into the sky with a deafening roar. Lian's hair stood on end, and an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped her heart. It felt as though the person before her would kill her the moment he moved. A battle on the brink of death. This only made her more excited. She had always lived this way. One punch. Boom. Black Lotus dared not hold back any longer, her aura surging upward, her toned body radiating a faint glow. Second awakening. Her body glowed even brighter. Third awakening. In an instant, her body was covered in strange patterns, resembling tattoos, spreading throughout her entire body. Even her once sleek short hair transformed into waist-length locks. The commentator, Ziyu, was speechless. 3 awakenings. Black Lotus has already reached the state of 3 awakenings. How much effort must have been put into this? How many times must she have danced on the brink of death to achieve such a miracle? Mo Shiyu was also somewhat surprised. A spirit contract awakening is no easy feat. It's not like breaking through a contract spirit, which only requires meeting specific conditions. Contract spirit awakening requires being on the brink of death, coupled with absolute talent and potential, to seize the slimmest chance of awakening at the edge of death. The vast majority of spirit bonds, even when on the brink of death, are unable to complete the awakening. All that awaits them is death and dissipation. A single awakening is already extremely rare. Let alone a third awakening. No wonder the opponent could reach the 15th floor with just a B rank, 100 level panel. It seems like there's something to it. However, this was still too insignificant for Xia Yuan. Whoosh! The Black Lotus's figure turned into a blur, moving at an extreme speed, splitting into dozens of clones that attacked Xia Yuan simultaneously. However, Xia Yuan's speed was even faster. Enhanced by the physical prowess of the 8 Gates escape technique and Sung's teleportation ability, his form moved like a ghostly apparition. Black Lotus clones merely collided with the residual foam left behind. At the same time, Xia Yuan easily caught up to Black Lotus's true form. This was still without using the abilities of the Shining Fruit. Because against Black Lotus, this speed was more than enough. On the stage, a silver and black streak of light intertwined and chased each other. The crowd couldn't even see clearly, their eyes couldn't keep up with their movements. How is this possible? No matter how much Black Lotus struggled and jumped, even as the muscles in her legs were on the verge of collapse and bleeding, she couldn't catch up to Xia Yuan. Her twin blades couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. Xia Yuan seemed completely at ease. While dodging her strikes, he even had the nerve to taunt her. Not fast enough. This speed won't be enough to shake me off. Lian never expected that even in her own domain of speed, the other party had managed to gain the upper hand. Enough. It's time to end this. Stop moving around. I'm bored. Xia Yuan caught up with Black Lotus again, grinned at her, and swung a punch at her at near light speed. Black Lotus, filled with terror, raised her twin blades to block the attack. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Golden lightning flashed once more. Under Black Lotus's disbelieving gaze, the two curved blades in her hands shattered into pieces. A force as powerful as a meteorite crashing to the ground struck her chest. Put! Black Lotus flew through the air like a, crashing into the tower wall at the edge of the stage and leaving a large hole. The dust settled. Black Lotus was no longer recognizable as human, her body severely injured, beginning to slowly dissipate. Yet she still struggled to crawl out. I can still fight. Black Lotus's hands instinctively reached out toward the blurry figure of Xia Yuan. Even as she was on the verge of disappearing, she showed no fear, instead roaring with battle intent. Xia Yuan. I remember you. One day, I will break through your defenses and carve a wound on your body. Xia Yuan smiled. He couldn't help but admire this brave B-rank contract spirit. He raised his thumb at her and said, "Alright, you're Black Lotus, right? I'll be waiting for your challenge." Lian heard this and paused in her steps. She never expected that her name, belonging to such a weak being, would be remembered by someone as powerful as Xia Yuan. She let out a hearty laugh. Then her body vanished completely, returning to the contract spirit space. After a moment, the voice of the commentator Ziyu finally rang out. The outcome is decided. Yuanshan's overwhelming victory is beyond doubt, but Black Lotus, this B-rank spirit contract, has also demonstrated astonishing combat prowess. She deserves our enthusiastic applause and cheers. Even when facing an invincible demon lord, she still managed to maintain her fighting spirit, which is truly admirable. After all, any contract spirit who has ever faced the Abyss God is either filled with fear and despair or left with deep psychological scars. Let alone the idea of challenging him again. Viewers in the live stream also flooded the chat with comments. Black Lotus is a true woman. I admire her so much. Even after being beaten so badly by the Abyssal God, she didn't give up hope? A contract spirit who has awakened 3 times, it's hard to imagine how many life or death battles she's been through. Black Lotus is indeed the biggest dark horse of this tournament, a prime example of the underdog defeating the powerful. If she had faced other SSR-tier opponents, she might have been able to hold her own. Unfortunately, she encountered the ultimate foe. A female contract spirit breaking through class barriers, that's insane. The Abyss God doesn't know the meaning of mercy, but then again, facing such an opponent, showing no mercy is the greatest respect. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu continued their unstoppable streak with 15 consecutive victories, advancing directly to the 16th floor. At the same time, at the entrance of the Golden City, chaos reigned. The Holy Light armor on the Holy Light Knights was already shattered beyond repair, revealing large patches of snow-white skin, covered in wounds. Though in her usual state, she was a petite Holy Light-clad maiden. But in her knight form, she was a tall, slender young woman. The undead lord brushed the dust off his pink suit, glanced at his watch, and spoke slowly. There's still time. Lady, I can stay and play with you a little longer. Chapter 87, the defeated contract spirit master calls the opponent dad. The Holy Light Knight gasped for breath, forcing a smile. So, Mr. Skeleton, what exactly are you? A grade 50 contract spirit shouldn't be this powerful. The Undead Lord, a world-class bounty boss. At those words, both the Holy Light Knight and Mo Chang were sent into a whirlwind of shock. If the opponent wasn't lying, then they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Moreover, the entire Golden City would be doomed. Seeing her grim expression, the Undead Lord smiled again. Oh, don't worry, I haven't reached that level yet, but after this, I should be able to. You are fortunate to become the stepping stones for my great achievements and witness the glory of the future ruler of the world. The Holy Light Knight and Mo Chang both sighed in relief. That's the raid boss time to fight. Mo Chang hid behind the wall and silently sent a message to the Alliance headquarters. However, due to the 5-star dungeon disaster occurring in other regions of Imperial City, nearly all available personnel were currently deployed there. Moreover, the Alliance's official contract mages stationed here in Golden City had all been deployed there as well. It would take some time for them to return with reinforcements. However, the enemy seems to be waiting for the right moment and has not yet launched a formal attack on Golden City. Subsequently, Mo Chang sent another message to the event organizer inside Golden City, instructing him to secretly and orderly evacuate the on-site audience without causing a commotion. With over 100,000 spectators inside Golden City, evacuating them in a short time without secrecy would inevitably alert the skeleton raid boss. If it discovers this, it might not wait and launch an immediate massacre. During this period, it all depends on whether they can delay the situation for a longer time. Mo City gave the Holy Light Knight a discreet hand signal, indicating that she should try to delay as much as possible. The Holy Light Knight nodded slightly, stood straight with her long spear, and smiled. Skeleton Uncle, I advise you not to attack the Golden City. There's a monster's father inside, and that guy is incredibly powerful. He might delay your great cause. The Undead Lord burst into laughter upon hearing this. What an amusing joke. If you think you can take a few blows from me and underestimate my strength, you're sorely mistaken. His eyes flashed red. I'm actually a mage. I was just fighting you hand to hand earlier. The Holy Knight gripped his lance tightly once more, adopting a fierce stance. I know. The Undead Lord, you know that, yet you don't run? Aren't you afraid? The Holy Knight chuckled. I can't. Though she was a lazy homebody, she had never been negligent in her work or her mission. If the contract spirits all flee, who would protect humanity? If humans disappear, who will make all the little butterflies? Therefore, she must protect humanity. The Holy Light Knight took a deep breath, glancing at the Golden City behind her. She knew that even if she died, Yuanzi would avenge her. Her eyes shone with a noble and brilliant golden light. She raised the holy lance and shouted, Eternal burning wings, carry me away from the corruption of the mortal world. Boom! Behind her, dazzling wings unfolded, their momentum rising steadily. The Lord of the Dead raised his hand, and a long sword appeared in his grasp. My dear lady, is this your final dance? I must say, it's quite spectacular. The Holy Light Knight smiled triumphantly. Of course. Of course, it's magnificent. The development of these skills was all inspired by the forms and dialogue of game characters. All about looking cool. Now it's time to drag it out. I hope the main support from the Alliance Spirit Masters arrives soon. On the other side. Within Golden City. Upon receiving news from Ink City, the tournament organizer fully understood the gravity of the situation. He had already ordered all personnel to begin secretly evacuating the audience. Evacuating over 10,000 people discreetly without alerting the external raid bosses was still an extremely challenging task. However, there were no better options at this point. They could only evacuate as many as possible. Only after evacuating the ordinary spectators, who were powerless to defend themselves, could they consider halting the competition and evacuating the college contract spirit masters. The best-case scenario was that reinforcements would arrive quickly and the raid boss would be defeated smoothly and easily. Meanwhile, inside the Spirit Summoner Arena Tower, all the participating contestants are still desperately climbing the tower. Xia Yuan once again activated his speed clearing mode, his climbing speed skyrocketing, and he reached the 21st floor without any obstacles. They finally caught up to the highest progress. So far, all floors above the 20th floor are almost entirely occupied by SSR spirit beasts. The eager voice of commentator Ziyu rang out. Xia Yuan has finally caught up to the highest floor. The tower climbing competition among all participants has entered a fiercely intense phase. The upcoming battles will almost all be top-tier SSR versus SSR showdowns. The veteran SSR Lava Forger has already been defeated. Who will be the next to face off against the Caliba Killer of the North? Let's wait and see. Nearly 100 million viewers in the livestream are all fixated on the elevator room where Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan are located. As the elevator doors opened, Xia Yuan spotted a familiar short-haired girl with heterochromatic eyes, along with her clown-like spirit companion. He abandoned his initial aggressive strategy, and the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. I must say, it's truly a case of enemies meeting again. Mo Shiyu also recognized her opponent, none other than Mu Xiaoxiao, who had previously denied her status as an Euro-style contract spirit master. Mu Xiaoxiao and Mr. J also noticed the two of them. The girl with the different colored eyes immediately broke into a joyful smile. Ah, finally, you're here. Mr. J, don't hold back. Help me beat them soundly and let them know the consequences of underestimating this lady. J-san played with the card in his hand, his mask switching between a smile and a frown, his deep voice echoing, "As you command, Mississippi." He changed the subject, "But if you lose, you'll be the one who loses face." Mu Xiaoxiao grew impatient, "You must not lose. That guy named Xia Yuan is only level 55, while you're 24 levels higher than him." The live stream viewers, seeing this pair of rivals, were completely out of their minds. 66666, true enemies meet again. This is going to be good. The European princess versus the bargain hunter queen, dog head for safety. This is really convenient. These two, who have a history of conflict, were matched together. The devil clown was third last season. I remember his one-on-one skills are top-notch, even stronger than the lava forger. A grudge match, whichever one loses will be embarrassed. On the stage, the two teams faced off, neither giving an inch in terms of momentum. Xia Yuan thought for a moment, deciding that winning wasn't enough to satisfy him, so he shouted at the opposing team. "Hey, you over there? Dare you take a bet? Whoever loses, their spirit master has to call the other side daddy." Mu Xiaoxiao froze. Call someone dad? How vulgar. Why should she agree to such a lowly bet? Xia Yuan instantly adopted a mocking expression and sneered. "Hey, could it be that you're scared? You know you'll lose. I thought the European-style contract spirit master was supposed to be different. Mu Xiaoxiao, let's bet then." She didn't believe she'd lose to a first-year student. Her J-san was invincible. Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. "Mr. J, you don't need to try to talk me out of this. I'm going to make Mo Shiyu call us dad." Mr. J immediately replied, "I wasn't planning to stop you. On the contrary, I fully support you." Mu Xiaoxiao looked touched. "I knew you supported me." Mr. J nodded. "Anyway, even if we lose, it won't be him calling dad. Both spirit masters are just shouting. Either way, it's a win-win." Mo Shiyu was completely confused and pointed at herself. "Xia Yuan, me, you?" Xia Yuan interrupted her. "Do you think I'll lose?" Mo Shiyu, "Of course not." Xia Yuan shrugged, then it's settled. Chapter 88, Magic vs. Illusion. Mu Xiaoxiao was confident, standing there with her hands crossed over her chest. This father was someone she couldn't call out to. "Mo Shiyu. You're definitely calling him dad. We, the European Emperor Spirit Masters, are called European Emperors because we can draw SSR cards. It's all about having the best luck and getting whatever we desire." She spoke with her head held high, her nose in the air. "The gods who created this world are all on my side. You're just a lucky scavenger. How could you possibly beat me? In a world where card draws determine everything, the luck of the draw is a significant part of one's strength." This has been Mu Xiaoxiao's belief since she was a child. Those who can draw good contract spirits are considered superior and favored by the gods. This is the consensus among contract spirit masters. The Euro royals and non-Euro royals are like Brahmins and Shudras. There's absolute racial discrimination between them. When Mu Xiaoxiao learned that Mo Shiyu had obtained her SSR by contracting a spirit that others had rejected, she became deeply resentful toward her. Mo Shiyu looked at the other girl and rolled her eyes. She didn't want to bother with her. However, the thought of the other person having to lower her proud head and call her dad made her smile. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. The commentator Ziyu, who loves to gossip and isn't afraid of trouble, exclaimed urgently. "In front of nearly 100 million viewers in our live stream, your bet is official. No backing out now, or you'll be mocked by the entire nation." Xia Yuan flexed his wrists, looked at the clown across from him, and smiled mischievously. "All right, let us begin." Mr. J bowed slightly and gestured. "Mr. Xia Yuan, please go first." Mo Shiyu and Mu Xiaoxiao stepped back to the edge of the stage, making room for the two of them. Xia Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Let's use this opportunity to get familiar with the new abilities of the Shining Fruit and see if we can come up with more tricks. Huang Yuan has his own way of developing his fruit's abilities. Then he, Xia Yuan, should have his own way too. But before that, he needed to master it first. The stage was silent, as still as the calm before a storm. Xia Yuan didn't hesitate. His body turned into a beam of light, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Mr. J. He raised his long leg, shrouded in brilliant golden light, and kicked toward his face. The golden flash grew larger and larger in Jay's eyes. He wore a mask, so his expression was unclear, but he didn't move. It seemed as though he hadn't reacted at all, just like everyone else. However, the moment Xia Yuan's leg made contact, Mr. J disintegrated into a pile of scattered playing cards. Baiyu. The sound of laser explosions echoed. A golden beam of light erupted from Xia Yuan's kick, passing by Mu Xiaoxiao and colliding with the tower's walls with immense force. This instantly terrified Mu Xiaoxiao, turning her face pale and causing her mind to freeze. She hurriedly retracted her arrogant demeanor. Mr. J appeared beside her, still trembling with fear, patting his chest. That was close. If I had been hit, I might have died on the spot. He looked at Xia Yuan in surprise. I've watched your battle videos. You don't seem to have any light attribute attacks. Could it be that you've been hiding this ability all along and haven't used it? Xia Yuan crossed his legs and casually scratched his face. I'm naturally curious and love to learn. This move I just picked up during the fight. By the way, aren't you going to protect your master? If my kick had been off, she would have been knocked out right there. Mr. J chuckled. Because I trust Xia Yuan's excellent character. You want to keep her on the field so you can call her daddy, don't you? Why would you let her disconnect early? Xia Yuan laughed. That doesn't sound like a compliment, but you do know me well. Mr. J shuffled a deck of cards in his hands, making a shuffle sound, and said sincerely. No, I'm genuinely complimenting you. In my opinion, your personality is your greatest strength and I truly admire it. Xia Yuan tooted twice. Fat Rain, listen to that. How highly he speaks of my character. Unlike you, who's always subtly criticizing this and that. Mo Shiyu snorted in disbelief. A spirit contract that doesn't care about the life of its spirit contract master can't be a good spirit contract, can it? That clown is just abnormal, right? Just as Mr. J finished his praise, the playing cards in his hand flew towards Xia Yuan like bullets from a machine gun. Xia Yuan's body turned into a beam of light, moving like a ghost, dodging one card after another. Then his fingers glowed with golden light, firing laser beams toward him. The two of them almost simultaneously transformed into moving artillery platforms, running while attacking each other. Laser beams and playing cards collided in mid-air, creating a dazzling display. Xia Yuan released a golden laser beam with one hand while aiming the other at Mr. J, activating his instant teleportation. This teleportation was even faster than transforming into light. However, the moment Xia Yuan made contact with his opponent, he transformed into a swarm of flying playing cards, simultaneously appearing behind Xia Yuan. He pulled out a cue card, flicked it towards Xia Yuan, and shouted, Queen. The cue card explodes behind Xia Yuan, creating a ring of red ripples. However, Xia Yuan's body had already transformed into elements, anticipating the attack. He dodged unharmed, then vanished into a beam of golden light before reforming behind Jay-san. He had the golden Tenshogiri sword in his hand and swung it forward. Whoosh! Jay quietly swapped positions with the playing card he had thrown, leaving behind a decoy card J. He snapped his fingers. The J card exploded with a loud boom. The powerful aftereffects swept across the entire arena. But Xia Yuan once again transformed into a golden streak of light, reforming outside the explosion's range. He lazily shook his hands. You're quite the joker. Your abilities are indeed troublesome. I can't even touch you. Mr. J chuckled. Same goes for you. You can transform into light to evade all danger, and you have unlimited defensive spells. How am I supposed to fight you? Their first clash left commentator Ziyu and the audience dazzled and thrilled. They had never witnessed such a visually stunning battle before. One used playing cards to perform magic. The other transforms into golden flashes, performing magic. That's amazing. The clash of magic and sorcery. Both of them move like ghosts, shifting positions at will. I don't even know how to describe it. However, Yuanshin doesn't seem to be using his familiar spellcasting skills or the 8 gates of escape this time. He has been relying solely on his light attribute abilities throughout the battle. Is he trying to defeat his opponent in their own specialty? Commentator Ziyu added a friendly reminder. New viewers are advised to bring sunglasses or welding helmets to watch the match, or your eyes might not be able to handle it. The number of on-site viewers watching the match through AR glasses was quietly decreasing. However, the number of viewers in the live stream was increasing, with comments flying everywhere. So cool. They're flashing around, one more cunning than the next. Good thing I brought sunglasses. Those two seem like agile assassins, constantly outmaneuvering each other. I'm on the edge of my seat. No wonder it's a battle between SSR level players. No dull moments the entire time. This is better than those special effects movies. So satisfying. I've been a die-hard fan of Jay-san for years, but Yuanshin is also super handsome. I'm torn about who to support. As the commentator said, Yuanshin doesn't seem to be using his previous skills anymore. It's all flashes. Just with this ability alone, he is managing to hold his own against Jay-san? Chapter 89, The Golden City Crisis. I'm the strongest. My eyes hurt. Mu Xiaoxia was blinded by the golden light, tears streaming down her face. But she didn't want to miss the battle, so she could only rub her eyes while whimpering. She had been startled by Xia Yuan's kick earlier, and though she was already feeling a bit panicked inside, she remained defiant on the surface. You're barely decent. But Mr. J hasn't even started yet. Mo Shiyu was in a much better position. She had put on Xia Yuan's sunglasses in advance and was watching the battle with a cool expression, enjoying the show. However, Xiao He could only stand by, rubbing his eyes in frustration. Mr. Xia Yuan. From here on, I'll have to get a bit more forceful. Mr. J politely reminded him. Xia Yuan loosened his grip and smiled, saying, Coincidentally, I was also about to get a bit rough. To be honest, I've been wanting to take off your mask and see what you really look like. The two walked slowly, both appearing relaxed and at ease. Mr. J had already stuffed his hands full of cards, from J to 2. He flung a K card onto the center of the stage, causing it to explode. Flowers see magic. Boom! Red roses began to bloom from the center, spreading outward until they completely enveloped the stage. A sea of flowers appeared. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Xia Yuan's footsteps halted as the flower seed beneath his feet suddenly sprouted thorny vines that wrapped around him. These vines continued to grow along his legs, attempting to spread across his entire body. Seize this opportunity. Mr. J flicked his cards again, revealing an A. A playing card flew towards Xia Yuan, exploding in front of him and transforming into countless razor-sharp steel needles. Xia Yuan's body once again turned into light, breaking free and ending in the sky. The sound of laser beams coalescing echoed through the air. 8-foot jade hook. His hands flickered with golden light, firing countless dazzling light bullets like a Gatling gun, covering the area where Mr. J was located. Boom! 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 Wherever the golden light bullets struck, explosions erupted one after another. Mr. J once again transformed into a swarm of flying cards, dodging the first wave of attacks. Xia Yuan, relying on his keen senses, immediately redirected the 8-tailed jade hook and fired it toward the other side where J appeared. Mr. J directly threw out a 2 card. The playing card flew through the air, rapidly growing larger and transforming into a smooth mirror surface, which reflected all of Xia Yuan's golden projectiles back at him. Xia Yuan dodged away from his original position, his gaze fixed on Jay's smiling mask, deep in thought. The ability to transform into a swarm of flying cards upon being attacked was quite unique. It shares a similar principle with his natural fruit elemental transformation, both allowing them to dodge physical skills without taking damage. However, it was clear that his technique couldn't be used continuously and required a cooldown period. The passionate commentary of Purple Moon echoed. 2 cards. Jay's most invincible defensive skill, capable of reflecting almost all skills. Even the light bullets from the Deep God are no exception. Wait, it's more accurate to say that the mirror reflecting light is perfectly reasonable. That's amazing. Both sides are pulling out all the stops. Mu Xiaoxiao covered her eyes, crying, and couldn't help but shout. Mr. J, what are you doing? Be serious. Where are the big and small aces? Use them. Quickly take down that guy who keeps flashing. My eyes can't take it anymore. Mr. J looked helpless. He wanted to use them too, but the opponent's ability to turn into light clearly allowed them to dodge these attacks. Even if the ultimate move was powerful, it wouldn't do any good if it couldn't hit the target, and it would just waste a lot of spiritual energy, making it not worth the effort. Therefore, he wanted to first identify the conditions and vulnerabilities of the opponent's defensive mechanism to see if there was an opportunity to exploit it. Mr. J didn't believe such an invincible defensive skill could have no weaknesses. However, after fighting this far, he had no clue at all. Moreover, the opponent had another limitless defensive technique. Mr. J was well aware that without breaking through the opponent's 2 defensive skills, he had no chance of winning. Currently, it appears that he and the opponent are exchanging blows back and forth. In reality, up to this point, he has no possibility of winning. The opponent still has too many tricks up their sleeve. And he only has the 2 aces left. Mr. J felt a headache coming on and sighed. Ah! Even though we're both SSR ranked, why is there such a huge difference in the number of skills we have? After fighting for so long, Xia Yuan had also gained a basic understanding of the Shining Fruit's abilities. He was thinking about how to combine the abilities of the Shining Fruit with curses to develop more skills similar to Golden Lightning Flash. But suddenly, Mo Shiyu's slightly anxious voice rang out from behind him. Xia Yuan! Come here! I have something important to tell you. Xia Yuan replied impatiently, what is it that can't wait? As he turned around, he saw Mo Shiyu looking uneasy, her expression clearly off. The next moment, he quickly returned to Mo Shiyu's side. What's going on? Mo Shiyu took a deep breath, knowing that this matter couldn't be made public just yet, as it would cause panic. She motioned for Xia Yuan to lean in closer. Xia Yuan complied and bent down. Mo Shiyu tiptoed up, leaned close to his ear, and whispered. My uncle just sent me a message. He said that Golden City has been targeted by the raid boss, and the Holy Light Knights are currently trying to hold them off. But he said the enemy is extremely powerful, terrifyingly so, and it might require a T0 tier Alliance Spirit Summoner to handle it. He told us to stop the competition and leave immediately. Xia Yuan caught the key points and asked. Wait, you mean the guy from the raid is currently fighting the raid boss? Mo Shiyu looked panicked, her voice trembling. The situation isn't looking good. It seems like all the official Alliance Spirit Masters are currently busy tackling a 5-star dungeon on the other side. My uncle said that the T0 tier Spirit Summoners at the Alliance headquarters, who possess top-tier SSR combat power, have been tied up by a world-class bounty boss that suddenly appeared in Imperial Capital, and they can't send reinforcements in time. She spoke with great emphasis, especially when mentioning the world-class bounty boss. Xia Yuan gripped her face with both hands, squeezing her cherry-red lips into an O shape, and spoke slowly. Fat Rain, calm down, don't panic. I'm here. Mo Shiyu's emotions finally stabilized a bit. Xia Yuan released her, hiding the careless smile on his face. So, Fat Rain, will you choose to flee? Mo Shiyu bit her lip, exhaled, then lifted her head, her large eyes fixed intently on him. Of course not. I know my uncle's personality. If he said that, it means the Holy Light Knights are in serious trouble. We need to go help them first. Xia Yuan ruffled her hair. You're truly my spirit master. Mo Shiyu suddenly grabbed the hem of his robe. But, Xia Yuan, the raid boss is even more terrifying than the Abyss boss. Even a T0 tier spirit master from the Alliance, even if they're nearly max level SSR, wouldn't dare claim they can fully defeat it. Her eyes darted around nervously. We're only level 55. Can we really do this? Mo Shiyu's mind flashed back to the scene of her parents leaving home. They had also been Alliance T1 tier spirit contractors and spirit beasts sent to take on the raid boss that had suddenly erupted at the time. As an SR tier spirit contract, her mother had once sworn to her. She said she was strong and could definitely protect her father, the spirit tamer, and that both of them would return safely. But they never returned. And that raid boss soon became a world-famous bounty boss feared by all. Famous far and wide. Xia Yuan sensed the unease of the young girl in front of him, gave her a firm pat on the head, and smiled his signature smile. Fat Rain, have you forgotten who I am? I'm the strongest. Mo Shiyu lifted her head again and looked at him. Seeing the familiar, arrogant smile from the past, her fear vanished and she nodded vigorously. That's right. Her SSR was the strongest. Chapter 90, Domain Unleashed, Clown Show. The battle suddenly came to a halt. Mr. J didn't take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, instead staring at Xia Yuan and the others in surprise, wondering what they were whispering about. Mu Xiaoxiao, seeing this, shouted in protest. Mo Shiyu, what are you doing? Are you even going to fight? Xia Yuan had originally planned to give up the match, but upon hearing Mu Xiaoxiao's arrogant words, he decided she needed to be taught a lesson. His expression turned cold and stern, no longer the playful smile he had earlier. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I'm in a hurry, so I won't continue playing with you guys. Just take it a bit more seriously. Mr. J suddenly perked up, sensing the change in Xia Yuan's aura. If it was just play earlier, then now the other party was really getting serious. Here it comes. However, what he didn't expect was that Xia Yuan suddenly appeared behind Mu Xiaoxiao, pinning her under his arm and lifting her off the ground. Mr. J was completely baffled. Had he mistaken her for someone else? Hadn't he just said he wouldn't harm a spirit contract master? Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't even had time to react before the world spun around her. She struggled fiercely. Xia Yuan, what are you doing? Mr. J, save me. Xia Yuan flashed back to Mu Shiyu's side and slapped Mu Xiaoxiao's butt hard, making a loud, crisp smack sound. The quality of that waist drum was decent. It made quite a loud noise. Mu Xiaoxiao was both angry and frustrated, her head buzzing. She was the esteemed Ouyang Qilin master. The young princess of a top-tier spirit contract master family. How dare he dare to slap her but in front of so many people? Mu Xiaoxiao felt utterly humiliated inside, but she dared not move for the moment. Xia Yuan raised one hand, forming a seal with it. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt her. I want her to stay conscious so she can call us daddy for us. The commentator Ziyu's voice rang out in confusion and shock. Yuan Shen has kidnapped the opponent's spirit summoner right in front of everyone. But it seems he doesn't intend to eliminate her. What does he plan to do? Wait, that familiar gesture. Could it be? Mo Shiyu and Xiao Hei had already skillfully wrapped their arms around Xia Yuan's legs. At that moment, Mr. J also realized this is bad. He's going all out. Why the rush? He instantly threw all the playing cards in his hands in every direction around the stage. The cards flew through the air, with most of them being the J cards, the stand-ins. Xia Yuan's icy blue eyes flickered with an otherworldly glow, and his magnetic voice echoed, uttering the words the audience had been eagerly awaiting. Domain activation. Infinite void. The words echoed like an absolute zero-degree judgment, resonating with authority. As the sound faded, the surrounding space was forcibly altered. Centered around him, the domain began to expand, enveloping the entire arena. Everything within sight was forcibly divided by the pure nothingness and existence. Above was an endless expanse of pristine white. Below was an equally bottomless black, hollow enough to absorb all thoughts. The interplay of black and white formed an absolutely still yet infinitely evolving space. Endless. No beginning. Nor any boundaries. This time, the internal camera at the center of the stage finally captured the scene within the boundless void. Viewers in the livestream were left speechless by the profound scene resembling the vastness of the cosmos. Within the domain, Mr. J is moving constantly across the entire arena using his J-card avatars. He attempts to counteract the influence of the boundless void on his mind by constantly switching between clones. Before his brain could shut down, he instantly switched to a brand new brain. However, the speed at which the vast amount of information was being fed into his mind far exceeded Mr. J's imagination. Even when he used his substitute technique to its fullest, the speed at which he refreshed his brain couldn't keep up with the infinite flow of information being poured into it. Almost a second after the domain was activated, he was hit. However, the unconscious inertia of his body's skills caused him to switch bodies over a dozen times, leaping wildly across the stage before finally freezing in place, his eyes wide with shock. Now he truly became a clown. He jumped dozens of times. Upon seeing that he had successfully gained control, Xia Yuan immediately dissolved the domain. He could now control the duration of the boundless void at will, maximizing energy efficiency. Infinite void domain activation. Ah! The divine being has finally used his strongest control ultimate move. Even the SSR-ranked demon clown Jae-san is currently under control, standing there dumbfounded. The excited screams of commentator Ziyu echoed through the air. The live stream viewers were utterly shocked. Did I just see an endless universe of stars for a split second? What kind of powerful move is that? Too strong, too unstoppable. Whenever the Abyss God declares his domain, the battle is over. What we saw in online videos before was just the dark, oppressive outer layer of the domain. Now we're seeing the internal structure. It's such a surreal space. So what kind of power does the boundless void possess that it can turn SSR-tier characters into sandbags, standing there motionless? I speculate it's the ability to destroy the brain, causing it to shut down. As for how it's done, only the Yuan Shin knows. The strongest form of control, directly affecting the brain. How do you defend against that? Mu Xiaoxiao, trapped under Xia Yuan's armpit, saw Jae-san standing motionless and panicked, shouting urgently. Mr. J. What's wrong? Wake up! Xia Yuan raised his hand and experimentally fired a laser beam at the other person. To everyone's surprise, even in his brain-frozen state, Jae-san's form once again transformed into a swarm of flying playing cards, dodging the attack. He appeared in another location. Xia Yuan continued firing rapidly, but the opponent kept transforming into a pile of cards and dodging the attacks time and again. This bizarre defensive mechanism had no delay time. Mu Xiaoxiao's face lit up with hope once more. Right. She almost forgot about her SSR's insane defensive mechanism. Not only does Xia Yuan have an overpowered skill, but her Jae-san does too. There's still a chance. With such powerful control, there must be a time limit. As long as Xia Yuan doesn't figure out Jae's passive defense mechanism before then, he won't die. There's a chance to turn the tide and win. Wake up! Wake up quickly! Why aren't you waking up? Is the control time that long? Mu Xiaoxiao struggled to lift her head, staring intently at Mr. J's condition with wide eyes, her small mouth moving rapidly. What she didn't know was, Xia Yuan had set the control time for Mr. J to last several hours. As expected, Mr. Clown had a trick up his sleeve. This defensive ability is actually a passive skill, and there is no time limit in between. He misled me earlier. Interesting. Fortunately, I gave you an extra control move. Xia Yuan fired laser beams while pondering. He stared at the smiling mask on the other's face, deep in thought. Mr. J's mask had two states, a smiling face and a crying face, and he enjoyed switching between them. But since the battle began, the smiling face on his mask had not changed. Commentator Ziyu, seeing the clown dodging the golden beams non-stop, exclaimed in disbelief. What's going on? Even though Mr. J is under control, his defensive skills are still active, automatically dodging the attacks of the divine being. And there doesn't seem to be a limit to the number of times he can do this. He keeps dodging. Even when fired in large bursts, he can dodge them. If this continues, he'll be in an invincible state indefinitely. He can't be targeted. However, after all this time, Mr. J shows no signs of recovering. The control time of the abyssal goddess Limitless Void is also beyond the realm of reason. Chapter 91, 650,000 Skeleton Army, Censored Death. Xia Yuan decided to test his hypothesis. He casually tossed Mu Xiaoxiao to the ground, causing her to wince in pain. He then rubbed his face with both hands, contorting his expression into a hideous, crying face. At the same time, he released the laser beam once more. Put! Under the astonished gazes of all the spectators. This time, the laser beam suddenly pierced through Mr. J's body, and he no longer transformed into a pile of cards. Xia Yuan maintained his crying expression, increased his output, and sent J back to the spirit contract space. Sure enough. He had guessed correctly after all. By making an expression opposite to the one on J's clown mask, he could successfully attack the opponent. Xia Yuan rubbed his face and resumed his cold expression. The battle, which had been deadlocked for a long time, was resolved within 5 minutes after he spoke with a hint of seriousness. Commentator Ziyu's excited shouts rang out. What's happening? Suddenly, Yuan Shin broke through J's defensive mechanism and successfully defeated him. If I'm not mistaken, he just made an ugly crying face. Could that crying face be the key to breaking the deadlock? However, the outcome of this battle has already been decided. We congratulate Mo Shiyu, the Spirit Master, and the Abyss God on advancing to the next level. She suddenly remembered something important. Oh, right. There's one more important thing: the bet between the two Spirit Masters. The loser has to call the winner daddy. In an instant, all the spectators' attention was focused on Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao was lying humbly on the ground, still unable to get up after the fall. As a result, Mr. J was killed and returned to the spirit contract space. Her eyes, one blue and one red, were filled with tears. She couldn't believe that as an Euro Royal Spirit Summoner, she had lost to a Scavenger Spirit Summoner. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu looked down on her from above, laughing with a hee-hee sound, resembling two psychopaths. Mu Xiao, it's time to fulfill your bet. You don't want to be looked down upon by all these spectators, do you? Hurry up, hurry up. Mu Xiao could only huddle up pitifully, looking up at the two who seemed like demons, and burst into tears with a loud wah. Xia Yuan chuckled, crying counts as time, so stop crying and shout already. I'm in a hurry. Mo Shiyu, 9494. Mu Xiao had no choice but to wipe away her tears, clench her teeth, and force herself to endure the immense humiliation as she shouted, Dad. After saying that, she felt as though all her strength had been drained from her body. She collapsed on the ground like a broken doll, tears streaming down her face and soaking the floor. It's over. Mu Xiao had no face to show anyone anymore. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu didn't expect the other person to be so straightforward. A little pressure, and she really called out. After hearing this, they felt relieved and didn't continue mocking her. After all, she was a girl and a woman of her word. They should at least spare her some dignity. After the match ended, Xia Yuan naturally had no intention of climbing the tower. He and Mo Shiyu began discussing how to exit the tower. Just as they were about to give up the match, the voice of the official tournament organizer echoed throughout the tower. Emergency situation. The tournament is temporarily suspended. All participants will retain their current floor scores. Please exit the building through the floor portals. As soon as he finished speaking, teleportation gates lit up on every floor. Both the official commentators and the livestream viewers were completely baffled, unsure of what had just happened. Such a major event and it's just being cancelled like that? They were just getting into it. In an instant, viewers across the country began to voice their complaints, expressing their dissatisfaction. Xia Yuan, accompanied by Mo Shiyu and Xiao He, quickly passed through the teleportation gate and returned to the central arena of Golden City. Upon exiting, they discovered that nearly half of the audience in Golden City had already quietly evacuated. As more people evacuated, some spectators began to notice something was wrong and started to shout in confusion. The order within the venue was on the brink of collapse and difficult to maintain. Mo Shiyu frowned deeply, the situation is out of control. The raid boss outside must have noticed. Xia Yuan didn't linger, grabbing Mo Shiyu and rushing toward the exit of the Golden City. Their plan was simple. If they could take down the boss outside first, the audience inside the Golden City could evacuate safely without any casualties. However, at that very moment, an unprecedented strange force erupted from outside the Golden City. The sky and earth changed color, and time seemed to suddenly freeze. Xia Yuan abruptly came to a halt. This force was strikingly similar to his domain unfolding. The entire space of the Golden City underwent a transformation. The once clear and sunny daytime sky suddenly grew dark and gloomy. Everyone inside the Golden City was stunned, unsure of what was happening. Boom! 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 The earth trembled violently. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, a massive throne made of piled-up bones and countless corpses suddenly rose up outside the Golden City. Countless hordes of undead creatures materialized out of thin air, surrounding the entire Golden City. Upon the white bone throne, a skeleton dressed in a pink suit swayed a glass of red wine, sat elegantly, and looked down upon all with disdain. Ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. The voice of the undead sovereign echoed throughout the entire Golden City. I am the undead lord. You are now within my realm, surrounded by my army of 650,000 skeletons, with no way to escape. I'll make this brief. I invite you all to join me in death and help me ascend to the throne of the world bounty boss. He raised the red wine in his hand and poured it onto the ground. Here, thank you all. This cup of wine is for you. Fear spreads throughout the Golden City. Most of the spectators who had secretly planned to evacuate were also blocked at the entrance by the undead army. The Alliance tournament organizer never expected that the dungeon realm of this raid boss would be so vast. Xia Yuan's eyes were icy cold. He had no time to listen to this boss's nonsense and immediately charged out of the Golden City. He wanted to check on the condition of the coded knight first. If that guy is dead, then where would he find the website to download reference materials for his studies? That wouldn't do. Outside the Golden City, a dense horde of undead soldiers had already formed Aang formation and were slowly closing in. A woman, her armor shattered and revealing her body, held a long spear and stood alone, silently facing the undead army. She had lost one arm, and there was a large hole in her chest. Her spirit body was already nearing its limit. Her form was beginning to slowly dissipate. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu just emerged from the shadows and witnessed the scene. He teleported to the female knight's side and urgently asked, "Woman, hold on. Have you seen the Holy Light Knight?" The woman turned her head blankly, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. "Oh. Xia Yuan, you're here." Xia Yuan only then noticed that this older female contract spirit resembled the censored knight, with her face looking like it had been carved from the same mold. He was a bit stunned. Isn't the censored one supposed to be a little holy light girl? Xia Yuan exclaimed in shock, are you the mother of the censored knight? The holy light knight grew furious, I'm the holy light knight, Xia Yuan. You have no eye for detail. This is how I look in night mode. Xia Yuan was stunned again, unable to believe it. No way. You can also grow bigger and smaller. The holy light knight was too exhausted to even complain anymore and could no longer hold on, collapsing backward. Xia Yuan hurriedly put down Mo Shiyu, reached out to catch the exhausted female knight before him, and carefully examined her injuries. But when he saw the large hole in her chest and the numerous life-threatening wounds covering her body, his icy blue eyes suddenly narrowed. Xia Yuan's hands trembled slightly as he forced himself to steady his emotions. How do you feel? The holy light knight replied weakly. I'm fine, just feeling like I'm about to die. Mo Shiyu's tears welled up in her eyes, and she covered her mouth to stop herself from crying. Mo Chang, dragging his weary body, limped over, his eyes filled with sorrow. Such severe injuries had already begun to cause his body to dissipate. It was nearly impossible to save him now. Xia Yuan took a deep breath, placed his hand on her body, his expression focused and serious. Gojo Satoru couldn't use his reverse technique to heal others. He must learn it now. For a moment, Xia Yuan's mind and the cursed energy within his body began to race, his 6 eyes glowing with a blue light as he focused all his attention on performing the reverse technique. The holy knight began to utter his last words. Unz. Please do something very important for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace. Xia Yuan nodded. The holy light knight reached out and grabbed his collar, using his last ounce of strength to say, after I die, please delete all the browser history on my computer. Under no circumstances should the media discover this and glorify my heroic deeds. Mo Shiyu. Mo Chang. Is the browser history really that important? Xia Yuan felt the reversal spell on his hands taking effect, and a smile immediately spread across his lips. The dissipation of the holy light knight's body gradually came to a halt. He finally exhaled heavily, adopting the tone of someone who had been through it all, and said earnestly, young man, don't act impulsively. This browser history, you'll still need it. Chapter 92, the censored text comes back to life. If one dies on the ground, I lose. Xia Yuan looked down at the body of the person doing the coding, which was curvaceous and arousing, and tore off his fashionable jacket, covering her with it. The holy knight slowly closed her eyes, a tear trickling down her cheek, speaking with a touch of regret. I wish I could too. I haven't finished conquering the 1,000 loves and 10,000 spirits yet. I don't want to die either. Unz, remember to avenge me. With those words, she looked serene, silently awaiting death. Mo Shiyu and Mo Chang were both stunned, as they clearly saw that the trend of the holy knight's light dissipating had come to a halt. Xia Yuan reached out and slapped her snow-white cheek. Hey, don't sleep. Go back to the spirit master's space and sleep. The holy light knight's forehead furrowed into a large well shape, roaring. Can't you just let me die in peace? Xia Yuan laughed. Who said you're going to die? Feel it. How's your body now? The holy light knight finally noticed that his body was rapidly recovering, regaining strength and a sense of presence. She sat up with a snap. I feel a bit more alive. What's going on? Xia Yuan grinned. You're lucky. I just learned the reversed healing technique on the spot and managed to revive you. Good thing you kept a breath left. Mo Shiyu and Mo Chang heard this and their faces lit up with joy. The holy light knight felt the warm energy flowing from Xia Yuan's palm on her chest and was also surprised. You little rascal, you haven't figured it out yet? You're actually a healer. With injuries as severe as mine, even a top-tier healing type contract spirit would have a hard time saving me. She coughed once, feeling a bit uneasy as she muttered under her breath, I thought you put your hand on me to take advantage of the situation. Xia Yuan's lips twitched slightly, and he was starting to reconsider saving her. Was he that kind of person? Xia Yuan pointed at her nose. Hey, don't slander me. I was just trying to save you. After healing her to the point where the holy light knight wouldn't fade away, Xia Yuan tiredly moved his hand away, his azure blue eyes filled with exhaustion. The rest of your injuries, you can recover slowly in the spirit contract space. Using the reversal technique to save others, even with the 6 eyes intervention, was quite exhausting. After all, he had pulled someone back from the brink of death. The holy light knight looked up at the approaching horde of undead and warned. Unz, these undead hordes aren't ordinary minions. I just tested them. Their abilities are more akin to spirit beasts than monsters. I suspect that the guy in the pink suit has the ability to turn the living beings he's slain into his own undead army, while retaining their original power. Xia Yuan stood up, gazing coldly at the figure seated on the bone throne, and said indifferently. Got it. Leave it to me. You go rest. I still have to play games tonight. The holy light knight heard this and laughed in relief. She certainly didn't want to die. The feeling of being alive again was truly wonderful. Thanks, Unz. The holy light knight returned to the spirit contract space to recover. Xia Yuan rubbed his tired temples and regained his composure. Fat Rain, how much spiritual energy do we have left? Mo Shiyu's expression grew cold as she pondered for a moment before replying. With the medicine S limit, my spiritual energy reserves are at 200%. Xia Yuan clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, a smile curling his lips. Let's cause some chaos then. To be honest, he was furious. Dama, as his first close friend in this world, had nearly been killed. This debt must be settled with that pink-suited skeleton who spilled wine all over the place. Mo Shiyu looked up at the familiar figure on the throne. Xia Yuan, we saw this raid boss in the World Peace Tavern on that day. Xia Yuan nodded. I know. The raid boss is so good at hiding. When he was in the tavern, the emblem on his head was only a rank level 50. But now, the emblem on its head was glowing bright red with terrifying letters. Raid boss, level 100, undead lord. Behind the emblem hung blood-red skulls symbolizing the current cumulative number of lives taken, 650,079. This signifies that since its birth and arrival, it has already slaughtered over 650,000 people. Reaching 1,000,000 kills allows it to ascend to become a world-class bounty boss. Golden City was almost completely stunned. The oppressive presence of the undead lord felt like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. A suffocating atmosphere engulfed the entire Golden City. Mo Shiyu unconsciously clenched her fists, her voice cold as ice. World-class bounty bosses are evolved from powerful raid bosses. This guy actually plans to use this massacre as a stepping stone for his promotion. Xia Yuan scanned the army of 650,000 undead creatures or human skeletons, his eyes brimming with excitement. In his eyes, these were all system reward points. Currently, his system reward bar was at 85%. If he could eliminate all 650,000 undead soldiers, he'd easily reach 100% and even give the next generation power ceiling template a massive boost. Xia Yuan glanced at the boss on the throne and sneered, let you live a little longer. He wanted to slaughter the undead army first and obtain the second combat power ceiling template. All he needed to do was time it right to match Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy consumption. At this critical moment of life and death, all the spirit contractors and their contracted spirits within the Golden City stepped forward. The 100 spirit summoners participating in the competition, along with the spirit summoners and spirits in the spectator seats, formed a protective circle outside Golden City, intending to hold back the undead army. This was to buy time for the top-tier strategy team from the Alliance to arrive with reinforcements. However, once the raid boss's instance realm is activated, it becomes extremely difficult for anyone from outside to enter. Meanwhile, the Euro Royal Spirit Masters wielding SSR-tier spirit beasts, as the strongest combat force currently within Golden City, naturally formed a boss-tackling task force aiming directly at the undead lord seated atop the throne. In no time, the undead lord was surrounded by powerful SSR spirit companions. Joka's Platinum Dragon King, Luo Ziyan's Demon Blade Maiden, and Mu Xiaoxiao's Mr. J, among others, were all present. The originally desperate and suffocating situation was instantly reversed. Seeing the countless SSR spirit beasts filling the sky, the spectators within Golden City were instantly filled with hope and confidence. They had almost forgotten that such terrifying combat power existed within the city, and their spirits soared. Everyone, stay calm. We'll be fine. Look up. Haha, I almost forgot we had such a group of SSRs. What about the raid boss? Facing such a group of SSRs, it'll have to fall. Damn. I was almost scared to death by that undead lord. But these SSRs aren't that high level, all below level 80. It's still a bit dangerous. Go away, don't boost their morale and weaken our own. Come on, we have to take down that skeleton boss before the undead army breaks through the Golden City. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but say. Xia Yuan, let's join in too. Mo Chang analyzed the battlefield situation. We already have enough SSR tier units to deal with the undead king. The ground defenses are a bit weak. Xia Yuan can stay on the ground to hold off these undead hordes. Xia Yuan had the same idea. He glanced at the undead lord in the sky and secretly hoped it would hold out a little longer. He took a deep breath and shouted toward the sky. Hey, you up there. Just focus on the boss. The ground is in my hands. If even one person dies, it's my loss. Chapter 93, SR Undead Brigade, Xia Yuan unleashes full firepower. Major Chapter. The various SSR-ranked beings in the sky looked down at the boastful figure on the ground, their expressions silent. Only the Platinum Dragon King was excited, rushing forward to explain to the other SSRs. He has my big pot. He's incredibly powerful. He always keeps his word. But as he looked at the other SSRs, who were cold and indifferent, he gradually lowered his voice. The lava forger winced at that reckless voice. He now had nothing left but a hammer. Mr. J smiled and said, Mr. Xia Yuan is at least stronger than me. I believe what he says. Let us focus on taking down the boss and leave the ground to him. Yao Daoji nodded in agreement. Eternal Knight Judge Alkas didn't care about the ground situation. As long as they could quickly defeat the boss, the 650,000 undead army would naturally dissipate. He spoke like a leader, issuing orders. All SSRs, assist me. However, none of the SSR-ranked spirit companions paid him any attention. They were all top-tier combatants with their own pride. Even if you were last year's champion, so what? This year's champion might not be you. The scene grew slightly awkward. Alkas furrowed his brows slightly, looking skeptical, doubting his own influence. Ha? No luck? Aren't I the strongest one? Why aren't you listening to me? It was the undead monarch seated on the white bone throne who broke the awkward silence. He sipped his red wine leisurely, as usual, letting some spill over the side, and chuckled. So many young SSRs. It seems I'm really lucky. Your highest level is only 79. What do you have to fight me with? In the end, you'll all become my undead puppets. As he finished speaking, the undead monarch snapped his fingers. Beneath his throne, over 70 undead creatures suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee before him. These were not ordinary undead, they were high-ranking SR-class contract spirits who had died and transformed into undead. Though now reduced to skeletal frames, they still possessed the power they had in life, emanating terrifying fluctuations from every pore. The undead lord's eyes glowed red as he rested his chin on one hand, gazing down at the crowd. You dare to challenge me? You underestimate me too much. SR-ranked undead, obey my will and kill them. In an instant, the tide turned once more. Over 70 SR-ranked undead of various forms surrounded the 8 SSRs. No one had anticipated that the enemy could summon over 60 high-tier SR contract spirits to serve as undead subordinates. This lineup was truly terrifying. All the SSRs present furrowed their brows, their expressions growing unusually serious. Although they were all SSR-ranked warriors with exceptional combat prowess, there were only 8 of them. Even if they joined forces, facing 60 or 70 high-level SR contract spirits, they couldn't be certain of victory. And this was before the boss on the throne had even intervened. Moreover, due to the previous matches, the Spirit Masters had already expended a significant amount of spiritual energy and were not at their peak condition. Overall, their chances of victory were not very high. The people inside the Golden City, seeing the sudden appearance of over 70 SR undead in the sky, were all stunned. The official tournament organizer, upon seeing this scene, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The power of the raid boss, the undead lord, far exceeded their expectations. After shouting that, Xia Yuan no longer paid attention to what was happening above, as the situation below was equally dire. Their side had only 1,000 combat-ready spirit companions, forming a circular defensive line. Holding off the 650,000 undead army before them was no easy feat. If they could hold out for 10 minutes, it would already be a major victory. Given the disparity in combat strength, the human contract spirits once again felt despair. Inside the Golden City, personnel from major news media outlets had not shut down their live streams. They chose to stay at their posts and broadcast the sudden raid boss disaster live. Even if everyone dies, they can still transmit information about the undead lord's abilities to the outside world, aiding the Alliance's Contract Spirit Task Force in their upcoming campaign. For a moment, the live broadcast personnel from various news media began to commentate on the situation at the scene. Hello everyone. This is the Great Xia News live broadcast. I believe you've all seen the news about the Golden City. The young female reporter, though trembling with fear, continued to fulfill her duties. That's correct. I am currently at the epicenter of the disaster caused by the raid boss in Golden City. Currently, all human spirit masters and spirits in Golden City have gathered outside the city walls to form a defensive line against the 650,000 undead army. 8 out of the 9 strongest SSR spirit masters participating in this event have taken to the skies to form an assault team to take down the boss. The remaining SSR, the well-known kill god of Chuanbei, has stayed on the ground, fighting alongside the other spirit masters and spirits to resist the undead army. The camera focused on the sky, and the female reporter's voice trembled as she said, "The undead lord has summoned a large number of SR spirit beings who have turned into undead after death, surrounding the 8 SSRs in the sky. The battle is intense. Drones soar into the sky, capturing the entire battlefield. If the SSR task force can't defeat the undead lord in time, the ground will fall first. The two sides' combat strength is still too disparate. The Golden City disaster has the entire population of Great Xia on edge." They finally understood why the tournament had been suspended. After watching the live broadcast of the battlefield situation, netizens from Daxia all felt a chill in their hearts and silently prayed for the people inside Golden City. Countless messages of encouragement and support flooded the screen. Meanwhile, outside Golden City, the top-tier T0 spirit masters of the Alliance had already taken their positions. However, facing the undead monarch's dungeon realm, despite their best efforts to decipher it, they still couldn't find any clues. Because at the scene, the entire Golden City and the surrounding area within a 100-mile radius had completely vanished. Only an empty field remains. The urgent voice of Zhao Wenhua, the Alliance's highest-ranking commander, echoed through the earpieces of all the spirit masters and their spirits. At any cost, we must decode the dungeon realm as quickly as possible. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find the Golden City for me. He slammed his fist on the table in anger. Damn it! We've been outmaneuvered. The world-class bounty boss's sudden appearance and the arrival of the 5-star dungeon are all to divert our forces. Their true target is the Golden City. Zhao Wenguo couldn't help but think of the 9 young SSR contract spirits inside the Golden City and the hundreds of thousands of spectators, his eyes widening in horror. If they all perish in this raid boss disaster, it will be a massive blow to the entire Great Xia Empire. The consequences are unimaginable. At that moment, inside the Golden City, Mo Shiyu followed Mo Chang and took shelter in the safest area at the center of Golden City. Alliance official defensive barriers covered the area, protecting numerous spirit contractors and high-ranking Alliance officials. Additionally, this location allowed Xia Yuan to teleport unimpeded to the scene. Following that, Mo Shiyu frantically downed potions, quickly restoring her spiritual energy to 100%. After ensuring Mo Shiyu's safety, Xia Yuan rose into the air, hovering above the center of the Golden City, observing the entire situation. He took a deep breath, his expression more serious than ever, and spoke slowly. All right. Now, it's time for all-out firepower in the hunt. Xia Yuan's cold, blue eyes swept across the entire battlefield below. The southern defensive line of the Golden City was suddenly breached, and his figure abruptly teleported there. Plunging from the sky like a meteorite, he crashed into the ranks of the undead army. Spell reversal. Maximum output. Song. Boom. A blue energy sphere rolled through the undead horde, leaving nothing in its wake. Clearing all the undead from his landing spot. 8-inch jade hook. Boom. A golden light suddenly shot into the sky, unleashing countless golden projectiles in all directions. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the undead army was reduced to ashes in the blinding light. The spirit beasts on the southern front witnessed this terrifying scene, leaving them speechless. Soon, earth-shaking cheers and shouts erupted. They desperately needed someone as powerful as Xia Yuan to boost morale and solidify their resolve. However, Xia Yuan's attack hadn't stopped. He landed and immediately assumed a fighting stance, his hands forming a finger-snapping gesture as he chanted the strengthening incantation. 9 pillars. Polarization. Crow and declaration. Between the surface and the core. Void form Z. With his current skill and strength, he can now unleash the Z technique with a 180% power boost. Boom! The earth trembles. It feels like an earthquake. Everyone struggles to stay on their feet. Under the stunned gazes of the contract spirits and the netizens of the Great Xia Empire, the space in the direction where Xia Yuan pointed his finger seemed to shatter, and the earth cracked and spread out. Along the way, countless hordes of undead were reduced to dust under the overwhelming purple light. From the sky, amidst the densely packed hordes of undead, it seemed as though a gigantic steamroller had appeared, crushing and shattering countless undead in its path. The scale was immense. The destructive power was immense. Xia Yuan landed among the undead hordes, and in just a minute, he had already slaughtered nearly 50,000 undead, clearing out a vast area. A female journalist from the official news media of the Great Xia Empire was reporting on the battle. The footage captured by the drones in the sky left her so excited she nearly jumped out of her skin, and her fear vanished into thin air. Her excited face flushed red as she shouted. The demon slayer of Chuanbei has arrived. He has transformed into a battlefield reaper, mowing down the undead army like wheat. What incredible power! What terrifying output! He stabilized the battle in an instant. We might not lose after all. Chapter 94, 0.1 second domain activation confusion without confusion. Xia Yuan, with all his firepower unleashed, maneuvers like a dragon among the undead army. Cursed arts. 8 gates escape technique. Shining fruit. The 3 powers are masterfully combined by him, forming highly destructive area of effect skills. At the defensive lines outside the Golden City, whenever a breach appeared, he would teleport to the scene, clear everything in his path, and seal the breach. Even the 650,000-strong army of the dead, under the defense of Xia Yuan and the other spirit beasts forming the battle line, were temporarily unable to approach the Golden City. The live streams of major news media outlets were flooded with comments. Oh my goodness! The Caliba god is too powerful. He's holding the ground battle steady all by himself as an SSR. There's still hope. As long as the ground holds, with 8 SSRs in the air, we should be able to break through. One man holding the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. It's been brought to life. How can one word fierce describe it? This level of strength is completely beyond what ordinary SSRs can match. Yuan Shen's combat power is among the top tier of SSRs. Come on, human contract spirits, you have to win. Everyone in Golden City must come back alive. Meanwhile, the battle in the skies above Golden City had already begun, with various skills exploding in the air, sending shockwaves rippling out. 8 SSRs were facing off against over 70 SR undead, a true epic battle. On the Bone Throne, the undead lord sipped his wine while watching the battlefield. Watching the SSRs being surrounded and attacked by over 70 SRs, struggling desperately and looking utterly defeated, he felt a sense of satisfaction. But when he glanced down at the situation on the ground, his smile vanished instantly. As expected, no matter how many of them there are, they're still just trash. I can't just let you have it so easy. The undead ruler swept his hand, and once again, a large group of elite undead monsters appeared on the steps below the throne, all of them over level 80. Go! Greet the humans inside the Golden City. I want to hear their excited shouts. The elite undead creatures obeyed the order, leaping from the sky and parachuting into the Golden City. Quick, get out of the way. Something is falling from above. Help! The official female reporter of the Great Xia Empire was excitedly reporting on the stable situation on the ground. The next moment, a rain of monsters began to fall behind her. Bang! 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 Countless elite monsters crashed into the central area of the Golden City, sending everyone scrambling for cover and fleeing inward. A elite undead force descended from the sky, launching an attack on the crowd. Chaos erupted within the Golden City. They were all defenseless civilians. How could they possibly stand up to these elite monsters? They could only flee for their lives. The previously stable battle situation was suddenly shattered. Viewers watching the live stream joined in the despair. How many people will die now? Xia Yuan quickly noticed the situation and teleported inside. Facing these scattered elite undead monsters that were about to attack the crowd, if he wanted to save people quickly, he had only one option. Xia Yuan activated the domain expanding seal with one hand, pushing his 6 eyes to their limits. Domain expansion. Infinite void. 0.1 seconds. The boundless void dispersed in an instant. Xia Yuan precisely controlled the range of the boundless void domain, encompassing only the area with the undead elite monsters. And it only lasted for 0.1 seconds. This was even more extreme than Gojo Satoru's 0.2 second domain expansion, minimizing brain damage to ordinary people to the lowest possible level. However, it also floods the brains of all lifeforms within the domain with approximately 3 months' worth of useless information. This is sufficient to paralyze the undead elite monsters for over 2 minutes and render ordinary people comatose for a month. With Xia Yuan at the center, all humans and undead elite monsters within 100 meters were left with blank stares, frozen in place, unable to move. 8 gates escape. 7th gate, shock gate, open. To ensure that all undead elite monsters are killed within these 2 minutes, Xia Yuan activated the shock gate, greatly enhancing his physical attributes, and then began a lightning-fast slaughter. His figure moved as swiftly as lightning, golden light flashing continuously. Wherever he passed, the heads of the undead elite monsters flew high into the air. The people in the Golden City who were not caught in the chaos stood frozen, staring at the scene in utter shock. In less than 2 minutes, Xia Yuan had already slaughtered all the fallen undead elite monsters on the ground, leaving not a single one behind. Moreover, thanks to the enhancement of the 8 gates escape technique, he remained unfazed, neither sweating nor out of breath. Apart from a few unlucky souls crushed to death by falling undead creatures, the rest were merely unconscious, none having been killed by the elite undead monsters. 0.1 seconds to activate the domain. Being stunned doesn't count as a brain injury. Hey! Bring some people to take these unconscious ones to a safe place. They're fine, they'll just be paralyzed for a month and recover afterward. Just make sure they stay nourished during that time. Xia Yuan shouted to the others before leaping back into the air, continuing to reinforce the outer defensive lines and plugging any gaps. The people inside Golden City finally snapped out of their daze and rushed over to help move the disoriented crowd. A female official reporter from the Great Xia Empire watched the silver-haired man fade into the distance, murmuring, Too powerful. In such a crisis, only a few people died. It's a miracle. Everyone marveled at Xia Yuan's swift rescue, thinking that even other SSR-ranked fighters wouldn't have been able to save people so efficiently. With such an SSR holding the fort, the panicked crowd in Golden City gradually calmed down. They had completely come to trust Xia Yuan's abilities, believing that even if they faced danger, he would definitely come to their rescue in time. Compared to death, sleeping for a month is nothing. While everyone marveled at Xia Yuan's efficient rescue, he was far from satisfied. He even felt a bit annoyed inside. He had clearly said he wouldn't let a single person die. Yet several were still crushed to death by monsters falling from the sky. Xia Yuan decided to hold the previous raid boss responsible for this. He checked his system reward bar, which had already reached 90%. Almost there. Just 10% more, and he could unlock the next combat power ceiling template. Xia Yuan plunged back into the undead horde, transforming into a battlefield reaper. The crisis was averted. The ground battle remained stable. Mo Shiyu and Mo Chang followed the alliance leaders and tournament organizers in the safe zone, constantly monitoring live feeds from various locations in Golden City and analyzing the battle situation. When they saw Xia Yuan's overwhelming power, everyone couldn't help but envy Mo Shiyu and Mo Chang. With such a powerhouse SSR on their side, the rise of the Mo clan was only a matter of time. With Xia Yuan on the ground, things are temporarily under control. But the situation in the sky has taken a serious turn for the worse. The 8-member SSR assault team was currently engaged in a fierce battle. But thanks to their overpowered skills and mechanisms, as well as their immense destructive power, they had already killed over 30 SR-ranked undead in coordinated attacks. Just as the situation seemed to be improving, the worst possible scenario unfolded. The undead lord, seeing that the ground forces couldn't break through, rose from his bone throne and prepared to join the battle. I admit I underestimated you. But you must be running out of energy by now. I will end you all with my own hands. Chapter 95. 8 SSRs cross the river, each showing their true abilities. The undead lord's eyes flashed with red light as he raised his hands high and coldly declared. Bone Throne. Release. Boom. 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 The mountain peak formed from piles of bones beneath his feet began to tremble, disintegrating into an overwhelming horde of undead soldiers that coalesced into a cage, enveloping all the SSRs within. Undead. Surrender your powers to your sovereign. In an instant. Within the white bone cage, every skeleton grew black wings and took flight, charging toward the 8 SSRs. They carried various contract spirit ultimate attacks, charging forward in a suicidal assault. The cage turned into a hellish inferno, covered by a dense swarm of contract spirit ultimate abilities. The second ability of the undead lord's authority allows him to use the abilities and ultimate moves of all contract spirits he has defeated. Skills and attack methods were too numerous to count. They're coming. Everyone, be careful. Gather and prepare for battle. 8 SSR-ranked warriors unleashed their unique abilities. While dodging the charging skeletons at the last moment, they all charged toward the undead lord at the same time. They were already charging toward the undead lord at any cost, aiming to kill him before the spirit summoner's spiritual energy was depleted. However, the SR undead continued to fiercely protect the undead lord, blocking their path. Add to that the swarm of flying skeletons attacking like a swarm of bees. It's too difficult to get close. At this moment, the 8 SSRs needed no words, silently gathering together to form a long line and relay their charge. Within the bone-white giant cage, they began a relay race. Alkaz, wielding a pitch-black cross, covered in blood, his clothes torn and tattered, let out a maniacal laugh and swung his weapon wildly. Yao Daoji wields her long sword, swinging it in a defensive stance, cutting through everything in her path, shattering all techniques with a single strike. The White Gold Dragon King chanted powerful spirit words, releasing their effects while relying on his thick, rugged dragon body to spiral through the ranks, charging recklessly, and occasionally acting as a meat shield to block attacks for other SSRs. The Lava Forger swings his massive hammer, causing his hammer-wielding cloak to dance wildly. He smashes the skeletons charging toward him with their contract spirit ultimate attacks, relieving the pressure around him. The demonic clown Mr. J moves like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will, striking from behind, and performing a variety of dazzling magic tricks that hide countless deadly traps. One after another, he unleashes powerful skills, charging forward relentlessly to eliminate the flying skeletons and SR undead blocking the way. Each SSR unleashes its full firepower, fighting fiercely in a bloodbath. They continue to advance, inch by inch, closing in on the undead lord. This scene is utterly thrilling. Everyone within the Golden City couldn't help but gaze nervously toward the sky, their hearts pounding in their throats, cheering them on with all their might. Live streams on major news media platforms were flooded with comments. Charge! As long as they get close, they have a chance to kill the boss. Woo woo woo, SSRs are the best. We have to win. Get fired up, keep going. It's almost there, get closer. ID give up 30 years of being single for humanity's victory in this battle. Within the Golden City barrier safe zone. Mo Chang frowned and said, is getting close to the boss really the best choice right now? It hasn't shown any health bars yet, which is very strange. Mo Shiyu's mind raced as she pondered, indeed, according to logic, a raid boss should have a health bar once it appears. Why doesn't it have one? Could there be conditions that prevent us from attacking it? The tournament organizer gritted his teeth, but we have no choice now. We have to give it a try. High above Golden City. The undead lord, with his red glowing eyes, silently watched the SSR relay team approach. He casually adjusted his pink suit and mocked. Come closer. Have you cleared all the minions yet? The 8 SSR members worked together, charging through the relay race, finally breaking through the layers of obstacles and reaching the undead lord. The opportunity had arrived. The 8 SSR members unleashed their most powerful and destructive skills simultaneously, targeting the undead lord. They had expended nearly all their spiritual energy, betting everything on this single strike. Eternal Night. Judgment. Heavenly/demon swords roar. Spirit word, thunderous heavenly punishment. Forging all things. Ultimate move. In the skies above Golden City, 8 SSR ultimate moves were unleashed simultaneously, erupting in a deafening explosion, creating a spectacle without precedent or equal. The heavens and earth trembled in the blinding light. Fierce energy spread and rampaged across the sky. The entire instance realm trembled. Ultimately, it condensed into a massive energy black hole. The undead lord's form is swallowed whole. The remaining SR undead creatures around him were obliterated into dust by the attack. The SSR contract spirits were also swept away by the aftereffects, crashing down from the sky, exhausted. Xia Yuan temporarily halted his actions, looked up at the sky, and observed the situation. Hey, this is quite the commotion. The world fell silent. Within the Golden City, there was complete silence. Everyone stared intently at the sky, hoping to catch a glimpse of the undead lord's form being obliterated within the energy black hole, wondering if they had succeeded in their assault. As the black hole's energy dissipated, the skeleton in the pink suit was nowhere to be seen. Did we succeed? The raid boss is gone. This must mean we've defeated it. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "We did it! The boss is gone!" In an instant, a deafening roar of cheers and applause erupted throughout Golden City. Everyone was immersed in the joy of surviving a crisis, unable to tear themselves away. Only the spirit contractors and their spirit beasts hadn't popped the champagne yet. Instead, their expressions were solemn. Because the dungeon realm had not disappeared. Moreover, the undead army outside Golden City had not dispersed either. Xia Yuan looked at the undead army still moving inside. "It seems we failed." Whoosh! A vibrant blood-red skirt fell from the sky, and Xia Yuan caught it effortlessly. Boom! The immense downward force caused his feet to sink deeply into the ground. Xia Yuan looked down at the red-clad woman, who was none other than the exhausted demon sword maiden. "Hey, you're in luck." Whoosh! Another meteor streaked toward the ground. This time, however, the meteor was larger. Xia Yuan held the demon sword maiden tightly, took a step back, and let the white meteor crash into the ground, creating a massive crater. The smoke cleared. The white gold dragon king crashed into the ground, with only its tail and hindquarters exposed. Xia Yuan tooted twice, sounding a bit helpless. "Stupid dragon, it's not that I'm prioritizing beauty over friendship and not coming to save you. I couldn't have caught you either." Yao Daoji's pale face struggled as she climbed out of his arms, looking up at the sky and asking anxiously, "Did it work?" Xia Yuan shook his head. "Unfortunately, no." High above, the white bone throne reformed once more, and the figure in the pink suit reappeared. In an instant, the cheers within the Golden City came to an abrupt halt, and everyone looked at the pink figure with despair. The Lord of the Dead bowed elegantly to the crowd within the Golden City. "I apologize for causing you all such false hope. As a token of my apology, I shall grant you the most brutal death." Chapter 96, The Spirit Guardian watches endlessly, human glory endures forever. Despite the combined attacks of so many SSR-tier ultimate moves, the Undead Lord remained unscathed. Not even a single drop of blood was visible. The Golden City was in uproar, fear, and despair spreading once again. Viewers watching the live stream from the Great Xia Empire were also filled with anxiety, thinking that this was truly the end. They never imagined that while the ground hadn't fallen yet, the high-altitude battlefield had already gone awry. Forget about strategies. Because the 8 SSR-ranked fighters had simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves, exhausting a massive amount of spiritual energy, their combat power had plummeted. Among the top-tier combatants in Golden City, only the legendary warrior Xia Yuan from Chuanbei remained. Even if he were invincible, he couldn't possibly take down the Undead Lord alone. Even more anxious were the commander Zhao Wenguo and the strategy team from the Spirit Contract Alliance outside, who were closely monitoring the situation in the Golden City through livestreams. Fortunately, due to the recent tremors in the dungeon realm, they finally spotted a glimmer of hope to break through the realm's barriers. Zhao Wenguo urged everyone to break the barrier desperately, constantly murmuring prayers, "Hold on a little longer, just a little longer." Inside the Golden City, Yao Daoji jumped out of Xia Yuan's arms, leaned on her long sword, and staggered to her feet, her blood-red eyes flickering unsteadily. How is that possible? Even a world-class bounty boss wouldn't survive such an attack unscathed. Xia Yuan pulled the white gold dragon king out of the ground like a radish. A boss like him might have some kind of absolute defensive mechanism. The white gold dragon king was dazed for a moment before slowly regaining consciousness. But upon seeing the undead lord still alive, it didn't want to wake up anymore. The white gold dragon king clutched its head with both claws, looking frantic. "We're doomed. What should we do? We all gave it our all, but its health bar didn't even flicker. Everyone's spiritual energy is depleted, and continuing the assault will be tough." The Demon Blade Maiden took a deep breath, leaped into the air, and prepared to return to the skies to continue the battle. However, due to severe injuries and insufficient spiritual energy, it only flew for a few seconds before crashing again. Seeing this, Xia Yuan could only catch her again in a gentlemanly manner, looking down at the Demon Sword Maiden, who was as clueless as a rookie, and sighed helplessly. "Don't go anymore. What are you trying to prove? Rest first. Leave the rest to me." The Demon Sword Maiden replied expressionlessly, "You can't handle it alone." The white gold dragon king muttered, "Big pot, what are you going to do? The boss's health bar isn't even showing." Xia Yuan put down the Demon Sword Maiden and looked around at the army of undead. "As long as our resolve doesn't waver, there will always be a way." The undead lord sat atop his bone throne. Without the SSR strategy team to bother him, he began to rally the remaining undead army and launch a final assault. He raised both hands, his voice booming like thunder, echoing across the sky. "Undead! In the name of the Lord, I command you rage. Unleash your fury upon all humans within the Golden City." In an instant, the undead army outside the Golden City suddenly changed its demeanor, their bodies ablaze with bloodlust and their eyes glowing red. The entire army was empowered, entering a state of uncontrollable fury. Every undead creature saw their attributes enhanced, their strength surging, as they charged recklessly toward the Golden City. This pushed the already strained defensive lines to the brink of collapse. The spirit beasts fought desperately, but they couldn't stem the tide, and the defensive line continued to shrink. The people inside the Golden City looked despairing, and some with weaker nerves began to cry. Oh no, they're breaking through. The defensive line can't hold much longer. Wah, wah, wah. Mom, I'm so young, I don't want to die. Where is the Spirit Alliance's reinforcements? What are they doing? Where are the SSRs? Keep fighting. It's over. There's no hope left. May our sacrifices not be in vain. The future spirit contractors and spirits will surely defeat this damned undead overlord. At the brink of life and death. The 8 SSRs were severely wounded and had lost all their spiritual energy. But they still forced themselves to stand, joining the defensive lines without hesitation. The Platinum Dragon King and the Demon Sword Maiden did the same, stumbling forward toward the undead horde. Kill one if you can. Even if it meant dying. They would die before the humans did. This was the duty of the spirit beings. The people who had been crying and despairing out of fear gradually stopped crying as they watched the live broadcast from the Golden City, seeing the contract spirits still risking their lives to protect them. Over the broadcast system within the Golden City, the solemn voice of Mo Chang echoed. Do not lose hope. Follow my commands. Assemble in the center of the field. Women and children under the age of 18 enter the inner circle. The rest of you, grab any weapons you can find and form an outer circle. Mo Chang Feng roared angrily. Look at those contract spirits outside. They are willing to die first for us. As citizens of the Great Xia Empire, how can we just stand here and cry? Once the undead army breaks through the outer defenses and enters the Golden City, we will fight them to the death. Even if we die, we'll make those monsters know that humans aren't to be messed with. Mo Chang took a deep breath and recalled the Great Xia national motto. Pass on the torch. The spiritual veins must never be severed. With our flesh and blood today, we shall illuminate the eternal light for all eternity. Even if we die 100 times, we will go forward. The spirit bond endures, watchful and eternal. The glory of humanity shall endure forever. His voice thundered, igniting the bloodlust of every person within the Golden City. The atmosphere of despair was once again completely dispelled. No one wept anymore. Within the Golden City, the battle hymn of human courage echoed. The spirit of the covenant watches over us endlessly. The glory of humanity shall endure forever. Everyone gathered in the center of the square as instructed by Mo City. Women and children entered the inner circle. The elderly formed the second circle. And the outermost circle was filled with armed adults. Everyone united, determined to hold on until the very end. Even if hope was faint. In the official live broadcast of the Great Xia Empire, a female journalist was moved to tears. Everyone watching the live stream. The spirit guardians stand watch endlessly. The glory of humanity shall endure. We may have to leave first. However, I believe that one day, humans and the spirit guardians will surely defeat those dungeon monsters and secret realm beasts and regain the freedom of life. The undead lord looked down at the weak humans united in their resolve and mocked. You're like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart, how dare you? The extinction of humanity is but a thought away. You've been given time to breed, yet you actually believe you can rise up and become masters? Truly laughable. Outside the Golden City. The undead army was closing in. The defensive lines are being forced to retreat continuously, and the situation is unprecedentedly critical. Xia Yuan suddenly teleported to Mo Shiyu's side and instructed. Fat Rain, charge your energy to maximum capacity. Mo Shiyu looked at him nervously. Xia Yuan, can we still win? Surrounding them were officials from Mo City and the Alliance, as well as the tournament organizers. Currently, the strongest fighter on their side was Xia Yuan. But even 8 SSR-ranked fighters working together couldn't defeat the boss. How could he, alone, possibly take it down? After all, he was only level 55, yet his combat power had already surpassed everyone's imagination. Xia Yuan grinned, still as confident as ever. Yeah, we'll win. Chapter 97, The Peak of Youth. Burning to a deep red. A very long chapter. Mo Shiyu swallowed the last of her spiritual energy potion, once again pushing her spiritual energy to its maximum. This was all the spiritual energy she had left. Mo Chang asked. Xia Yuan, what do you plan to do? Xia Yuan replied calmly. It's clear that attacking the undead lord first won't work. We need to deal with the undead army outside first. Luo Ziyan, Mu Xiaoxiao, and Ma Yunfei, along with the other spirit contractors present, were all stunned by his words. Outside, there were roughly estimated to be nearly 500,000 undead troops remaining. These were high-level evolved spirit beasts, with formidable combat power. How could Xia Yuan, a single spirit contractor, possibly eliminate them all? Luo Ziyan spoke bluntly. I really want to believe you're not bragging, but even if you exhaust all of Shiryu's spiritual energy, you still won't be able to kill that many undead army members. Mu Xiaoxiao, I feel like he's already gone a bit mad. Xia Yuan smiled and waved his hand, unwilling to explain anything to them. He just teased them at the end. Oh, you haven't seen my real trump card yet. Now I finally have the chance. Watch closely. Don't let it scare you too much. Everyone was taken aback. The real trump card? A big move? Isn't it supposed to be the infinite void domain? Everyone turned to look at Mo Shiyu. Mo Shiyu was completely baffled, shrugging her shoulders in confusion. She searched through her skill panel but couldn't find any more powerful ultimate moves for Xia Yuan. After saying that, Xia Yuan ignored everyone else and teleported to the center of the Golden City, overlooking the entire scene. He scanned the area, silently calculating the time it would take for the undead army to advance and the range of his own skills. Finally, he looked up, his cold, indigo eyes fixed on the undead monarch seated on the throne, his attack plan already mapped out in his mind. At that moment, nearly all the cameras in the arena were focused on him. As the strongest combatant currently within the Golden City, everyone wanted to know what he would do. Xia Yuan's expression grew, revealing a sinister smile. He spread his arms wide, feeling the tense atmosphere of the battlefield, and suddenly felt that this world was incredibly pleasant. This caused him to unconsciously utter those words. In the heavens above. I am the only one. For a moment, the entire crowd was stunned. In such a desperate situation, no one could have imagined that Xia Yuan could utter such arrogant words, and even more so, direct them at the undead lord. The undead monarch had already noticed him and had been watching his every move. He naturally remembered Xia Yuan, the spirit he had once invited to drink at the tavern. However, when it heard Xia Yuan's words, it couldn't help but laugh in anger. Poof! You alone are supreme in all the heavens and earth? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xia Yuan regained his composure, and his aura began to rise steadily to its peak. 8 gates escape technique, shock gate open. Boom! Blue steam shot into the sky. At the same time, the reverse technique also began to spin wildly. The two abilities collided, amplifying each other's power to the limit. The blue flames burning on Xia Yuan's body seemed to transform into a ferocious beast, roaring at the heavens. Mo Shiyu stared blankly at Xia Yuan. The 8 gates escape technique was a skill she was well acquainted with. However, as a physical enhancement ability, while its power was immense, it shouldn't be capable of annihilating the entire 500,000-strong army of undead. Suddenly, she realized something. Xia Yuan had only activated the 7th gate of the 8 gates escape technique, the gate of shock. What about the 8th gate? The 8 gates of escape implies that there should be an 8th gate. Mo Shiyu's heart raced, and she grew excited. The Lord of the Dead looked down at the blue beast below, snorted disdainfully, and paid no heed. This power is indeed strong. But for it and its undead army, it's not enough. However, Xia Yuan did not stop his actions. He pressed his thumb against his heart, channeling all his power into it and pouring it into the gate of death. Boom! In an instant, red blood energy began to surge around Xia Yuan. He assumed a wide, powerful stance in midair, and a roar echoed through the air. 8 gates escape formation. 8th gate. Death gate. Open. At that moment, it was the pinnacle of youth, the moment when it burned the brightest. Xia Yuan's originally silver-white hair suddenly burst into flames like red-hot flames, blazing skyward. At this moment, an endless surge of power surged through his body. His heart pounded like a drum. His bones shattered with a thunderous roar. As he burned away his life, he rapidly restored it, repeating this cycle until he reached his limit. The blue steam roaring like a beast was completely replaced by red steam. Roar! The roar tears through the sky, like the final roar of an ancient beast toward the world. Xia Yuan had merely opened the gate of death and had yet to make a move. The scorching energy surge, hot enough to warp space, violently compresses and ignites the air, forming a visible crimson wave that erupts outward. Terrifying ripples spread out in all directions. From afar, it resembled a blooming red lotus in full bloom. The Death Gate, enhanced by the reverse technique. The grandeur of its might. The peak of spiritual power. Unparalleled. This breathtaking scene left the entire crowd in awe. The undead lord, sensing the power emanating from Xia Yuan, felt his soul tremble instinctively. Even its ferocious undead army unconsciously halted its advance, lifting its heads to gaze upward at the red colossus hovering above the Golden City. The contract spirits on the defensive lines couldn't help but turn their heads toward the source of that heart-pounding power. The Platinum Dragon King was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Even the usually emotionless Demon Blade Maiden couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The Lava Forger and Mr. J were trembling inwardly. They never expected Xia Yuan to have such a terrifying trump card up his sleeve. Alkas couldn't help but whistle in admiration. This newcomer is truly a monster. Red-haired Xia Yuan of the Deathgate, limited time entry. Mo Shiyu instantly lost 50% of her spiritual power, her face turning pale. She finally understood why Xia Yuan never opened the Deathgate before. The cost and sacrifice were unprecedented, even for Xia Yuan. Red-haired Xia Yuan looked up at the sky, his 6 eyes flashing with the icy glow of soul gems, his body radiating murderous intent. The Lord of the Dead could no longer stay seated and leaped down from his throne. It manipulated the entire white bone throne mountain to block its path. Though it knew it wouldn't be harmed as long as Xia Yuan hadn't wiped out its entire undead army. But it still instinctively sought to defend against Xia Yuan's attack. Xia Yuan had already begun to gather his strength in his fists, striking the sky with a simple yet powerful punch. Shixiang. First foot. Boom. As he delivered the punch, a colossal air current cannon, nearly the size of the Golden City Arena, surged skyward. The torrent surged upward like a river flowing against the current, colliding with the white bone throne mountain. Shixiang. By striking the air, a powerful air cannon was generated, its speed increasing from 1 to 5. This advanced physical technique could only be used after activating the Death Gate. The power of Xia Yuan's Shixiang Yizu had already reached an extremely terrifying level. During this time, if it weren't for the reversal technique, Xia Yuan's bones and flesh would have shattered and melted multiple times. Bang! The white bone throne mountain was easily pierced, and the colossal air cannon swept over the undead monarch, instantly crushing its pink suit into pieces, leaving only a bare skeleton. Under the intense pressure of the super-strong air currents, it had already lost the ability to move. Xia Yuan teleported to another direction and swung his fist again. 2 legs. Another air cannon from a different direction struck the undead monarch, completely immobilizing it. After 2 strikes, Xia Yuan halted his attack. His temporary objective was merely to contain the boss. Against the undead lord, the 5-legged and 2-legged techniques were more than enough to keep it under control for an extended period. The power of those 2 punches left everyone in the Golden City speechless. The fight left them all exhilarated and thoroughly satisfied. It was absolutely exhilarating. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan shifted his attention back to the undead army outside the Golden City. If the original Nikkei from the Naruto world was indeed only capable of single target damage, then, with the reverse technique enhanced, Nikkei could now inflict massive area of effect damage. Xia Yuan gathered his power in mid-air, adopting a starting stance. Gather. Boom. The blood-red steam enveloping his body suddenly contracted and condensed. Ultimate compression. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Roar. The deafening dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. From Xia Yuan's body, a furious, ferocious crimson dragon surged upward. Its body was massive. Its range was vast. Compared to the Nikkei of the Naruto world, it was hundreds of times larger, truly a colossal dragon. Hum. The air wailed. Night. Kai. Accompanied by Xia Yuan's roar, the force compressed to its limit erupted violently. That wasn't a charge, it was the very fabric of space being violently crushed by that force, leaving a deep indentation. The towering crimson dragon plunged downward, crashing into the undead army and swirling around the Golden City. Sweeping up a super typhoon. Wherever it passed, space twisted. The earth was plowed open like waves, forming trenches dozens of feet deep. The earth on both sides was blown to dust by the terrifying recoil. The undead army was crushed into dust. The contract spirits on the defensive lines clung to each other, using every ounce of strength to barely maintain their balance and avoid being swept away by the gale. In less than a minute, the Crimson Dragon circled the Golden City over a dozen times, constantly expanding its radius, crushing the entire 500,000-strong undead army into oblivion. The undead lord suspended in the air by the Shixiang Erzu finally revealed its health bar, befitting its status as a raid boss. How could this happen? My entire undead army has been wiped out in an instant? The undead lord finally felt deep fear. His face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that the carefree young man who had been playing around in the tavern possessed such earth-shattering, superhuman power. However, Xia Yuan's attack did not stop. After sweeping away all the undead army on the ground, Ye Kai suddenly raised his head like a dragon and roared as he charged toward the sky. The undead lord's pupils reflected the crimson dragon soaring toward him, and he roared inwardly. Impossible? How could I possibly fall here? Defeated by a level 55 SSR. It struggled, unleashing all the power within its body, giving everything it had to resist. Every defensive skill the undead lord had ever learned was activated. Layer upon layer of barriers, shields, and defensive ultimate moves erupted like stars in the sky, attempting to block Night Kai. But before that blood-red dragon forged purely from life energy, all defenses were as fragile as paper, easily pierced through. Night Kai, unstoppable. The dragon's head crashed violently into its chest. Without a moment's pause, terrifying kinetic energy propels the undead overlord upward, like the most dazzling dragon-shaped fireworks, continuously ascending into the sky. The crimson dragon trails a long, light distorting tail of flame, piercing straight through the heavens. The entire dungeon realm space was sent reeling by the kick, then with a crack, it shattered completely. The Golden City reappeared within the imperial capital city. The Supreme Commander Zhao Wangua, the top strategy team of the Spirit Contractors Alliance, personnel from all departments, and the people of the imperial capital all looked up toward the sky. For there, a massive crimson dragon, its roar echoing across the heavens, continued to ascend relentlessly. Xia Yuan kicked the undead lord and charged straight into the atmosphere. Only after draining the last drop of spiritual energy from Mo Shiyu did he finally reduce the opponent's health bar, which had been over 1,000,000, to 0. He had defeated it. After that kick, Xia Yuan was completely exhausted. Even with the enhancement of the reversal technique, his body was covered in lava like cracks. Fortunately, the effect of the end of time set activated, restoring 50% of his spiritual energy. He hurriedly used the spiritual energy to repair his body and slowly began to recover. Xia Yuan's body began to plummet rapidly, though he looked disheveled, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. That kick! He kicked it perfectly. It was absolutely exhilarating. The system's voice sounded at the right moment. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully accumulated the system reward bar to 100%. You can now draw the second SSR combat power ceiling template. Chapter 98 Deep Red Aurora, New SSR Template. The pinnacle of youth has come to an end. The Crimson Mad Dragon disintegrates and explodes in the skies above the Imperial capital. Red energy waves spread outward, resembling deep red auroras, breathtakingly beautiful. The people within the Imperial capital witness this extraordinary phenomenon, stopping in their tracks to watch, pulling out their phones, and frantically taking photos. Amidst the breathtaking crimson aurora, Xia Yuan plummeted like a meteor. After hearing the system's voice, he had no time to adjust his posture and eagerly began the draw. Extracting SSR-tier character template with the highest combat power. Congratulations, host! You have drawn one of the top-tier characters from the Fate world, the oldest hero king in human history, Gilgamesh. The host currently possesses 2 SSR templates, which can be seamlessly switched at any time. This is amazing. Xia Yuan couldn't hold back his smile anymore and burst into laughter. This character was all too familiar to him. Golden Flash. His strength was even far surpassing that of Gojo Satoru. 2/3 of his bloodline was divine, and 1/3 human. His treasure, the king's treasure, contained nearly all the world's treasures and the prototypes of all treasures. The oldest hero king. A cold-blooded, merciless tyrant. The strongest among the servants, the symbol of invincibility. Xia Yuan was completely immersed in the joy, unable to tear himself away. The Holy Light Knight, riding a 2-winged white horse, galloped past and lifted him onto the horse's back. Thanks to the recovery in the spirit bonding space, the Holy Light Knight was no longer seriously injured. Moreover, Mo Chang still had a significant amount of spiritual energy remaining, allowing her to fly up and catch Xia Yuan. Hey! Xia Yuan, are you okay? What could possibly be wrong with me? I'm fine. The Holy Light Knight widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed. You're all cracked open, and you're fine? Xia Yuan glanced at the cracks on his body and shrugged indifferently. They're already healing. I'll be fine soon. The Holy Light Knight was utterly speechless with shock. She never imagined that Xia Yuan had single-handedly defeated the boss and avenged her. Though she hadn't witnessed the entire battle, seeing the deep trench outside the Golden City that resembled a mosquito coil and the brilliant red aurora above her head, she knew what kind of heroic feats Xia Yuan had accomplished. You're such a monster. Xia Yuan ignored her, instead staring curiously at the white horse beneath him. This horse is pretty nice. Can I borrow your celestial horse for a ride? The Holy Light Knight replied solemnly. No way. It's my best companion. Even if I let you ride it, I can't lend it to you. Xia Yuan, what are you talking about? But he was used to it by now. The other guy was just too arrogant. The Holy Light Knight smirked triumphantly. That's a line from the game. Isn't it pretty cool? Xia Yuan looked at the tempting pear-shaped figure before him. He had to admit, the body in the older woman mode was indeed quite alluring. Kids shouldn't see this, it needs to be censored. The Holy Light Knight cleared his throat awkwardly and muttered. You saved my life this time, so I owe you a big favor. I'm not the type to owe people favors. You can ask me to do anything. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, so polite. Well, I won't be polite then. Holy Light Knight, let's make one thing clear, no sorcerers. I prefer women. Xia Yuan spoke lazily. Do you think everyone is like you, with your mind full of imperial colors? The Holy Light Knight turned and gave him a faint glance. If you take your hand off my waist while saying that, it would be more convincing. Xia Yuan, no, we're this close, you won't even let me hold you up? Also, I'm just curious how you can get bigger and smaller. The Holy Light Knight suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up. You can transform too, right? You went from an Arcard to an SSR. Speaking of which, can you turn into a female contract spirit? Xia Yuan immediately felt his virtue was in jeopardy and hurriedly denied it. Don't even think about it. If he drew a female SSR template, should he use it or not? Within the Golden City. The sounds on Mo Shiyu's Spirit Summoner panel rang out continuously. Raid boss strategy successful. Spirit-bound Xia Yuan, level up, LV.55 LV.70. Spirit Pet Black Cat Elf, level up, LV.100 LV.100. Obtained the honor badge for defeating the raid boss. Obtained the remains of the sovereign. Obtained the throne of 10,000 bones. Obtained negative energy crystal. Obtained 650,000 spirit stones. This series of rewards left Mo Shiyu's head spinning. She also knew that Xia Yuan had successfully defeated the undead lord. At that moment, everyone within the Golden City couldn't help but gaze up at the beautiful red aurora in the sky, tears of joy streaming down their faces. After a while, they finally came to their senses, realizing that this time it was truly a successful conquest. Cheers and shouts echoed throughout the sky. What a surprise! This is what you call a surprise. Who could have believed that Xia Yuan, a 55th level SSR, could unleash such immense power in such a desperate moment? A single kick from Night Kai, and he single-handedly killed 500,000 contract spirits. Then another dragon head, and he took down the raid boss that had just started bleeding? The Holy Light Knight carried Xia Yuan into the Golden City. Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan. The caliber of the North is formidable. If miracles had a color, it would definitely be red. In an instant, the entire crowd erupted into a deafening chorus of his name. Countless eyes filled with gratitude and admiration were fixed on Xia Yuan. Viewers in the live streams of major news media outlets also joined in, screaming and cheering. Woo woo woo. That night cry made me cry from how cool it was. I'm so excited I'm trembling all over. The 8th gate of the 8 gates of Escape the Death Gate. Instantly wiped out 500,000 troops. Xia Yuan's power is clearly above SSR. He's the legendary UR contract spirit. I'm so jealous of Mo Shiyu, the contract spirit master. How lucky can she be to have contracted Yuan Shun? Yuan Shun really burned out completely. His hair turned red just now, and I thought he was going to sacrifice himself. Thankfully, he returned safely. I swear by the Death Gate of the 8 Gates of Escape Formation, Night Kai, as one of the most powerful techniques of a contract spirit unbeatable. At that moment, at the Xuanbai Spirit Contract Academy, a crowd of teachers and students were also watching the live stream. The academy echoed with cries of Yuan Shun is amazing. Everyone was thrilled and overjoyed, feeling honored to be classmates with such a great hero. Except for one person. Jiang Li's eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at the live stream on her phone. Seeing Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan being fawned over by everyone, she suddenly felt her heart race with anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to accept this reality, she rushed out of the dormitory building, laughing maniacally and shouting at everyone she saw. Yee! I got an SSR. Haha, I have the ability to reincarnate. I can go back to that day. Xia Yuan, my father. Xia Yuan's ancestor, I promise I won't curse you this time, and I won't break our contract either. Ha ha ha. I, Jiang Li, finally have a top-tier SSR contract spirit character. I'm going to soar. She hadn't even gone mad for a few seconds before she was restrained by the teachers and students who had rushed over. It's over. Jiang Li is beyond saving. She's probably gone mad. Oh well, I'd go crazy too. Notify the Jiang family and send her to a mental hospital. Wait, didn't you know? The Jiang family has been investigated for suspected ties to international criminals and the murder of Mo Shiyu. Their house has already been sealed off and raided. Then there's no need to notify them. Just send her to the mental hospital. Chapter 99, The Miracle Battle, May the World Be at Peace. The Golden City raid boss disaster gradually came to an end. The official alliance of spirit contractors dubbed it the Crimson Miracle Battle, forever etched into the history books of the Great Xia Empire. This raid disaster occurred in the densely populated Golden City arena. It was orchestrated by a mysterious organization of world-class bounty hunters aiming to destroy the rising generation of Xia spirit contractors and unleash a catastrophe upon humanity. However, thanks to the significant contributions of Xia Yuan, an SSR-ranked character, and the collective efforts of other spirit masters and their spirits, the disaster was successfully defeated. In this disaster, the number of human casualties is 61. The number of deceased contract spirits is 179. Such a low casualty count is nothing short of a miracle for a raid boss disaster of this scale. Generally speaking, a boss like the Undead Lord, who already bears the lives of 650,000 people, when triggering a raid-level disaster, at least 1,000 contract spirits would die. The number of human casualties would start at 10,000. This battle has greatly boosted human morale and severely dampened the spirits of the dungeon monsters. It allowed the people of the Great Xia Empire, who had long lived in their shadow, to vent their pent-up frustration. After the Battle of Golden City, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan's fame skyrocketed, quickly becoming household names. They were almost as famous as household names. They were once again awarded the special honorary medal by the Spirit Contractors Alliance. Even the status of the Mo Clan and the Xuanbai Spirit Binder Academy rose accordingly. Imperial Capital Never Sleeping City. Inside the World Peace Tavern, the owner and 4 maids were cleaning the rooms and preparing for the day's business. The TV in the tavern was broadcasting news about the disaster in Golden City. The elderly owner, with snow-white hair, sighed. What a pity. The Undead Lord encountered a tough opponent, otherwise it could have become one of us. That young SSR named Xia Yuan? He's pretty powerful. The cheerful maid smiled and said. Give him a chance, he's just not up to the task. It's a shame the boss risked exposing his identity to personally lure him into the Alliance's main forces. The angry maid slapped the table so hard it shattered, and she roared in fury. I can't take it anymore. Those humans are still bragging that this so-called Deep Red Miracle campaign is a blow to us? They're just a bunch of raid bosses, they're dead, and they're so proud of themselves. The boss sighed and glared at her with a look of resentment. Look, you're getting worked up again. I've told you so many times, even if you're angry, you can't damage the store's property. A table costs 200 yuan, and I'll deduct it from your monthly salary. The angry maid grew even angrier. But she dared not damage the store's property, so she could only rage helplessly. The sorrowful maid wiped the table while sobbing. The spirit lord is so pitiful. He is clearly dead, yet no one mourns him. I'm different. I'll cry for it. It was my friend, I'll cry for it forever. The cheerful maid, her eyes sparkling, rubbed her face against the small figures around Xia Yuan and said happily. I think this SSR called Xia Yuan is so cool. That Night Kai is really strong. If the boss gets kicked by him, he'd probably lose a lot of health. I've already fallen for him, I'm his biggest fan. The boss shook his head and advised. Lu, you should stop liking him. The battle at Golden City was streamed live, not just humans saw it, but even other world-class bounty hunters did. He's so talented he's probably already been targeted by a lot of battle maniacs. He'll probably die young. The maid Lu rolled her eyes, I don't think he'll die. Yuan Shin is the strongest. The angry maid snapped. You traitor! You're siding with him, aren't you? The cheerful maid stuck out her tongue, mind your own business, shoo. Several maids began to play and wrestle. But the tavern owner's eyes suddenly sharpened and he spoke quietly. Stop making noise. A guest has arrived early. Oh? Speak of the devil, and he appears. The four maids fell silent and resumed their cleaning. Only the musician maid was excited, already secretly preparing the pen she needed for signing autographs. Knocks sounded at the tavern door. Lu, the maid, was the first to drop her broom, rush to the door, open a small crack, and peek out with just her head, smiling and saying, Sir, we're not open yet. Ah. The moment she saw Xia Yuan, she immediately turned into a starstruck fan, so excited she stammered. Xia! 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 Yuan-sama! I never expected you to honor us with your presence. Xia Yuan smiled and greeted her warmly. Sorry for coming so early, but ever since I had the drink the boss made for me, I've been thinking about you day and night, so I just couldn't wait any longer. May I go in early? The maid's eyes were fixed on him, her youthful affection overflowing from her smiling eyes, of course. Please come in. Inside the tavern, the angry maid's dissatisfied voice rang out, Hey, shouldn't we ask the boss first? The tavern owner spoke with a kind expression. Let the great hero in. The SSR who created the Crimson Miracle can't be turned away at the door. Xia Yuan walked in without a care, excuse me. He casually found a seat and sat down. The maid rushed over with a pen, her big eyes sparkling as she stared at him. Please sign my autograph, Yuan-shin. I'm your fan. Xia Yuan smiled and took the pen without refusing. Where should I sign? The maid turned around, blushing, and pulled open the zipper on the back of her maid outfit, revealing her smooth, bare back. Here. Xia Yuan was also a fan-friendly person, so he stood up and signed on her back. Yay! No more scrubbing my back. The maid held her flushed face and let out a soft scream before cheerfully continuing with her cleaning. The other three maids all shot her disdainful glances. Not long after, the tavern owner walked out with a glass of mixed drink and placed it on Xia Yuan's table. He smiled and said, Where is your beautiful contract spirit master? Why didn't she come along? Xia Yuan took a sip of wine and replied casually. Oh. I told her to stay in a safe place. After all, if a fight breaks out, it wouldn't be convenient for her to be there, would it? The tavern owner looked slightly taken aback. A fight? With whom? Xia Yuan grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. Of course, you. The tavern owner laughed. You're joking. How could I possibly fight with you? I'm an upstanding citizen. Xia Yuan's smile faded. Don't pretend. You're a world-class bounty boss. Don't think you can fool me by pretending to be an innocent old man. I have the true eye that sees through all disguises. At those words, the four maids in the tavern froze simultaneously, and the atmosphere grew tense. Only the tavern owner remained calm, speaking sincerely. Ha, that's even better. I'm sure you can tell that I'm just a retired C-rank humanoid contract spirit. My dream, just like the name of this tavern, is for world peace. Chapter 100, Who are you, handsome? First transformation into golden shimmer. As expected. You're a sly old fox. Relying solely on deception and ambushes won't get you anywhere. Xia Yuan naturally wouldn't take his word for it. He had suddenly come to the tavern to see if this boss who gave him an odd feeling was cut from the same cloth as that pink-suited skeleton. Is that so? Then let me take a good look. Xia Yuan's lips curled slightly upward as he began to switch SSR templates for the first time, transforming from Gojo Satoru into Golden Flash. His entire body was enveloped in golden light, and his form began to shift. Under the stunned gazes of the tavern owner and the four maids, Xia Yuan slowly transformed from Gojo Satoru into the form of Gilgamesh. His silver hair and blue eyes turned into golden hair and red eyes. His demeanor and aura completely transformed. From his previous lazy, carefree, and cynical demeanor, he became arrogant, domineering, and cold-hearted. A unique aura of an absolute ruler, overlooking all beings, emanated from Xia Yuan. Though he wasn't wearing the dazzling golden armor, just casual attire, the brilliance and splendor emanating from his very core were nearly blinding, causing several hearts to tremble violently. Xia Yuan's red pupils were filled with supreme arrogance. He casually swept his gaze over the others before fixing it on the tavern owner, snorting coldly and speaking in a tone that left no room for argument. You lowly cultivators. I will give you one last chance to reveal your true identities to me. The consequences will not be something you can bear. Just like the side effect of switching to the Gojo Satoru template earlier, his personality was irresistibly influenced by the golden glow. The tavern fell silent for a few seconds. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the king's authority, the tavern owner couldn't help but grow tense. He lowered his head and stammered, I am the spirit contract. Since Lord Xia Yuan has the ability to discern my identity, you should be able to tell. Xia Yuan raised his head, his hands loosely resting on the sofa, speaking coldly. I hope you don't disappoint me. The next moment, his red eyes flickered with an odd glow as he looked at the owner. The artifact all-knowing and all-powerful star activated without restriction, probing the true name of the person before him. All-knowing and all-powerful star, one of the golden shimmering character artifacts, ranked EX. It can pierce through all illusions, instantly revealing an opponent's true name or the true nature of treasures that have been concealed multiple times. It is the spiritual essence of the Hero King manifested as a treasure. Originally a permanently activated artifact, Xia Yuan had intentionally restricted its effects from the start. Not only because of his over-the-top flashy character, but also to conserve spiritual energy. Within Xia Yuan's field of vision, the sign above the tavern owner's head was fully revealed. C rank, level 100, contract spirit true name, Kevin, the master of emotional management. The other party's identity wasn't fake after all? Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, then shifted his gaze to the other four maids, noticing they were also in their ordinary human forms. A pleased expression appeared on his face. Interesting. The ability of the omniscient and omnipotent star never fails. It seems the other party's identity is genuine. But that doesn't mean they're completely innocent. Xia Yuan propped his chin on one hand, while the tips of his fingers tapped rhythmically on the sofa, speaking in a cold and arrogant tone. Although your identities seem legitimate, you are indeed humans and contract spirits. But who says humans or contract spirits can't betray their own kind? After all, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. The tavern owner's sweat poured down nervously. The four maids exchanged glances, unsure whether Xia Yuan would harm them. The musician maid, however, had her eyes sparkling with excitement, whispering softly. I never thought the Divine Lord could transform into this form, blonde hair, red eyes, and so domineering. He is even more handsome now. Xia Yuan changed the subject. Rest assured, I am not one to kill innocent people. After all, I'm not some kind of demon. Until I figure out your true allegiance, I won't lift a finger. He raised his proud head slightly, looking down on the others. However, I will keep a close eye on you. If I detect any suspicious activity or if I happen to be in a bad mood one day, I will kill you. Even if I'm in a bad mood, I'll still kill you. The tavern owner and the few maids felt a bit ashamed. This isn't a devil? Xia Yuan finished the wine on the table and stood up to leave. Before leaving, he kept his hands in his pockets and couldn't resist adding. Oh, I almost forgot. The drink you made was quite good. Keep practicing this skill to please me, and my mood should be better. After saying that, Xia Yuan kicked open the tavern door and left with a flourish. The angry maid couldn't hold back any longer. She crushed the cup in her hand and shouted. How dare he be so arrogant? The king? Does he really think he's the king? The cheerful maid smiled sweetly. Is he just being a teenager? The tavern owner's cloudy old eyes sparkled with sharpness as he said solemnly. Having a king among the spirit bonds isn't unusual, and the aura of an absolute ruler emanating from him is undeniable. I can tell he's not faking it. What's terrifying is that he has two different character states. That's what I'm curious about. The mournful maid wiped her red eyes and said with a hint of resentment. Rather than two character states, it's more like he suddenly became a completely different person. Can an SSR spirit completely transform into another SSR? The cheerful maid gently stroked her sign back, her cheeks flushing red. No matter which form he takes, I love him. The tavern owner sighed in relief and said slowly. Though we don't know if the true I he mentioned is real, at least it ended without incident. It seems we'll have to be more careful in the future. The angry maid couldn't contain her anger. Boss, why didn't we just kill him? Let him show off in front of us? The tavern owner slowly began to tidy up the glasses on the table. I don't want to disrupt this hard-won peaceful life just yet. Besides, do you think he's easy to kill? The angry maid, he is not easy to kill? The tavern owner shook his head with a smile. I thought he was easy to kill before, but I changed my mind. The joyful maid was right. Let's keep our distance from him. The cheerful maid held her face in her hands, looking expectant. Boss, what do you think of naming the child of me and the deep god Xia Lu? The tavern owner. The joyful maid smiled sweetly. Lu, don't get lost in the world of illusions. The angry maid scolded. Humph, you love-struck fool. He just signed your back and you're already thinking about having kids. Xia Yuan walked out of the tavern. Not far away, Luo Ziyan, Yao Daoji, and Mo Shiyu were sitting in a car, looking tense. If there was any unusual activity in the tavern, they were ready to notify the Spirit Summoner Alliance headquarters at any moment. A handsome man with blonde hair and red eyes emerged from the tavern, leaving everyone baffled. Who is that guy? Luo Ziyan couldn't help but stare, swallowing hard. Oh my gosh. There's a total hottie. I really like him. You guys wait in the car, I'm going to add him on WeChat. Mo Shiyu quickly pulled her back. Don't let yourself be swept away by his good looks. He just came out of the tavern, he might be trouble. Yao Daoji narrowed her eyes, carefully appraising the blonde-haired, red-eyed man. She couldn't shake the feeling that he had a certain aura reminiscent of Xia Yuan. The three women sat in the car, their eyes following the handsome guy outside. When he finally came to their car door, Luo Ziyan exclaimed excitedly. He's coming over. He wants to come in and find me? He wants to add me on WeChat. She pushed Mo Shiyu aside forcefully and said angrily, don't stop me, or I'll lose my temper. Yao Daoji grew alert, ready to pull out her 1-meter-6 long sword from under her skirt. Xia Yuan kept his hands in his pockets, glaring at her and said, Woman, now that I'm back, why aren't you opening the car door for me? That's really rude. For a moment, the three women were all stunned. Not your friends? Who the hell are you? Chapter 101, Xia Yuan initiates a video call with you. Luo Ziyan looked dumbfounded and stammered. This guy is a bit of a drama queen, calling himself your highness? Mo Shiyu couldn't help but tease, where did this bossy guy come from? Yao Daoji pulled out her demon sword, ready to strike. Don't open the door. Xia Yuan had already sensed the demonic aura emanating from the demonic sword maiden inside the car. He suddenly remembered that he had already transformed into his golden form, and these three probably hadn't recognized him. He snorted derisively, looking arrogant. You three foolish women. I am Xia Yuan. As soon as he spoke, the three women were completely dumbfounded. For a moment, countless possibilities flashed through their minds, as if the universe itself was spinning. Mo Shiyu opened the spirit contract panel, and her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Contract spirit's true name, Xia Yuan, transformed into the hero Gilgamesh. Rank, SSR. Level, 70. Race, demigod. Battle power? Skills, King's Treasure, Heaven and Earth, Parting Star of Creation, All-Knowing and All-Powerful Star, Heaven's Lock. Contract Spirit Combat Power Type, All-Rounder Main DPS. Growth Potential, SSS Plus Max. Hidden Attribute, Transformable SSR. Contract Recommendation Rating, Full Stars. Note, the host has already contracted Gilgamesh, a proud, arrogant, and ruthless tyrant who believes himself to be the only one worthy of existence. He seeks all treasures and all pleasures, using them to amuse himself. In 2 words, he is invincible. Apart from his difficult personality and tendency to be called a jack of all trades, he is nearly perfect. After all, he's so strong even being his dog would be acceptable. What dignity does he need? Changed again? Changed again. You're really Xia Yuan. Mo Shiyu jumped up from the car seat in excitement, her head hitting the roof with a loud thud. She winced in pain, slowly hugging her head and crouching down, tears welling up in her eyes. The commotion startled Luo Ziyan and Yao Daoji, who were still in the car. Seeing their disbelieving expressions, Xia Yuan had no choice but to switch back to Gojo Satoru's template. Right in front of them, he pulled off a grand illusion. Seeing the familiar silver-haired, lazy-looking man, they finally believed him and opened the car door. Luo Ziyan was amazed. Sure you, when did you buy a skin for your SSR? Yao Daoji's eyes flickered. Skin, I want one too. Mo Shiyu, with a big bump on her head, was so excited she forgot the pain. Xia Yuan, you. Xia Yuan faced the three women's curious stares and could only come up with a half-hearted explanation. That was just another form of mine. He's also part of me. It's too complicated to explain. Just think of it as the next stage I awakened after defeating the undead lord. Mo Shiyu suddenly remembered Xia Yuan's hidden attribute, 100 form SSR, and considered a terrifying possibility. Could it be? Does ever-changing SSR mean he can keep learning new skills, or does it actually mean he can transform into other SSRs? This thought scared her so much she jumped in surprise. But is that really possible? Xia Yuan explained. Luo Ziyan found it even more unbelievable. You've awakened too? No, you're already so strong, can you get even stronger? Xia Yuan sat casually in the back seat, pushing Mo Shiyu into the corner as usual. What? Jealous? Luo Ziyan fell silent immediately, her cheeks flushing bright red. She couldn't help but recall how she had just fallen head over heels for his second form, and she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Fortunately, the car windows were privacy-proof, otherwise Xia Yuan would have mocked her again. Xia Yuan's keen observation skills noticed Luo Ziyan's unusual behavior. He narrowed his eyes and asked the Demon Blade Maiden, was that guy just now really excited, thinking he saw another handsome guy? The Demon Sword Maiden was an honest one and nodded silently. Luo Ziyan blushed and glared at her. Oh my. Xia Yuan laughed wickedly. It seems my charm is truly astonishing. I've managed to make our Miss Luo Ziyan fall for me twice. Too bad, I don't like short people. Luo Ziyuan was so angry she wanted to drive her car off the cliff and kill Xia Yuan behind her. But upon further thought, she realized there was no other option besides killing herself, so she calmed down. After that, the group drove back safely to Luo Ziyuan's residence and waited for the notification of the National College Spirit Summoner competition. Due to the interruption of the competition caused by the battle at Golden City, this pinnacle event must continue. Soon, Mo Shiyu and the others received the notification. The rescheduled competition was set for 1 week later. The location remained the same, Golden City. It could be said that they were getting back up where they had fallen. The official alliance of spirit contractors is doing this to show those hidden monster bosses lurking in the shadows. We dare to continue holding the competition. Do you dare to attack again? Xia Yuan is very excited. He truly hopes the monster side will step up their game. Don't hold back, send a world-class bounty boss to reclaim Golden City. Because the system has given them way too much. The rewards, including experience, spirit stones, and materials, are also outrageous. 650,000 spirit stones, plus all those special materials. Mo Shiyu's complexion has been glowing lately, giving her confidence in Xia Yuan's breakthrough after reaching level 75. This is the perfect opportunity for him to practice the power of the Golden Flash. There's only 1 week left until the competition. This week, Xia Yuan has been very busy. Every day, he wakes up to exchange insults with Luo Ziyan, then heads to the World Peace Tavern for a drink to check on the tavern owner's well-being. In the evenings, he joins the Platinum Dragon King, Dama, and Mimi for some gaming. However, recently, due to Xia Yuan's victory in the Golden City battle, his fame had skyrocketed. In the Game Squad's microphone, Mei was dissatisfied with the fact that Xia Yuan's name is Xia Yuan. Hey, Yuanzi, you share the same name as that SSR Xia Yuan who created the Crimson Miracle. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to him? Take my advice and change your name. Xia Yuan was speechless after hearing this. I am that Xia Yuan. You want me to change my name? The Platinum Dragon King chimed in. Mimi, I'm not lying. I was there. The Platinum Dragon King flying in the sky can vouch for me. The Censored Knight also spoke up for his benefactor for the first time. This is all your fault, Mei. Xia Yuan is Xia Yuan, there's only one of him in the world. Mimi chuckled twice. What you're saying is, you want me to believe that Yuanzi is that legendary, household name, the SSR-tier killer of the north who kicked the raid boss to death in one night? Little Dragon Brother is also an SSR, the Platinum Dragon King. Even the Codebreaker is a top-tier SR. The three of you, such big shots, don't spend your evenings tackling dungeons and saving the world, you're just hanging out with this gaming-addicted girl, playing games together every night? Mei rolled her eyes and said boredly, should I feel honored or something? Platinum Dragon King, exactly. The coder smirked, Mimi, you know the deal. Don't whine when I ask you for a gun next time. Xia Yuan, no need for honors. Just listen to me in the game and don't my command. After all, my ability to judge the battle situation is better than yours. Mei flew into a rage, slamming her hand on the table. Enough with the acting, you three. I'm going to expose your charade today. Do you have the guts to video call me now? Xia Yuan initiated a group video call. White Dragon King initiated a group video call. Dama initiated a group video call. Mei froze, staring at the two red and green call buttons in the group chat, her mind going blank. Her lips twitched slightly. Hello? No way. You guys actually came for real? Chapter 102, You're All Justice Ultramen. Mei was really nervous. She didn't expect the guys to act without hesitation. It was almost like the real thing. Mimi tidied up her little dress and the bow on her head, then put on an Ultraman mask to cover her face. Although she was shouting loudly in the group chat, she was actually quite shy and didn't dare to show her face. More importantly, she didn't want her face to scare the few online friends in the group. After making all these preparations, Mei took a deep breath and pressed the call button. The next second, the computer screen lit up with the front-facing camera views of Xia Yuan by Jin Longwang and Xingguang Knight. A silver-haired, sunglasses-wearing hunk. A dragon head with an enormous face, completely blocking the camera. Plus, a little girl bathed in holy light, looking utterly dejected. Seeing the true faces of the three, Mei's eyes widened like copper bells. Especially when she saw Xia Yuan's appearance, it was exactly the same as in the news media and all the handsome photos and merchandise featuring Xia Yuan. The only difference was his expression was a bit off. She couldn't believe it and pulled out the poster, pressing her face against the computer screen to compare carefully, her voice trembling as she said. Yuanzi, you. Where did you get that virtual avatar of Yuan Shen? It looks just like him. Xia Yuan tilted his sunglasses slightly, revealing his pale blue eyes. Huh? I told you I'm the real Xia Yuan. But why are you wearing a mask? Are you afraid to show your face? We're all showing our true selves. Mei stared at the lifelike Xia Yuan, her head spinning. She closed her eyes, thinking it was a hallucination. But when she opened them again, the scene remained unchanged. Clearly, this was far beyond what a virtual AI could simulate. Mei looked at the others. The White Dragon King had finally adjusted the distance, and his face was no longer filling the entire screen. It sat upright, took a few steps back, revealing its entire face. To show friendliness, it bared its sharp fangs and smiled slightly. Mimi, you like Ultraman too? Little dragon brother is truly a dragon. Mimi's lips twitched slightly as she shifted her gaze to the final blurred camera angle. A little girl bathed in holy light held up a bottle of Coke and took a sip, looking displeased as she said. I said. Mei, we're all showing our faces, and you're not showing yours. That's not very nice. What? Afraid I'll screenshot your photo and you won't be able to take off tonight? She lazily lay back in the chair, took a sip of Coke and let out a satisfied burp. Don't worry, I'm a holy light knight. I'm pure and kind-hearted. I wouldn't have such dirty thoughts. Xia Yuan tooted disapprovingly. You're really a pervert for blurring it out. Don't say what's on your mind, that's not proper. Mei stared blankly for a moment before accepting this absurd reality. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes as she adjusted the Ultraman mask on her face and spoke. I'm just afraid I'm too beautiful, so beautiful that you'll lose your minds and come after me through the internet. The censor's gaze swept skillfully over her flat chest and sighed, a pair of AS? Not worth it. Mei angrily squeezed her chest, I'm not an A-cup. Don't compare me to you. Xia Yuan stepped in to mediate. We're all for A-rated attractions. Stop arguing. But the blurred parts will enlarge, and that's something you can't do, Mei. The Platinum Dragon King scratched his head in confusion, not quite understanding their conversation. Are we playing poker? Mimi changed the subject and looked at Xia Yuan, speaking bluntly. Yuanzi, give me a few of your autographed merchandise items. I'll send you my address, and you can mail them to me. Xia Yuan smirked, oh? Are you my fan? Mei snorted coldly, don't get the wrong idea. I have a few friends who want them. I'm just asking you for them on their behalf. Dama chuckled twice, adopting a condescending tone. Making friends out of thin air, but since you've helped me win a lot of games, I can send you my signed photo. Mei rolled her eyes, who wants yours? But you can send yours too, I'll use it as a footrest. The White Dragon King interjected at the right moment, I can't sign my name, but I have claw marks. Mei, if you want to use them as a footrest, I'll give you more so they're thicker and more comfortable. Mimi suddenly felt that among this group, only Little Dragon Brother was a good person. She was moved to tears and said, Little Dragon Brother, I'll play games with you for the rest of my life. Although they now knew each other's identities, it didn't stop them from chatting and joking around as usual. The four of them spent another night battling fearlessly against the spirit beasts. Xia Yuan, with his 6 eyes granting him exceptional observational and reaction skills, plus the first gate of the 8 gates of escape unlocked, secured an MVP page. Shao Kai doesn't count. He didn't use the death door in the game, which was already quite restrained. Before everyone dispersed, Mei couldn't help but say. Yuanzi, with your fame, you must be careful of those old silver coins lurking in the shadows. If you're gone, I can't handle the coding and Little Dragon Brother on my own. Dama roared, what is the dog barking about? The White Gold Dragon King said proudly, how could the big pot not be there? Mei, you don't know how powerful the big pot is. His single kick at night killed 500,000 contract spirits and a raid boss. Xia Yuan smiled, leaning back lazily in his chair, and spoke with unmatched confidence. Even if the entire world were to disappear, I'd be just fine. Mei, your worries are unnecessary. It's getting late. Me and Dideo Lone still have to continue our tower climbing competition. We're off. The gaming squad dispersed. In a dark, windowless room. Mei removed her headphones and took off the mask covering her face, revealing a face covered in bloodstains. She hugged her knees, curling herself into a ball, burying her head in her arms, and whispered softly. It's so nice. Everyone is a heroic Ultraman, but I'm just an evil little monster. How could Ultraman ever be friends with a little monster? Little monsters eat people. The Imperial Capital Peak Tournament resumes. Golden City is bustling with activity once again. This time, the number of people watching the match in person not only didn't decrease, but actually increased. Some people even paid high prices to bring their own chairs just to get in and watch the match. However, the main force of the Alliance has been patrolling within Golden City almost the entire time, ensuring that a disaster like the last one does not occur again. After all, last time, if it weren't for Xia Yuan suddenly appearing out of nowhere and creating the Crimson Miracle, that would have been the end of US. As soon as Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan appeared, the entire Golden City erupted in cheers and shouts that nearly shook the heavens. Among them were many of Xia Yuan's die-hard fans, who rushed down from the spectator seats to take photos with him and ask for autographs, but they were all stopped by the official event staff. Xia Yuan looked at the calm and peaceful competition venue and felt a bit disappointed. He hoped that the tower climbing competition would bring some surprises. Chapter 103, The admissions offices of the 3 top-tier academies. Is Gilgamesh strong? The participating spirit contractors and their spirits watched Xia Yuan in silence, their expressions odd. Can't the Spirit Contractors Alliance just declare the guy who kicked the undead lord to death the champion? Who could withstand that kick? Although they were all SSR ranked, they had all witnessed Xia Yuan's astonishing combat power with their own eyes. Apart from battle maniacs like Alkas and Demon Blade Maiden, who wanted to test their skills against Xia Yuan, the other SSRs weren't particularly eager to challenge Xia Yuan in a duel. They had already decided that if they encountered Xia Yuan, they would defend against his sneak attacks and then surrender en masse to preserve their strength. At level 55, they're already that strong. Now at level 70, that's even more godlike. Especially Mo Shiyu, she now instinctively lowers her head whenever she sees Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan dare not meet their gaze. The humiliation of being called dad that day is still fresh in her memory. When Mo Shiyu was first defeated, she still harbored thoughts of revenge, thinking, 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years in the west, don't underestimate a poor girl. But after witnessing the red-haired Xia Yuan who opened the gate of death, she has completely lost that resolve. But the more she hides, the more Xia Yuan stares at her. Mo Shiyu wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Xia Yuan had originally intended to tease the female duck, but Mo Shiyu shook her head at him and advised. She's already fulfilled the bet and called you father. Considering her sense of contract, just let her be. Mo Shiyu was very magnanimous, but the look she gave Mo Shiyu was far more arrogant than Xia Yuan's. Silent mockery is the most deadly. At that moment, in the highest tier viewing section of Golden City, 3 special guests had arrived. The 3 of them couldn't stand each other, each despising the others. These 3 were the admissions directors of the 3 top-tier Spirit Beast Tamer Academies in the Great Xia Empire. Sky Dome University, Hanhai University, and Kunlun University. The head of Tianxian University's admissions office was an old man. Upon seeing the other 2, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Oh my, what wind has blown the 2 of you here? A mere peak-level spirit summoner competition at a minor university isn't worth your trouble, is it? Bishu Ening, the mature female teacher from Hanhai University, covered her mouth and giggled. Mr. Lin is joking. I'm just here to watch the competition out of boredom. The elegant, bespectacled man from Kunlun University didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I'm very interested in Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. I hope the 2 of you stay as far away as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Lao chuckled. Young people these days have no manners. Jiang Li, you stole an SSR Spirit Master from me last time, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. How dare you bark at me like that? Bai Shuiying's beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's been a few days, and teacher Jiang's prestige has grown even more. Our Hanhai University is also determined to get these 2. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses and said solemnly. Since we're all sworn enemies, let's not pretend anymore. He tore open his elegant long robe, revealing his muscular build, and coldly declared, I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, don't blame me for bullying the weak and defenseless. Bai Shuiying, you. Lin Lao, go to hell. Jiang Yi counted without batting an eyelid. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. None of the 3 held back, and they immediately began fighting. They were all human spirit summoners, but instead of summoning their spirits to fight, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Jiang Yi was physically stronger, but he was surrounded and beaten by Bai Shuiying and Lin Lao, and couldn't get the upper hand for a moment. Lin Lao, with his silver coin, favored the monkey-picking peaches. Bai Shuiying relied on her 9 bone claws in combat, and soon Jiang Yi's elegant face was scratched with several bloody streaks. However, both of their eyes were also beaten into a panda eye by Jiang Yi. The 3 sides were evenly matched. These days, admissions officers have it tough. To secure the best candidates, they often end up fighting until they're bloodied, and they've long since grown accustomed to it. Fortunately, the staff of the competition learned that a fight had broken out and rushed over to break it up. They also warned the 3 of them that if they dared to cause trouble again or fight on the competition grounds, their tickets would be revoked and they would be expelled from Golden City. The 3 finally calmed down. Lin Lao rubbed his swollen left eye. Forget about Xia Yuan, that SSR. Only our Tianxian University has the qualifications to recruit him. Bai Shuiying covered her right eye, wincing in pain. Get lost. Your Tianxian University has no qualifications. Only our Hanhai can nurture him properly. Jiang Yi, with scratches still bleeding on his face, said, pardon my frankness, but both Tianxiang and Hanhai are trash. Only our Kunlun is worthy of him. The admissions offices of the 3 top-tier Spirit Contract Master Academies were all at odds with one another. Over the years, the champions, runners-up, and third-place winners of the National Spirit Beast Master Competition had always been specially recruited by the 3 top academies. In the past, they could at least maintain a semblance of civility. After all, the gap between the champions, runners-up, and third-place finishers in previous years wasn't that significant. Their spirit bonding abilities were only slightly superior. But this year is completely different. Xia Yuan, this SSR-tier spirit tamer, is clearly overpowered. In terms of strength and power, he has pulled far ahead of the other SSRs. Are you kidding me? That single kick from Ye Kai left the admissions officers from Tianxiang, Hanhai, and Kunlun completely spellbound. They have already made up their minds to do whatever it takes to recruit Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan to their university. The peak competition continues. The participants re-entered the Qiling Arena Tower and began the competition based on their scores from when the previous tournament was interrupted. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan took the elevator straight to the 22nd floor. Xia Yuan glanced at his current system reward bar, 5%. These are additional rewards obtained after defeating the Death Spirit Lord. This third template still has a long way to go. Although the two templates were already incredibly powerful, who would refuse the chance to become even stronger? Therefore, Xia Yuan naturally wanted to continue harvesting rewards on the battlefield. However, he thought about it. His sneak attack when he opened the elevator door was probably common knowledge by now, and other SSRs must have prepared for it. He needed to change his approach. There's no other way. I have to do this. Xia Yuan had already come up with a plan and quickly grabbed Mo Shiyu, pinning her under his arm. Hey! Mo Shiyu was a bit flustered. Xia Yuan, what are you doing? Oh my! Xia Yuan smiled and said, don't move. The others have already anticipated my sneak attack, so I need to try a different approach. As he finished speaking, he had already prepared to form a seal with one hand. Mo Shiyu blinked in astonishment. Xia Yuan, starting with a domain expansion right off the bat, isn't that a bit risky? Xia Yuan shrugged it off. Anyway, deploying the domain didn't require much effort anymore. At level 70 and with his precise control, the spiritual energy consumed was no longer as terrifying as before. Mo Shiyu was more curious about Xia Yuan's new SSR form with golden hair and red eyes. She was so curious she couldn't help but ask. Xia Yuan, your previous form. The character form you first awakened as, the one called Jer's Delicious Food or something like that, will he be stronger? Xia Yuan instinctively tapped the on's waist drum on Mo Shiyu's version. It's Gilgamesh. As for whether he is stronger, you'll find out later. Chapter 104, The Headstrong Monster. Support type SSR Yao Xian Jai. Xia Yuan's exclusive commentator, Ziyu, returned online, even more passionate than before. Hello everyone, how are you all doing? That's right. After surviving the Crimson Miracle battle, I'm back to provide exclusive battle commentary for Lord Yuan. It's truly an honor. They are about to reach the 22nd floor. I wonder who their opponents will be this time. With the tournament rematch underway, Xia Yuan's livestream has surged to the top of the rankings. Just as the match began, the number of viewers in the livestream had already reached 200 million. The screen was flooded with comments from die-hard fans and true believers, creating a frenzy. At the same time, on the high platform of the Qiling Arena, inside the other elevator leading directly to the 22nd floor. Please protect us, Buddha. Please protect us, ancestors. Please don't match me with that killer. JK Blackstocking Senior Shui Ailing clasped her hands together and prayed earnestly. As long as we don't encounter him, we can take on any other SSRs. Beside her stood 3 spirit companions, all staring at her in disbelief. A level 72 SSR, the Eerie String Singer. Plus 2 SR contract spirits in their 80s. This lineup is extremely rare among contract spirit masters who possess SSR-tier contract spirits. After all, most college-level spirit contract masters, after obtaining an SSR, don't have the resources or energy to cultivate other spirit contracts. Let alone 2 SRs. However, Shui Ailing is an exception, as the SSR she obtained, the Yao Xian Guji, is a support-type spirit with lackluster offensive capabilities. Therefore, she cultivated 2 SR spirit companions as her primary damage dealers. As the top-tier spirit contract master family in Guanyue province, the Shui family has the strength and resources to help her create such an unparalleled spirit contract lineup. She has always been the strongest spirit summoner among the younger generation in Guanyue province. Yet even with such an unparalleled contract spirit lineup, she still fears facing that killer from Xuanbai. When the enemy shouted Ye Kai and single-handedly wiped out 500,000 undead troops and the raid boss, they were all there. It has been a week since the Deep Red Miracle battle. Yet the image of that roaring crimson dragon remains etched in Shui Ailing in the 3 spirit beasts' minds, a memory they will never forget. Their own unit was originally a support-type SSR. Although the singer can control enemies, heal allies, and apply powerful buffs. But against Xia Yuan, a versatile main DPS-type SSR, there was simply no chance of winning. Shui Ailing sighed, gazing enviously at her own Yao Xian songstress's slender waist and graceful figure. No matter how she looked, she didn't seem like someone who could withstand a single kick from Ye Kai. The Yao Xian songstress floated in mid-air, her silver hair cascading down to her waist, holding a pipa in her arms, delicate and beautiful. A tear streak still lingered on her pale cheeks, evoking sympathy from anyone who saw her. Although her contract spirit race was the terrifying ghost, she was exceptionally beautiful and had many admirers for her looks. After all, with such flawless modeling, whether she's human or ghost doesn't matter. As long as you're brave enough, even a female ghost deserves maternity leave. The ghostly singer, her red lips parted, spoke softly. Master, don't set yourself up for failure. If praying to gods and Buddhas worked, humans wouldn't even be able to squeeze through the temple gates. The other two SRs, though fearful inside, remained defiant on the surface. What is there to fear? Even if we encounter her, we're not without a fighting chance. Exactly, don't be too afraid. Besides, if we really encounter them, we can just surrender and admit defeat. I don't believe that with our strength, we can't even get the master to surrender with a few words. Shui Ailing sighed, covering her head with both hands, looking anxious. Do you know why that guy is called the killing god of Chuanbei? I've studied his personality. He is the type who, once he steps onto the spirit contract arena, will do everything in his power to kill as many spirit contractors as possible. Now that we've warned him about our opening ambush, he must have a countermeasure. Holding her pipa, drifted by slowly, her voice filled with concern. Why does he enjoy killing contract spirits on the arena so much? If he gets used to it, will he start killing in the final round too? Then he won't be able to revive. The two SRs shrugged their shoulders, looking puzzled. Who knows? The stronger they are, the stranger their temperament, right? The way he looks at other contract spirits is like he's looking at monsters in a dungeon. As they chatted, the elevator quickly reached the 22nd floor. In an instant, Shui Ailing and the other contract spirits all tensed up, ready for battle, their hearts racing with tension. If the opponent was Xia Yuan, they had to be prepared for an opening ambush. The various buffs from the eerie string singer had already been applied to the two SR-ranked beings in advance. A beep sounded. The elevator doors opened at the sound. The two sides stood across the stage, gazing at each other from a distance. When Shui Ailing saw the tall, silver-haired handsome man in the elevator, her beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. The mystic string singer and the two SR-ranked characters were on high alert, ready to defend against Xia Yuan's instant flash attacks. Shui Ailing was about to shout surrender without hesitation. However, the moment the elevator doors fully opened, before her lips could move, her mind plunged into an odd state. It was a feeling of knowing everything, as if she had become a deity. All her senses were amplified to the extreme. An overwhelming flood of information from the world poured into her mind. Shui Ailing's eyes became unusually clear and her pupils slowly dilated. Her brain's processing power couldn't handle the information it was receiving, causing it to overload and shut down. That's right. As the elevator doors opened, Xia Yuan immediately activated his boundless void domain. The eternal string singer and two SR-ranked characters were also hit simultaneously. However, as an auxiliary type SSR, the Yao Xian Guji activated her passive control breaking skill. Pure and flawless body. Capable of removing all negative effects from herself. The Yajin songstress emerged from the water like a drowning person, gasping for breath. As she regained consciousness, she swiftly plucked the strings of the pipa in her arms, producing a crisp, resonant sound. The first chapter. Untainted by the world. The Yajin Gaki's group control breaking skill possesses an incredibly powerful ability, capable of removing all negative effects from her allies. Even the brain freeze caused by Xia Yuan's infinite void was nullified. However, since the boundless void's ability damages the brain, the two SR contract spirits awoke and recovered quickly. But as a human, Shui Ailing was in a dire state. Although her brain had regained clarity, her nerves were severely damaged, leaving her somewhat mentally impaired. Her once clear, black and white eyes had turned into crossed eyes, her gaze filled with wisdom. They hurriedly shouted. Master, surrender quickly. Shui Ailing jolted awake and with her crossed eyes, she tried to shout surrender, but her speech was slurred and she accidentally bit her tongue. She managed to force out the words I surrender, but they came out as O Tu Tai. The mysterious singer and the two SRs who had just regained consciousness heard these three words and all looked at their masters in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Master. I was just bragging earlier, you're serious about this? Don't be so stubborn now. Can we do it another time? If you're this stubborn, that guy will still beat us. A magnetic and pleasant voice suddenly rang out before the three contract spirits. Oh? Being stubborn, huh? That's great. Let me see how stubborn you are. Xia Yuan was still surprised that the other party had broken his control, thinking they were about to surrender immediately, thinking there was no way to kill them. But as soon as he teleported over, he was met with a defiant declaration of war from that smart-looking JK-style black-stocking beauty. Alright. It seems like the other party isn't afraid of him at all. He'd better take this a bit more seriously. Chapter 105, The Shining Fruit's Clone Ability. The phrase head-on challenge left the commentator Ziyu speechless. After she snapped out of it, she excitedly shouted. What did I just hear? I never expected that even facing the kill god of the north, who created the Crimson Miracle, someone would dare to be so reckless and confront him head-on. No wonder she's the top contract spirit master of Guanyue province, Shui Ailing, she's so bold. And the domain control deployed by the Yuanshan at the start was actually broken by her SSR Yao Xian Guji. Let us pay our respects to this brave warrior. The livestream viewers were also utterly shocked, never expecting the first battle to pit them against an iron-headed fighter. Respect. That is so brave. Is Shui Ailing serious? Her SSR Yao Xian Guji seems to be a support type, right? The boundless void has been broken for the first time. This Yao Xian Jai has some skill. She truly lives up to her SSR tier support spirit. I thought most opponents would surrender. After all, they've seen the power of the Abyss God with their own eyes. To keep challenging them is truly the mark of a warrior. I offer my respect. The human anthem is the anthem of courage. On the stage, the shadow string singer suddenly turned her head and saw Xia Yuan already pressing his finger against her smooth forehead, his lips curving into a smile. Spell reversal, her. Boom! The shadow string singer was struck by a red light, her body flying backward and colliding with the tower. A layer of peculiar aura faded from her body, and she didn't sustain any serious injuries, though she looked slightly disheveled. As a seasoned SSR support character, the Yao Xian songstress possessed an impressive array of survival skills. Though she appeared fragile, her physique was incredibly resilient. With various defensive buffs stacked on her body, Xia Yuan's casual attack couldn't take her down. Yao Xian Jai reacted swiftly, adjusting her posture, and plucked the strings of her people once more. A surge of musical notes echoed around her. A physically powerful SR-tier fistmaster, bathed in a rainbow of colors, charges towards Xia Yuan. He clenched his fists, gathered all his strength, and roared, delivering a powerful punch. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Boxing? Interesting. His fist, flashing with golden lightning, met the attack head-on. Their fists collided with a thunderous crash. Since Xia Yuan reached level 70, his stats had skyrocketed once again. Even without using the 8 gates technique. The power contained in this punch was already quite terrifying. With a loud crack, the fist of the SR-ranked fistfighter was shattered, with bones and tendons crushed, his entire arm dislocated, and blood spattering everywhere, a sight of utter carnage. Even with the various enhancements from the ghostly string singer, he was still too weak. However, the next second, the ghostly string singer's delicate hands plucked the people once more, and the music resounded. Green notes swirled around the fistmaster, and his severely injured arm began to heal at a visible speed. Xia Yuan. She's an SSR-ranked Yajin Koki, a super support-type contract spirit capable of control, healing, enhancement, purification, and curse removal. If we're going to kill him, kill her first. Mo Shiyu dutifully pulled out her notebook and recited the information she had gathered to Xia Yuan. Although Xia Yuan didn't need it at all. Xia Yuan raised his hand, using repulsive force to blow the fistfighter away, then removed his sunglasses and looked at the Yao Xian Songji with astonishment. Oh? An auxiliary-type SSR? This is my first time encountering one. I suppose you were the one who dispelled my boundless void, weren't you? The Yao Xian songstress was stared at by those extremely bright double blue eyes, feeling a chill run down her spine. She really didn't want to fight him. That guy hadn't even exerted himself yet, and now he was taking off his glasses. She turned to Shui Ailing, but the latter's dazed expression hadn't fully returned yet, still looking a bit spaced out. He suddenly realized that her master wasn't suddenly overcome by a surge of adrenaline and decided to charge headfirst into battle. Rather, she had been affected by the other person's domain expansion, causing her mind to short-circuit. She knew it. Her usually cautious and timid master wouldn't just charge headfirst like that. The eternal string singer was about to pluck the strings again to heal Shui Ailing's brain and see if she could make her shout surrender. But Xia Yuan's golden feet had already pressed against her chest. Heal her? That's not going to happen. Bang! Under the Yao Xian Jai's stunned expression, the pipa in her hands was kicked into the sky by Xia Yuan. The other two SR contract spirits rushed forward, blocking the eerie string singer's path. One wielded a pair of nunchucks, spinning them with fierce force. The other delivered punches as thunderous as a storm, with immense force and weight. Xia Yuan didn't even bother to glance at the attacks of the two SRs, effortlessly deflecting them with his limitless techniques. He stood his ground, taking on the relentless attacks from both sides, grinning wickedly as he slowly closed in on the shadow string singer, resembling a psychopath intent on committing an act of abduction. He reached out and grabbed her slender neck, lifting her off the ground. Let her go. You monster. Xia Yuan, he. This scene was too brutal. Even the commentators you couldn't bear to watch. The live stream viewers felt the same way. Xia Yuan is actually the real monster boss, right? His smile is so creepy. Yao Xian Jai is the beloved spirit companion of many people, but Yuanshan shows no mercy. Although the spirit masters and spirits inside the spirit companion tower won't truly die, being treated like this might leave a lasting trauma. I feel so sorry for the Yao Xian songstress, but who can blame her master for being so stubborn? I can't bear to watch, but I'm also a bit excited. What is going on? Quick, take a screenshot. This is the Abyss God's domineering forced love. Next, he's probably going to choke her and kiss her. The brainless fans are beyond saving. They was struggling to breathe, her hands frantically pounding on Xia Yuan's chest, her eyes filled with despair. She was, after all, a ghost of female one at that. This was her first taste of what true fear felt like. Under the unrestricted spell, their attacks couldn't break through Xia Yuan's defenses, so fighting him was like a father playfully beating his son. Xia Yuan didn't even need to use any other skills, he could kill them all with simple, brutal methods. They're both SSR. Why is the gap so huge? The eerie string singer made a desperate final effort, forcing her red lips apart and expelling the breath she had been holding in her stomach, emitting a piercing sonic scream. Ah! Xia Yuan let go of her, and his figure suddenly transformed into a burst of golden light that scattered in all directions. It wasn't out of fear of her attack. Rather, Xia Yuan had used the ability of the shining fruit to create 5 light clones surrounding them. 5 figures of Xia Yuan suddenly appeared on the spirit contract arena. Everyone was stunned. Commentator Ziyu shouted excitedly. Goodness gracious! What's happening? The Yuan god has turned into 5. Are they real or just an illusion? He finally managed to break free from Xia Yuan's chokehold and catch her breath, only to look up and find herself surrounded by 5 Xia Yuans. This situation was utterly hopeless. She couldn't handle even one of them. 5 of them? Xia Yuan's 6 eyes spun wildly. He also wanted to try using the light clones created by the shining fruit to see if he could use other skills. If he succeeded, he could learn from Naruto. Try activating all the clones in the 8 gates escape formation, then open the death gate, and pull off a Night K multiple shadow clone technique. That would be awesome. However, it all depended on whether Mo Shiyu could withstand it. Chapter 106, The 5-Strike Whip of the Void. On the Spirit Contract Arena. The eerie string singer and 2 SR spirit companions were surrounded by 5 Xia Yuan, their eyes filled with fear, unsure of what to do. Mo Shiyu was also shocked to see the 5 Xia Yuans. This guy has developed a new skill behind her back again. The 5 Xia Yuans simultaneously adopted the finger snapping gesture from 5 different directions. The eerie string singer's pupils contracted sharply as she exclaimed anxiously. He's about to use the void form. Quick, get closer to me. At that moment, the pipa that had been kicked into the sky by Xia Yuan finally plummeted back into her hands. She clenched her teeth tightly, fiercely plucking the strings of the pipa, channeling all her strength to set up a defense. Final chapter of the melody, Fortress of the Soul. Clang. Notes danced and flew, forming a spectral barrier that enveloped the 3 of them. At the same time, 5 Xia Yuan simultaneously snapped their fingers, and in different, lazy voices echoed from 5 directions. Void form. Z. Purple energy capable of shattering the heavens and earth erupted from all 5 directions, colliding with the powerful purple energy spheres surrounding the 3 figures at the center. The energy spheres collided violently, then erupted into the sky. Boom! 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 A massive purple light pillar rose from the stage, piercing through the ceiling. The entire tower trembled violently. Xia Yuan's robes and silver hair were tossed about by the wind. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at his creation with satisfaction, and nodded approvingly. Confirmed. It seems clones can also use skills. That's impressive. This technique, the 5-strike whip, is quite powerful. It's probably because the 5 imaginary masses collide with each other, generating even greater energy. If we use 200% of the void-style 5-strike whip, the collision should increase both the kill radius and destructive power to a whole new level. Xia Yuan was truly obsessed with studying skills. Combining various forces in unexpected ways can yield astonishingly powerful effects. For example, the 8 gates escape technique under the reverse technique. This isn't just 1 + 1 = 2, it's 1 + 1 greater than 10. Therefore, whenever he encounters an SSR tier enemy that can withstand a bit more damage, he always tries to fuse and hybridize them to create new skills. However, this is no easy task for the eternal string singer. Within the purple light column, she threw everything she had into defense, even using her most powerful defensive move, but she still couldn't withstand the 5-strike whip. Crack! The barrier cracked. 2 SR contract spirits stood calmly, smiling bitterly as they made their final farewell. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly in the elevator. It's not your fault, blame the master for being so stubborn. The eternal string singer also looked helpless. As a support type SSR, she had done her best. To be honest, she was considering switching jobs. If contract spirits could break their contracts on their own and choose their own masters, she'd want to be contracted by Mo Shiyu. Then she could assist an output monster like Xia Yuan. Hiding under the legs of the Caliba god of the north to assist him, the eternal string singer couldn't imagine how thrilling that would be. Boom! With her fantasies in tow, she vanished into the purple light column alongside 2 SR contract spirits. On the stage, only Xia Yuan remained, having just regained her senses and finally stopped cross-eyed. She finally regained full consciousness, only to see her contract spirits dissipate into the purple light, leaving her utterly bewildered. Ha! 5 Xia Yuan simultaneously turned to look at her, smiling broadly. Oh! You're awake, iron-headed sister. Shall I give you a ride? Xia Yuan shook her head vigorously like a metronome, quickly raising a white flag in surrender. I surrender. Xia Yuan glanced at her black stockings. Since she was wearing his favorite socks, he decided not to be too harsh. Mainly because killing her wouldn't yield much system reward points. He checked the system reward bar after this battle, it had increased to 10%, a decent haul. Thanks to the stubborn lady for the gift. Congratulations to Yuan Shen on his victory. I never expected those 5 clones weren't illusions, they were all real bodies, and they could all use the void technique. That's terrifying. Commentator Ziyu exclaimed in shock. Every time I think Yuanshin is already powerful enough, he always surpasses our expectations and reveals even greater strength. I can't even imagine what would happen if the clones could use Nightblade. 5 Night Kales kicking together, that would be an incredible sight. But that's way too overpowered, it's probably impossible to achieve. Golden City audience seats. The 3 admissions office directors, wearing AR glasses, watched the battle and felt like they wanted to eliminate the opponent right now. Xia Yuan's potential was even more terrifying than they had imagined. This only strengthened their resolve to recruit him into their academy. Lin Lao, Bai Shuiying, and Jiang Li were deep in thought, already considering their tactics and the conditions they could offer. Taking advantage of the time when Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan entered the elevator to head to the 23rd floor for a break, Lin Lao stood up and went to buy 3 bottles of water. He handed 1 bottle each to Bai Shuiying and Jiang Li with a kind expression. Thirsty? Have a drink. We're all admissions officers, it's not easy for any of us. Instead of fighting tooth and nail, why not work together and use our skills to attract students? Anyway, the final decision rests with Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. Bai Shuiying and Jiang Li looked at him with suspicion. This old man is buttering us up, he must be up to no good. Lin Lao sensed their distrust, sighed deeply, lowered his head, and spoke with a sigh. I'm getting old. I probably won't be the admissions office director for much longer before I retire. The memories of competing with you all for students are the happiest times of my life. I just want to spend my final days in peace with you all. Bai Shuiying and Jiang Li recalled the times they had fought fiercely with each other and were also moved. They both took the bottled water. Then, they simultaneously slammed them onto the ground. Smash! The mineral water bottles shattered, releasing a cloud of black smoke that looked poisonous. Bai Shuiying sneered, Master Lin, this outdated trick is no longer effective. Don't use it again, it's just embarrassing. Jiang Li, with a scholarly demeanor, crossed his arms and mocked. Still trying to play the emotional card? You're getting old, stop pretending. If you die, I'll be happy to attend your funeral. Lin Lao's trembling fingers pointed at the 2 of them, shouting angrily. You too. To a person, you've lost all humanity. Bai Shuiying and Jiang Li looked at the water on the ground emitting black smoke, speechless. Who exactly has no humanity? Old age really does make one thick-skinned. Inside the chilling arena tower, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu continued climbing the tower, advancing to the 23rd floor. At this height, almost everyone they encountered was an SSR. So far, Xia Yuan has defeated 3 SSRs in a row. There are still 5 left to encounter. Killing one increases the reward bar by 5%. Xia Yuan was in a hurry and wanted to kill more. The elevator arrives quickly. So he decided to use the same tactic again, activating his domain at the start. Mo Shiyu and Xiao Hei both clung to his legs. The commentator Ziyu's voice rang out again. Another familiar move. Opening move, domain expansion. Last time it was dispelled by the passive control breaking ability of the Yao Xian songstress. Will this opponent be able to counter the boundless void of the Yuanshin? Let's wait and see. As the elevator doors opened, the boundless void suddenly expanded, engulfing the opponent. Xia Yuan raised his eyes and saw the familiar figure with blank eyes and a dazed dragon face. Then, with a loud thud, it collapsed to the ground and didn't move. As the brain of a dragon, it was still quite resilient. Before collapsing, it managed to utter 2 words. Big. Pot. Chapter 107, The Ultimate Word Magic of the Platinum Dragon King. Yuanshin's opponent this time is actually another SSR from Yunchuan Province, the Platinum Dragon King. But it's clear the opponent has already been hit instantly. Could it be that the outcome is already decided? But it's said that the Deep God and the Platinum Dragon King are good friends in private, so might the Deep God show mercy and spare it? Commentator Ziyu shouted excitedly. Xia Yuan looked at the stunned dragon lying on the ground and paused for a moment. What a coincidence. Just happened to run into an old acquaintance. On the stage, Joku and the dumbfounded dragon were both hit by the 0.1 second infinite void, leaving them temporarily stunned. Xia Yuan felt a bit torn. Looking at the 2 familiar figures lying motionless on the stage, he couldn't decide which skill to use to defeat them. Mainly because Data Long was tough as nails. He thought, since they were friends, he'd try to send it to the spirit contract space without causing too much pain. Anyway, they couldn't die. System reward points were more important. Xia Yuan approached the Platinum Dragon King with a troubled expression, knelt down, and patted its head. Dai Long, it's not that I'm being lenient with you. Since you've already been hit, let me just put you out of your misery. After all, it's not like you'll really die. I believe you should understand my good intentions. As he finished speaking, he raised one hand, gathered his energy, and aimed it at the dumb dragon's large head with a sorrowful expression. A purple light erupted. However, the next second, the white gold dragon king, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes, leaped to its feet, and narrowly dodged the attack. Even though it was the weakest form of the void technique, it still left a large crater in the spirit beast arena. The white gold dragon king was drenched in sweat, his face filled with terror. Oh no! My head isn't made of iron, I didn't need the void form. Xia Yuan smiled mischievously, keep pretending. I thought you'd never get up even if you died. Actually, you just lay there obediently for a moment and it was over. Now things are getting tricky. He had noticed from the start that this guy was pretending to be stupid. The opponent's mental strength was far stronger than he had imagined. A 0.1 second domain expansion could only control it for a few dozen seconds at most. Dumb dragon may look dumb, but his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Just with its strong, muscular platinum dragon body, it was already extraordinary and highly durable. The platinum dragon king awoke at the last moment. Did it also withstand the control of the boundless void? No wonder it's an SSR-tier dragon. Commentator Xiyu shouted excitedly at the sight. The white gold dragon king glanced at its master and instinctively wanted him to call for surrender. This had been their initial strategy. Whenever they encountered Xia Yuan, they would immediately raise the white flag and surrender. But they never expected Xia Yuan to activate his domain right at the start. This was it. The massive body of the white gold dragon king trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. His sensory abilities were extremely keen. It could clearly sense that the current Xia Yuan was even stronger than when he had fought the raid boss, the undead lord, earlier. Even the dragon god of its world wouldn't stand a chance. The white gold dragon king looked like it wanted to escape but couldn't. Seeing this, Xia Yuan sighed helplessly. Accept your fate. Surrender is out of the question. Let's fight it out and show some true dragon pride. Well, isn't it said that one might awaken between life and death? Let's treat this as an opportunity to awaken. The white gold dragon king glanced at Joko, who was still in a state of mental paralysis, and with a look of resolve, his expression grew cold. Alright. Since there's no way out, we'll have to do this. Xia Yuan nodded slightly. That's right, show some backbone. The white gold dragon king raised his dragon head, lifting his massive body, his golden vertical pupils fixed on Xia Yuan, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It began to chant the spell. Spirit words. Maximize energy conservation. The master may die, but this dragon shall not. The moment the words left its mouth, the entire audience, including Xia Yuan, was left speechless. What the heck is that? The next moment, it suddenly lunged forward with tear-filled eyes, clawing at Joko beside it. It struck him, reducing him to a cloud of spiritual energy. This was the final measure Joko had agreed upon with it. They knew Xia Yuan's temperament all too well. The moment he stepped onto the spirit contract arena, he transformed into a god of death, showing no mercy even to those he knew. There might even be other methods that would prevent Joko from shouting surrender, forcing them to fight until the end. If such a situation arose, Joko had decided to have the white gold dragon king kill him personally. In that case, the spirit contract master would be dead, and they would lose without even fighting. After all, Joko isn't really dead, he can be revived unharmed within the tower. This method is humiliating and cowardly, but it saves the white gold dragon king from having to return to the spirit contract space to resurrect, so it's worth it. Considering the long-term plans for this peak tournament climb, this is the best strategy. Goodness! The white gold dragon king chose to avoid battle and actually killed his own master. This is indeed the best way to conserve spiritual energy besides surrender. This is truly unexpected. Now that's how it is. The deep god has won without fighting. Successfully advanced to the 24th floor. Commentator Xiyu suddenly screamed, "Ah! I've just received the latest news. The 24th floor is currently the highest level, and there's already someone waiting there. It's the runner-up from last year, Luo Ziyan, the spirit master, and her SSR Yao Daoji." Xia Yuan looked at the dumbfounded dragon that had just been swatted to death by its master, his lips twitching slightly as he gave it a thumbs up. This spirit word is truly invincible. I'm impressed. The Platinum Dragon King turned away, leaving him with a majestic backview. That's right, Big Pot. This is our resolve. Xia Yuan. You've misplaced your resolve. To avoid battle, you've resorted to underhanded tactics. Xia Yuan shrugged helplessly and turned to leave. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but speak up. Dai Lon's enlightenment is pretty deep. I always thought it was so honest, but I never expected it to dare to do such a bold thing. Xia Yuan lazily wrapped his arms around his head. You can't judge a dragon by its appearance. I've been fooled. Mo Shiyu, what kind of being fooled is that? You won easily, didn't you? Xia Yuan smiled broadly but remained silent. The 5% system reward bar was gone. A bit heartbreaking. But since the opponent was a clumsy dragon, it didn't matter. To be honest, he's not a monster. He didn't really want to kill the dumb dragon either. Although they can be revived, the slaughter process is quite realistic. Let us go, let us go. Let's go meet the demon sword maiden. I know that woman. She is not the type to back down, she is a true tough cookie. Xia Yuan excitedly stepped into the elevator. The runner-up from last year should be a good test of my skills. It's time to get familiar with the power of the Golden Flash. Mo Shiyu and Xiao He followed behind him, both looking puzzled. Golden Flash? Isn't that the skill with the golden flashes? Xia Yuan, the master, has already mastered it, right? Xia Yuan smiled and said. Golden Flash? That's the delicious food from Jair's house that you mentioned earlier, right? My first awakened form. Chapter 108, short in stature, speaks with a lilt, offering golden flash for the waist chop. Golden shimmer? That name fits Xia Yuan's appearance and demeanor quite well. Mo Shiyu recalled that blonde-haired, red-eyed domineering ruler, and her heart began to race wildly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Her SSR had gained a new, stylish skin who wouldn't be excited? And it might even become even stronger. This is getting a bit out of hand. Mo Shiyu dared not even think about it. Even the current Xia Yuan was already terrifyingly strong, could he possibly get even stronger? The elevator continued to rise, just like Mo Shiyu's excited emotions. Soon, they reached the 24th floor. When facing the familiar foes, the Yordle girl and the Demon Blade Maiden, Xia Yuan had no intention of starting with his ultimate move, the Boundless Void. That move was meant for the cowards who would surrender at the sight of him. Clearly, Luo Xian and the Demon Blade Maiden weren't the type to do that. As one of the top contenders for the championship this year, coupled with their battle-crazed nature, they wouldn't back down even if they knew how powerful Xia Yuan was. The Demon Blade Maiden and the Dumb Dragon may both seem rather dull, but they are two extremes of dullness. One is fearless and unyielding, while the other is a coward who fears everything. The other is a coward who fears everything. Ding! The elevator doors open. Both parties stroll onto the spirit battle arena at their own pace. Yao Daoji still wore her elegant black and red patterned battle skirt, holding a long sword that emitted an eerie red glow. Her long, high ponytail swayed gently with each step. Her narrow, seductive eyes held no emotion. It seemed as though everything in the world was but a target to be cut down in her eyes. The moment the elevator doors opened, Demon Blade Maiden's piercing gaze locked onto Xia Yuan, her hand gripping the sword hilt, ready for battle. Luo Xian crossed her arms across her chest, her face glowing with excitement, and shouted loudly. Sure you! We've been waiting for you for a long time. I never imagined that the little girl who used to follow me around calling me sister would grow up to become a spirit summoner capable of fighting me. Mo Shiyu also smiled. Ziyuan, are you sure you don't want to surrender? It's not too late yet. Luo Ziyan snorted twice. Both I and the Demon Blade Maiden have witnessed Xia Yuan's power. However, we won't back down from this battle because our goal is the championship. If you underestimate us, you'll regret it. Xia Yuan kept his hands in his pockets, teasing them as usual. You're so short and talk so cocky. Luo Ziyan? She gritted her teeth in anger. Xia Yuan. Today, I'm going to settle the score with you. All the humiliation you've inflicted on me these past days, I'll return it to you tenfold. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? You're quite brave, aren't you? Then I hope your Demon Blade Maiden doesn't disappoint me. The commentator Ziyu excitedly explained. I thought these two were acquaintances, and even good friends. But judging by the trash talk they exchanged before the battle, they sound like sworn enemies. Could the paparazzi's intelligence be wrong? Regardless, this is great news for us viewers. I won't go into detail about the Demon Sword Maiden's single target damage. Her strength is on par with last year's champion, Alka's, but she ultimately lost due to insufficient spiritual power. This showdown between two powerhouses is going to be absolutely thrilling. Let's wait and see. As the highlight of the event, the number of viewers in the live streams of Demon Blade Princess and Xia Yuan accounted for nearly 90% of the total audience for this peak match. Viewers reacted strongly and were filled with anticipation. They were eager to see if Xia Yuan would once again pull off that night Kai move against a top-tier SSR like Demon Blade Princess. They truly wanted to see it again. On the Spirit Summoning Arena, Luo Ziyan turned to look at the expressionless and silent Demon Blade Maiden, her face filled with disappointment. Demon Blade Maiden, at least say something. They're already dominating you. The Demon Sword Maiden remained silent for a moment before uttering two words, fight. Xia Yuan smiled broadly, glancing at the demon sword in her hand, and kindly reminded her. All right. However, as a physical damage dealer, if you can't break through my limitless spell, you won't be able to harm me. Actually, in a way, I'm your counter. Unless you can slice through space. Luo Xian rolled her eyes. Your defense isn't just effective against the Demon Sword Maiden? Not everyone is countered, right? However, they naturally have countermeasures. The Demon Sword Maiden's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly as she held her swords in both hands, responding to Xia Yuan with her actions. Xia Yuan actually began to anticipate the outcome. Are you going to cut me in half? Come on, come on. The arena fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It was as still as the calm before a storm. Whoosh! The next second, both parties vanished from their original positions almost simultaneously, then collided suddenly at the center. The Demon Blade Maiden swung her sword in a horizontal strike. Xia Yuan directly caught the blade with his bare hands. Under the limitless technique, the demon sword could only come infinitely close to his hand but could never touch it. Boom! However, despite the simple slash, aside from Xia Yuan remaining unscathed, the entire spirit-bound stage in the direction of the blade strike was indented with a long, deep crack. The destructive power was beyond imagination. The demon sword maiden's stats and strength are extremely high. If it had been any other spirit beast, it would have been split in two by her single strike. Xia Yuan blocked the demon sword and immediately countered with a feint strike toward her chest. As the purple light erupted, the demon sword maiden gracefully and nimbly spun to dodge, then swung another horizontal strike at Xia Yuan's waist from the right side. This isn't a place for slashing. Xia Yuan joked, using the ability of the shining fruit to a light sword in his hand, blocking the strike. He didn't want to over-rely on the limitless abilities of his techniques and become careless. The demon sword maiden's sword techniques were masterful. Her movements were ghostly, and the trajectories of her sword strikes were unpredictable. Long swords slashed at Xia Yuan from all directions, leaving him unable to defend against them all. At times, she could even unleash several consecutive strikes simultaneously. In comparison, Xia Yuan's sword techniques are somewhat lacking. However, thanks to his limitless defensive techniques, he remained unscathed. "Hey, I told you there's no spatial slashes, you can't hurt me." The demon sword maiden seemed to ignore him, continuing her relentless close-range strikes, leaving Xia Yuan no opportunity to use his flashy skills. Xia Yuan knew his light sword couldn't block her, so he didn't bother and activated the 7th gate of the 8 gates escape technique. Blue steam surged from his body, instantly repelling the demon sword maiden. A golden lightning fist struck out. Bang! 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 The fists and demon sword collided with intense force, their attack values both off the charts. Each collision unleashed terrifying aftereffects, scattering in all directions. Even the specially crafted spirit-bound arena was reduced to a battered, pockmarked mess. The beauty of these basic attack values is showcased to the fullest. The entire audience was treated to an unforgettable spectacle. No one dares to blink. Any SR-ranked spirit summoner who dared to step forward would likely be severely injured by these ordinary attacks alone. Xia Yuan charged up a punch, smashed open the demon sword maiden, then formed a seal with one hand, showing no mercy, and immediately activated his domain. If the opponent couldn't even counter this move, they wouldn't be worthy of being a training partner for Jin Shanshan. Yao Daoji saw the familiar hand gesture, her gaze flickered, and the corners of her mouth curled up ever so slightly. Finally, the moment has come. Domain activation. Infinite void. As Xia Yuan finished speaking, the demon blade maiden's speed doubled from its original pace, and she flickered forward to stand before him, already in a slashing stance. Almost simultaneously, she murmured softly, "Heavenly slash demon sword's ultimate technique, spatial slash." Luo Ziyan witnessed this scene and exclaimed excitedly, "We've got it." The previous blind slashes and speed suppression were all for this moment. They aimed to make Xia Yuan lower his guard, then strike with the derived ultimate technique they had secretly honed recently, delivering the fatal blow. Is that the space slash? As you wish. And the heavenly slash demon sword's ultimate technique can even interrupt spellcasting. Boom! The entire stage space was sliced into two halves, revealing a terrifying state of tearing apart. Xia Yuan looked at the demon sword maiden who suddenly appeared before him, his eyes flashing with surprise. The domain of the boundless void had not yet fully dispersed before it was interrupted. The demon sword maiden's ultimate strike successfully broke through the defense of the limitless technique, delivering a waist-splitting blow. This single strike clearly split Xia Yuan into two halves. For a moment, the entire arena was in shock. Mo Shiyu was also stunned, her heart skipping a beat. However, the shock on Xia Yuan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a wide grin. His body, which had already been transformed into elements, dispersed into a shower of golden light ended at a distance. The 2.5-point enlightenment achievement was completed. This time, it was Demon Sword Maiden and Luo Ziyan who were left dumbfounded. The victory they had anticipated had not come. What greeted them was the sound of Xia Yuan's applause and joyful words from the distance. Clap clap clap. Not bad, not bad. Truly delightful. As expected of Demon Sword Maiden, she can really perform a spatial slash. If he didn't have the Shining Fruits ability, he'd be just like the 2.5-point from the Cursed Technique world. To thank you for helping me achieve this rare feat. Xia Yuan smiled brightly. I'll use my newly awakened second form to have some fun with you. Chapter 109, Golden Shimmering Form, the King's Treasure. The battle on the stage shifted rapidly. Xia Yuan prepared to activate his domain, but was suddenly ambushed by the Demon Sword Maiden, who struck with her ultimate technique, the spatial slash, severing him in two. However, just as the audience thought the Demon Sword Maiden was about to pull off an upset victory, Xia Yuan's severed body seemed to transform into golden light, emerging unscathed and fully intact on the other side. This was as thrilling as riding a roller coaster. Everyone who watched couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Oh my god! The Demon Sword Maiden has truly achieved spatial slash, breaking through the limitless defense of the Abyss God. This is the first time such a situation has ever occurred. But what's even more astonishing is that the Abyss God was severed in half yet remains completely unharmed. That's amazing. Could the ability to turn into golden light also grant immunity to physical damage? Did the spirit of the contract overdo it when designing the Abyss God as an SSR? Commentator Ziyu was so excited her voice trembled, and what does he mean by awakening the second form? Could the Yuan Shen have awakened as well? Mo Shiyu, seeing that Xia Yuan was unharmed, finally relaxed and patted her chest, exhaling deeply. Hearing that he was about to awaken, she also grew excited. What are the hidden attributes of the versatile SSR? We'll find out soon. Yao Daoji turned around and saw Xia Yuan still lively and energetic in the distance. Her blood-red eyes flashed a hint of surprise before quickly returning to normal. Though she was surprised, she understood that Xia Yuan was not someone who could be easily defeated. Yao Daoji remained fully alert, though she had no idea how powerful Xia Yuan would be after awakening. However, the overwhelming pressure he had exerted on her during their previous encounter was still fresh in her mind. Luo Ziyan was completely baffled, stomping her feet in frustration. Does this guy have any weaknesses at all? According to logic, even the strongest SSR should have weaknesses. But even after using the spatial slash to break his limitless spell, we still couldn't harm him? How are we supposed to win? She had originally thought that Xia Yuan's greatest weakness was his arrogance and carelessness, that he would underestimate his opponents. That's why she had hidden the spatial slash to ambush him. But she never expected Xia Yuan to be completely unafraid. For a moment, the stage fell silent once more. The live stream was flooded with comments. The strength of the Northern Californian slaughter god is still increasing. This is the first time I've seen someone break through Yuan Shen's limitless defense. It's no wonder she's known as the Demon Blade Princess, but I never expected Yuan Shen to transform into light to defend against a spatial slash. This is simply unbeatable. This is making my scalp tingle. Even space-tearing slashes don't work. It feels like the only weakness of the Abyss God is his spiritual power. Ha, arrogant, overconfident, and careless, the Abyss God has it all, but he's just powerful enough to withstand all those negative traits. The most terrifying thing is that he's awakened? The awakened Yuan Shen, I can't even imagine how strong he must be. There are no other monster bosses causing trouble in the Golden City yet, probably because they're intimidated by the Abyss God's power. Everyone in the livestream was fixated on Xia Yuan, eager to see what he meant by the second form of awakening. On the stage, Xia Yuan's lips curled into his usual lazy smile. Without any teasing, he began to change his skin. After mastering the technique of switching SSR templates, his body began to visibly transform before everyone's eyes. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, a strange laugh, unlike anything Xia Yuan had ever made before, suddenly echoed through the arena. That laughter carried an ancient arrogance, boundless madness, and a pure, hedonistic desire for destruction, echoing throughout the entire spirit-packed arena. Indescribable tax evasion. Oomph, ha ha ha. Woman. You've piqued my interest. It seems you're different from those lowly cultivators. You're worth my attention. Xia Yuan's silver hair gradually transformed into dazzling golden locks, and his voice grew high-pitched and resonant. A dazzling golden torrent swirled around his body. It then cooled and solidified, transforming into a majestic and opulent golden armor too dazzling to look upon. An intangible aura of pressure enveloped the entire area. The golden radiance, the supreme regal aura, and the nearly perfect, almost divine features captivated everyone's gaze. Mo Shiyu and Luo Ziyan were momentarily stunned. For at this moment, Xia Yuan was even more dazzling and radiant than he had been that day. His aura was even more powerful. His dazzling golden armor, so lavish it was almost blinding, left everyone in awe. Aha! Commentator Ziyu's eyes lit up, and she screamed loudly. So cool! So cool! The second form of the Abyssal God is even more domineering, arrogant, and cold-hearted than before. It's just like an ancient emperor who once ruled over all living beings. The golden armor is so luxurious, making him shine brightly. Just his arrogant stance alone makes you feel how terrifyingly strong he is. The livestream viewers were already in a frenzy, with praise-filled comments flooding the screen. Oh, so handsome it's blinding. The character model has been completely redesigned. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome spirit companion. He is even more handsome than Alka's. Bold and commanding. Girls, I really love this one. If my contract spirit had this kind of modeling, I'd eat a ton of Ollie G without batting an eye. Yuan Shen's first awakened state, golden and sparkling form, so cool. Screenshotting like crazy. Strongly requesting high-resolution images and merchandise of the Yuan Shen golden form. When a spirit pet awakens, it usually changes its appearance and form. But for someone like Xia Yuan to awaken for the first time and look this dazzling is extremely rare. On the spirit contract arena. For a moment, the Demon Blade Maiden felt immense pressure and unconsciously gripped her katana tighter. She could clearly sense that the awakened Xia Yuan was extremely dangerous. Xia Yuan crossed his arms across his chest, his crimson pupils gazing down at the Demon Sword Maiden from above. Demon Sword Maiden. Use all your strength to struggle and entertain this king. The king's treasure was activated. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, dozens of golden whirlpools suddenly erupted behind him, from which weapons slowly emerged, revealing their sharp tips. Swords, spears, halberds, every weapon imaginable. The king's treasure contains the prototypes of all sacred weapons and the pinnacle of human wisdom. Gilgamesh had collected all the prototypes of the world's treasures into his treasure vault, truly a treasure trove of everything imaginable. ranging from grade E to A++. Each of these treasure weapons has a deep historical background, having been used by a legendary hero in history. Unfortunately, it only includes weapons from the Type Moon universe and does not encompass the weapons of this world. Driven by his collecting obsession, Xia Yuan gazed at the demon sword wielded by the demon sword maiden, and to be honest, he was a bit tempted. When facing the demon sword maiden, he naturally wouldn't start by using his highest tier treasure weapon. Chapter 110, The King's Trial. Do your best to please me. This is a trial. Dance gracefully. Xia Yuan spoke with a tone of contempt, his words falling to the ground. Golden whirlpools shone like stars. One after another, weapons shot out from within, trailing golden trails in the air, charging toward the demon sword maiden with lightning speed. The demon sword maiden's pupils contracted slightly as she swung her katana to block the weapons while using her agile movements to constantly close the distance between herself and Xia Yuan. Bang! 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 The clanging sounds of clashing weapons echoed continuously. Commentator Ziyu had already risen to his feet, roaring. What's going on? Is this the new skill obtained after the Deep God's awakening? Those golden whirlpools are projecting various weapons, all of them high-grade, high-star weapons. What a lavish and magnificent battle style. Mo Shiyu summoned the spirit contract panel, her heart trembling violently. She was certain this wasn't just a simple awakening, it was clearly a transformation into another SSR character. The hidden attribute of the versatile SSR is the ability to transform into other SSR characters. And they were even stronger SSR characters, possibly far surpassing the initial version of Xia Yuan based on Gojo Satoru. Xia Yuan silently watched the approaching demon sword maiden, a smile curving his lips as he spoke casually, as if watching a play. It seems this number isn't enough to satisfy you. Alright. Then let's increase the intensity of the trial. It'll give me a chance to gradually master the power of the king's treasure. The number of golden whirlpools containing weapons behind him suddenly surged. From the original dozen or so, they multiplied to over 40. More weapons shot out in all directions. The demon blade maiden's forward momentum was quickly halted. Under such intense attacks, she could only stand her ground, continuously swinging her sword to block the assaults. The weapons she knocked away quickly turned into golden mist and were absorbed back into the king's treasures. Is that all you've got? Demon sword maiden, keep trying. You wanted to get closer to me, didn't you? Xia Yuan sneered arrogantly, then increased his output power. The king's treasure flickered incessantly. The demon sword maiden clenched her teeth, unleashing her full power, dodging and weaving. The slashes from her katana nearly enveloped her entire body, forming a defensive barrier. However, under Xia Yuan's relentless assault, she eventually grew weary. She couldn't hold on for long, and her body began to sustain constant cuts. Swoosh! Her sleek black and red patterned battle skirt was torn apart by the golden streaks of her weapon. The delicate, slender body of the demon sword maiden was covered in fresh, crimson wounds, her breath coming in gasps. She looked at Xia Yuan, her eyes suddenly narrowing, and once again unleashed her ultimate technique, a horizontal slash. Heavenly Slash, demon sword's ultimate technique. Space slash. Boom! The space on the spirit battle platform was once again split in two. Xia Yuan stood motionless, still with his arms crossed over his chest. His body, which had been sliced horizontally, emitted dazzling golden light before reforming into a single entity. He snorted coldly, his tone dismissive. I have long since overcome the space slash. This move is useless against me. How foolish. You could have kept dancing for a little longer. But. The demon sword maiden paid a heavy price for the spatial slash. The time she spent in the aftermath of her ultimate move disrupted her defensive rhythm, leaving her body pierced by numerous weapons. Though she managed to dodge the fatal blows thanks to her agile movements. But she was already in a critically wounded state, covered in blood. What an absurdly brutal combat style. Defense that can evade all attacks. And she possesses extremely powerful, high-impact long-range saturation attack techniques. Commentator Ziyu spoke with awe in his voice. This is like a mobile battle fortress, completely unstoppable. Even someone as powerful as the demon sword maiden has no chance against it. The gap between the two sides is just too vast. This is the Yuan Shin in its awakened state. How terrifying. Even without Yikai, it can easily suppress other top-tier SSRs. Within the Golden City, the audience on site, witnessing the battle firsthand, could now feel the overwhelming power of Xia Yuan and the despair of Demon Sword Maiden. They knew that Demon Sword Maiden wasn't a match for Xia Yuan. But they never imagined the gap between them would be this vast. Lin Lao, Bai Shuiying, and Jiang Li were all speechless. As the admissions directors of the three top-tier academies, they had seen every kind of super-powered spirit companion imaginable. Yet they were still shocked by the combat power Xia Yuan had demonstrated. Above SSR, there are no higher ranks on the surface. However, within their academy, which had gathered countless invincible spirit pets, and among the T0 tier spirit pet masters of the Great Xia Empire, there was a rank that existed only in legend. That was the UR rank, beyond all reason and at the pinnacle of understanding. In the entire Great Xia, only 2 spirit pets are currently recognized as UR. And across the entire world, there are only 10. Each UR not only far surpasses SSR in combat power but also possesses the ability to take on world-class bounty bosses in one-on-one combat. It is clear. Xia Yuan has this potential. At just level 70 and having awakened for the first time, the power he has already demonstrated is truly extraordinary. During the observation period, all three of their phones had rung countless times. All the calls were from high-ranking school officials issuing strict orders to recruit Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan into the school. Xia Yuan raised his hand slightly, temporarily halting his attack. It's already impossible, isn't it? How boring. I thought you could let me practice my second form properly, but it seems I overestimated you. Luo Xian looked at her demonic sword maiden with heartbreak, already beginning to consider surrender. She glared furiously at Xia Yuan and screamed in frustration. You bastard! Since you awoke, your mouth has gotten even more venomous. You're completely out of control. Can you just shut up? You'll die if you don't mock me. Xia Yuan sneered at her, a mere insect like you shouldn't dare to address this king, especially such a tiny one. Luo Ziyan was so angry she bared her teeth, but she couldn't do anything about it. He's just arrogant. But he had every right to be arrogant. This was unbearable. The demon blade maiden staggered, her black and red battle skirt drenched in blood, her fair face pale. Yet she clenched the demonic sword tightly, her eyes brimming with an unyielding spirit. Though covered in blood, she suddenly burst into laughter, her face twisted into a savage, almost sickening grin, her blood-red eyes gleaming with excitement. In an instant, the demonic energy from the demonic sword surged forth, enveloping her entire body. The demon blade maiden let out a heart-wrenching wail, mingled with maniacal laughter. Her deep purple hair slowly transformed into the translucent yellow of a gemstone, and the originally blood-red demonic sword turned golden. Her blood-red pupils transformed into one yellow and one blue, appearing utterly bizarre. The demon blade maiden entered her altered state, the soul-binding dreambringer. The entire crowd was stunned. Despite her severe injuries, the demon sword maiden had awakened for the first time. Luo Xian was completely stunned, murmuring, "My demon sword maiden has awakened too?" Xia Yuan looked at the suddenly transformed demon blade maiden, his expression still as domineering and arrogant as ever. This time, he didn't hesitate to praise her. Excellent. Even when facing this king, you showed no sign of retreat. Sacrificing yourself as an offering, cursing and binding yourself to the demon sword, yet maintaining a balance amidst the vortex of destruction. Such resolve is worthy of my admiration. Come at me now, you daring challenger. Now you shall witness the true might of a true king, invincible beyond compare. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Behind Xia Yuan, a golden vortex revealed a higher-tiered treasure weapon, ready to strike. Chapter 111, The Heavenly Lock Does Not Bind the Nameless. Unbelievable. The demon sword maiden has awakened on the spot. This battle isn't over yet. The second round between the two has begun. What kind of thrilling battle will they present to us next? Commentator ZU's voice was hoarse, but she continued to commentate with all her might. Her passionate voice echoed throughout the venue. As viewers in the live stream, they were also on the edge of their seats. SSR awakening is extremely rare, far more difficult than awakening lower-tier contract spirits. Yet both opponents on the stage have already completed their first awakening. The demon sword maiden with golden skin had been completely transformed, her sword-wielding posture now wild and untamed. She had switched from holding both swords to wielding one with each hand. When a contract spirit awakens, it can consume spiritual energy to instantly heal wounds. This is one of the benefits of a contract spirit's awakening. Xia Yuan's higher-tier weapon arsenal unfolds, and the king's treasures continue to hurl divine artifacts. Set up the cannons and continue to bombard the demon sword maiden. After awakening, the demon sword maiden's speed and strength surged dramatically once again. She slightly bends her body to gather strength, then dodges the incoming weapons while sprinting around Xia Yuan. Under her supreme agility, she transformed into a golden dragonfly, gracefully darting and weaving through the tips of various weapons. Xia Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he continuously adjusted the direction of the king's treasure barrage, chasing after the golden dragonfly. Bang! 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 The spirit-binding arena was shattered into pieces by the various divine weapons. Yet they could not bring down the gracefully dancing dragonfly. Luo Ziyan, seeing this, felt a surge of hope for victory and couldn't help but shout excitedly. Demon sword maiden, keep going. Don't let him beat you. Mo Shiyu, on the other hand, remained calm. She wasn't worried at all that Xia Yuan would lose. Instead, she was completely captivated by Xia Yuan in his golden form, finding him more and more handsome the longer she looked at him, and the more she looked, the more she couldn't tear her eyes away. Even his arrogant and aloof royal demeanor seemed to grow more endearing by the moment. Xia Yuan sneered, his tone filled with contempt. Do you think running around aimlessly can help you evade this king's attacks? How naive. He raised a finger with unmatched authority, and the space covered by the king's treasures erupted outward. Golden whirlpools formed a surrounding barrier, covering half the stage, trapping the demon sword maiden within. She raised her gaze, and the sky was filled with flickering golden light, as if a golden rain were about to fall. The demon sword maiden halted her charge and spun the demon sword in her hand with a thunderous roar. The blade spun around her seductive form, forming a small defensive field of blade energy. Boom! 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 The golden rain of the weaponized artifact surged toward her, bombarding her relentlessly. The area where the demon sword maiden stood quickly turned into a deep crater. Her defensive field visibly shattered at an alarming rate. The demon sword maiden knew she couldn't hold on any longer. With a cold, furious shout, she gripped the demon sword with one hand and swung it in a wide arc toward her front. 100 flowers in chaos. Golden sword she bloomed in the air, like a fleeting lotus flower, deflecting all the incoming weapons. Taking advantage of this opening, Yao Daoji's pair of demonic eyes locked onto Xia Yuan, revealing a grin. She dragged the demonic sword and charged toward him with blinding speed. Golden dragonflies danced gracefully, dodging the weapons that slammed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, she was before Xia Yuan. The golden katana in her hand sliced smoothly towards Xia Yuan's head. The blade's cold gleam reflected in his calm, red pupils. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The onlookers held their breath in shock. They never expected the demon sword maiden to suddenly emerge and get so close to Xia Yuan. They had all assumed Xia Yuan would make a move. Yet even as the blade was inches from his face, he remained expressionless, standing motionless in place. However, unnoticed by everyone, numerous golden whirlpools had already begun to swirl around the demon sword maiden. Just as the golden demon sword was about to strike Xia Yuan's flawlessly handsome face, the demon sword maiden's movements suddenly froze, unable to move even an inch. Within the golden city, the entire crowd erupted in chaos and shock. Everyone looked closely and realized that several golden chains extending from the whirlpools had bound and restrained the demon sword maiden at the last possible moment. No matter how hard she strained, the demonic sword in her hands could no longer strike towards Xia Yuan. It was the treasure of the king's treasures, the heavenly lock. Its ability was that of a law of the gods artifact. Xia Yuan sneered coldly and spoke with an authoritative tone. The trial is over. This king is weary. Demon sword maiden, this is the limit of your abilities. The demon blade maiden's stunning face was filled with resentment. She clenched her silver teeth, attempting to break free, but all she managed was to cause her entire body to tremble. Her curvaceous, slender figure, bound and restrained by the heavenly lock, highlighted her uniquely alluring curves. Xia Yuan reached out and gripped her snow-white chin, gazing down at his handiwork with a superior air. Though you lack divine essence, the heavenly lock is still beyond your ability to break free. I didn't give you permission to move, so you can't move. Luo Ziyan snapped out of her daze and exploded with anger. Not only had she been humiliated by this man, but her SSR had also been teased. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but puff out her cheeks at the sight. In broad daylight. What are you doing in front of me, your master? The excited voice of the commentator Ziyu rang out at the perfect moment. I heard it. It's the heavenly lock. It turns out the deep god had prepared in advance. The golden chain suddenly appeared and bound the demon sword maiden at the critical moment. She can't break free at all. This control of the heavenly lock is truly comparable to the boundless void. At this point, she couldn't help but swallow hard. But this scene is somehow so satisfying to watch. Aha! I'm a bit jealous of the demon blade maiden. Don't treat her like that. If there's anything, take it out on me. The live stream was already in an uproar. Oh my god. Yuanshin is way too calm. My heart is racing. He must have prepared the heavenly lock all along. This is demon sword maiden in her awakened state. She can't break free either? The heavenly lock sounds so powerful. The control must be top-notch. Damn, that's so cool. Damn it, I was pretty tense, but seeing this scene, I feel weirdly nervous. What's going on? Bound. Sorry everyone, I thought of something else. I'll take the punishment. I envy the demon sword maiden. I want to be bound by the heavenly lock by the abyss god. Who do you think you are? Just a lowly disciple. The heavenly lock doesn't bind nameless nobodies. This chapter was posted at 1:30 a.m. last night. It was the third chapter of yesterday, but it was reviewed and wasn't released until the next morning. The author kept his word, so please don't hold it against him, readers. Chapter 112, it is an honor for you to fight while I sit. On the spirit contract arena, the outcome was decided. The demon blade maiden was bound by the heavenly lock and couldn't break free. She struggled for a long time, but it was all in vain. The heavenly chains only grew tighter. Feel honored. To have fought against me is your good fortune. Now it is time for you to gracefully bow out and leave the stage. Xia Yuan spoke arrogantly. The demon blade maiden crawled on the ground, struggling to lift her head, her eyes fixed on him in silence. She gasped for breath, her rosy cheeks twisted into a sickly grin. The tower climbing competition isn't over yet. I will come back to challenge you again. As the renowned battle maniac of the imperial capital. Yao Daoji's greatest pleasure was battling against the strongest opponents and transcending herself through combat. Though she had lost to Xia Yuan, her heart felt an immense sense of fulfillment. As long as the competition continues, she can keep climbing the tower to challenge Xia Yuan until she defeats him. Xia Yuan looked down on Yao Daoji with a smug expression, laughing heartily. Ah, very good. Brave indeed. As long as you can keep climbing up, why should I refuse your challenge? But all you'll gain is failure. Xia Yuan, of course, supported the Demon Sword Maiden's challenge. After all, killing an SSR once increases the system reward bar by 5%, so why not? After admiring the Demon Sword Maiden who had surrendered at his feet, Xia Yuan turned and left. He gave a slight wave. A golden vortex erupted from the sky, unleashing countless divine weapons that instantly reduced the bound Demon Sword Maiden to fragments of spiritual energy. Just a moment ago, he was holding the beauty's chin and admiring her. The next second, he mercilessly killed her. It could be said to be the epitome of a Sigma man. Leaving the audience speechless. Luo Ziyan never once cried out in surrender, for she knew this was the battle the Demon Sword Maiden had longed for. Even if she lost, she would lose with honor. Congratulations to Mo Shiyu, the spirit summoner, and Yuan Shin for advancing to the 26th floor. The 26th floor is currently the highest floor. I'm sure you all understand now. The opponents waiting on the 26th floor are none other than Ma Yunfei, the spirit master, and his champion SSR, Eternal Night Judgment Alkas. The voice of commentator Ziyu echoed. Xia Yuan walked back to the elevator with the stride of a king. Mo Shiyu and Xiao He hurriedly followed, both of them hesitating to speak in the presence of Xia Yuan, who was now in his golden form. Because the opponent's overwhelming aura was simply too powerful. Upon entering the elevator, under the stunned gazes of Mo Shiyu and Xiao He, Xia Yuan casually summoned a magnificent golden throne from the king's treasure. He climbed onto the throne, sat down with unmatched arrogance, propped his chin up with one hand, and looked at Mo Shiyu. You lowly cultivator girl, you have no sense of discernment at all. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve your king. As someone fortunate enough to bathe in the glory of the king, you are not worthy to be my subject. Even as a maid, you are barely qualified. Mo Shiyu was completely dumbfounded, with a well symbol appearing on her forehead. A lowly disciple? Serve? Even a maid is barely acceptable? This version of Xia Yuan feels even more difficult to serve than before. He was completely aloof, looking down on everyone like a king. Mo Shiyu clenched her fists, about to explode, but faced with Xia Yuan's regal aura, she thought better of it. Well, being a maid is just being a maid. It's not like it's the first time. She took a deep breath, convinced herself, and approached him, beginning to massage his legs and shoulders. But as soon as she got close, she was captivated by the golden armor shimmering on Xia Yuan's body and exclaimed in awe. Is that real gold? Xia Yuan snorted disdainfully and gave her a dismissive glance. As my maid, don't act like some ignorant novice who has never seen the world and is amazed by everything. Mo Shiyu? This is so troublesome. But she was slowly getting used to it. After all, the previous Xia Yuan wasn't much better. The elevator ascended. Xia Yuan sat elegantly on the golden throne, enjoying Mo Shiyu's massage, feeling utterly relaxed. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene and didn't think anything was amiss. On the contrary, they envied Mo Shiyu. With such a powerful SSR, they'd be willing to do anything, even be a servant or a beast of burden. Especially the female fans, who felt that Xia Yuan was rewarding Mo Shiyu. The elevator quickly reached the 26th floor. The most anticipated showdown of this tournament was finally about to begin. Those watching the livestream couldn't help but sit up straight. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Xia Yuan sat majestically on the throne, unmoving. Ma Yunfei and Alkas are already standing in the center of the ring, waiting patiently. So far, his record was quite impressive, having successfully defeated 2 SSR contract spirits. He temporarily holds the championship title on the highest floor. They knew that their greatest enemy was Xia Yuan. However, the moment the elevator doors opened, Ma Yunfei and Alkas were stunned. Who is this guy covered in shimmering light? Sitting on the golden throne with such arrogance, and adopting the posture of a ruler towering above all others? They had been inside the tower the entire time and were unaware of Xia Yuan's golden form. Ma Yunfei asked in confusion. Mo Shiyu, did you switch your contract spirit for the competition? Alkas raised the pitch-black cross and looked at Xia Yuan with his golden hair and red eyes, furrowing his brows slightly. He actually sensed an immense pressure emanating from the other person. And the other person's appearance was no less striking than his own. This was getting a bit scary. Before Mo Shiyu could speak, Xia Yuan spoke arrogantly. As expected of a miscellaneous cultivator, your vision is so narrow. I am Xia Yuan. Ma Yunfei and Alkas were both stunned. Mo Shiyu explained. This is Xia Yuan's first awakened form. The two were even more shocked. Even before his awakening, Xia Yuan could already kick the raid boss to death with a single kick. How much stronger had he become after awakening? Alkas didn't feel afraid, on the contrary, he became even more excited. You're stronger now, that's good. This is worth giving it my all. Xia Yuan maintained his lazy posture, propping his chin up with one hand. With a single thought, he moved the golden throne along with himself onto the stage. However, he had no intention of stepping down from the throne. Alkaz noticed his arrogant and dismissive posture, his expression growing cold as a thick black mist rose from his body. Xia Yuan, do you intend to fight me like this? Xia Yuan snorted coldly. The fact that I can sit here and fight you is already an honor for you. You may not be a lowly cultivator, but you're nothing more than a mad dog just like the demon blade maiden. You're not worth my full effort. Alkaz lowered his head, covering his face as he burst into laughter. He had never been so disdained by another contract spirit before, to the point of being driven to laughter. Ha ha ha. Alright. Mad dog? You look down on me, don't you? His face darkened with malice as he raised the black cross and pointed it at Xia Yuan. I admit you're as handsome as me, but dare to look down on me? You'll lose miserably. Xia Yuan, I'll drag you off the throne. Chapter 113, just a mad dog, treat him like a monster. After hearing Xia Yuan's arrogant and contemptuous words, the onlookers all felt a bit ashamed. Facing the previous champion, Xi Ling, and sitting down to fight? Only he would dare to say such a thing. He's gone completely mad. But as they looked at Xia Yuan sitting majestically on the throne, exuding an air of dominance, everyone couldn't help but feel that his words carried a certain weight of truth. As if that's exactly how a king should be. Xia Yuan raised his head high, looking down at Alkaz with a sneer. A mad dog is just a mad dog. You dare to challenge this king? You're not as handsome as me, and you certainly can't defeat me. Alkaz's face darkened. He can't outdo him in looks? He was the dream of 900 million young girls. Alkaz raised the black cross, his body shrouded in black mist, revealing a sinister smile. Then let us see. Xia Yuan sat majestically on the throne. With a single thought, the king's treasures appeared behind him. Countless golden whirlpools slowly emerged. Various magical weapons and treasures were displayed within, their tips gleaming, creating a mighty spectacle. Go die like a dog. Mad dog. Alkaz, upon seeing this vast armory, narrowed his eyes. Damn it. Even he had to admit it. This golden skill was actually pretty cool. Commentator Ziyu and the viewers in the live stream, even after seeing it once, were still completely blown away by its coolness. The scene of the king's treasures, combined with Xia Yuan's arrogant and domineering demeanor, became more and more thrilling the more they watched. Everyone's worldview has already been turned upside down, and even Xia Yuan's insults feel like rewards. When it comes to the coolness of skills, Xia Yuan in his golden form is second to none. No one dares to claim the top spot. A golden vortex extravagantly hurls various treasures toward Alkaz. A golden downpour of weapons once again erupted. Alkaz plunges the pitch-black cross in his hand into the ground, and the cross unfolds into a pitch-black shield, blocking the attack of the king's treasures. He spoke coldly. The oath of the night. Blood moon curse. Boom. Above his head, a small blood moon suddenly appeared. Bright red blood flowed continuously from it, forming long, thin streams that drenched his body. Alkaz raised his head, intoxicated by the blood, his aura surging as he let out a maniacal laugh. Ah ha 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 ha. He hid behind his pitch-black shield, defying the torrent of weapon strikes, and charged towards Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan remained unconcerned, lazily raising one hand to draw a spiral-bladed treasure weapon from the king's treasures. His fingers twitched, and the spiral sword shot forward, colliding with a thunderous crash against Alkaz's shield. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Alkaz's body stumbled, and the black shield in his hands was shattered, reverting to its original black cross shape. The spiral sword was one of the top-tier treasures from the king's treasure, the rainbow sword. With a legendary mythological background, it is the magical sword of Fergus MacRoich, the invincible hero of Celtic mythology. Its impact far surpasses that of other treasures, with destructive power that is incomparably greater. Alkaz, whose shield had been suddenly knocked away, grabbed the black cross and swung it wildly to defend himself. However, facing an endless barrage of weapons, he couldn't completely defend himself, and soon his body was struck with fatal wounds. However, these wounds healed almost instantly. As a top-tier vampire noble, Alkaz's regenerative abilities are unmatched. As long as he doesn't sustain widespread damage in a single blow. Even if he were left with only a single organ, he could fully regenerate while bathed in the blood of the blood moon above him. In SSR, this is a truly game-breaking skill mechanism. It's so overpowered it's almost absurd. He relies on this nearly immortal attribute to constantly outmaneuver his opponents until they are worn down and defeated. Ah ha ha ha. So satisfying. The excited voice of commentator Ziyu rings out. It's here. Alkaz's maniacal laughter. Even after his shield was shattered, he managed to withstand the attack of the abyssal god thanks to his immortality. Is this the true value of last year's champion? Unbelievable. At that moment, Xia Yuan sat majestically on the throne, taking the Uruk Great Cup from the royal treasures and drinking it calmly. Upon seeing this, he raised his head slightly. Ha! Though he's a mad dog, he's at least a mad dog with the undead trait. He's managed to pique this king's interest a little. However, immortality is nothing but a worthless trait to me. As he finished speaking, Xia Yuan raised his hand once more and a sickle-shaped weapon emerged from the golden vortex. The sacred artifact, the slaughter of the undead blade. A legendary sword from Greek mythology, its unique shape resembled a scythe, with a blade on the inner side. Though not particularly outstanding in itself, any wound inflicted by it is absolutely impossible to heal. This artifact possesses the power to nullify immortality. For Alkaz, the vampire, it was an absolute fatal blow. Xia Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, gazing at Alkaz, who was still laughing maniacally, and snorted coldly. Good work, mad dog. Though brief, you did put on a sufficiently clownish performance for me. As he finished speaking, his fingers twitched. The slaughtering blade of the undead erupted with a thunderous roar. Combined with the covering attacks from other artifacts, it successfully struck Alkaz, who was still laughing maniacally. In an instant, Alkaz's laughter abruptly ceased as he suddenly realized he couldn't heal his wounds anymore. How could this be? Alkaz looked utterly disbelieving the ability he had always prided himself on had vanished. As he stood there in shock under the relentless assault of the king's treasures, his injuries grew increasingly severe. Wah! Alkaz spat out a mouthful of blood, crawled to the ground, and struggled to wield the black cross in his hands to block the attacks. He looked up at Xia Yuan, who sat atop the throne, and saw the mocking smile on his face. His pupils contracted. What did you do? Xia Yuan's red eyes stared at him coldly and ruthlessly. A mad dog could never understand the power of a king. Without your immortality, you're nothing but a worthless creature on the street. The king's treasure increased its output. Alkaz, deprived of his immortality, was quickly overwhelmed by the barrage of sacred weapons and, in a fit of bitter resentment, disintegrated into fragments of spiritual energy. Before his death, he roared. Xia Yuan. I will return. You wait. Xia Yuan sneered. Are you Grey Wolf? Come back if you dare. I'll treat you like a monster to practice on. Chapter 114, a Don Quixote-style charge. Eternal Night Judgment. Alkaz suddenly went offline, and no one in the arena reacted in time. He had been laughing wildly, holding off Xia Yuan's attacks. But the next second, he was gone? This plot twist was too abrupt. Everyone was genuinely confused. Ma Yunfei stood there dumbfounded, his face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed. How could this happen? Alkaz has an invincible attribute. As long as my spiritual energy doesn't run out, he shouldn't be able to die. What's going on? The commentator Ziyu finally snapped out of it and roared in shock. What? Alkaz suddenly lost his immortality. And he just died right there? I saw it clearly. It seemed like the deep god personally threw a scythe-shaped weapon that struck Alkaz. As a professional battle commentator, I suspect that this weapon is what stripped him of his immortality. Alkaz's strength lies in his immortality attribute. However, Xia Yuan's royal treasure happened to contain an artifact that countered his attribute. So Alkaz is like mud in your pants. Even if it's not, you're still dead. The live stream viewers were speechless. My huge Alkaz is gone just like that? I thought the laughing Alkaz was invincible, able to bathe in the torrent of weapons unleashed by the Yuan Shin, but it was gone in an instant. This is over. I thought it was going to be the battle of the century, but Alkaz didn't even fight as well as the Demon Sword Maiden. Who would have thought that Demon Sword Maiden at least forced the Abyss God to use his heavenly lock? I was hoping last year's champion, Xiling, could force the Abyss God to use another weapon. Looking at it this way, the Lava Forgeress divine weapon doesn't really deserve the title of divine weapon. In my Yuan Shin's treasure vault, there are all kinds of weapons, including ones that can counter the undead attribute. Didn't you notice that the Abyss God's treasure vault seems to have everything? It's not just weapons, there's also a wine cup and a golden throne. It's truly a treasure trove. The audience erupted into heated discussion. On the stage where Qilin was fighting, Xia Yuan looked at the system reward bar reaching 20% and was quite satisfied. Even a mad dog has some value in death. Even I felt a hint of pleasure from you. Commentator Ziyu immediately announced. Though it's not entirely clear. But the only thing certain is that Yuan Shin has successfully ascended to the highest floor, the 27th floor. Welcome the new king of Yuan Shin to the throne. Now comes the most tense moment of this tournament. There are now 10 hours remaining until the end of the peak competition. He will become the ultimate final boss, awaiting and preparing to confront the heroes who climb to the top of the tower. During this period, it will not only be a test of the power of the contract spirits but also a test of the total spiritual energy of the contract spirit masters. Will the Abyssal God be able to secure the top spot? Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan have reached the current highest floor, the 27th floor. They can only wait here for the challengers to arrive. At the center of the Spirit Beast Arena, Xia Yuan remains seated on the throne, sipping a large cup of Uruk wine while enjoying massages from Mo Shiyu and Xiao Hei, looking utterly content. Poof. Miscellaneous cultivators and mad dogs, come at me. No matter how many come, this king can kill them all. Use your endless lives to amuse me. He sat there. He truly seemed to have become the final boss of the Spirit's summoning arena tower. He exuded sheer dominance and a powerful aura. Mo Shiyu rubbed his shoulders while checking his spiritual energy. In his golden form, Xia Yuan was indeed invincible. Using skills was even more dazzling. However, she was surprised to find that her spiritual energy hadn't been depleted much at all. Mo Shiyu froze, unable to help but speak up. Xia Yuan, you've used so many skills, yet my spiritual energy hasn't been depleted much at all? Xia Yuan explained with a dismissive expression. Oomph, you ignorant. Fat Rain, you know nothing of this king's power. How much spiritual energy does a basic attack consume? Besides, I can replenish a small amount of magic power through the Uruk Great Cup. Though the conversion efficiency is lower due to the different worlds, it still replenishes some spiritual energy. As he became more familiar with Gilgamesh's power, Xia Yuan realized that he was being influenced by the original character's personality template and was slowly becoming more like him. Of course, some speech habits are pretty hard to break. After hearing his words, Mo Shiyu's heart was stirred by a tidal wave of emotions, and she blinked her wide eyes in a daze. That dazzling attack was just a basic attack? And he could even replenish some spiritual energy on his own? This completely overturned her knowledge of spirit summoners. Commentator Ziyu and the viewers in the live stream couldn't stay seated. What the heck kind of divine spirit contract character is this? Not only is it invincible in power, but it also consumes minimal spiritual energy? Such obvious cheating, could it really be permitted by the spirit contract god? They seriously suspected that Xia Yuan was the spirit bonding god's illegitimate child, which is why the power mechanics were so absurd. Inside the Golden City, at the special viewing seats, the admissions directors of the 3 top spirit contract master academies were already growing impatient. Lin Lao, have you ever seen such an absurd spirit contract? Bai Shuiying crossed her long legs tightly, rubbing them slightly, her face flushing red. Don't mention it. I'm already jealous of this Mo Shiyu student. This kind of spirit contract truly makes this older sister of mine swoon. Jiang Li snorted, humph, no wonder you're the rising star of Kunlun University. That's truly domineering. Lin Lao shot him a glance. Jiang Li, you're already daydreaming? The spirit contract arena tower, 27 stories tall. Xia Yuan sat majestically on the golden throne, waiting leisurely for challengers. 20 minutes later, the elevator doors finally opened. Luo Zian and Yao Daoji stepped out, and upon seeing Xia Yuan on the throne, both their expressions grew solemn. Luo Zian's battle intent flared. Pointing at Xia Yuan, she shouted with boiling blood. You've dulled demon sword maiden's demon sword. My spiritual energy is almost depleted. But our charge is a Don Quixote-style charge. You, the great villain Xia Yuan, we will fight you for 300 rounds. 300 rounds. Mo Shiyu looked speechless. These words held no sense of tragedy, only humor. Xia Yuan was even amused by her, letting out a royal laugh of delight. Ha ha, I see. Your madness is Don Quixote's madness. Yao Daoji's stunning face lit up with excitement. Seeing Xia Yuan was like a cat seeing a mouse. She swung her demon sword, her aura surging like a rainbow, instantly transforming into the form of the dream messenger of the strange soul. Holding her sword, she charged forward. No words were needed between them. The battle erupted immediately. What greeted her was a screen-filling barrage of the king's treasures. 5 minutes later, the Demon Blade Maiden stood on the stage, covered in blood and wounds, clutching her demon blade and struggling to stay upright. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan sat idly on the throne, looking down on her and said, "Step down. Demon Blade Maiden, you have no right to audience with this king. Your death will be the stepping stone for me to continue climbing the tower and reaching the summit." As he finished speaking, under the relentless assault of the high-tier artifacts, Demon Sword Maiden's second challenge ended in failure, and she was once again sent back to the spirit contract space. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu once again reached the 28th floor. Luo Ziyan gulped down spiritual energy potions, shouting angrily. Xia Yuan. You wait. Our Don Quixote-style charge isn't over yet. Xia Yuan couldn't have asked for more. System reward points were automatically delivered to him. How delightful. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system reward points have successfully accumulated to 25%, allowing you to draw a universal skill once. Chapter 115, time to draw 3-color ultimate dominance. Let's draw. The system's dazzling spinning wheel began to rotate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 3 top-tier dominances of the pirate world. Observation Haki, Armor Haki, and the Overlord's Haki. Xia Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. This skill is pretty good, a real jack of all trades ability. It can be used effectively with any ability template. While the 6 eyes possess extraordinary observational abilities, their primary strengths lie in precise manipulation of ki. The pinnacle of perception of sound and vision allows one to foresee the future. It can even sense an opponent's thoughts and emotions, transmitting the user's consciousness to others, thereby influencing their minds and thoughts. Forcibly alter an opponent's values and worldview. Armored Haki needs no further explanation. It's not uncommon and can enhance personal defense, armor the body, or even weapons. Xia Yuan suddenly had a bold idea. In his golden form, he possessed countless legendary weapons. If he could wrap the armed color hockey around the weapons he launches, wouldn't their destructive power be taken to the next level? And the Overlord's armored aura is tailor-made for Xia Yuan in his current state. As the hero king from ancient times, can you imagine the power of Gilgamesh's Overlord's aura? His overwhelming aura and oppressive presence were truly terrifying. As these three powers awaken within Xia Yuan, his entire aura rises once more, emanating an oppressive pressure that leaves one breathless. Mo Shiyu and Xiao He, standing on either side of his throne, were both startled. They had no idea what was happening. Xiao He swallowed hard. Master, I feel like Xia Yuan has gotten even stronger again. Mo Shiyu instinctively checked the spirit contract panel, covering her mouth in shock to stop herself from screaming. The number of skills has increased again? Xia Yuan suppressed the aura around him, his expression pleased. The feeling of getting stronger was great. The feeling of invincibility was even better. With his Overlord's aura, if he were to encounter the previous 650,000 undead army again, dealing with them would be a breeze. The next one should be the vampire mad dog, right? They're still somewhat useful. I hope they come again. Xia Yuan chuckled a few times, then arrived at the 28th floor and continued to sit there waiting. Sitting there, he already exuded an invincible aura capable of suppressing the entire tower. The commentator Ziyu exclaimed excitedly. Xia Yuan is a mountain that other SSRs simply cannot climb. Even the Demon Sword Maiden from the second round was quickly defeated. This year's champion is almost already decided. I see that Mo Shiyu's spirit summoner hasn't even started taking potions yet, while the other participating spirit summoners have already taken several rounds. At the same time, inside the World Peace Tavern, the tavern owner and 4 maids were also watching the Golden City match through the TV broadcast. The maid named Yu looked completely captivated. After the deep god awoke, he's even more handsome. He's absolutely flawless from every angle. The tavern owner wiped his glass with a helpless expression. The growth curve of a spirit contract should be steady, even for an SSR Tier 1. But his curve is a steep increase. I'm a bit confused. Hearing this, the other maids all looked surprised. They knew the boss's capabilities well, and this was the first time they'd ever heard him say he didn't understand a contract spirit. The owner's gaze grew deep as he sighed. Perhaps the world is about to change. In the dim, windowless room, Mei huddled under the blankets, the light from the tablet streaming onto her face, which was covered in red marks. She stared at the blonde man seated on the throne in the video, her eyes sparkling with hope, as if a drowning person had found salvation. Yuanzi is amazing. He's so handsome it's unfair. Bang bang. Knocks sounded at the door, followed by an elderly voice. Mimi. I've come to bring you dinner. Mimi heard the voice, her eyes lit up again, she dropped the tablet she was holding, climbed out of bed, and rushed to the door to open it. Outside, an elderly woman with white hair stood there, holding a basket of food, looking at her with a kind expression. Mimi took the basket from her hands and said worriedly. Chui, I told you before, don't bring me food anymore. I can order takeout. You're so old, and I live on the 3rd floor without an elevator. What if something happens to you while you're climbing the stairs? The old lady leaned on her cane, smiling broadly as she stared at her, speaking slowly. It's okay. Eating takeout every day isn't good for your health, and besides, takeout isn't tasty. I made your favorite cola chicken wings today. Even though I'm old, I still remember when we used to go shopping and eat together when I was young. You always loved this dish. Mei listened, her eyes welling up with tears. She was deeply moved, opened her arms, and hugged her. Thank you, Chui. You're truly my best friend. Come inside and rest for a while. Let us chat. Golden City. Shilling Arena Tower. The peak tournament was still ongoing. Waiting for other challengers to climb to the current highest 28th floor takes some time. The further you go, the longer the wait. At least half an hour has passed. After all, even if Demon Blade Maiden and Ulkas fight with all their might, defeating other SSR-ranked opponents will take some time. Xia Yuan, bored out of his mind, decided to take out a treasure called the Starfall chessboard from the king's treasure. To pass the time, he ordered Mo Shiyu to play chess with him. But Mo Shiyu only knew how to play simple Go. There was no other option, so the two of them ended up playing 5 in a row. The loser had to do push-ups as punishment. Mo Shiyu could clearly sense that although the Xia Yuan before him was still the all-powerful king, he was gradually beginning to exhibit the carefree and childish nature he had once possessed. Inside the tower, other contract spirits were fiercely battling each other. But over here, the scene was completely different. They were leisurely playing Go. Xia Yuan, of course, was invincible, relying on his top-tier perception of color aura. He could clearly see the expression on Mo Shiyu's face and discern where she intended to move next. Half an hour passed. Mo Shiyu had been doing push-ups until her cheeks were flushed red and she was drenched in sweat. She stood up panting, shook her sore arms, and demanded, Xia Yuan, did you cheat? Xia Yuan narrowed his eyes dangerously and replied arrogantly. Oomph. You, a mere fat rain, dare to question this king? It's your own stupidity. Mo Shiyu couldn't take it anymore and retorted, I'm foolish? Then tell me, why has my spiritual energy been slowly draining during this time? Oh, really? A day without discipline leads to chaos. Xia Yuan had originally planned to give Mo Shiyu a good lesson, but the sound of the elevator doors opening interrupted him. Alka's voice echoed from afar. Xia Yuan. I, Alkaz, have come to seek revenge. This time, I will drag you down from your golden throne. Chapter 116, Ultimate Tyrant's Aura, overwhelming pressure spilling from the screen. Alkaz's roar, filled with hatred and madness, still echoed in the elevator, but he had already burst out, enveloped in thick blood-red black mist. A pitch-black cross dragged along the ground, sparks flying everywhere. At the center of the arena, atop the golden throne. Xia Yuan didn't even glance at him. His golden hair shone brightly, and his red eyes were lazy. He slowly picked up the Euro cup and took a graceful sip. Then he tilted his head slightly and said to the figure on the ground beside him, who was struggling to do push-ups. Fat Rain, your form is off. Why are you sticking your butt so high in the air? With just a little bit of your good looks, you think you can seduce this king? Add 10 more. Mo Shiyu was filled with grief and anger, sweat soaking his forehead, unable to stop cursing inwardly. Xia Yuan, you heartless tyrant. Idiot. Of course, she dared not say this aloud, lest she provoke him further and risk him picking on her push-ups again. Mo Shiyu gritted her teeth and continued to rise and fall, resembling a stranded fish floundering in its final moments. Meanwhile, Alkaz, who thought he was making a cool entrance with his domineering declaration of revenge, was completely ignored. His temperature rose instantly, and he snapped angrily. Xia Yuan. Didn't you hear me? Xia Yuan finally glanced at him and sneered. Oomph, noisy. You're nothing but a lowly dog fit to crawl on the ground. If you want to die, come over here quickly. Wang Zikao's treasure appeared behind him once more. Alkaz was so angry he laughed. He felt that all the contempt and mockery he had endured in his life were concentrated in this match. He, who had always been so arrogant and aloof, when had he ever been called a dog by others? Is there such a handsome dog? Boom! Alkaz's body erupted with a surging aura, his eyes blood-red and nearly dripping with blood, while the black mist swirling around him churned like boiling tar. The blood-red moon above his head swelled wildly, pouring down thick, sticky blood as if it were being poured out without restraint, completely submerging him. The blood did not heal him. Instead, it served as the most ferocious fuel, instantly igniting the power throughout his entire body. Blood Moon Incineration. Ultimate Berserk. Alkaz now resembled the final scene of the Shawshank Redemption, bathed in the blood of the blood moon, his posture defiant, emitting a sinister laugh. He Ma Yunfei warned. Alkaz, don't let your anger cloud your judgment. Remember, under no circumstances must you be struck by that side-shaped weapon. The two had already analyzed why they had lost their previous battle and had discussed their strategy in advance. This time, as long as Alkaz doesn't lose his immortality attribute too easily, then they would have a fighting chance. Alkaz raised the black cross, pointing his sword at the throne. I am the king. I am the king. You dare to call yourself this king? Who do you think you are? If you've got the guts, come down here and fight me like a real man, settle this once and for all. Instead of hiding behind and using your ranged attacks. As soon as he spoke, Xia Yuan's drinking motion froze, and he slowly set down the Euro cup. His pair of red pupils silently fixed on him. The next second, an invisible, terrifying pressure erupted suddenly. It was an indescribable, overwhelming sensation, as if it originated from the deepest layers of existence itself. Like an invisible tsunami, it erupted from Xia Yuan's throne and spread out in all directions with a thunderous roar. Hum! The entire 28th floor arena groaned under the unbearable pressure. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A crimson glow, like tangible arcs of electricity, erupted, danced, and exploded in the void. That was not energy, but the purest, most absolute will of a sovereign ruler. It was the absolute authority that looked down on ants, granting life and taking it away at will. This was Xia Yuan's overlord's aura. He precisely controlled this aura, bypassing Mo Shiyu and Xiao He, and charged straight toward Alkaz and Ma Yunfei. Alkaz had barely finished his threat when he felt his soul being struck by an invisible hammer. His pupils dilated wildly as an overwhelming sense of fear and oppression engulfed his heart. The overwhelming momentum that had seemed capable of shattering the heavens just a moment ago dissipated like a burst balloon, and his burning body seemed to be trapped in solidified amber. Behind him, Ma Yunfei's eyes rolled back and he fainted, collapsing to the ground. Ugh! Alkaz let out a painful groan, his legs giving way, and with a thud, he collapsed to one knee on the floor. The impact shattered the stage inch by inch. Though he hadn't fainted, he could only force his head up, his teeth grinding together, struggling to resist the overwhelming aura that seemed to freeze his very soul. Not to mention Alkaz on the spirit contract arena. Even the viewers watching the livestream on their screens and the commentators were pale with fear, their brows drenched in sweat. As for the audience in Golden City watching the match through AR glasses, their faces were deathly pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, utterly terrified. Some of the younger, more timid ones fainted on the spot. Although it was just a virtual scene with no real harm, the immersive experience still conveyed the terrifying might of the Overlord's aura. Xia Yuan's cold and domineering voice rang out. You worthless dogs, fit only to crawl on the ground, dare to question the identity of the absolute ruler? Fool, you truly lack any sense of knowledge. Your disrespect toward me is enough to warrant your death 1,000 times over. His first use of the Overlord's aura already demonstrated its terrifying power. Mo Shiyu and Xiao He watched as Alkas suddenly dropped to one knee and Ma Yunfei fainted, both of them completely bewildered, unsure of what was happening. The battle hasn't even begun yet? Xia Yuan merely glared at them. How could they have knelt down so easily? Such cowardice? What the hell is going on? This is utterly unbelievable. Alkas, who was previously so full of vigor, suddenly knelt down in agony. His spirit summoner fainted on the spot. Commentator Ziyu trembled, her voice shaking. The deep god merely glared at him, but did everyone else feel that bone-chilling aura of power? Even through the screen, I can feel it. Is this the overwhelming pressure of an absolute ruler? It's terrifying. Inside the Golden City, the audience was growing panicked, and chaos was beginning to erupt. Event staff and medical personnel rushed into the audience seats, beginning to diagnose those who had fainted and providing various revival services. Upon learning that there were no serious injuries, only that they had been startled, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is unbelievable. This was the first time in the history of the Peak Tournament that spectators had fainted from watching the match. The live stream was already in chaos. Goodness gracious. That scared me. The way the deity glared like that was terrifying. Damn. I can't stop shivering. What kind of power is that? Mom! I was just watching a battle live stream on my phone and I can feel the pain through the screen? Is this the legendary aura of a powerful being? I've never felt such terror before. We're all scared out of our minds just watching through the screen. I can't even imagine what Alkas and Ma Yunfei are going through. Chapter 117, Unmatched in both ranged and melee combat. The audience inside Golden City, having been woken up by the wake-up service, all woke up one after another. Each of them was extremely excited. This was more thrilling than watching a horror movie. Though they were all timid, they still wanted to watch. It's amazing. I love it. This ticket was totally worth it. After all, how many times in a lifetime do you get to experience something this unique? Who would want to miss out? Everyone once again focused their attention on the spirit battle arena. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xia Yuan sat majestically on the throne. Meanwhile, Alkas remained kneeling on one knee, completely overwhelmed by Xia Yuan's overwhelming aura. This humiliation was too much to bear. He roared, with blood gushing from every vein in his body, determined to force himself to his feet. But he could only manage to stand up slightly. Xia Yuan gave him a disdainful glance, and he was once again forced back down. Alkas now felt as though a mountain was crushing him, unable to move even an inch. Seeing his struggles, the supreme ruler sneered. You lowly insect on the ground, who gave you the audacity to raise your head? You have no right to pay me homage. An ant should act like an ant. You should just crawl on the ground with your head down and die. Xia Yuan suddenly spoke with interest. However, I have been sitting for too long and feel the need to stretch my legs. He casually drew a long sword glowing with a red light from the royal treasures. The sword was named Darsitan. It was one of the legendary swords mentioned in mythology. It was also a magical sword that, once drawn, would never return to its sheath unless it had taken a life. Holding Darsitan in his hand, his golden armor shimmered with a dazzling glow under the lights. He slowly descended from the golden throne, placed one hand on his hip, and stood a short distance in front of Alkas. He then withdrew his overlord's aura. Alkas finally moved. He gritted his teeth and stood up, glaring fiercely at Xia Yuan. Though he refused to admit it, the opponent's strength far exceeded his imagination. If Xia Yuan didn't come down from the throne himself, he would never be able to pull him down from there. However, as a ranged attacker-type spirit, he actually dared to challenge him in close combat? Alkas felt insulted once again. Mad dog, lowly mutt. Xia Yuan's voice was not loud, but it carried a cold, disdainful tone, as if looking down on an ant, since you're so eager to be crushed by this king's own hands. Boom! A blazing blue steam erupted from Xia Yuan's body without warning. 8 gates escape technique. 7th gate, shock gate, open. However, under the golden glow, the blue steam was intertwined with threads of dazzling golden light, appearing both sacred and ferocious. At the same time, a layer of deep, flowing black liquid with a metallic sheen instantly covered the sword in his hand. Armored color hockey activated. But it wasn't over yet. Deep within Xia Yuan's red pupils, a point of icy blue light suddenly flared up. His gaze grew incredibly profound. As if piercing through the barriers of time and space, everything in the world seemed to lose its secrets in his eyes. Top-tier observation hockey activated. Then I shall show mercy. Xia Yuan's voice continued, tinged with a hint of mocking amusement. Let this frog at the bottom of a well see what true close combat art is all about. He could also use this opportunity to familiarize himself with his own aura. Although he could use a stronger to bind them. But Xia Yuan felt it was unnecessary against the mad dog before him. Familiarizing himself with the armed color would suffice. For a moment, the entire crowd was stunned. The commentator, Xiyu, exclaimed excitedly. The deep god has abandoned his advantage in long-range attacks, stepped down from his throne, and is going to engage in close combat with Alkas? The reason? He's been sitting too long and wants to stretch his legs. What sheer dominance! And he's even picked up a weapon. I remember clearly that before the deep god awoke, although his close combat boxing skills were formidable, he didn't seem particularly skilled with weapons. And Alka's close combat abilities are widely recognized as powerful. On the spirit battle arena, Xia Yuan stood there quietly, showing no intention of attacking first. However, under the various buffs, he exuded an almost invincible aura. Alkas felt an inexplicable sense of fear welling up inside him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had already lost half the battle before it even began. Seeing his expression, Xia Yuan sneered coldly, mocking him with a look of disappointment. Though you're a bastard, you're at least an SSR. Don't tell me you're already afraid and dare not come forward. Alkas was completely enraged. He ignored those feelings, gripped the black cross, and charged forward with fury. Damn it! Another mad dog. Another ant. Another bastard. Anyone who has been cursed like that for so long would be boiling with rage and lose their mind. Aha! Alkas went berserk, chasing after Xia Yuan and hacking at him furiously. The pitch-black cross was swung with such force it seemed to cut through the air. Each strike was as fast as lightning. However, a scene that left everyone speechless unfolded. Xia Yuan's crimson eyes flickered with an odd glow as he coldly smiled, constantly shifting his feet slightly to dodge Alkas' slashes, which came at him like a tidal wave. Under the overwhelming might of the top-tier observation hockey, Alkas' attacks moved as slowly as a snail, and their trajectories were already visible seconds before they struck. He could dodge them effortlessly, as if strolling through a garden. Boom! 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 Each of Alkas' slashes contained terrifying power, creating a deafening roar. Yet they all struck empty air. Not even the hem of Xia Yuan's robe was touched. His gradually ceased, his face filled with astonishment, unable to comprehend why his all-out attacks couldn't even graze Xia Yuan, who was right before his eyes. For the first time, Alkas began to doubt his own strength. Could he be weak? As expected. A miscellaneous cultivator is just a miscellaneous cultivator. Even if you go crazy, you can't even help this king stretch his legs. Xia Yuan's mockery came late but was delivered with precision. He curled his lips into an arrogant smile, as if he could effortlessly swing his sword and sever the opponent's arm. Alkas bathed in blood, his arm quickly regenerating as he roared and continued his attack. His figure blurred into a crimson afterimage as he erupted into a frenzy once more, his strikes growing faster and faster. On the spirit battle arena, the two figures seemed to have transformed into two stars, constantly flickering. The audience was dazzled, unable to keep up. Yet the golden figure remained utterly composed. Despite the crimson figure's efforts, its strikes failed to land on the golden figure, instead leaving the latter covered in wounds, blood spattering everywhere, limbs flying in all directions, a sight too gruesome to behold. Xia Yuan, clad in his golden armor, demonstrated no inferiority in his mastery of weapons. If he were to engage in close combat seriously, he would not be outmatched by anyone. Bang! The pitch-black cross and Datherton's long sword collided violently, emitting a metallic explosion. Alkas was actually knocked flying backward, the black cross embedding itself into the stage, dragging a long trail behind it before finally coming to a halt at the base of the tower. He never expected that even if he made contact with the opponent, he would lose in close combat strength? How is that possible? The opponent was clearly a ranged damage-dealing spirit companion? How could they be so strong in close combat? Mad dog! Now you should know the insurmountable gap in strength between you and this king. Xia Yuan swung his long sword and raised the corner of his mouth, speaking with pride and arrogance. He calculated the time. I've had enough fun. The next challenger is on his way, so it's time to put an end to this farce. Chapter 118, The Peak Tournament Ends, The King's Dominance. Xia Yuan. Alkas roared, raising his hands to hold up a black cross, his body shrouded in thick black mist as he soared into the sky. The entire spirit contract arena seemed shrouded in darkness, pitch black. Eternal night. Judgment. Boom. Alkas merged completely into the darkness, gathering power in place as an overwhelming force began to coalesce around the black cross. Powerful force ripples erupted, sending shockwaves outward. Ripple after ripple spread across the spirit-packed arena. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Xia Yuan looked down on him with disdain and sneered. Is this the strongest power you can unleash? He shook his head. As expected, a mad dog is just a mad dog. Disappointing. As he finished speaking, Xia Yuan's red eyes narrowed slightly, and his overlord aura activated once more. Black and red electrical arcs flickered around his body, his aura pressing down on all sides. ZZZZ. The pitch-black stage, once shrouded in darkness, was illuminated by the red and black lightning, resembling the end of the world. The overlord's aura coiled around Darsatan's sword, causing the sword's blade to glow brightly, its aura terrifying. Before either side could make a move, the colossal energy fields collided in the air, splitting the arena into two separate worlds. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but slow their breathing. Alkaz had clearly unleashed his full power to achieve such a terrifying display. Yet Xia Yuan had only activated the Overlord's aura. Even they could tell that Xia Yuan was still in his casual stance, clearly not using his strongest techniques, yet his aura matched Alkaz's, and even surpassed it slightly. Alkaz roared furiously, transforming into a surging black pillar of light, carrying the dark power of the heavens, charging straight towards Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan coldly snorted, swinging his sword wrapped in the Overlord's aura in a simple yet powerful manner to meet the attack. Boom! The Black Cross and the Dethirden sword did not collide directly. The power of the Dark Knight Judgment and the Overlord's aura clashed in mid-air, unleashing a storm of energy that swept across the surroundings. The entire space trembled. The chilling battle tower also began to sway. Ah! Alkaz roared incessantly, squeezing out every ounce of his strength. In contrast to his madness, Xia Yuan remained expressionless, calm and composed, his long sword steadily advancing forward. The overwhelming momentum of red and black lightning quickly overshadowed the Dark Knight aura shrouded in black mist, then easily crushed it. How is this possible? Alkaz's expression turned despairing. His all-out attack had been effortlessly repelled by the other party. It was effortless and casual to the point of being ridiculous. He could only watch helplessly as he was suppressed, his arm severed, and the Black Cross flew away. The ruthless sword light swept toward him with a brutal force, relentlessly shattering his immortal body and inflicting massive, terrifying damage. Even with his undead attributes, he was unable to recover for a moment. Whoosh! Alkaz's shattered remains turned into a streak of light, flying backward and plunging into the tower. The residual sword chi enveloped in Xia Yuan's Overlord's aura continued unabated, transforming into a brilliant light that pierced the sky, following closely behind him and continuing the assault. Alkaz's body turned into white bones, then regrew flesh and blood. Then it was once again stripped bare by the sword chi, only to regrow flesh and blood. This cycle repeated several times. Until all the spiritual energy of the fainting Ma Yunfei was completely drained, Alkaz could no longer recover, turning into fragments of spiritual energy and returning once more to the spirit binder's space. The Golden City fell silent for an instant. Then, a deafening roar of astonishment and cheers erupted. The live stream was flooded with comments praising the feat. Our king is mighty. So strong. He's this strong in close combat too? His power is all-encompassing with no weak points. He's a true six-sided war god. My goodness, how did the Abyssal God take down the enlarged Alkaz with just a single normal attack? Just playing around like that and already this powerful? It's hard to imagine how strong the Yuan Shin in his golden flash form would be if he really got serious. Serious? I feel like even a world-class bounty boss would be no match for him. The previous undead Lord Wen Ti stand a chance. He's so cool, so wild, and so strong. I'm already obsessed with Yuan Shin. I really want to be called a scrub and a mad dog by him. Commentator Ziyu announced the battle results loudly. Congratulations to Mo Shiyu and the Abyss God. Keep up the good work and climb to the 29th floor. I declare that Yuan Shin is now my king, the greatest source of solace in this chaotic world. Our king is mighty. The king's power is beyond our imagination. Those dungeon monsters are nothing. With our king by our side, humanity will never lose. In this world filled with crises and disasters, it is precisely such invincible heroes who become the spiritual pillars of humanity, allowing people to live in peace. This is also the original purpose of the Spirit Contractors Alliance in organizing these major events. To showcase the power of the Spirit Companions. To boost people's confidence and give them a much-needed morale boost. Let them believe that even in the face of disaster, such invincible heroes will emerge to save them. Only then will people not lose hope in this world. Xia Yuan returned the weapon to the king's treasure. True to its golden form, the Overlord's color wraps around him with power far beyond his imagination. The is top tier. It's powerful no matter how you use it. The golden shimmering is likely far stronger than even the of Pirate King Roger. This was his first attempt. Once he becomes more skilled, it will be even stronger. Mad dog, your death has brought me a little pleasure. Be grateful. Xia Yuan casually glanced at Alkaz, who had dissipated into fragments of spiritual energy, then turned and walked into the elevator, shouting at Mo Shiyu and Xiao He, who were still standing there in a daze. You misfits, follow me. The two snapped out of their daze, straightened their posture, and hurried to follow him. The second challenge between the Demon Blade Maiden and Alkaz both ended in utter defeat. The tower climbing competition continued. Xia Yuan was the final boss of this tower, effortlessly suppressing all challengers. The further the battle progressed, the greater the gap between the two sides became. Luo Xian and Demon Blade Maiden launched countless Don Quixote-style charges, but nearly all of them were cut down before reaching their target. It's quite brutal. Even Alkaz, the arrogant contract spirit, was beaten into submission. Each of their deaths in battles consume an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan could send them back to the contract spirit space with minimal spiritual energy expenditure. One gains while the other loses. The peak competition time hadn't even arrived yet, but Luo Xian and Ma Yunfei's spiritual energy was already on the verge of collapse. They had already pushed their potions to their limits. The other SSRs were blocked by the two of them below, not even getting the chance to face the final boss, Xia Yuan. That was it. Xia Yuan continued to crush the other SSRs with unmatched power until the end of the match. The system reward bar reached 40% and stopped increasing. Perhaps the system realized it had been too generous, as even after defeating Alkas and Yao Daoji, the reward points only increased by 1 or 2%. However, 40% was already a substantial reward. Chapter 119, The King Acknowledges. The King Permits. The peak tournament came to a close. The participants and their contract spirits returned to the center of the Golden City arena, greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. The official league commentators' excited shouts echo through the loudspeakers. Thank you to all the spirit masters and their spirit beasts for putting on such an exciting and passionate competition. The top 3 winners of this year's National College Spirit Beast Masters Tournament have been decided. And now, I announce, the champion of the peak rank is Mo Shiyu from the Xuanbai Spirit Beast Academy of Yunchuan Province. Champion Spirit Beast, Xia Yuan. Boom! The cheers and shouts from Golden City nearly shook the heavens. Oh my goodness! Our champion has won so easily. Well deserved. So strong. I'm already a die-hard fan. Mo Shiyu really hit the jackpot. She is just a freshman, what gives her the right to contract our champion? My Yuan Shen won the MVP. Mo Shiyu is just a lucky winner. Exactly. She clearly held back our king. If he had a higher-ranked contract spirit master with overwhelming spiritual power, he would have been even stronger. Jealousy is killing me. I wish I could take her place. Mo Shiyu stood frozen in place, listening to the cheers echoing throughout the arena, still feeling as though she were in a dream. As a newbie spirit contract master, she had only spent a few months and had already become the national champion. However, as some of the audience murmured, she was a lucky winner. All of this was thanks to Xia Yuan. All this glory was brought by him. She hadn't done a single thing. The audience was filled with malicious glances of envy, jealousy, and hatred, piercing her like needles. Mo Shiyu lowered her head dejectedly, staring at her toes, biting her lips slightly. Next, let us welcome this year's Champion Spirit Master and Champion Spirit to the stage to receive their championship trophies. The voice of the competition host rang out once more. Xia Yuan took a confident step forward, but noticed that Mo Shiyu was still frozen in place and heard the piercing voices. He followed the sound, raised his crimson eyes, and silently looked over. In an instant, those people fell silent immediately, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even without using his overlord's aura, Xia Yuan's icy gaze, that of an absolute ruler, was not something ordinary people could endure. He spoke with arrogance. You worthless trash. What are you thinking in your foolish mind? Do you think you're unworthy? That's right, you don't deserve it. A mere human hybrid girl is completely unworthy to be my master. Mo Shiyu cautiously lifted her head, gazing at the man with dazzling blonde hair before her. The corners of her lips twitched slightly, and her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears. She felt deeply wronged inside. When others spoke of her, it caused little harm. But Xia Yuan's contempt for her was a fatal blow. But the next moment, Xia Yuan's lips curved into a smile, and he spoke in a loud, authoritative voice. But Wang Lai admits it. The king permits it. The king bears the weight of the entire world. The Golden City suddenly fell silent, echoing with his domineering words. He looked at Mo Shiyu with a determined gaze, and for the first time, a hint of tenderness flickered in his arrogant and domineering eyes. I acknowledge your identity. The opinions of those other miscellaneous cultivators and mad dogs are irrelevant. Understand? Anyone who dares to call you a lucky dog again, I'll cut out their tongue. Within the Golden City, not a pin could be heard dropping. Even the contestants and their spirit pets wore expressions of disbelief. They never imagined that the king, who had always been so arrogant and self-centered, could have such a protective and gentle side. The king admits it. The king permits it. The king bears the weight of the entire world. These 3 phrases struck straight to their souls. This damnable charisma erupted suddenly, leaving everyone spellbound. In an instant, the entire venue erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers and screams. This time, all the malicious voices and glances directed at Mo Shiyu vanished without a trace. Because Wang had acknowledged her identity. No one could question it. After hearing those words, Mo Shiyu stood frozen in place, staring at the blonde-haired man before her, overwhelmed with emotion. Her heart raced wildly, her palms sweating, almost bursting out of her chest. This feeling was entirely new to her. She felt like she was completely swept off her feet. Mo Shiyu wiped away her tears, smiled brightly, and stood up straight. But what the heck is Xia Yu? An upgraded version of Fat Rain? Never mind. Let him do as he pleases. Xia Yuan nodded satisfactorily at the sight. Let's go. Under the gaze of the crowd, the two of them ascended the golden platform of the Golden City. Xiao He, standing nearby, was also moved to tears. By the time he snapped back to reality, Xia Yuan and the others had already taken the stage. She panicked and rushed up. Wait for me. Master. Xia Yuan, the Great One. I haven't gotten on stage yet. Xia Yuan crossed his arms, gesturing for Mo Shiyu to simply hold the championship trophy. A mere National University Spirit Summoner Award cup, he wasn't about to lift it himself. Mo Shiyu obediently picked up the trophy on her own. In an instant. In Golden City, fireworks erupted, confetti filled the sky, and applause thundered, echoing across the heavens. Looking up, she saw the confetti swirling through the air and heard the cheers of the crowd. Mo Shiyu could no longer hold back her tears. She wasn't really the crying type. But as a child, she had promised her parents that one day she would win the National University Spirit Summoner competition. Now, she had done it. But they would never see it. Mo Shiyu had not forgotten the reason she became a spirit master. She must avenge her parents. She would personally take down the world-renowned bounty boss known as Ultimate Terror. Thinking of this, Mo Shiyu wiped away her tears, her gaze growing resolute. After the champion was announced, the tournament host announced the winners of the runner-up and third place. Runner-up, Spirit Summoner, Luo Ziyuan. Second runner-up, Spirit Contract, Demon Blade Maiden. Third place, Spirit Contract Master, Ma Yunfei. Third place, Spirit Contract, Alka's. Due to Demon Blade Maiden's awakening, coupled with Alka's shattered mindset, he ultimately failed to defeat Demon Blade Maiden and settled for third place. After the basic procedures of the peak tournament were completed, the admissions office of the three top Spirit Contract Masters universities in the Great Xia Empire made their appearance. They rushed forward eagerly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, surrounding Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. The three of them were pushed and shoved until they were bleeding, and by the time they reached the front, they were all bruised and battered, with their clothes in disarray. Lin Lao, Tianxiang University, welcome. By Xuanning, Hanhai, unparalleled in the world. We beg you to choose Hanhai University. We will agree to any conditions. Jiang Li punched them both, sending blood streaming from their noses, and pushed his way to the front. He bowed and said, I am from the Kunlun admissions office, here to invite the two of you to enroll. Whatever those two schools have, we have as well. And whatever they lack, Kunlun has it too. After hearing the three introductions, Mo Shiyu was a bit dazed. The sky. Hanhai. Kunlun. These were the three top-tier academies of the Great Xia Empire, the very universities that Spirit Contract Masters dreamed of attending. But something doesn't seem quite right. Each of them looks like a gangster ready for a fight. Chapter 120, An Unprecedented Request, Skipping Grades and Special Admission. 2 chapters combined. The three admissions officers seemed to notice Mo Shiyu's confusion and hurriedly showed their ID cards. Mo Shiyu finally confirmed they were genuine and felt a surge of excitement. The others, seeing that the admissions officers from the three top-tier universities were fighting over them, couldn't help but envy them. After all, they were the national champions of spirit summoners among universities, and Xia Yuan's overwhelmingly dominant performance as the strongest champion spirit summoner was unprecedented. These three top-tier universities certainly wouldn't want to let him slip away. Luo Ziyan and Ma Yunfei watched from the side. They remembered that when they were admitted early, they hadn't received such treatment. Lin Lao and Bai Shuiying covered their noses, which were bleeding, and together they dragged Jiang Li behind them, beating him mercilessly. Then they turned to Mo Shiyu with a smile and said, Please forgive us for the spectacle. The rivalry between top contract spirit master universities has always been this brutal. Have you ever heard of Tianxiang? We are the top contract spirit master university in the Great Xia Empire. Put. You old shamers. When did your Tianxiang ever compare to our Hanhai? You too, don't listen to his nonsense. Our Hanhai has 1 million copies in secret realms. We can farm any materials or inscriptions right on campus. Here's our promotional poster, take a look. Jiang Yi got up from the ground, grabbed a chair nearby, and smacked both of them on the back of the head. Bang! Bang! 2 loud thuds. The legs of the chair were broken. The two of them fell to the ground, unable to get up, with blood flowing from their heads. Jiang Yi tossed aside the broken chair, clapped his hands, and sighed, phew. It's much quieter now. Mo Shiyu was startled, covering her mouth, unable to hide her surprise. This is way too violent. Xia Yuan stood by with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile and chuckle twice. As for the choice of school, he didn't have any particular preferences. As long as it's the best, that's fine. Mo Shiyu nervously examined the two people lying motionless on the ground. Teacher, is this really okay? Are they okay? Jiang Yi waved his hand dismissively, smiling as if basking in the spring breeze. Don't worry. As long as they're still breathing, my spirit beast can save them. It's fine if they die first. Gentlemen, Kunlun University welcomes you. As you may already know, Mo Shiyu, the strengths of Kunlun University lie in our academic atmosphere, which emphasizes elegance and flexibility, as well as the all-round development of morality, intelligence, and physical fitness. Every student we admit is a talent, and they all speak so eloquently. Mo Shiyu took a deep breath, calming her excited heart, and spoke slowly. I do have a request. What I want is not a direct admission spot, but to skip grades and enter the Spirit Summoner University directly. Upon entering the Spirit Contract University, one can take the Spirit Contract Master Qualification exam. Additionally, one gains access to world-class bounty hunter boss files and the authority to investigate leads. Mo Shiyu wasn't just doing this to fulfill her promise to the Mo family, she was also doing it to achieve her goal of avenging herself as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li was taken aback for a moment. Skip a grade? The other spirit contractors participating in the competition within Golden City were all taken aback by this request. For a high school spirit contract master to advance to a university-level spirit contract master is no easy feat. According to the official regulations of the Spirit Master Alliance, spirit masters whose total spiritual power does not meet the required standards are strictly prohibited from advancing to the next level. It's not about the strength of the contracted spirits they cultivate. Those who could achieve such a leap were usually prodigies in cultivating spiritual power, even rarer than drawing an SSR. Mo Shiyu spoke confidently. With my current spiritual power, I should be able to meet the requirements. This is my non-negotiable condition. I must be admitted to the university through special recruitment within a month. As for other conditions, we can discuss them later. Jiang Li heard this and had no further hesitation. Alright. I agree. Lin Lao and Bai Shuiying, who had collapsed on the ground, heard this and forced themselves to get up. We can consider it. Han Hai can also be considered. We guarantee that both of you will be admitted to the university early. Jiang Li felt he should have brought a knife. Even if it meant going to jail, it would be worth it as long as Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan were admitted through special recruitment. Mo Shiyu saw that all three had agreed, and for a moment, she felt a bit overwhelmed by the decision. She turned to look at Xia Yuan, wanting to see what he thought. Xia Yuan had already changed into a black casual outfit, his hands in his pockets, his red eyes sweeping down at the three of them with a playful expression. This king shall grant you 3 ants a fair chance to compete. Didn't you just enjoy fighting? Continue. Whoever stands last, I will attend their university. At these words, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Lin Lao, Bai Shuiying, and Jiang Li were all a bit confused. They had never encountered such an absurd request before. Having the heads of the 3 top admissions offices fight each other, and whoever wins gets to attend their university? This was an unprecedented demand. After all, their status is no small matter. This request was truly a bit disrespectful. Mo Shiyu looked embarrassed and hurriedly said, Xia Yuan, what are you saying? Please don't take this seriously, teachers. He's just joking. Lin Lao, Bai Shuiying, and Jiang Li exchanged glances, anger flaming in their eyes, and spoke in unison. We are, after all, prominent figures. How can you speak to us like this? That's right. We're all educated people. You're putting us in a difficult position. I absolutely won't intervene. What kind of example would that set? As they spoke, each of them began to suddenly move their bodies, clenching their fists so tightly they cracked. In an instant, the 3 who had been united in their anger no longer held back, and they began to fight fiercely. The scene was quite intense. But this was just a minor altercation. It was their daily routine, a mere formality. What kind of request is that? They were itching for a fight. They'd been eyeing each other with hostility for ages. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers speechless. Isn't that right? You're really fighting? Where's the gentlemanly behavior you promised? How could you change so quickly? This truly shattered everyone's perceptions. They never expected that Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan held such high value in the eyes of these 3 admissions officers that they would allow them to fight in public. Even the official alliance commentator wasn't shy about stirring things up and joined in. Audience members. Who would have thought that during the final stages of the peak tournament, we'd witness such an extraordinary battle? Don't miss this. The admissions office heads of the 3 top universities are fighting for the championship title of this year's tournament. This is the charm of our king. Who will emerge victorious in this battle? This is truly exciting. Originally, only Luo Ziyuan, Ma Yunfei, and Mu Xiaoxiao, along with other participants, were watching the show. But after he caused such a commotion, the audience in Golden City, who were about to leave, also gathered around. The 3 admissions office representatives engaged in a fierce battle, with the entire scene broadcast live, sending the excitement through the roof. Lin Lao and Bai Shuiying, an old man and a young woman, were hit on the head by chairs and were bleeding. Therefore, the 2 silently agreed to continue their alliance and launch an attack on Jiang Li together. Jiang Li had to deal with their monkey-stealing peaches and nining bone claw techniques, and was momentarily overwhelmed. Don't even mention it. Though not as flashy as the spirit contract battles, this fight was all about being down to earth. The audience was very supportive, cheering the 3 on. Mo Shiyu stood by nervously, wanting to intervene but not knowing where to start. She hadn't expected the 3 of them to actually follow Xia Yuan's instructions. Xia Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, looking slightly amused. His method was so clever it solved the dilemma of choosing between options while being fair and impartial. The battle quickly decided the winner. Jiang Li, relying on his youth and strength, gained the upper hand and knocked Lin Lao and Bai Shuiying to the ground. He too emerged victorious, though badly beaten and covered in wounds. Yet his expression was exhilarated as he raised one hand and roared. Aha! I won! Jiang Li looked through the shattered frames of his glasses at Xia Yuan and exclaimed excitedly. You too, you better keep your word. Xia Yuan had enjoyed the show, laughing with pleasure. He found this guy quite to his liking. Ha, this king would never go back on his word. You two are truly amusing. I haven't laughed so heartily at a commoner's fight in ages. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but whisper a reminder from the side. Xia Yuan, Kunlun University is known for its fierce academic atmosphere. The people they recruit are all tough guys. Within the school, the strong reign supreme, with spirit-packed arenas set up everywhere. If you don't get along, it's PvP. Xia Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? There's such a good thing here. That only made him more determined. Kunlun University is great. If he could defeat all the top-tier spirit contractors from this elite university, he wouldn't have to worry about system reward points. Wouldn't that be even more suitable for this king? Mo Shiyu was slightly taken aback. She almost forgot. This guy's nickname was Xuanbei Slaughter God. Going to Kunlun University would be like a fish to water, just like going home. Jiang Li burst into laughter, handing over his business card. You have good taste. It's settled then. I'll go handle the necessary procedures and ensure both of you are admitted to Kunlun University within a month. Mo Shiyu could only take the business card. He had already made his move, and Xia Yuan had spoken. She had no reason to refuse. After handing over the business card, Jiang Li revealed a serene smile, blood trickling down his face, then collapsed backward. He had burned out completely. At least he had fulfilled his mission. He could rest in peace. The National University Spirit Summoner competition had come to an end. This competition was truly legendary and will undoubtedly leave a lasting mark in history. Whether it was the deep red miracle battle within the Golden City, or the victory of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, who, for the first time in history, were specially recruited to enter Kunlun Spirit Master University ahead of schedule as first-year Spirit Masters. These were events that shook the nation. Xia Yuan made his debut on the world stage. The previously obscure Yunchuan province finally secured its first national championship. The Xuanbai Spirit Master Academy, as the alma mater of this year's champions, saw its reputation and status rise to a new height. After the competition concluded, the Spirit Masters and spirits from various provincial capitals who had participated in the competition did not leave immediately. There was an official farewell banquet hosted by the Spirit Masters Alliance that evening. As the champions, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had to attend. Mo Shiyu naturally didn't want to give others the impression that she had become arrogant after winning the championship. Xia Yuan, however, didn't care much. The main reason was that Dada Long and Dama were both attending, and since there were no games to play, he had no choice but to come along. He also planned to try the red wine at the banquet. He remained in his golden form and hadn't switched back to the Gojo Satoru template. Skins, you know. He always prefers something new over the old. New skins just feel better and more exciting than the old ones. At the center of the banquet, everyone is dressed to the nines. Each high-profile contract spirit is paired with elegant suits and long dresses, making for a visually stunning sight. Of course, the most famous among them is none other than Xia Yuan, the champion spirit companion who has earned the title of king. The censored knight, dressed as a holy light-themed Lolita, wore a Lolita-style dress, wide-eyed, circling around Xia Yuan and marveling. UNZ. You've awakened, but you're way too handsome. Your appearance and aura have changed so much, all golden and dazzling, you're so flashy. I almost didn't recognize you. Dai Dai Long nodded nervously beside him. It was also a bit afraid and dared not get as close as before. This version of Xia Yuan was like a high and mighty king, and it felt like he wouldn't bother playing with someone like him, a lowly commoner. Xia Yuan stuffed his hands into his pockets and snorted coldly. Encrypt the text. Are you insulting the dignity of my king? As my subject, don't act as foolishly as those miscellaneous cultivators and mad dogs. Dama heard this and shook his head with a helpless expression. I knew it. When I watched the live stream, I could tell. Has your teenage angst finally erupted, UNZ? I get it, I get it. I went through the same thing. Dai Dai Long played along, finding it amusing, raising both claws high. Long live the king. I am your most loyal dragon subordinate. Xia Yuan laughed joyfully and patted its shoulder. Ah, you worthless dragon, at least you have some sense. Very well, I bestow upon you the honor of becoming my subject. Rejoice. Dai Dai Long beamed with joy. Thank you, your majesty. Censor, hey, you too. Xia Yuan surveyed the luxurious banquet hall, striding in with regal steps, leading the way. Though this banquet for the king is not lavish enough, I shall reluctantly give it a try, considering the variety of dishes and wines. Mo Chang and Mo Shiyu exchanged helpless glances, then followed Xia Yuan into the banquet hall. The other contract spirits, even the SSR ranked ones, felt a bit intimidated by the golden figure in the banquet hall and tried to avoid him. Especially Alka's, whose mindset wasn't yet stable. Luo Ziyan, accompanied by the Demon Blade Maiden, boldly congratulated Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. Yao Daoji, upon seeing Xia Yuan, still looked excited. When you have time, let's continue the battle. Xia Yuan elegantly sipped his red wine while gazing at her, saying arrogantly, fighting you is better than fighting that mad dog. At least your dance is worth watching, so come if you dare. Luo Ziyuan bared her teeth and glared at Xia Yuan with hatred. Just thinking about having to attend the same university as this despicable guy made her feel utterly miserable. They had both been admitted to Kunlun University last year due to their runner-up finishes. So, after finishing their senior year of high school, they would also be reporting to Kunlun University. They would be freshmen entering the university alongside Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. Mo Chang spoke up at the right moment. Senior Xia Yuan, regarding the matter of the owner of the World Peace Tavern, I've already reported it to the Alliance's official authorities. They have designated that location as a priority investigation target. If anything happens, I will notify you immediately. Xia Yuan nodded slightly, swirling the wine glass in his hand. He is my target. He's no ordinary person. Make sure to keep a close eye on him. Luo Ziyan still found it hard to believe, but the owner looks perfectly normal. Xia Yuan, are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Xia Yuan, as usual, looked down on her. Compared to the wisdom of ordinary people, your rare stupidity is truly precious. An ordinary tavern owner would have such a grand vision for world peace? Besides, my instincts never fail me. Meanwhile, World Peace Tavern. The angry maid slammed the table. Master, their surveillance is getting tighter. Are we just going to let them do this? The tavern owner remained calm and composed, continuing to clean up. No need to worry. They won't notice anything anyway. Besides, soon they'll have other things to worry about. The cheerful maid smiled and said, oh, that time is almost here. The mournful maid wept, poor people. The joyful maid stared out the window, lost in thought, muttering to herself, why hasn't my king come to see me yet? Have I been banished to the cold palace? Chapter 121, Your limits are far from reached. Early admission application approved. Combined chapter. In the most magnificent banquet hall of the imperial capital. The grand banquet for the young generation of European-style spirit masters continues. Xia Yuan had just finished discussing the World Peace Tavern with Mo Chang when he took a sip of the banquet wine and immediately spat it out. He wiped the wine off his face, his expression turning grim as he clenched his fists, his shoulders trembling with anger. Yuanzi, give me a reason not to beat you up. The Platinum Dragon King, seeing this, hurriedly handed her a tissue. Xia Yuan looked disappointed and said, I was looking forward to the wine at the banquet, but I never expected it to be so terrible, it's almost undrinkable. Mo Shiyu took a sip, looking puzzled. This is wine that costs over 10,000 yuan per bottle. How could it be bad? Luo Ziyan snorted, you don't know Xia Yuan, do you? He just likes to put on airs. He's never even tasted good wine himself. Xia Yuan opened the king's treasure chest, reached into the golden vortex, and pulled out the holy grail and various wines. You lowly cultivators, enjoy yourselves while you can. I'll show you what the finest wine tastes like. He shared his treasured wines with everyone. Except for Luo Ziyuan, who arrogantly refused, saying she didn't need any. Everyone else couldn't resist trying it out of curiosity. After all, this was wine that Xia Yuan had taken from that golden mysterious space. They had witnessed how rich the armory in that golden mysterious space was. Xia Yuan had even pulled out a golden throne from there before, quite luxurious. Dama took the wine, his expression brightening slightly, and asked curiously, Yuanzi, have you awakened a treasure chest? How can you take anything out of there? I thought it was just your armory when I watched the livestream. Xia Yuan replied with a proud expression. What treasure chest? That's an ugly name. It's the king's treasure, containing all the treasures and rarities from throughout human history. It's the pinnacle of human wisdom. Everyone listened in disbelief. All treasures and rare items? That's way too exaggerated. After taking a sip of the wine Xia Yuan shared, everyone's eyes lit up and they began to praise it endlessly. White Dragon King, delicious. The censored knight smacked his lips. Hey, you know what? You're right. This is way better than the wine at the banquet. Mo Shiyu covered her mouth in surprise. I've never tasted such good wine before. Mo Chang, who had seen more of the world, looked thoroughly enjoying himself as he savored the drink. After a moment, he remarked with astonishment. The aroma is smooth and elegant, the fragrance is rich and intoxicating. The wine has such a delicate and ethereal texture, it's truly a masterpiece. Joku also managed to get a small cup, it's indeed impressive. Yao Daoji also took a sip for the first time in her life. Though she didn't say anything, her expression of pure bliss spoke volumes. She never imagined that the wine taken from those weapons that had pierced her body countless times could taste so extraordinary. Xia Yuan held the Uruk-sized cup, took a sip, and said arrogantly, Of course. Whether it's swords or wine, my king's treasures only hold the finest. This is the taste of a king. Mu Xiaoxiao, Shuailing, Ma Yunfei, and Alkas kept a close eye on the commotion. Seeing Mo Shiyu and the others drinking the wine that Xia Yuan had pulled out from the golden vortex, their expressions grew complex, tinged with envy. Luo Ziyan watched the exaggerated expressions of the others and couldn't help but swallow hard, asking doubtfully. Is it really that good? Are you all acting together to trick me? The white gold dragon king licked his lips. It's really that good. Can we have another cup? It had just downed its drink in one gulp, unable to discern the subtle flavors, but it tasted amazing. Xia Yuan, seeing that it was his most loyal subject, didn't hesitate and poured it another full cup. The white gold dragon king said, "Thank you, your majesty." Luo Ziyan saw this and also felt like having a sip. She turned her head and handed her own wine cup over, looking proud and saying, "Here, give me some too." Xia Yuan was even more arrogant than her, calmly insulting her, "My wine is never shared with little people." Luo Ziyan was so angry she almost crushed her cup. "Xia Yuan, what are you so proud of? I wasn't really that eager to drink it anyway. If you don't want to give it to me, just don't." A middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. "May I also ask for a cup of the king's wine to taste?" Everyone turned around to see a scruffy, disheveled old man with panda-like dark circles under his eyes, walking over with a smile on his face. He had military medals hanging from his chest, with 5 stars. For a moment, everyone fell silent with respect. This man was clearly a high-ranking official from the military division of the Great Xiaqi Lingshur Alliance. Everyone was very respectful. Xia Yuan didn't care about his status. "My wine isn't for unknown individuals." The panda-eyed uncle laughed heartily and said, "Let me introduce myself. Zhao Wenghua, Spirit Summoner Alliance, Supreme War Commander of the Imperial Capital Branch." All eyes turned toward him. Zhao Wenggua's name was no stranger to them. AT0 ranked Spirit Contract Master. Plus the highest ranking commander. One of the legendary figures of the Imperial Capital, possessing a fully leveled SSR Spirit Contract, with a Spirit Contract team whose combat power surpasses the heavens. Xia Yuan listened, raised his eyebrows slightly, and poured him a cup of wine. That doesn't sound like an unknown person. Zhao Wenghua took the cup, the rich aroma of the wine wafting toward him, causing him to pause for a moment. "Fine wine." Mo Chang approached nervously and asked, "Commander, why are you here?" Zhao Wenghua smiled warmly at Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. "Nothing much. I just wanted to come in person to thank and apologize to the great hero who created the Crimson Miracle. It was my negligence that led to the disaster in Golden City." Mo Shiyu hurriedly waved her hands. "Commander Zhao, you're too kind." Xia Yuan crossed his arms and spoke casually. "There is no need for thanks. After all, I didn't exert much effort. That undead lord was just a mad dog by the roadside. I kicked him to death with a single blow." He snorted coldly, his face filled with disdain. A mere monster boss dares to attempt to conquer the world and claim the throne? The only true hero worthy of the title of king is me alone in this world. The rest are nothing but mongrels." The banquet hall fell silent. Everyone remained silent. The other SSRs felt a bit ashamed. Only Xia Yuan dared to speak so casually. That boss had claimed the lives of 650,000 people, and even with all the SSRs working together, they couldn't defeat it. However, Xia Yuan had indeed kicked the enemy to death with a single blow. Though his words sounded arrogant and boastful, they were indeed true. Zhao Wenghua heard this and paused for a moment before laughing. "Ha, no wonder you're this year's champion spirit. A king's aura is truly extraordinary. You chose Kunlun University, right? That's also my alma mater. It's a great choice. Given the king's personality, he'll definitely love it. I look forward to seeing you fully grow and work with you one day. I toast to you." He downed the rest of his drink in one gulp. Everyone watched the scene with envy. To have a legendary figure personally toast you, what an honor. Zhao Wengua's stance essentially represented the official position of the Great Xia Spirit Alliance, indicating that the higher-ups placed great importance on Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. Their future prospects were limitless. In the banquet hall, as everyone drank more and more, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Xia Yuan once again pulled out the golden throne from the king's treasure, seated himself upon it, and looked down upon the dance floor with an air of superiority. The Platinum Dragon King stood tall and proud, his nostrils flared, standing straight at his left side, resembling a loyal night guard. The coated knight stood lazily on the right, resting his face against the edge of the throne, his gaze wandering across the banquet dance floor. As a homebody, she actually didn't like such occasions. However, she had come to give it a try because her friends Xia Yuan and Dao Long were both present. Xia Yuan glanced sideways at the bold and reckless holy light Lolita who dared to lie beside his throne. Only he knew. Although the censor looked tired and dejected. In reality, she was already swamped with work, her eyes discreetly scanning the figures of the beautiful women at the dance, completely engrossed. Even though her gaze had grown quite intense, she still didn't attract any attention. After all, who would suspect that a holy light-clad maiden like her would be secretly fantasizing about some naughty scenarios while doing so? Someone like her is simply lustful without showing it. To put it bluntly, she was a hidden seductress. He, Xia Yuan, is different. A king's grandeur lies in openly appreciating beautiful things. Looking at beautiful women is just being a pervert? No, no, no. That's him bestowing honor upon them. The holy light-clad little girl pondered for a long time before finally fixing her gaze between Mo Shiyu and Yao Daoji, torn between the two. Both of them are the cream of the crop. Who should she choose as the protagonist? Finally, she made up her mind. Only children make choices. She wanted them both. As the most handsome and dazzling man at the banquet, Xia Yuan, despite his regal aura and overwhelming presence, still drew many women to him, eagerly inviting him to dance. Even when someone shouted, "You're not worthy," he excitedly screamed in response. Luo Zian rolled her eyes in disbelief. She just couldn't understand. What's so great about someone who's so arrogant and self-important, looking down on others like they're lowly dogs, ants, or dwarves? He's just better looking. A bit stronger in power. His aura was too dazzling. Luo Ziyuan couldn't even count them all. The more she thought about it, the more off it felt. That guy seems almost perfect in every way except for his terrible personality? Sure, your SSR contract spirit husband is almost surrounded by other women, and you're still so calm? Don't you want to dance with him? Could it be that you don't like him? Luo Zian couldn't help but ask, seeing Mo Shiyu sitting there calmly. Mo Shiyu had just taken a bite of a grape when she heard this, and she choked on it, quickly patting her chest. Luo Ziyuan handed her a glass of water, which she drank in one gulp, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Her cheeks flushed red as she said, "Ziyuan sister, what are you talking about? I and Xia Yuan are just a contract spirit and a contract spirit master." Luo Ziyuan naturally didn't believe her. Seeing Mo Shiyu's expression, she knew the other girl was already deeply involved. Spending every day with a bad boy like Xia Yuan, a handsome yet mischievous contract spirit, any girl would feel something it would be unnatural not to. Alright. If you don't like him, then I'll go after Xia Yuan. Luo Ziyan suddenly said with a mischievous grin, "That way, we'll be even closer, and the kids we have can call you auntie." Mo Shiyu refused without a moment's hesitation. "No way. Xia Yuan doesn't tea like short people." She immediately covered her mouth, realizing she had spoken too hastily. Luo Ziyuan felt as though an arrow had pierced her heart. She stood frozen in place, her eyes losing their luster. Her beloved younger sister, Shiryu, also looked down on her for being short. Mo Shiyu hurried over, frantically patting her head to comfort her. "Ziyuan's sister, I didn't mean it that way. I just spoke too quickly." What a straightforward and honest person. Luo Ziyuan felt even more hurt. Mo Shiyu quickly changed the subject. "Ziyuan's sister, you don't know, you must never dance with Xia Yuan, or you'll get hit with a spinning top." Luo Ziyan calmed down slightly, looking confused. Spinning a top? On the other side. Below Xia Yuan's throne, the women lined up to receive insults. Ants, barely acceptable. Mad dogs, average. Miscellaneous cultivators, pretty decent. A long-awaited moment of satisfaction. However, Xia Yuan didn't expect to encounter someone he knew. The SSR support spirit companion of the black-stocking JK senior sister Shui Ailing, the eerie string singer. Yao Xian Jai had also prepared mentally for a long time and mustered the courage to finally invite Xia Yuan. As a support character, she simply couldn't resist the temptation to collaborate with a powerful damage dealer. Even if that collaboration involved dancing. Her silver-like hair cascaded down to her waist, flowing smoothly with a moonlit glow. Her slender figure exudes a delicate beauty reminiscent of a willow in the wind. Her pale, jade-like cheeks bore a trail of tears that had not yet dried, making her look delicate and pitiful. She wears a blue gown that is almost ethereal in its beauty. It's no wonder she has an SSR contract spirit card. Even the censored knight beside her couldn't help but stand up, eager to join in. "May I dance with you?" The voice of the trembled as she spoke, and as soon as she finished, she assumed a defensive posture, ready to take a beating, her body shrinking backward. It seemed she had given up all hope. Xia Yuan saw her expression and his mood lightened. So afraid of him, yet still dared to come? Interesting. He raised the corner of his mouth and snorted coldly. "Considering we're both SSRs, you're barely qualified. I'll play with you." Xia Yuan stood up and stepped down from the throne. The dark string singer's mind went blank. Did it work? The censored knight suddenly stood up as well, transforming from a small girl into a tall, confident woman. She opened her red lips slightly. "Wait, Yuanzi, we're brothers, let me handle this." Xia Yuan didn't expect this guy to join in the fun. Isn't she the socially awkward and reserved type? Yet here she was taking the initiative, truly unexpected. "Ha! Interesting. Since you want to join in, let's do this together. I'll make sure you're the brightest stars on the dance floor." The holy light sister looked utterly bewildered. "Wait, no, I didn't mean you. I was talking to that ghostly lady." Xia Yuan didn't listen to her explanation at all. He laughed joyfully and used the heavenly lock to bind her wrists to those of the ghostly songstress, then dragged them toward the dance floor. The censoring knight shouted, "You bastard, this isn't how you play. Let me go." Not long after. In the dance floor, two spinning flowers bloomed. They had indeed become the most dazzling presence. Because they were spinning too fast. They were almost flying. Xia Yuan's joyful laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. Spin faster. Even faster. Your spirit companions, the limits of spinning are far beyond this. Last time, it was Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, two human spirit masters, so they didn't dare to use their full strength. But this time is different. Dama and Yuxian Jji are high-tier spirit companions with exceptional physical prowess. So Xia Yuan didn't hold back and spun with all his might. The two of them spun so fast that the wind whistled like two giant fans, blowing the clothes of those around them, making them feel quite cool. Even as high-tier spirit companions, they couldn't withstand Xia Yuan's relentless spinning. Before long, both of them were already dizzy, their eyes filled with stars. Dancing was originally a flirtatious activity between men and women, but Xia Yuan turned it into a spinning top competition. Suddenly, all eyes were on him. The girls who had just been waiting in line to be invited were left speechless, trembling with fear, grateful they hadn't been chosen. Mo Shiyu sighed helplessly. Xia Yuan, see? I told you so. Luo Ziyan nodded stiffly. It really is a spinning top contest. The banquet dance party came to an absurd end with its spinning top competition. The next day, Jiang Li, the admissions officer from Kunlun University, sent a message saying that both of their early admission applications had been approved. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan could now enroll in the university. This efficiency was unmatched. The main concern on Kunlun University's side was that delaying the decision might lead to changes in their plans. Therefore, once Jiang Li reported the situation, everything was approved immediately, and the decision was finalized in just one night. As for national regulations or century-old school rules, none of that matters anymore.